my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. Fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third. You can say what you want, but I'm making it work. They finally got my back against the wall. History on the way, they plotting my downfall. I'm watching the trajectory, people acting deceptively, sipping my drink. I'm thinking this is the last straw. I'm past opportunities, open up doors, turn them into hallways for my homies to walk. Been going to war, optimistic views turn sour. Been hungry all my life, who ready to get devoured? Never cower when it's time to go. I got the future in my vision, but you rather troll. I'll take the challenge to balance my ambitions on a grown man mission in my room, drawing place. I plotted it to precision, my description. I write it on the walls like a hieroglyph. Plain ticket acting funny, that's a power trip. Trick knowledges, I study hidden facts. Take the buildings out the picture, got my city on my back. Yeah, fruits of my labor, brought it straight from the dirt. Double my grind, just to triple my worth. Rocking the same clothes from the first to the third.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. And we're here in the beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! As you guys see at home right now, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. We're having a dang good time, but you know what? It's not just me, it's not the audience, but also you viewers at home. We've been having a great show so far, and I want to give a big thank you to all of our great talent on site. Van Silly, Jess, my boy Ian, everybody's doing a fantastic job so far. But once again, I want to remind all of you that this is indeed an international event. So make sure you go ahead and check out all of our streams, whether you speak English, Spanish, or Portuguese. Also, Red Bull, they have a beautiful surprise for us today. We have a show match, and I'm pretty sure you guys already know who's going to be in it. We've had some great stars on the desk and working with us, analyzing the games. We're going to have G2 versus a hometown team. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to love it. But once again, Sao Paulo, are you guys having a good time? All right. So, I know you guys are tired of hearing me already. Let's go ahead and get this day started. Let's send this right over to the desk.
We are live at the iconic Pacaembu Stadium here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This is the place where Brazilian football icon, legend Pelé played his first professional game at just 16 years old. Now, we've got a load of players here, students not far off that age, who are about to potentially etch their names in the history books and lift their first piece of silverware. This is, of course, the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals, and it is time to crown our champions later on today. My name's Ian Chambers, and I'm joined by the one and only VALORANT Big Brain. Nobody does it like her. There's actually proof, because she is the Esports Analyst of the Year 2022. Jessica, how are you feeling? How are you doing? It all comes to a head today.
Well, I'm wearing a red shirt, and after your introduction of me, my face is now matching red because that was a very humbling introduction. No, I think the biggest thing for me to talk about is that you have put it rightly. Someone will etch the name in history. There will not be a returning winner. We can't have a back-to-back champion this year, which is very exciting for me because there's one team who's sitting there waiting to lift that up, hoist it, and possibly come back next year to defend. This is what it's about, baby. This is competition. The sort of stuff dreams are made of, and these players, whoever does it, and to be fair, everyone who's made the trip so far will never forget this week. Oh. Ever. I'm not even on stage, on land, playing, and I'm like, I'm never forgetting this, ever in my life, ever. Yeah. This event's been amazing. If you've joined us for the first time today, congratulations, you made a fantastic decision. But also, you might not know too much about the format, so let me run it through for you right now. We saw 47 teams come to battle it out at the Red Bull Campus Clutch. The first 2 days saw teams split into 8 groups, where they competed in a best-of-1 round robin, with the top 2 teams from each group securing their spot in yesterday's bracket.
There, teams competed in a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, meaning they had to beat 2 other countries to move forward and secure themselves as one of the top 4. That guaranteed them a spot here on the stage at today's semi-finals. Today, the bracket and format continues as the top 4 fight for a spot at our illustrious Grand Final, where they will need to win a heavy-duty best-of-5 to walk away. You can see it right there with 20,000 euros and become the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Champions. All sounds very simple, doesn't it?
I got goosebumps. I was listening to that. I was like, all right. So all you have to do is not only qualify, but then win in your groups in best-of-1, single elim. Then not only that, you have to go into the top 16, the quarterfinal, best-of-3, so hopefully you have a pretty good map pool. You also can't lose because that's single elim.
Yep.
We are really having the best of the best. There is only the best of the best that can make it through that.
You had to show some real grit and determination to get to this point. And as Jeff just alluded to there, yesterday we had our round of 16 and quarterfinals. If you missed it, what were you thinking?
You can go back. You can go back.
Should we go back?
And watch it.
Well, we can some highlights.
Can we go back? I want to go back.
Let's go back.
Let's see this.
It all started with 30,000 student Valorant players from around the world. Now we're down to the top 80. 16 teams ready to battle it out to put their country on the map here in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Not able to get it done. 13-11, Indonesia. ANF just needs to help out the rest of their teammates. Avez going in again, farming, 4 kills, and ace for Avez! Firmly putting Egypt back in the game.
Opportunity to pop that ultimate, and yeah, in the back lines, they shut things down. Sand dancing in the back, he's back towards short, doesn't have the chance!
Effectively, Fraz peaks there as well. Spray on in. And the close position for Cell. Track by one. Huge value on the Vandal. And we'll be able to light him up with Tex at the back foot as well. 2 for him. And it is an excellent answer from Chile. And the crowd's happy about that one.
Here they're the favourites.
His angle's being suppressed. A lovely shot done through. Finds one. The swing and the push is there, but it's only going to get value for one. And with that, the USA deal the final blow.
We're going to try to start things very quickly on the attack. It's going to be Peru moving forward. And already at the entrance, greeted by the shorty. By this Jet. And what a hole. Can't even close and can't even get into the entry.
A little bit more before we saw it. Oh, the damage, but what is happening with the Odin? 3 kills.
Another palm flash, but it misses. 11 shoots over, gets the ace into the round. Sticking onto the spike, swing back out, first headshot.
No way.
He's gonna get it. The Red Bull Clutch. Team Poland looking to eliminate Peru right here, right now. It's looking to be an impossible task now, especially as Jazz gets the pick from the top. And that's going to be 13-6 on the second man for Team Poland.
I'm waiting to see the Canada game right now.
I don't want Egypt. If Egypt is getting thrashed, I don't want to see it.
No, I want to see it. You know why? If Egypt loses, this is going to show us what they're made of. I want to see them come back strong on the second map. Oh, Canada won map 1. This
no,
map
I can't
2.
do this. I can't do this.
I can do this.
I have to go back to my hotel room and have a bath if they lose. I can't. That's a Canadian accent. That's a Canadian accent.
Canada just won 13-9. We heard let's go across the venue, and that's it. Egypt will not be back-to-back champions, but we have to give them a round of applause for putting on such a great performance here at the Campus Clutch World Finals.
And that is how we had the table set for today. Jess, can I get a Vamo?
Vamos!
Absolutely. Did you have that bath, by the way? That
yeah.
You did?
After Egypt lost, I went back to my hotel room, stared at myself in the mirror and said, it's bath time, because you just got to wash off the sadness, go next.
Yeah, well, shout out to all of the teams that made it to the quarterfinals but don't join us here today. They all put on one heck of a journey and a heck of a show for everybody watching at home as well. But we are now down to our Elite Four for the semi-finals, of course, as we get set to crown our champions later on. You just saw the illustrious trophy. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
It really is. I love the design and the orb in the middle. Oh, that's my kind of thing. That's definitely my flavor.
Red Bull just do it different, right?
They do it differently. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Let's just remind you one more time. I know you saw the bracket there of our final 4 teams. We've got Canada, Poland, the United States of America, and Macedonia all lined up to to compete here in our semi-finals. Let's draw our attention to a couple of the teams here and shine a bit of a spotlight, starting with the old red, white, and blue.
Yeah, this is something that Valley drilled in to Petra and I yesterday, that, you know, US, the best, everything's going to, you know, go grand and great and everything. And I'm not going to lie, so far for them, actually, Valley's right. They've done a pretty damn good job thus far, and especially with some of the matches they've been able to put on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I've been chatting with these guys. They're very much in unison. They've got that chemistry that takes a long time to build, and it's showing because they are undefeated. They are like a wrecking ball coming through this campus clutch.
It's funny because we speak about teams who are undefeated throughout the groups. You know, you're winning all your matches, you're coming into the top 16, you win that, you got best of 3, you know, you got a good map pool, everything's looking good for you. The trouble is, now we're in the top 4. This is where I expect teams like the United States to get tested. I think thus far they actually haven't been pushed hard enough to know whether or not there are weaknesses. If there are holes in the armor, there's not been enough pushback to test that. And so I think, you know, resilience-wise, I can't give you an indication as to whether they really are ready for a top 4 push. I think the Polish boys, for example, who are training 13 hours a day, maybe I could give them. But from what they've been doing in the US, you know, they're one of the top-rated esports collegiate teams in the entire country. So if anyone is ready, I think the US has got to be it.
I actually, Ali has become a real threat, hasn't he? I know you've got your eye on him. And
I heard he was meditating.
He was meditating in the green room, chilling. And that is the sort of levels that these players are going to. It means so much to them.
Wow.
That's, I mean, do you meditate before you come out and do your analyst?
No, I do a music version of that. I like to listen to a certain type of music. I get myself in the zone, and then, you know, you hyper-focus yourself,
Hey, if you want to be analyst of the year one day, that's all you got to do. That's all you have
to do. Listen to the bangers on.
Let's now take a look at Macedonia. This team also on a tremendous undefeated run. They formed shortly after VALORANT was launched in 2020. But haven't really played together consistently since then. They come together when they need to, and for this event, it is working for them.
This has been one of the nicest surprises for me.
Yeah.
I think Macedonia's been one of the nicest surprises. There are a couple of names on the roster as we bring up these lovely, lovely faces that actually are usually opponents.
Yeah, Runner and Killax, right?
Yeah,
those
are
rivals
the boys
in their own region, right? And they've put their beef aside. You know, they've put that on ice, and they've come out here to collectively come together and hopefully bring the trophy home. And I think that's really, obviously it's admirable, but at the same time, like, after this, they have to split back up and go back to regular business.
Yeah, and they have to go back to versing each other, you know, in the Balkan Leagues and whatnot. And the funniest thing is that I'm thinking, here's what I'm thinking.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking if they do happen to win, they become, you know, Red Bull Campus Clutch World Champions.
Yeah.
I reckon they should just get a saw, cut it down the middle. One side goes to Killax, one side...
Come on now.
No.
The trophy's too beautiful to do it like that.
Yeah, but if they're rivals outside of this, and they're just coming together for the greater good of becoming world champions, you could just cut it in half.
Or one of them takes a photograph home of the trophy, and the other one
that
gets the real
is
deal.
not an acceptable
just do rock,
trade.
paper, scissors to see
Don't
who
ever
loses.
do trades with Ian. You are going to get short-headed.
All right, well, that's just a couple of the teams. Obviously, we'll get on to our other two a little bit later on. And we've had some amazing players come to the table as well and step up to the plate. It's not just teams here. Top 5, I'm going to call these the big 5 that we saw in action yesterday in our round of 16 and quarterfinals. The standard, you never know what it's going to be like at a student event. I think these 5 players in particular have blown a lot of expectations out of the water.
Well, we were just hyping up, you know, Killax, Runner, big rivals and whatnot. If someone gets the photo and someone gets the real trophy, Runner actually, statistically, should take home the real trophy.
He gets the physical
He gets
edition.
the physical trophy because the man is the highest rated player throughout the playoffs thus far, rocking that 334 ACS. Macedonia's got to be really happy to have a really big hitting Raze, you know, Jet. You know, that typical duelist that absolutely gets the job done. Nabil underneath there, him being a typical Raze player as well. You know, duelist you expect in the top 5. But in 3rd place there, thank goodness, we have a bit of a supportive play. You got your man Hyper, of course, and those who haven't been able to watch the Welsh games, well, me either. We missed a few of those, and I didn't realize what a big hitter he was.
Putting up numbers.
Putting up numbers. He loves a couple, you know, a little bit of KJ, loving the initiators like Breach, you know, got the KO and everything like that. He is way up there, you know, doing a bit of supporting, doing a bit of fragging, and then, of course, right below there, Jazz. I'm loving his KJ on ascent. That man, I don't think people would deny me if I said he'd be one of the best KJs, if not the best. in the entire tournament thus far.
Nice.
And then, of course, you've got your last player, Negomister.
All right, well, amazing. Congratulations to our top 5 so far. Coming up today, we have, of course, our first semi-final. Canada will take on Poland. One of them will put their foot firmly in our grand final. Then we'll move on to the US versus Macedonia. And then we've got a really cool, unique mashup. Furia are going to be in the house, and G2 goes in a show match. They're going to mix up the teams as well, the rosters, and we'll see how they get along with each other. And obviously in a show match, anything goes. We're going to have everything, including the kitchen sink, thrown in the mix there. And then you can see it at the bottom, TBD versus TBD. We will find out who are our Red Bull Campus Clutch 2022 World Champions. We'll be back after a short break. See you soon.
Boom, bap, yeah, we got it like that. Kick drum, hit your whole body, go crack. Baseline move, take you off of the map. We rock crowds every time we react.
For this one, Dory trying to find the kill, but Berto with the ace!
Okay, on for the ace, and you get one stop on the second.
Oh my god! Last 3 players get to the final one as well. Oh, Nuggets is
Boom, bap, yeah, we got it like that.
Campus Clutch World Finals. Me and Jess were just watching that little video package there, getting goosebumps. The sound she just made, she was literally going, she's that excited.
I was. I'm not going to do it live on camera, but in private, he's heard me attempt to be a rapper and a singer all of my life, so it's great.
Yeah, good times. You just heard the crowd. The crowd is ready as well. We are matters of minutes away from getting into our first semi-final. So let's talk about our 2 teams competing, starting with our amazing Canadians. Now, there was 2 teams from Canada.
Yep.
The first one dropped out.
Okay.
These guys, of course, made it through via LCQ.
Yep.
And now they are waving the flag proudly for their country.
They had to be the best team. Let's not even sugarcoat. They had to be the best team in the entire round. They had to get rid of Egypt, and they had to send them home, say no return winners, and then here they are. They are the biggest dogs now. In the top 4, you have to put them at the top.
I was chatting with Ken yesterday, and he actually said to me, oh, I can finally actually sleep and not have nightmares about Egypt anymore. We've crushed that nightmare once and for all.
That's what you need. Look, if you're afraid of Egypt and you come into that match and you have to overcome that, now that you've overcome that, what's there left to overcome? You've already done the biggest and baddest. So now you know that you can take the top dog spot.
Yeah, and just for the record, it's because Egypt knocked Canada out of the tournament last year round and they finished 4th, right? So it was a bit of a revenge story.
I love a good revenge story because you come back, you enact your revenge, you go, haha, and then like maybe it's a recurring theme from now on every year, you know, Canada, Egypt, maybe they'll keep going head-to-head, but for now, Egypt has to sit in the stands and see their trophy get handed to someone else, and Canada's hoping it's them.
Yeah, well, they actually did say that they are being treated as the underdogs. Do you think so as well?
I think maybe we didn't put them on a pedestal because we're focusing on the US. Poland really came out with a bang. There are other teams that are being much more flashy. I think Canada's just showing up, doing their job, and doing it really well and consistently. And as a result, maybe it doesn't get highlighted as much, and it makes you feel like the underdog. But after beating Egypt, baby, there's nowhere for you to hide. Yeah. You're on a pedestal. You're on another echelon that no one else has been able to have here on this stage.
I think we might be able to hear from them. I think this is where they said that they are regarded as the underdog. So hopefully you can check this out.
Canada's always kind of treated as an underdog, but we'll show that Canada will be another underdog winner of Red Bull Campus Clutch. We told people we're in a group with Poland. They're always giving us oh you have to go up against Poland. They're pretty good.
And that's going to be 13-6 on the second man for Team Poland as they advance now.
Egypt was definitely the harder team out of the 2. We've already beat Poland. We know that what they like to do. We know we're better. So I think Poland should go a lot more smooth. I just feel like people underestimate us as Canada. It just happens a lot. People know who the Americans are. They get a lot more attention. But you know, we know those American guys, like we play against them all the time. Like we are just as good as like those American guys, and people just don't really give as much attention to Canada. Our team is very strong. You know, we had high hopes for this tournament, so people are definitely going to start putting respect in our name.
Well, underdogs no more. All eyes are on Canada as they have made their position well and truly known. And one of the big parts to make that happen was, of course, Kane. This man is having an absolutely ridiculously crazy tournament.
I mean, we've already pointed out Nabil being in one of the top 5 rated players. That's all well and good. That's your job as a duelist to do that. But when you're a supporting player, you're the initiator, you're the controller, maybe you're rocking a battle stage. I don't care what you've got in your pocket. You need to be consistent. Your teammates need to be able to rely on you, and you need to provide the utility in very timely manner, in a consistent manner throughout the rounds. That is something I think Kane has done. This is why I think they feel they're the underdogs, because they do these things well, and they do it consistently, and Kane is a key piece of that. I think he's probably the centerpiece of the team, sort of gluing everything together.
Well, he's going to have to show up against Poland, who are, of course, their opponents. These are the absolute bullies of this tournament. The bad guys on the block, the trash talkers, call them what you want, but they are here and they're looking to make it into the grand final.
They gave more smack talk in the group stage than I saw any other team. In fact, they may have done it for the rest of the teams who did not give that smack talk. I'm not sure who they told. It might have been Vansili, but they said, we love to sit across from our opponents so they can see us smack talk and look in their eyes when we do it. So they are a scary force. They know that they're confident. They give it to their opponents. But in that game yesterday, we had them on stage. I wasn't sure if they would be that confident like they were in the group stage. You're in your boots, you're isolated, there's no crowd. They stood in that stage like, all right.
That level of icy confidence is running through the team, and they are full of belief that they can beat Canada.
It's amazing that we made it to the final. The top 4 of the tournament is like Europe East versus NA, and that's pretty interesting because our region is not that big. Especially Macedonia, they have like 1 million people in their country only. They were good, but Canada upset them very well. I feel like we are the favorite. We didn't expect Canada to perform that well because they were an LCQ standing in the tournament and they beat us. But we feel like we could upset them today because we are prepared. I think we're gonna 2-0 them because I'm an optimist. I will feel good about it.
We said about their confidence, optimist. I think we're going to 2-0 them. That's the sort of level of confidence I like to see. But where will we see these maps played out? Are you ready for picks and bans?
You know what, just to preface this, the #1 most picked map is Ascent. If we don't get Ascent between these two teams, I will cry live on camera for all of you. You can clip it, meme it, ship it, Reddit it, I don't care. But I will cry if we don't get Ascent, that's it, that's where I'm at.
Okay, I don't want to see you cry, but regardless, let's find out. Let's get into picks and bans now and see where our first semi-final will, of course, be played out. Look at the stage, by the way,
this
all
is
set and ready. Imagine, oh, okay.
Is that a pick or a ban?
That's a ban.
Oh, no, I said I would cry live on stream, but listen.
You got to cry now.
I'm going to rain check it for a later time.
No, you promised tears, so.
No, I will work it out.
Ban 2, Pal, we're not going there. No surprises there.
You know what, I love the new map. I think the new map is an excellent map. It's got, you know, the little changes they did recently in the patch has done a real good job. I think that's a great map, and that's something that they want to get rid of. Not a lot of time to prep it either, especially if you're a team that hasn't been practicing that long.
Canada pick have gone with Fracture.
I like that.
Yeah?
I haven't seen Fracture personally thus far. It has been played, of course, but I haven't seen these teams play it. It's a very technical map. It requires a lot of coordination, and it can be very difficult to have control as a defensive side. So you need to be very clean with it.
Poland have gone with Haven.
I'm not surprised by this. None of this surprises me. Okay, Fracture, Haven, I'm loving this for the teams.
The thing is, you said about Canada needing that coordination on Fracture. Do you think they've got it?
Yes, like I said, I think they show up, they do the job well. They've got really good supporting players like Kane who are holding everything together. If you've got a really good Breach player, why not play Fracture? That just seems like, you know, 2 and 2 to me.
Canada have banned Breeze.
Oh?
And then we've had a ban for Bind. And then if we go to a third and final map, we will close things out. It'll get a little bit chilly on Icebox, and it sounds like the fans in our arena are excited about our picks.
I love this. Look, the big thing for me about this map pool is that when you're at this level now, you need to be able to play 85% of the maps at the very least at a medium to high level. So Poland's been practicing 12 to 13 hours a day. If you can't master 3 to 4 of the maps in that period of time, well then you have a little bit of a problem. But Canada thinks they're underrated. They think they're just as good as the US, and the US has been blasting through every map that they've played. So you have to scale it from there. Is it the aggressiveness of Poland that outdoes another team? On Fracture, I need to see Poland's composition. That's my worry, is that are they running the likes of a Neon? Are we having these sick Raze plays coming out? You know, we know that Canada has that already, so what's the counter for it on the Poland side?
Well, it's time to find out. Listen, our analyst is ready, I'm ready, our players are ready. I just need to check before. I want everyone to make a lot of noise. Are the crowd ready? Is the crowd ready for our first semi-final? I just wanted to make sure that Veli had the welcome that he deserves. Let's get this show on the road. Over to you, Veli.
It is finally the moment that we have all been waiting for. With one step away from the Grand Finals, it's finally time, and it's my pleasure to bring out the teams in. Team number 1, my brothers from up north. Let's make some noise for Team Canada.
Whoever we see in the finals, we took down the champs. Now we're ready for the throne.
And it's time to bring out team number 2 from a place that is rich of esports history, Hajime Dupolski. Let's go ahead and bring out Team Poland.
We will show you how great we are. Polska górą.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Brazil, are you guys ready for game number 1? Make some noise! All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Game number 1, Team Canada versus Team Poland. Let's get it started.
Thank you so much, Veli. It is the final day of games, and the semi-finals are kicking off here in Sao Paulo, Canada and Poland. We've just had the map vetoes. John, I'm with Kramer. How you feeling?
Kramer. I'm really looking forward to this match, to be honest, and mainly because this is a chance for redemption for the Polish team. Remember, back in the group stage, they played against Team Canada and they lost 13-10 on Fracture, one of the maps in this veto, our opening map at that. So this is going to be a hell of a series, one I cannot wait to get into.
The main factor, of course, is that we did then see Poland go on to change the composition.
Absolutely.
So we're really looking forward to Agent Select, maybe seeing that Sage come in on Bulls.
Yeah, for sure, and we saw some serious adaptation. Initially on their Fracture composition, Blood was playing, or Bulls was playing as Fade. When they lost to Team Canada, instantly switched to the Sage, where he then went on to win 13-3 against Team Portugal in what was a dominant series.
Yeah, in the second of that best of 3, the first was Icebox going 13-8 in their favour as well. So it was a 2-0 coming through at the start of their run here in the top 16 bracket, moving through into the quarterfinals as well.
Absolutely.
They were able to take another 2-0.
Well, something to mention as well is after that loss to Team Canada in the group stage, they didn't lose a map since then, including in playoffs. They've 2-0'd every series they've played. So that awoke something in them. That is bloody scary, to say the least.
Well, they've been doing pretty well, but so have Canada. Let's take a look at their map record right now. You've got Icebox played twice Of course, it's 100% win rates across the board, so kind of nothing special there. But we're looking at Icebox coming through twice, Haven once, Pearl once. This is only from
playoffs.
This is only from playoffs. This is not from the group stages as well.
Something to mention as well is in the group stage we saw a lot more Pearl. So initially this looks like Canada favouring Icebox. It's actually Pearl which they have as their both pocket pick and strongest map. On the other side of the coin, you know, with Icebox being our final and deciding map, I actually think that the team Poland, they're looking at this thinking, okay, if we can get to a third map, we could actually be in quite a strong position.
Canada did have a 13-2 on Icebox. The other record that they have is a 13-7 from those games. But Poland, they have 3 games played on it, and they're equally strong. They don't have a 13-2, but they still have shown consistency.
Absolutely. And on the topic of Canada's Icebox, you've got to talk about Kane, right? Who has been playing both the Breach and then, of course, on Icebox, the Sage. And in the last match of Icebox Kane played on, he dominated as a Sage, something you rarely see.
It's pretty difficult. I mean, sure, you can get up in tricky places on those walls, but, I mean, so, how are you going to excuse that?
I mean, for us, top fragging alone is a challenge. Top fragging as a Sage in a match of this quality, that's going to be even harder, that's for sure. In just a second, we'll be able to get into the history of Poland as well. And I'm very curious to see, when it comes to how Poland have been playing their Icebox, whether or not they're going to change anything going into what I imagine is going to be a third map here.
Well, we're looking at Fracture. We're thinking potentially Canada-sided with the adjustment. Could go either way, because remember, it was a 13-10.
Close match.
When they did play. So it wasn't like it was fully one-sided.
Absolutely.
Going into Haven, I feel like that's the biggest unknown quantity in this series.
Absolutely. And on the topic of Haven, Canada have played it. We saw they really like utilising Kane once again on that Breach, having dominated in their last Haven game. So for me, Kane, if he can perform as he's been doing all tournaments, this opening match of, this second map of Haven could very well be where Canada try to close out in 2 bites. But it puts a lot of pressure onto Kane, and as we've seen, you know, Team Poland, they've mentioned they've been practicing numerous hours, you know, every day in preparation for this tournament. Are they going to allow Kane to get away with some of the antics he's been able to achieve in the earlier stages of this tournament?
Well, certainly Canada would love to put that first piece in place for an NA all-final. If the US are able to take their round after this one in the second semi-final, but hopefully they're going to be looking to allow Kane to have that room.
Actually, I think that's probably why we've got such a huge Polish fan base in the crowds, because they don't want to see two North American teams. This is a global tournament. Let's get European pride in there.
Absolutely. I mean, get the Polish squad going in. I mean, they have been absolutely stellar at this tournament.
Absolutely.
It's really great to see them.
And it's actually, I believe they're the only team that is currently in the semi-finals who have lost a map. So for them, this is a redemption arc.
And the team that they lost against
it's the Canadian team, exactly.
To play up against. It is so good you couldn't write it. And the crowd's behind them. We're heading into Agent Select now. Poland versus Canada. This is for Fracture. Is that adjustment going to come through? Bald currently hovering that Sage. So it looks like we might be seeing that come on in.
There's the adaptation.
And it is locked.
I really like that. Of course, we've got, on the other side, actually, interestingly enough, Shimmy playing on that Sage. He's had a little bit of consistency issues with that Sage over the course of Fracture. Now, I say that with a pinch of salt, because outside of the game against Poland, they've won their games fairly convincingly, so it may not, they may not have had time to come online, but luckily that's been sort of allowed by Kane having such a strong performance. That being said, the other player I want to keep an eye on is Nabil, who plays as the Raze and nothing else. He's been playing Raze start to finish this tournament, so I'm expecting some fairly well-versed, fairly quick executions from the Canadian side to try and garner some early momentum.
It seems like Raze is one of the agents that we're seeing be the one-trick mainstays
Absolutely.
for a lot of rosters, alongside the Chamber, right? From players certainly like Whiter will be on that Chamber again.
Interestingly enough, actually, for, I believe, every map of this Veto, we have seen Whiter play Chamber on all of them.
Yeah,
so it is well and truly a Veto that does favour him. He has historically fallen back to the Raze as well as the Jets, with Nabil taking the Raze. Jet isn't really needed, especially when you have that sniper presence from the Chamber. So Whiter now has a bit of a mantle to hold as to give those longer range duels and engagements, which, let's be honest, are quite crucial for a map like Fracture.
And you wouldn't really see a Jet coming through into the mix unless you were going to add it with a chamber on a map like Breeze. And of course, by being banned away, it's not really going to be seen here. So we're going to be seeing those Raze chamber combos coming through from Canada, Poland. They're also going to be operating with it this time around for the first map between Poland and Canada. We're heading on into Fracture.
Oh, welcome to the maelstrom of madness. It's going to have to be mean, meticulous, and masterful from both sides here if they want any hope in getting through to that grand final. It's under control towards Dish. Kenobi there to draw first blood. Whiter there to fall. The rest of Canada set their gaze over to Arcade, where they look to list over towards this B site.
Trash talk is not all that Poland have got. They're going to play aggressive out of Dish to start things off. Now, a rethink, a restructure. Canada playing low on the underground right now. Want to get off at the right stop here.
They seem to have found a position to sort of thread the needle a bit. Poland being relatively passive over on this B site, mainly working for information and potentially even just setting up for a retake here. I think for Poland, the win condition, if it is going to be a B hit, is to keep Jiwa alive in that tower position. Fortunately, he may not be needed. Instead, the rest of Canada, they're going on a bit of a pilgrimage, an exodus, you could say. It's around the world, this time in only about 20 seconds, as they set their gaze over to this A site with a double set up over towards Sands from Poland. Means it's going to be time for a retake, and once again, Canada are going to need to find a way to accelerate very quickly.
There is that trap, there is that information that they can gather on a main from the chamber trap, and that will trigger the rotate coming on through. A fast push, there's the Sage. 30 seconds on the clock, they're onto the site already. The shot's coming through from the back, Jazz. Ooh, just able to land a couple shots, but it's not going to be enough. Nabil able to win out the trade. The spike goes down, and we're into retake.
Oh, this is now going to be difficult for Poland, a 4v4 retake. Mari has to go huge here.
Flash around the side. Nabil needs the challenge, but it's a good right click there from the jumping classic. 1-for-1 trades across. Whoa. And it's two players, swings for another trade. And it's 1 versus 1. Shimmy on the site for the hold. 10 HP, 20 seconds till the next heal. A close play, but it's 4K on the round for Shimmy.
The final bullet in the chamber finds the chest cavity of the chamber, and with that, it's going to be Canada off to a flying start. After going a man down so quickly, they did such a good job at slowing the pace and then controlling at the pace of the retake that then came through from Poland there. Beautiful stuff, and you can already see they are one fired up team.
They are ready for this, both of them. In fact, I would say that seemed to go and to show that just how effective both of these squads can be. It looks like another set aggression around this radar dish. They played it at the start. They were able to get a pick the first time around, but they are just committing for that orb to get those ults online faster.
It looks to me like Canada have actually anticipated this aggression. Look how slow this start is, just sitting outside of B main, waiting for one of the Polish players to peek them and at least take that risk. Headhunter shot is going to find Nabil, but it's a glancing damage on both players. And for Canada, it may just be a default execution to this B site. There's not much to stop them, apart from Kenobi, who is going to figure out very quickly that this is a fake. But look, Poland, having gone further off of this aggression towards Dish, means that for Canada, they're going to be able to get onto this A site completely uncontested.
Pretend to go B, end up going A. Worked before, works again for Canada. They're out. They don't even need the wall this time around. They used it over on the B site earlier, so it won't be available. Fault line not going to stop things going on, but trying to get the aftershock into action there as well. To isolate that corner, to push the players out into the open, to try and get some sneaky peeks. Remember, they're playing for Sheriffs, they're playing for headshots. But the headshot's a little bit stronger for Nabil. They're getting a lot of damage done. Hang on a minute. 3 will go through first, and they're right up and close. Hang on a minute. 1 versus 1 on a pistol round. A Guardian picked up. And look for the spray on the long round. It's shut down at the end, but that is a lot of damage.
That is a very expensive round there, and for Poland, that is a victory in itself. Being able to, well, for a second there, it looks like it was going to be in Canada's favour. The fact that Poland find their footing, and they did a marvellous job at being able to zone Canada with their utility. We saw the fault line aftershock, which forces the members of Canada back towards main, which they can then smoke off, isolate the player's centre site, and then hold that smoke for the inevitable swing from the Canadian players. Really strong stuff now, and you see the ult starting to come online as well. Shimmy 1 from the resurrection. Amarito is 1 away from that orbital strike, which is going to be absolutely crucial for the Polish side when it comes to both delaying and, more importantly, when it comes to being able to cancel these plants.
A slow setup. And again into the underpass. A lot of damage done. The economy will be a little bit lower, but it is still rifles.
Thus far, fairly quiet from the Canadian team. Once again, going for this ever-looming threat of a fake or even a rotation. Jiwa, lightning fast there. One bullet, one head found. Mari Fools, shimmy there to try and trade, but Blood is so quick on the follow-up.
A nice rapid response heal there from Bald. To be able to stay alive, and another and a third! Racking them up, lining them up. Nothing to do, but finally put back in his place. Nabil gets the answer they were looking for, but it's quickly shut down by Kenobi. And the first round goes on the board. Poland are here.
They put themselves on the board. More importantly, John, they also don't have to use any significant abilities. We don't see the use of the orbital strike. We realize that actually it's a relatively aim-heavy round from the Polish side. The silver lining for the Canadians is that they too didn't have to force out too much. They still have that resurrection in their back pocket. Going into now the full buy from either side. What initially was a bonus in our third couldn't have really been converted because of the damage done in the second. That butterfly effect now comes through, and you look to the Canadian side. What would have been a buy now is instead a mixed smash of stingers, frenzy says the old classic, but it's not much to work with. Tour de force comes out from Jiwa for Bold now. The same angle that garnered their chamber so much success in the third. Once again attempted for the fourth here as Canada launched their assault.
The wall to try and slow things down. It will do pretty good there as well. Dropping that slow orb, but it's not going to be traded. Duet still has to move back for the rendezvous. And the Tour de force still in action. 2 picks on the approach, but with Bull going down, it's a little bit more difficult. They don't have that anchor point. They're going to have to play full force. Shimmy goes back for the res. It'll even the numbers.
Interesting that they're using the resurrection and what is a fairly low investment into this round. Afterplant now, 4v4. It's do or die for Poland. And Vajiwa, he doesn't have much HP at all.
Hang on a minute. That wasn't even him. Duet didn't even get the elimination there. Kenobi was able to get that spray down. And this is a solid retake on the round. They invested to look.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
They invested that resurrect to try and look for the power in the post plant. But
if we were going to look at how that round was being played out, Kane was playing in the underpass there, so he could have used his aftershock to buy more time once that spike had been tapped. He also had a fault line which had just come off cooldown, so the Breach was playing for the afterplant there. If the Sage was able to stay alive, there could have been a very good presence from Canada to potentially find a way to force just that spike to go down and go off. From the sounds of it, though, Poland would have had to have dropped the ball fairly significantly for that to have happened, which I will admit I do have my reservations about.
I imagine we're going to get this one sorted after a quick tech pause. Going back into this, it's still very, very close, though, right at the start.
Absolutely.
It's nice to see this back and forth.
It's terrific to see this back and forth. Bearing in mind as well, when we saw that initial game of Fracture, Canada got off to a really early start. They went sort of 4-5-0 up. Then for the Polish team, they were playing catch-up for the rest of that match. However, now we're already going blow for blow from the get-go. Remember how close that first game was? I'm going to call it now, John. Early days, but I'm seeing it overtime.
I mean, in that game as well, Bull did bottom frag on that
Exactly.
fade, and changing that over to the Sage, having a little bit more power.
And he's proven it already, hasn't he? Already had a very, very strong performance. And I also want to talk on topic of Sages was the resurrection that we saw in that round. I will admit, I don't know if that was the right call from Shimmy there to commit to bringing another player up, especially when once that player does get revived, you're already outside of the site, so trying to get set up in a retake is going to be difficult. And he doesn't have the weaponry to set up for that retake because he died either with a Frenzy or a Stinger, neither of which are good weapons when you're having to fight full rifles in an afterplant scenario.
I'm hearing game sounds.
I'm also hearing game sounds.
That's a good sign.
That fills me with vigor.
Fills with confidence. This is probably, in my mind, the closest map of this series. Potentially...
I think Icebox might be very close as well. I see this. I see this being a 3-map series with Icebox being extremely close. I think this may be one of the closer maps we have at the tournament.
So you think it's going to be the closest series?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there is some serious personality from both teams here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how it evolves and how, bear in mind, Poland, a team that have practiced a lot. Canada, a team which is very experienced. You're not going to have the signs which showed on some of the younger teams where there are motions that are dictating how they played. And so with that, I want to see how these teams are going to wield this confidence that they may acquire throughout the duration of this series.
I mean, confidence certainly for Poland, a 13-5, 13-6 record on their games yesterday to be able to beat out Peru to move into this semi-final stage. Those are dominant scorelines.
And Peru topped their group. Peru played extremely well throughout this tournament. So for Poland, they've got to look at that and they've got to have a beaming smile on their faces. And sort of another thing that goes in Poland's favour here is you need to remember the support staff, which is currently the owners of VALORANT East United, there as their coach. And of course, for the Eastern Europeans, that is one of the longest running tournaments there is in VALORANT, from sort of grassroots up to where competitive teams are signing up and playing at a pro level. It's a really, really nice player to have on hand, especially when it comes to being able to keep your players calm, keep them under control, and more importantly, when it comes to going up, making sure you don't get overconfident.
That's kind of some of the issues that we've been seeing from a few of the teams over the course of this tournament, right? I think
US
most notably,
springs to mind.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I was just about to bring that up. It felt like the US yesterday, they were sometimes lacking that little bit of power in the discipline factor in terms of chasing it through. So hopefully that sort of structure, first of all, hopefully the US can address it. I know they've got a pretty decent structure behind them as well. They've got a lot of old guard involved in their run, but Poland, they've got it as well. Hang on a minute, 3-1 to Poland.
Canada won that! With Stingers, with Sheriffs, they won it! Poland are able to revive, but Rolling Thunder committed, and it's aggression from Nabil straight away.
Straight on through Canada. You're right, I'm not entirely sure how that one worked out for them, but either way, 3-1 to Canada. Jazz tries to equalize. 3 players now on either side. Paint Shell over the top. Whiter locks that position down, eliminates the threat there, and moves the rest of the team on through. Playing up in that tower now on the B site. Whiter challenge up. Will spot the peak, but will not win the challenge. Shorty in action. Chewy pairing it up with the operator. And the headhunter can't quite decide the weapon he wants. Rendezvous active, there's the wall.
Oh, it's
too short, that's favourable. There's an angle peak there.
There is, and this could potentially be abused very quickly by Shimmy here.
Checking. Headshot. Box not quite being found, but it will be on the second time around. With the Phantom around the side. Looks for the headhunter. Pops 2. Has 5 more. But he faces into 2. And it's another round on the board for Canada. 4-1.
A great opening from Nabil and Kane there. Nabil's get that first kill. Realise that from the utility shown and the aggression that was pushed towards Arcade there, he knows there's going to be more players coming up. So Rolling Thunder gets committed. Nabil uses that confidence to go catch out the stage as well. Eventually he's traded, but at that point, Witter, he's able to go up through main, get into a position to cut off the rotations, and it works beautifully. Really, really strong execution and some brilliant split-second decision-making from Canada there. For Poland, it's down to pistols. And when you look at the ults as well, with just about to get a showstopper, there is that threat with Nabil already having his acquired. There's the tour de force available for Witter. Mari one away from his orbital strike. Unfortunately, abilities don't matter when you have bullets on your side. Mari, good for the opening.
Playing against these pistols, they're just looking for sneaky headshots. But they will be denied the opportunity. The breach in the brim, providing a really nice baseline for them. Canada move through. The headhunter finally landing on the mark. Nabil falls first on this aggression, but there's 2 players to deal with. The rendezvous back to connector, but they're allowed across either way. The spike will get planted.
I think for Canada now, it's just a matter of making sure you keep players alive in maps like these where you're constantly going blow for blow. Even in the rounds you're winning, if you're losing 4 players, you need to keep that economy as stable as humanly possible because you will be reinvesting throughout the course of this map. Shimmy, realizing this, doesn't even risk the repeat onto Bold there. Instead, just garners for info mainly.
Shimmy is almost up to another resurrect here. As Witter shuts one down yet again. Just the 1 player with the headhunter left, and the right click to do it for Shimmy. A bit of disrespect there.
Yeah, a little bit. We're seeing some body shooting. I like this, John. I really like this. Got a game in our hands. And for Canada, this is the start they were praying for, really. I mean, this is almost reminiscent of how they started Fracture the first time, which was off to an early start, and then once Poland find their footing, use those first couple of rounds to be what keeps you in the lead, or just keeps you a couple of inches ahead throughout the course of your second half. Huge ults baggage now for both teams.
Shimmy is back to another resurrect. He's
Absolutely.
12 kills right now.
Perfect start
for him. It is insane. He says to Bold, you top frag on Sage? No, I top frag on Sage.
Exactly.
This is how you do it.
Exactly, and interestingly enough, this is a map where Kane has been a little bit quieter, but where Kane has slowed down. Shimmy's just got better and better. Jas there with the opening though, and they know that Canada like emphasizing this presence over towards Arcade. So Poland, after getting that initial kill, look, 3 players instantly turn their heads on a swivel straight back to that Arcade position, awaiting either a secondary push or an attempt to trade from the members of Canada.
They've played slow and fast strats of Canada so far, but 5-1. We thought it was going to be 2-2 when we came back into things, but...
Absolutely. What you need to keep in mind as well, with that Orbital Strike and Showstopper, we've seen scenarios where the Orbital Strike has zoned players into the Showstopper. We've seen some masterful combos here, one that may be activated any second now.
Really nice angle discipline there from Jas. There's the Orbital Strike, catches in the corner, the paint pack will blast him to inevitable demise, and 2 more to follow it up. It's traded off though by a swift double from AJ. He will climb on up into the tower. The spike not indentured yet. He lost down. Chewy looks to stop that res, but it will be allowed to go through. AJ's wanting more here. 1 bullet left in the chamber. Oh dear. Doesn't quite manage to land that one, as there's threats from both sides. 13 seconds on the clock. They need to force this plant out now. There's the Orbital Strike. They still have it in the back pocket. He's lighting them up. It's an ace. It's not even an ace. There was the rest coming through, but it's 5 on the round nonetheless.
5 of 6 is something they're going to be very happy with, that's for sure. And great usage of that Orbital Strike as well, realizing that actually, with only 14 seconds left, they've got to fight him. Knowing that they're low HP as well, he knows he got a burst off on both that raise and the player getting resurrected. There goes that Orbital Strike, forces him into his crosshair. Beautiful little spray transfer and a masterful way to find not just your second round, but your footing on your defensive fracture. You see how hyped these Polish players are getting, and for good reason. This is a hell of a game. An ult advantage with those on Poland. Still a resurrection up on Canada. Tour de Force comes out over on Witter and offers some aggression, actually peeking over to Arcade. Canada is actually going quiet, maybe even baiting the aggression out here.
Flash around the corner, opens up, a nice swing from Shimmy. The wall to block aggression, but it's immediately broken on the close side. Working on tenderizing the rest of it as well. Bull holds the angle, but has to pull back. Slow warp to try and get an angle. We'll be able to line 2 of them up. The third's a little bit too much to ask, but certainly got his 2.
Shimmy hit down very low on HP. Luckily, he's going to be able to heal himself up. And something to mention as well, off the back of this, Canada, they've got control of this B site. Poland, they're expecting the double fake. Huge stack over to A, and unfortunately the misread is going to mean another retake has to come through. With only a judge in the hands of Kenobi as well, this isn't the weaponry you want. In fact, may not be the server you want either.
That's fair, but they do have the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Showstopper as well.
Absolutely.
So that retake potentially going to be going through. I believe that is another tech pause coming on through. I think the players are still playing though, so hopefully we'll come back in.
We can see from their reactions any second now who won that round. Because with a Rolling Thunder, you have the ability to get straight into that retake.
Oh,
and I think we're back into it. It's Jas alone in the 1v3. Good for the first.
It's just Jas now. Okay, has the Showstopper, but shut out. Canada should be able to pin that one down on the attack. Put the 7th up on the board. 7-2 on their attacking side.
Absolutely perfect stuff right now. And for Canada, they're looking so damn strong right now. I love how Nabil has the confidence to keep fighting Jas there, knowing that because his save just caught out in the open, he could very easily get pre-fired. So he keeps the attention there, and better still, he's able to get that kill. Great stuff thus far. And when you sort of look over to Jas, I want to see him pop off like we've known him to be able to do. It's been a fairly quiet start from him. Over on Canada, I mean, it's being overshone by Shimmy, who right now is 14-4, on the way to his 3rd ult in what may be just 9 rounds.
What an incredible record to set as well for Shimmy.
Absolutely.
Really, really good stuff.
Absolutely.
Right at the top there. They did keep a hold of the Rolling Thunder, the Showstopper, the ultimates that they had available on the Polish side on the defense.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be able to invest those wisely. I believe they're coming into a more solid round here.
Absolutely, and something to mention as well is these, on your defensive fracture, your Rolling Thunder becomes a bit of an aggressive weapon to wield, actually. We see that Rolling Thunders can be used to take early map control away from your opponents, and it stops your attackers from being able to set up these splits onto sites. It's a really, really versatile ultimate to have on Fracture. And this is when in unison with the Tour de Force as well, you've got that long-range presence. And with a raise, as we've seen Canada do so well when fighting for Arcade, is once you hit that Rolling Thunder, you can just send your raise in with the blast packs to go and clean up without even needing the showstopper to follow it up.
And having that in a post plant as well, really valuable.
Absolutely.
Being able to just control, playing up in the towers, for instance, with that showstopper, very, very difficult. Comparable almost to the orbital strike.
Absolutely. And I think the orbital strikes actually have been pretty solid from both teams at the moment. For Ayamerto, he's had a great, I mean, we saw that use where he's able to get the ace, well, pseudo-ace, in that first round. We saw that second one trying to delay the push through Arcade, and while it didn't garner any kills, it did stop the push. At least it delayed it long enough for players to be able to set up on the site. They still lost the round, but the orbital strike did its job.
Did exactly what it needed to do, had the impact desired. And the Brimstone really only being picked up on this fracture as well for both teams. So it's good to see that they are so solid in their utilization.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Of course, big swig of Red Bull there. I respect a man who likes Red Bull.
That's right. There you go. You're certainly going to be fueling up for the rest of this match. It's really needed as well for the Polish team right now. This is not the record that they were looking for. When they played Fracture against Canada last time, it went to 6-2. So this is beyond that now, on Canada's attacking side. It went to 6-2 before they were able to get a 3-round recovery streak coming through. So they do need to put in basically the rest of this half to kind of have a chance in this.
What you need to remember as well, John, is that this is Canada's map pick. They wanted to be on Fracture. They are on their home ground. Our next map of Haven, picked by Poland. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have planned for us on that map. Bearing in mind that Haven is a map we've not seen them play all tournament.
Now the Red Bull Campus Clutch has been Havenless for them.
Yeah.
They will have to show us what they got this time around. Maybe it's a little bit of a back pocket pick. Sometimes there's a lot of talk around, you know, saving strats, saving things like agent picks coming on, saving map picks potentially for these best of 3 scenarios where they don't show their hand too early might be coming into effect for Poland.
You're right, and I think that for Poland, this is where they need to stay as resilient as possible. They need to find a way to keep not just their confidence, but they need to find a way to make sure they continue aggressing. Because the second they give Canada respect, the second they let the Canadians set up these executions, that's where Shimmy, that's where Navel are able to get their impact when their opponents are scared of them.
Look at the focus there coming through.
Laser focus, isn't it?
Dishing out the comms as we are going to head back into the game. 6-2. Canada for Poland. So this is the scoreline that they saw before. I thought it was 7-2. 6-2. We are going back into it on round number 9.
Canada are doing such a good job at mitigating the impact Poland's been able to have with these pistol rounds. We see them once again stacked together as like a marauding unit. They're not overextending, they're being really actually quite passive for the start of this round. Just while they try and figure out where Poland have either stacked or aggressed, because you've got to do one of the two when you have these pistols. It has been the stack. Poland, they've rolled the dice. A lot of arcade controllers come out, so might as well stack that B site. Unfortunately, the dice roll is not in their favour. Spike will go down for Canada. This is the telltale sign for the 7th round.
Ball out early. The stack loses on the coin toss. Retake potentially looking for a couple of exit frags. They are just all going to barrel down the mid connector between the sites and look for a full face. We'll leave the chamber out of the mix, so Witter not really going to have an impact here. It is pure exit frags right now that they're looking for.
And I think for the Polish side as well, there's a world where they actually just fling themselves into the explosion from the spike, just so they're able to get that extra ult orb. They've not invested too heavily into this round, they've not used any utility, and so it is just a matter of going into the 10th, keeping your composure, keeping your confidence, and making sure that the Canadians don't get any extra cash or ult points for killing them. Luckily, that's the case. 7-2 the scoreline for Poland. If they want to make that comeback, it needs to start happening around nowish. They're running out of time, they're running out of space before the map becomes too far gone.
If it gets to a 10-2 scoreline, that is a massive, massive disaster, right? They need the rest of these 3 rounds. They have this half in order to push into the next half with confidence on their attacking side.
On the topic of confidence, the silver lining for Poland is they go into this next round with an ult advantage, with that Rolling Thunder, and with that Resurrection on what is the showstopper only available for both teams here. For Canada, set up for dish controller position, which Poland have been contesting throughout this map. This time, though, it's one very lonely Brim with a very lonely Stimmy against 3 opponents with the spike ready to assault his position. He does have the bait and switch available with Jas here. But Jas needs to find a way to get away after this first kill.
Maybe not. Looks for a second trade. Will be able to land the headshot beautifully. And now around the side, AJ can look to try and push on through. He will hear those footsteps leading away. He'll know there's another player, but they won't be aware of it. And that's excellent spike control that will get gained now on this defense. What a setup from Poland.
And for Wolf, he knows that the remaining 2 players have got to be towards their main.
Oh dear, though. Whiter finds the timing around the edge. Shot through from Dewey. Will land, but it's traded off with a swift snap from Kane. 1 versus 1 now. Breach on Brim. Fault line still available. We'll be able to isolate those angles, push it back. The Molotov invested already. Won't be able to slow things down, but this advantage they gained so early
30
for
seconds
getting
left.
control of the spike is being so powerful here. The challenge comes through. And another round on the card for Poland.
You see the confidence on the Polish side. And I quite like that. For me, it shows that they're not getting to it. They're not letting the scoreline get to them. And what was actually a beautiful setup for the Polish side, Canada made very expensive. In sort of any other scenario, that should have been a clean round for Poland. Both Witter and, of course, Kane at the end there did such a good job at getting that impact and doing that damage to make sure that Poland still have to reinvest, even in the rounds they're winning. And we're seeing the butterfly effect of that now, with the Bulldog coming out on Bolt. In fact, 4 of the players without even head armor now. These Phantoms are going to become even scarier. Rolling Thunder now available for Kane as well. This is a really strong position to end your half in. It's aggression from Poland, but it's counteracted instantly by Witter.
The orbital strike wasn't online for AJ Merito. So taking that away. Hang on a minute. They are just going to bring it back. I think they dropped the res. Kenobi wants to challenge it. There's the Rolling Thunder from Canada to try and open up. Showstopper sent back on in. That's the conversation you want to have. And that's the way you want it to end.
That wasn't a showstopper, that was an extra set, the distance that travelled. However, for Canada, they have made the right call, realising that with a showstopper and Resurrection committed, Poland probably have very good interest to keep hold of that B site. It has been a stack. They set their gaze over to this A site, meaning that for Poland is going to be a 5-on-4 retake here. With the Rolling Thunder available, that does mean that there's always the possibility of getting back onto this site. It's that orbital strike on Mari, though, that they need to isolate as quick as possible.
So powerful. With that Molotov still available as well. Shimmy, top fragging in the lobby right now. In comes the Rolling Thunder. This is the retake initiation they're looking for, but Bull goes down early. Traded off by Jas onto Witter. Kane also not really finding value from the 4 position. Jas opens up for a 3rd. Orbital strike invested now, but Jas has already torn through the site. But it's a massive pop-off coming through for the Canadian side to keep the spike there.
I love that. As you were mentioning, that orbital strike, it gets used quite early, actually, knowing that Jas is just going to make the dive with those blast packs across to tap that defuse. And so once he gets that first kill, he knows the spike is clear, knows the remaining 2 players have to be coming from a main, and with that, he just isolates each 1v1 beautifully. There's actually a bit of a miscom that happened on the Polish side there at the start of that retake, where the Brim smoked the trademark from the chamber, but they shot it anyway. So they knew already that a flank was coming. They knew already it had to be from at least 2 players because they'd have heard the smoke drop. And that was how they were able to set up, potentially to be in a position to either delay or stop that retake, that Rolling Thunder that was used fairly early on.
Back and forth again. A force at the end of the half. And the res thrown into the mix for Canada, but that's a beautiful paint shell to bring it right back down to even Stevens.
Absolutely, and you're forcing out an ult as well. Now with 3 rounds for Poland, for me, 9-3 is the furthest 2 teams can be apart, with the game still being winnable. And bearing in mind, Poland, the buy isn't there. They don't have much cash to work with. Stingers, Spectres, even a Sheriff over on Jiwa, who is 1 away from a tour de force. So a first kill with his Headhunter would be perfect here.
Yeah, if he's able to pull it quick out that orb. But in they go. Showstopper to breach the site. No one in vision, though. Only playing on the main. There's one. It's about to time out. Jas Sitting tight, unleashed, a lot of damage, but not going to find that pick that they were looking for. 4 versus 4 now for the retake. Baron on the ults on both sides, but Jure close to that tour de force. Witter 2 away as well. Jure position potentially a little bit unknown. Witter definitely knows about that one. And there's 2 coming through from Poland, but it's answered almost immediately. The push out onto the site, and a third for Nebel to close down the round. Excellent hold.
No, but that was perfect. Bear in mind his position was already suspected from the chamber. From that to the rest of the team, they try to isolate him, but they just can't do it. He takes 1 duel at a time and lands all of them with lethal precision. 9-3 the scoreline. Now remember, Fracture is a map which topographically slightly favors your attackers, but is it 9-3 favorment? I don't know. Bear in mind, in the last time we saw these teams clash, Poland had a much closer first half.
But with that change up of composition, with that Sage coming through, they do have that wall. We've seen it be pivotal on pushes. We've seen it being used both on A and B main, coming straight on through.
If Shimmy is anything to go by, Sages can have huge impacts on this map. It really falls down to Bull now. Can he do the same? Can he find the success that Shimmy's been able to do on what has been a really bit of a jubilee map for him?
Both teams setting in for the second half. You were talking about how it changes for that attacking side. Last time these 2 teams faced, it was 5 rounds picked up on the attack for Poland. They need a little bit more than that here, though, if they want to stretch this out to an early lead against the Canadian squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And with such experience on both teams as well, I think that both of them know that this isn't a sprint, this is a marathon. This is a series which is going to go the distance. Maybe not the 3 maps, but it's certainly not going to be easy regardless, even if it is 2 maps. For Poland, it's just a matter of keeping your confidence, saving your energy, trying to get to Icebox, better still being able to have Haven be one-sided so they can recover any psyche that could have been lost in this opening map, assuming Canada are going to be able to take it in a one-sided fashion.
There's one thing that Poland do not lack. I think it's the psyche. They are absolutely in this. They are pumped right now.
They're pumped, passionate, and ready to pummel Canada if they're not careful. And I think, as we saw in that first half, the second Canada stepped back. The second Canada gave Poland an inch. They were so swift to convert it and to punish any misstep that occurred.
Canada want to keep it cool, though. They don't want to see that icebox. They would rather just keep it as a swift 2-0 if they can claim this map here.
You need to remember, Canada, they're used to the pressure. They had to get here through the LCQ. They had to slog and fight for their position in this tournament. And I think that the fact they got through on the last chance to then get to the semi-finals, I mean, that's a hero's tale if ever you've heard it.
And not only that, beating out their countrymen, right?
Exactly.
Not so big Peter, as it turns out.
Absolutely. Who actually
in this tournament to be able to get to this stage.
And further still, Team Rad, the Egyptians they beat to get here, was a team that knocked out the Canadian team in the last campus clutch. So they not only got their vengeance against Egypt, they're now looking to continue their domination against Poland. This is turning into a really, really strong side.
And they might even be looking forward to that USA-Macedonia matchup later as well to try and see who they're going to be favouring.
It's going to be a hell of a match.
It is really going to be exciting, so make sure that you guys are sticking around for the rest of the Red Bull Campus clutch. Canada versus Poland, though, on this first map, a dominant half to start things off for Canada.
Absolutely.
Now it's Poland's turn on the attack,
Absolutely.
as we are going to be heading back into the game. 9-3, Canada with a lead. Red and white flags, very popular here in the semi-finals.
Absolutely. Canada, they get ready now for a defense which, let's be honest, hinges on this pistol round. They get that, and they're in such a good position to try and close out the map. For Poland, almost must win here. Hit by the fault line, unable to punish potentially the aggression of Witter, who instead holds the side of this smoke. A Sands wrap now on the cards.
Going to open the door instead. Block off from the drop. Kane forced away off the angle, has to fade away into the smoke. Just peeks the wrong side, but Witter pulls it back into control. Kane with the right clicks as well. Drops, swaps, the classic. But Bold is on the ball, and the spike goes on in. Frenzy doesn't quite get the job done, but Shimmy's there for the 1-2 punch. Pushes through with the rest of the squad. Witter from the back, still active, doing so much. And that is a retake from Canada and a half. You were talking, it was so important for Poland to pick that up, but they just couldn't.
That is some potent lethality by Canada there. Every single player just into that retake is so swift to find their picks, so swift to get into position, and then when it comes to retake utility, they didn't need much. The paint shells forced the breach out of position, and then everyone else just took the Angels and won them. Beautiful stuff, and I'm really impressed actually by at least from Witter to be able to, in a main, actually not only get a kill, but to buy so much time and space for the players who are going for the flank. It means that for Canada, they get into that retake so quickly, Poland aren't really able to set up here. And actually, you see the pressure now starting to build as Poland, they've got to go for their force buy.
They really do. Double digits when you're on 3 is not a sight you want to see. Jazz pushes up close. Here's Shimmy jump. We'll know there's a player there. Spots the barrel as well. They look for the headshot for Shimmy. Fades it away, gets the heal off as well. Can slow things down, and Kane lights them up with the Spectre.
It's absolutely criminal that Shimmy gets away with that. His position telegraphed for the rest of the team. 2 players holding him. He still gets the kill and still gets out. And he's still fighting John.
Nabil. Stinger tries to lay down the law. They're worried about this off angle. They know they've given up control of tower, and this is discipline from Canada in a 10-3 lead.
It has allowed Poland to retrieve the spike, but I think the justification for Canada now is what can Poland do with it? It's 2 players who they know they've tagged, and they know at least were initially set up towards the outside of that A main.
Kane is 2 points off now. Make that 1 from the Rolling Thunder with a 4K on the round.
Perfect.
Really, really solid. Really good for retakes should it be needed.
That's terrifying to Poland, bearing in mind that you already have to deal with Shimmy. The fact that Kane is also now showing up has got to really, really weigh on your mentality. And, well, having used your force by that round as well, you're dropping down the pistols, you're handing what I believe is going to be a 12th now for Canada. Map points. I don't think any of us were expecting this game to end this swiftly, but Canada proved to be masters of their craft.
That's a good spot.
Especially with the turnaround that Poland had on Fracture, winning a 13-3 against Portugal.
Yep, absolutely.
To be able to come back into this matchup, having lost it previously 13-10, it's not what you want, but that is a good start. You take Shimmy out of the mix. He's been such a terror for them. Witter next to face with a Bulldog. Traded off. Nicely found. This is really good impact for an eco round. The Bulldog sent over to Kenobi, who will be looking for that plant. Aftershock to try and slow that down. It will get pushed in. Doesn't even tag. Oh, does tag once there. 40 HP left for Kenobi on the Bulldog.
Murray now at point blank almost is hunting for an opening here. Kenobi 1 away from a Rolling Thunder as well. Means that this could very well be the first attacking round for Poland.
Plays close. Kenobi on the Bulldog has the impact, but only the 1. And it is going to be found 2 for 2 on the trades. 2 players still alive for both teams, and this is still doable for the post plant. We'll be able to find 1, and what a way to come back on the pistols for Poland.
I'll beware of the Polish post plants. It seems a great round from them, and really, really strong stuff in both Jazz getting that entry, and then when they take that fight in tower, it's a slight gap in the attack. The breach not quite landing the fault line. It lands a bit short of the raise, but they're able to recover it by taking that second swing so quickly that there isn't a chance for the raise to reposition and potentially even set up for that second kill. Great stuff thus far, and for Poland now, they're going to look to try and continue that momentum with all 5 players stacked up towards Arcade, ready once again to bully the B site.
Flash around, going fast this time. Poland will be moving through Witter's sightlines though on that operator. Both Rolling Thunders active. Smokes dropped in. Playing on the underpass, leaving the chamber at the back. Duo will be covering that flank, waiting for the push from Radar that will not come.
You see the aggression actually, Canada, they realise that Poland have been a little bit too quiet. They set their gaze over to a main full push. The second Poland hear this, they know they've got to commit to this B site, knowing that Canada are position players, not just in a position to outflank them, but now players who can go for a rotation to bolster this B site defense. Rolling Thunder comes out, here comes the execution, doesn't hit anyone, but it garners a lot of space.
What a lovely pick from Witter to kick things off as well. On to Kenobi. The push to try and get the answer. Doesn't find the mark. What a flick from Witter up the top there. dispatches Bald. The spike is down though. 3 players on the post plant. Rolling Thunder for the retake, but they'll lighten them up with the bullets instead. 2 fall, and just Veto, who has a little bit of an answer, but not going to be able to solve the conundrum there. How do you hold against that?
Absolutely, and I tell you what, the follow-up Rolling Thunder there from Kane, perfect. Flings 2 players into the air, instantly gets those trades, and for Ayamarito, you've only got a Spectre against 5 players. What could you be expected to achieve in a scenario like that? For Canada, this has been... It's not like Poland are playing bad either. This is Canada playing out of their minds. And thus far, we are really seeing the confidence from them now.
Going straight on into the next round as well. Canada looking like they might have humbled Poland a little bit here.
Absolutely.
4 rounds. You do not want to start off against a 13-4.
Absolutely. I look at the buy here, with Witter being able to hold on to that operator. He's got the tour de force in his back pocket. That ever-looming presence of a sniper is, for now, going to be mitigated by Jiwa. But how long can Poland hold on to this man advantage? It's instantly traded. The rest of Poland, Stingers now in the mix as they get ready to hit this A site. But it looks like both Nabil and, of course, his team are ready.
Kane will peek out for 2. Kenobi gets the answer, the response, but Nabil's still there. And they do not deal with him. Bald does trade, but 2 players to fight against. No res available either. Forced to go for this plant. The wall solidifies. There's a peek around the right. The slow orb's there. It will be down on the spike. Do they think he's back sight? A nice little sidestep to the left from Bald. Means that they probably think he's still playing at the back. That Molotov, looking to try and clear it out. You can see they're both holding that angle. Now they're going to rethink that.
It's all down to timing here. Remember, Bold is about to get a resurrection as well. No one in position to use it, although
7 HP around the corner for Bald. Gets the heal off as well. The res is now available, but Shimmy forced to fall away. With the smoke, he can get back into main, and now Shimmy has it all to play for. A really difficult diffuse as well. The angle is not there. Shimmy looks to stick it, but what a clutch from Bald.
Absolutely
Poland,
perfect.
They did not want that 13-4. You know what? They're not going to get it.
They didn't, and for Canada, what may have, in their minds, been the final full stop at the end of a statement.
To stick it, but what a clutch from Bald.
It's just
Poland,
perfect.
They did not want that 13-4. They're not going to get it. Poland, with that response that they needed, on map point as well. You do need to hold on here, but it needs to be flawless from here on out.
On the topic of holding on, Poland, they're about to have a huge power spike with the orbital strike, the showstopper. Jiwa 2 away from his tour de force. They're about to get the power spike of ults to help them. Over on Canada, you have the tour de force already brought out. Mari's one from his orbital strike, but the weapon are really what you've got to keep an eye on here. With very little cash on either side, every kill here is going to have a monumental effect in the following rounds afterwards.
The early stages of the half notoriously volatile. Canada want that stability, but Poland
orbital strike.
Want to seed it.
Canada, really strong retake position here. And Poland actually, they back off. They realise they've given a bit of noise in retrieving that ult orb, and now they want Canada to, they want the paranoia to set in. They want the ever-looming threat of losing a player, similar to how Jiwa was able to get that opening last round, to be in the back of Canada's minds.
They fall off, but they re-aggress onto the position. The smoke to cover the drop. Kane still with a very powerful angle against this push, and they are really set up to receive this.
Absolutely right, and instead, rather than backing off, instead
30 seconds left.
Their attack. Huge hit for this A site now, and there's no hesitation, there's no subtlety with this one, John.
Orbital strike to try and isolate Connector, but a 1-for-1 will get res on through. Kane able to operate from the back, but it's going Poland's way. Through it all, that aggression is turning into gold dust for them. A lovely little pickup from Winter, though. The spike does get planted, finds a second. Is he playing with the same screens as me? What is going on? I never expect to be able to do something like that. Not in my life.
Blood doesn't have too much HP on him either. This is really threatening now, and we were just mentioning the impact that economic damage can have.
Teleport's ready.
Poland need every player to survive here.
Witter turns the corner, but the 5 HP not enough to see them through. Poland picking up their feet, marching on.
They hold on for the time being, and I don't want to say the words yet, but I tell you what, they seem to have found a bit of a rhythm to them now. for Canada, how do they disrupt that? And when we talk about sort of disrupting setups, you need to look to the buy. How do Canada look to invest into this round? Are we going to see shotguns potentially for close ranges? We're going to see sheriffs for that long-lasting damage? Or, in this case, are we going to see a mix-mash of weaponry, a bit of a garage buy to potentially keep that Polish side constantly guessing where these threats are going to come from? Poland taking a leaf out of Canada's book, or a leaf out their flag, you could say, as it's another very passive start, just to try and figure out if there will be aggression off the back of these pistols.
Took me a while, but I did get the joke and I liked it.
Thanks, John. I was up till about 3 a.m. thinking of that one.
It shows.
Oh, God, does it?
Poland setting up for another A-side position. This time around, the showstopper can lead the charge, but they just want to burst out with the rifles, with the wall. A default push. No one on site to slow it down for Canada. Not a lot of cash on side for Poland, so losing these rifles now wouldn't be too great. The orbital strike does slow it out, and the spike doesn't get planted. Bolt line from the drop, and in comes that crunch from Canada. They wanted to freeze him up, and that's a good way to start it. Landing the headshot onto Kenobi. Takes the breach out of things. Won't be able to hold that angle. The headhunter's good. There's the showstopper. Oh, Witter for 3. Oh, lights it up. And a hodgepodge of a buy. Canada. They take Fracture and get out to an early lead.
They do a great job at delaying that plant for so long there. First it's through destroying the wall, then it's through using the paint shells, then it's through the orbital strike. Every single time they're preventing that plant. If that spike had gone down, that was a Polish round. But they keep it active. They force out your showstopper as well, while simultaneously hitting them with the fault line, which means that showstopper is only a pseudo threat. They bring out a showstopper of their own, and it is a very real threat. Able to get that kill, followed up by Witter being able to wield that headhunter to masterful perfection, shutting down the remaining players. And I tell you what, even though Shimmy was what set off Canada's strength in that map, it was Witter who really showed up in those latter stages of that second half.
An absolute dowidzenia to the Polish squad there at the end. It was really quite special, I would say, on that headhunter.
You got dowidzenia in there. I'm proud of you.
I did, man. You know, I got to show off that I know two Polish phrases somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we struggle with English phrases, so that's pretty impressive. Right. Of course, that is only map 1 of what is a best-of-3 series. That was also Canada's map pick. They win their map on their home ground. But next up, we're going to be moving to the comfort pick of Poland, of Haven. How are you feeling about that one, John?
I mean, you say comfort pick of Poland. They haven't played it so far in this tournament.
That's why I think it is their comfort pick. They've been hiding it.
I think you might be right on that one. However, we have seen Canada play Haven twice. 13-1 and 13-9 is their record on it. Yep. 13-1 is pretty intimidating.
Absolutely. It's also a map which Kane is able to really flex his muscles on that breach. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to transfer any momentum from our first map onto our second.
Those big breach biceps looking to come in strong.
Absolutely.
For the Canadian squad, hopefully.
They're
Poland,
pretty
though,
intimidating.
hoping for the opposite, right? They just want to cut that one out.
Absolutely. And I mean, that being said, we did see some great rounds from Jawa. He did a significant job at getting those early picks, whether it be with headhunters, sheriffs, vandals. He really was the master of getting that opening frag. The issue I think Poland had quite a lot of the time was following it up after that first frag.
Well, fantastic showing from Canada to kick things off. We're going to head over to Valley, down on the stage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the analyst floor. It's your boy Valley with the one and only Jess. Jess, okay, let's talk about it. Team Canada's looking good. Poland was trying to make that comeback happen, but Shimmy was just way too strong for him.
This is something I said on the pre-desk. I was like, Canada's just kind of consistently really good. That's how they've gone under the radar for so long. They called themselves underdogs, but we were just like, you're showing up to work, you're doing a good job, and then you're leaving. You're not doing anything too flashy with it. That's what they did in that map. They showed up, they had the fundamentals of Fracture, they understood fundamentally how to operate around the map. The rotates were good, the baits were good, defaults were great, and their utility usage to get onto site and play the retakes were fantastic. At every turn, Poland was outplayed, and I think Poland was hoping that their mechanical skill would give them that little bit of extra edge, but with the utility usage from the side of Canada, it was almost impossible for them to be able to capitalize on that mechanical skill and get back into things.
Well, speaking of mechanical skill, they had to have some type of momentum, Jess, and the thing was, Team Canada, they led the way with a Chamber 4K on the pistol round, so they have to get the ball rolling way faster next time.
There was a little bit of a chamber diff. I don't think anyone would argue with me that there might have been a chamber diff there. And I think especially when you understand fundamentally how important the headhunter can be, how to wield it, how to utilize different angles to have the best maximized point of it. I think that's something that was used very well on the Canadian side. I think we have a chamber main on one side, another who we know likes to dip around different agents. So that's not something that is completely a strength there for GWA, but that's something that I think Canada knows is their strength. They got a good role solidification.
All right, so Jazz, heading into the next map. Like I said, one step away. Team Canada wins this. They go to the Grandfinals. Talk to me. What do we need to see from Team Poland?
I mean, look, I would like to say that they were uncomfortable on this map. I would like to say the Fracture is a map that you either are really good at or that you need a lot more practice on. Poland's done a lot of practice, but it is a big map pool, and maybe they put Fracture to the side and focused on other maps. So coming in, they've picked Haven. They've said this is going to be our playground. There are 3 sites to play with. There is more options. There's more ways to default. An opportunity for them to take, a couple of those angles at a closer range that I think Poland would prefer. They like to get scrappy with it. They like to get close. I don't think long range is very much their strength here. So getting off a Fracture, which has a couple of those long-range angles, really forcing the utility prowess, is probably going to go for their strengths.
I love to see it. So chamber diff, there's a shimmy diff, obviously. NA is looking okay so far, and out here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, taking a look at the final stats right now. MVP, you already know the deal.
You already know.
Shimmy, by the way, was 14-4 at about round 8. That was absolutely insane. If he can keep up that type of play, Team Canada, they'll run away with it.
The funny thing is we highlighted Nabil in the pre-show. Then I went in to highlight Kane, and I was like, I think he's the glue of the team. Now we get to highlight Shimmy. And the reason I want to highlight this guy is because if I can highlight 2 of the other players, we got one of the duelists, the one who's meant to be making the impact of frags. I can come in, I can talk about the breach player of Kane and whatnot. And then I can talk about the fact that, we have a Battle Sage. Can we call him the best Battle Sage on stage?
The best Battle Sage at this event.
Yeah, can we do that? Hands down.
You can do whatever you want to do, Miss Analyst of the Year, okay? You make your own rules. Talk to me.
He's the Battle Sage of Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. So far, that's what I'm loving. I think Shimmy's done an excellent job. A lot of people will say Battle Sages who come in, frag well, heal, maybe be a pocket heal here and there. I think he sectioned the map really well. I think his ability to get his team onto site and get the spike down was actually what allowed them to put themselves into post plans, where we saw on the graphic before, they're winning every single post plan. They locked Poland out time and time again, and I think that's a really important thing to point out. When you have a Sage player, if you're going to pick it on Fracture, it has to work, and he made it work twofold.
9 for 9 when it comes to post plans, by the way, but also, we've been talking about him all day long. Let's take a look at Shimmy's stats. The man is on fire right now.
That is incredible. He also had a 15% first blood rate.
50%?
15. So for a support player to be getting into the scruff like that is actually pretty good. Damage per round being 150, and for those of you who know, I mean, his KD obviously is indicating that the man's getting frags and he's doing it well. It's hard to be able to give you a stat about the utility, but if you watch the match, all of those post plans, almost all of them came off of his really smart and well-timed usage of the wall.
No, so the biggest thing is, Shimmy is having the most interactions out of his team in the first half of the game, and it's almost as if Team Canada are playing 6v5. The resurrections kept coming, and Team Poland, they couldn't deal with it at all. But I will say one thing, Jess. You were sitting out here in the crowd, front row. I saw you, right? The crowd is loving Poland right now.
I think there is a lot of fans out there that are going, we want Poland to win, because especially, we call them the bad boys. We're on the desk, we're calling them the bad boys. They love their trash talk. But I think there's a little bit of a soft spot for Poland because of how much prac they put into this tournament. You kind of want that to be rewarded. And so far, it's looking like it's coming up a little bit of a flop so far.
I kind of love the fact that there's a little NA versus EU rivalry still here. I gotta love it. But we're heading over to Haven next, and this is where I feel like, Canada's chamber, he's still going to pop off. This is his thing.
Okay. You say Haven, you say chamber. There might be a little bit of a diff. I'm hoping there's actually a diff in agent picks for Poland where they go into more comfortable areas of those agents as well. There are a lot of players on the side of the Polish side that will play different agents. There's a couple of them that, just rock in different supportive styles. But on the front line, we need the guys like GWA to be taking those sort of comfort picks and being able to get that control around the map. Haven has so many power positions. You need to hold on to that. You've got to hold on to that.
One of the biggest highlights to me in the entirety of that match, I actually thought Team Poland was going to come back, right? I love the play from Brimstone, the way he was redirecting players to walk into his ace with his orbital strike. those are the type of plays I want to see way more often to give Poland a push, basically.
I love the fact that also Canada was able to use their ultis to siphon people maybe into paint shells and whatnot. I love that they were just like traversing the map. Fracture's already difficult enough as it is. To section it again and then section it again for the plant, that's a very difficult thing to do. That's very high-level gameplay. And the fact that we're standing here at a student event and they're doing things that you would see pros in Tier 1 do, that's very, very good.
Just great analysis so far, but you know what time it is, right? It's time to jump into map 2, baby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get map 2 underway.
We are going into Haven here. Poland been keeping this one up their sleeve, but they will be picking it out against Canada now.
I'm actually surprised with seeing Haven as our second map instead of Icebox. I think that, bear in mind, they've played Icebox 5 times over the course of this tournament. It's quite clearly, you know, the map they go to if they need to get stuff done. And so I'm interested as to what the thought process was, and better still, what they actually have planned on Haven. Bear in mind that they've kept it quiet all tournament.
I'm interested in these agents. What's going to be picked up here? Is there going to be a chamber to be part of that chamber diff?
Ooh.
Or are we going to see that KJ in action?
We're going to see Jiwa. He's going to be on the first sort of jet he's played for a very long time. He usually plays Jet over on Ascent as well, but that hasn't been seen since the group stage. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to do on this. Of course, we have Jas running the Killjoy as well, something he also plays on Ascent. And we're once again seeing the Sova come out on Amorito, something which has been a bit of a soft spot for him as well. Jas sort of highlighting the right points about how for this agent selection, it's a chance for the Polish side to fall back on their comfort picks.
That breach being put into the fold as well for Poland.
Absolutely.
I mean, necessary for Haven. You really do just need to have it on side. And they will be enacting that. It's interesting, though. We've seen those couple of differences. Not picking up that chamber. They just don't want to bring it into the fold. As Jess was talking about down there with Veli, they don't really have that solid one-trick chamber that is available for Canada.
Absolutely. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how this pans out. Frankly, for the members of Poland, bearing in mind this is their shot at redemption, not just in the last map, but in the last series they played against Canada as well. This is their final chance. They are up against it. It's do or die, and it's make or break for Team Poland.
Canada with a chance to knock them out right here and now and put the first half of an NA Finals on the cards. Poland will be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening. As we go into round number 1, aggression may be set up here. Out into the mid, as Poland rush straight on through, right up towards the B site. They want these plants early. Moving on in, the recon bolt will be taken down, but up the top, Dewey able to rain down the frenzy as Cade takes the heat and burns it up. Into the post plant now. Control over the bottom of mid, and Canada may be blitzed out of it.
When you look at how this upplant's going to be played, there's one swarm grenade, there's 2 shock darts, there's even an aftershock available. So much utility to work with. Canada, they need these kills, they need them fast.
We'll be able to find 1 and 2 on the push. A drop down poorly timed to find what they were looking for, but they're trading back and forth. All they need is the player as the anchor at the bottom, and Bold will be just that. Finds 1 and 2. Poland pick up the point.
So I'm a little surprised as to how Poland played that. Bear in mind they had so much afterplant utility. No one got into a position to actually use the afterplant utility. Instead, they were taking the aim duels left, right, and centre. Canada, almost for a moment, looked like that was their retake to win, but no, Poland, they put themselves on the board, off to a fairly strong start, off to a swift start. And I quite like how we're seeing some fast rounds as a chance for them to regain any momentum they'd have lost over on Fracture. If they can keep this up, they're in a great position, and actually for Canada, we may be seeing something a little bit unorthodox. 2 Stingers come out now for a second round bye, potentially a chance to be, dare I say it, John, a little bit cheeky.
This could be a big mental game play as well, right?
Absolutely.
You do not expect to be coming up against this.
You're absolutely right now. Thus far, Poland, fairly quiet. I think they're anticipating aggression. They just don't know where exactly from. We have seen Shimmy take a forwarded angle over in sewers, with the rest of Canada actually taking a risk, stacking lightly over to this A site, and the prediction may turn out to be correct as Poland ever so slightly list over. They set their gaze to this A site, and I think for the moment, for the players of Canada at least, this is where a bit of a grin starts to appear on their face.
Playing close in the sewers. Need to get value here for Shimmy, but will be denied a Bulldog. Too much of a task to accomplish there, unfortunately. And that's one of those SMGs down. Might give the game away that there's a little bit of a force to be dealing with, but either way, they're going to activate. They're going to go straight on into the site. A 1-for-1 as the Headhunter does chime into the mix, but answering with 3 leaves Marwan alone for Canada. Poland looking good to convert.
Absolutely, and bear in mind that when you are on your anti-eco, you're only really looking for about 2 kills. The fact that Poland have been able to keep almost everyone left alive, assuming Mari isn't able to get too much impact here. Poland are in a pretty strong spot. Mari, though, looking to ruin their day. Good for the first.
Marwan trading, gets a dink, but not quite good enough with the Ghost. 20 HP keeps Dewey alive. And Poland get the second.
Absolutely, there's the start that Poland were after. It's the start they were trying to achieve on Fracture. But what they need to do now is find their place when it comes to going up against these rifles. I'm really interested to see how Canada's going to be wielding this operator once it eventually comes out, and if they even risk using an operator on Haven with this composition, bearing in mind that for Witter, he's been fairly aggressive. He's liked his point-blank angles thus far.
He's everywhere. He is going to be...
truly is.
Trying to cover off on the C-long, getting a little bit of a difficult position there. A low flash, actually. And Marwan has to back off the angle. Poland being powered by the support of the crowd.
Absolutely. A bit wary, actually, of that one-way. Poland, once again, a fairly slow start. They back off. Witter, on topic of aggression, in mid. I mean, extended just to the very tips of his trademark. Now has 4 players to deal with. Instantly gets out of there, and Poland actually, they're just slowly forcing Canada away from this map control that they've been taking. They're not overextending, they're not committing to this map control. Instead, they're just being fairly methodical. They push back C, they push back mid, now they push back A. Shimmy does ping someone, is instantly hit by the fault line though, and this is where the rotation comes in through Canada. Look how swift they are to try and get onto this site in time.
Witter will have to fall back with Shimmy, however, as they both have to disengage from the site. Retake now over onto A, starting to be enacted by Canada. Paint shells over onto the site to slow things down, actually lands on the top of the boxes there to isolate those high ground angles, but Shimmy falls. Paranoia. Oh, see the Polish omen to the back there. It's all the way in defender spawn. Dewey picks up the headshot as they trade on out into the site. Brilliant from Poland to keep this one going. Now it's just Marwan. Dewey with 3, and Poland show us that this might indeed be a comfort pick.
It's not just brilliant from Poland, it's perfect from Poland. Bearing in mind, they only had a Sheriff out on Just there. They hadn't invested hardly at all into that round. They did have a couple of Vandals, which have, of course, been brought in from the last round. Nonetheless, though, for Canada, that's got to leave a bit of a bitter taste. What they thought may have been the killing blow into Poland has instead just angered them a little bit. They're not going to roll over and die. They're going to continue fighting to the bitter, bitter end. Once again, Canada down to Sheriffs on the topic of ult management. Shimmy 2 from a Nightfall, but that's it for ults on the horizon. Over on Poland, they've already got the Rolling Thunder. Jiwa 1 away from the Blade Storm. As for Canada, the aggression, it hasn't worked out throughout this map. They're going to finally try and make it work here, aggressing into Bold.
Teleports across, tries to bait out the peak, but it's not going to work out too well there. Bold too quick on the draw there, double with the Vandal. The pistol's not landing. And now a reposition swiftly coming through from Poland to move over to that C site. They know they've already drained the resources off the site in the form of 2 players. And it's an easy push.
Supposed to go down so swiftly, and I think for Poland here, it's the same objective as their previous endeavor, which was just keep as many players alive as possible. You look over to Jazz, that spike plant is going to guarantee the lockdown as Poland continue to get stronger and stronger as this game goes on.
It's really good to see that they're able to buoy themselves up after the early defeat over on Fracture. 3-0 is a good start. Excellent, in fact, and the way that they've been able to do it, even better.
Now, there's a world here where if Kane can land a fault line, they could set up Witter here with the Headhunter to do a bit of damage. But that's got to be a real specialist setup here, one which I think may only be in the dreams of Canada right now.
Oh dear, Kane dispatched the second as well. Flawless round on the rifle. Poland's economy looking on the up.
Absolutely, and you can see cold determination on the faces of the Polish players. They're not letting this early lead get to their heads. Disciplined, it's maintained, and now for Canada, as they bring out their rifles, they're going to try and contain this Polish side, but can they do it with this current almost formulaic spot of aggression where we're seeing, okay, C didn't work, we'll try mid didn't work, we'll try sewers. I want to see something around the map. I want to see this full presence, this global threat of a fight, and Witter is looking to do just that.
All right, let's rack up the chamber diff now. Let's see what can you do on that C long. Immediately Poland back off and rethink their strategy. This is probably the first time we've seen Poland at a disadvantage at the start of a round.
It is, and bear in mind, Shimmy as well. One from his Nightfall, you got Witter, one from a Tour de Force. Canada now are in a position where they're slowly setting up for this sort of round 6 power spike. But they've got to try and get through the 5th first. Nabil on the close angle is alone on this A site. Luckily for him, Poland aren't interested. They've got a sense over to this over to this mid position in which Anurito is almost wary of the presence of this operator on Witter here. Jiwa may be the first one to aggress though, with Nabil pushing all the way up through A long. This is the aggression I wanted to see here, John.
Are they aware of the player still in sewers, though? Could be troublesome, but Witter and Kane handle business in the mid. The spike drops. Reposition to the other side. Witter now has better angles there. Nabil does manage to have an impact on the back, but Bald is still in operation. Only player there will get spotted out. The first is good. Can't quite trade off for the second. Nabil puts a stop to proceedings with Canada's first round.
Put themselves on the board. The question now is, can they convert it? Remember, this has been a series of entries, deaths, trades, triumphs, and tears. And unfortunately, we don't know who the quiet sobbing is coming from just yet, because it looks like Poland are still having to, are still forcing Canada to reinvest even in the rounds that they are winning. And my question now is, with the Tour de Force in the back pocket of Witter, is that going to embolden him to continue this aggression and potentially to continue going for these early picks, these early attempts to garner these man advantages?
There is some excellent news in the fact that Poland getting that flawless on their rifle means they can buy for another 2 rounds already. So they are going to be really, really strong and have a lot of staying power.
Very swift round thus far, and with C unguarded, looks like Poland have made the right call here. Rolling Thunder comes out, it's going to buy so much space. Canada, a 5-on-5 retake on the cards here. They're going to be able to land it. Jas gets away after that first kill. Swarm Grenade's going to buy even more space. Spike goes down now, Canada. The ball is in your court.
Into the post plant we go. As Poland playing with 5. Will be looking to hold off on the long. There's the KJ lockdown. Not going to be destroyed. And you've got to think, do you even just go for a save here if you're Canada?
I think they've got to at least attempt it. That operator can try and just hold the C-long position, making sure that each ping is going to be, at least swing is going to be prevented here. But even then, that's a tall order.
Fault line gets so much value coming through from Poland. They turn from the flash, and they control it with the KJ turret. You can't really go for these diffusers, but Witter is still on the warpath, falling off with the operator, though. Probably more valuable at this stage. It's caught in the open. Jue rescinds the contract, takes it away. The operator did get picked up by Shimmy, though. A swift turnaround.
Yeah, great stuff from Jue there, actually, to figure out that with that operator, you can't have every player stacked up on C-long. It is just a firing range and a brilliant position to be in if you are one of those members who are on the receiving end of those operator plays. Luckily, in Shimmy taking it away, you are still going to have that threat for Poland. And for Jiwa, I actually like the fact he didn't overextend. Gets the first, backs away, realizing that actually if he continued fighting there, he could just be handing Shimmy another kill. On the topic of kills, on the topic of frags, on the topic of ults, 5 available for Canada right now. All they could ever ask for. Unfortunately, the rifles aren't there to follow it up.
An early fault line slows the rapid push. Coming through over onto A. And our response can be mounted by Canada
as well.
So much time. A brilliant showstopper from Nabil lands so much value onto 2 on a low weapon round. That is exactly how you want to invest those ults. Nabil does get traded off, but Jazz is low, super low in fact. Shimmy just sails wide with the shot and doesn't quite manage the peak. Marwan jumping around, gets the info. There's still a player on long.
This has been absolutely spectacular for Canada thus far, remembering that they don't have much money to work with. However, it's not won yet. Witter doesn't overextend, instead just holds the flank. The rest of Poland looks to take the 3v3 for the safe side.
Pushing straight on in, Kane goes for the spray. Shimmy lights it up, lands this shot this time around. 2 players now active for Poland. Tour de Force for Witter in the back lines with the final frag.
I tell you what, I'm very surprised actually a frag wasn't able to be achieved there off the back of that Hunter's Fury. It's a point blank and you have a really good idea as to where your opponents are. Still, not single beam lands, and it means that for Canada, not only are they able to isolate the remaining 2 players, they also know that there won't be a third because he's out the back line using that Hunter's Fury. That's what gives Veto the confidence to push from behind, get that final kill, and for what was just a couple of pistols and only 2 ultimates invested, Canada have both an extremely economical win and an extremely emboldening win. It's rounds like that which give you the confidence to win series. Poland, though, reinvestment comes through. The antics of, at least the former stages of our first half is going to give them all the money they could require for this round.
Paranoia all the way into the back. Actually, Bull gets value for it as well. Nightmare will look for the trail. But the spike getting planted. Will not be able to slow that down. Not too much anyway. Jazz swings. Lovely little headshot to clean out Nabil. Utility spotting a lot of this aggression post plant in Canada. They think better of it. They think twice. And they think again.
Oh, Boulder's heard the rotation as well. If he can stop this operator from being saved on Witter, that could be catastrophic. He gets both there, a 4K from him. Beautiful stuff. And actually, at the start of that execution, before the Nightfall landed, he instantly deployed that from the shadows to land back in Defender's spawn. What it means is that once the setup from Shimmy was there, he lands his Nightfall, he's trying to set up with these Prowlers, he gets caught out from the flank. It means Witter can't extend with this operator because there's still the threat of that Omen flank. They try and save, and it's the flanking Omen, which once again brings the success to Team Poland. That's 2 from the shadows that Builders are used now, and both of which have won rounds for Poland. Great stuff from him thus far, currently going 14-3, outshining the performance of Shimmy, who went 14-4 at the start of Fracture.
Fault line to give the control of A long, and a push from Poland fast into the sewers as well, playing 2 and 3 on the split. Fault line in response. And it's a much more passive hold from Canada. They're not playing forwards on this one this time around. A site still very much in their control, but there is definitely encroaching threats.
Something to mention as well, Poland don't have these round sculpting ultimates like the Rolling Thunder, which is being prepped by Kane here for what may be an early attempt at regaining control on A long.
A fast peek out there will be denied, traded off by Shimmy on a little bit of a swing, but Shimmy's very, very low now. And that low HP really going to cause them to struggle. Reposition, re-strategize for the rest of the round, though, with 54 seconds.
It's also a brilliant read from Poland to back off, expecting the counter utility to come through. I don't think they were expecting the Rolling Thunder, but they were expecting that re-aggression from Canada. Great stuff. They can now push back into that position they formerly held with what is only Shimmy there to stop this attack on A. And he's not going to be able to stop it. All he's going to be able to do is just ping and garner some info.
Shimmy up the top.
30 seconds left.
Has the Horn destroyed. Spike on A. Swarm grenade up top in the heaven. And Shimmy, that's a big factor actually. Shimmy cannot go past that Swarm grenade now.
Absolutely.
5 HP instantly just goes down.
Even just peeking here is almost suicidal for him. And there it is, well, through the wall gets that opening.
Flash to try and see them safe out, but Marwan trapped behind the cloudburst, not able to get the angle onto Bulls. Shots from Marwan is good though as he swings the corner. Kane in for a second on the backup beautifully. The long spray a little bit hairy, but will get the job done in the end. Bulls has more to say though, and bringing into a 2 versus 1. 1 HP on the long, there's no time. Has to tap the defuse, pushes in. A click from Kane is all it takes, and Bulls looks for more. 1 HP, sees you safe. The spike was going off either way, though.
Yeah, it becomes very costly for both teams, and I love how Bull is playing on this Omen right now. Just dancing around his own smokes, using those teleports to get into some unorthodox positions. Even when he isn't killing, he's getting information. He knows when these pushes are coming past those cloudbursts, and he's relaying that to the rest of his team, allowing them to set up for these afterplants. Beautiful stuff from him, and I believe he now once again has a From the Shadows ready to be used. Shimmy, eat your heart out. This is how you top frag with style.
You got the Blade Storm instantly invested into the round. With the Spectre to back it up.
That's the lockdown as well being achieved. Over in Canada, you've got that From the Shadows for potentially a fast rotation, but that's it in ultimates. And I mean, it's almost it in weaponry. Kane has that Vandal, but there's nothing past that. Marwan is going to attempt some aggression now. Sheriff in hand, pushing through towards window.
He's fairly undetected, although they would likely clear this angle should they want to push into mid. However, C-site seems to be a little bit more appetizing right now. The chef special. Let's try and dice it up with the knives here for Dewey. As he turns the corner, denied that opportunity with 2 from Witter. And it is once again chamber diffed on the C long.
You should run.
Weaponry though not in their favor. Angle checked. Marwan goes down. Doesn't quite manage to get a shot off there. Lockdown. Engaged. Will be looking for value here as Jazz pushes forwards and far into the defender spawn.
I love that so much. Jazz goes through his own swarm grenades knowing it won't do too much damage, so he could try and catch out one of the Canadian players who are backing off. It works beautifully. Down to the 3v3, and another from the shadows now being plotted, being ployed by Bold.
Site control re-established, but the plant is good. 1-for-1 trade and a lovely little tick at the back there for the Sova. Kane pushes down the long, isolates an angle on Bull, looks for a second trade, but will be denied yet again. And it is really, really solid post plants from Poland right now. 8-2. This is the turnaround they need.
I'm so impressed by the fact that Poland haven't shown this map all tournament. It's a map they're comfortable on. It's a map that they are not just comfortable on, but they're dominant on. And they haven't shown it all tournament. They have looked against every opponent they've faced, whether they be flawless in their group, whether they be old rivals. They just haven't brought it out. They've been so confident. They know that with the 3 maps they have been playing, that's enough to get them through. It's only now in the semi-finals do we see the versatility, the depth of their map pool, as once again they set up for mid control. This time though, Canada have a buy to match them and an operator available on Witter.
Jazz, forward control up mid. A nice bit of damage found. Alarm bot already established, checking that corner close. Dewey lines up the headshots, but unscopes, un-ADSs just at the wrong time there. To be denied that opportunity, Bold steps into the shadows and moves out at the back of C. Aldrone around the side, spots the player close. They'll lose 1, but they'll get the value for it. Bold has the impact at the back that he was looking for as the rest of the team pushes straight on into C.
Oh, Kenobi's going to be able to shut down Shimmy as well, and Witter's got no choice but to save that operator. That's 9 for Poland, and for Canada, what was NT in that round? What was there? It feels like Bold's able to outposition them. That Aldrone usage onto Garage was perfect because they realized that for Bold, if he hasn't seen anyone on site, they've got to have someone in Garage. So they set up with that rotation. It works absolutely beautifully. And, well, oh, the paranoia lands as well. Oh, dear me.
Oh, dear. Bold getting a little bit too big for his boots.
He has given Witter's position away, though.
Baits out the peak, has the headhunter.
There goes the operator. And you can see now the Polish team starting to feel the hype. They've realized, okay, you may be good on Fracture, but you're not good on Haven. And this is where they're really punishing that. They're showing that.
They plugged their mice and keyboard in.
Yeah.
The monitors are on.
They don't even need the monitors. They're using the Force to just see everything. We're currently playing in Bold's dream right now. Every experience you've ever had, that's just part of his dream. He's thought of every conundrum in this series, and this is the one where he wins it, while doing insane.
He doesn't see the numbers anymore.
He sees the meaning. He understands them.
Moving up the long, looking to try and decipher this round as well. Bold leading that charge, did manage to get the teleport across the shadow step.
Oh, I love that. Did you see that deep smoke thrown by the Omen there to try and block any utility that could have been waiting for the chamber who was pushing through window? It is heard and expected, though, from Team Poland. Now they know there's presence in window. It's completely not only stopped their push to A, instead, it's turned their attention back to this position. Rolling Thunder comes out, counter Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder from either side, just a myriad of abilities, and somehow there's not a single casualty.
Even the numbers there. Witter gets value from that push down. The Omen smoke, good for it. Marwan is there.
Oh my God!
Where did that even come from? Witter's still in action though. Kenobi dispatches it through the wall. They have the lineups. They check the angle. Marwan goes down, and that was a pivotal part of that mid. Over to the C site now, come through for Poland. Through the garage. Kenobi getting the plant. 5 HP for Dewey. It has to back off down that long already to establish that position. And in comes the retake from Canada. They get some value, they get a little bit of a push, and now they can get around back on the board, but the half goes 9-3.
It feels like this that final round has only softened the blow. 9-3s are still winnable, remember that, John. And once again, we allude back to what we said on Fracture, which is when you are 9-3 down, it puts so much pressure onto your pistol rounds. Right now, Poland, they need to just keep Canada out of this pistol round. Canada are able to find it. That's their ticket straight back into not just this map, but this series. Remember, Poland are a map down. It's do or die. They don't have the safety net of going, it's okay, we can go to the next map. They have to make Haven work. You can hear the fans really in favour of Team Poland. The Canadians. What can they hope to do to crush some dreams of some very optimistic fans? You see them set up into a bit of a default over on Poland's end. It's nothing too aggressive. We are seeing Amurito. Let's garner a bit of control outside of A main. But instead, Canada, they've set their gaze over to this AC site.
A good start on the pistol round. Nabil and Marwan start things off. Establishing C site. Seemingly Poland were able to do so very effectively last time, but this is Canada through and through.
Absolutely, Jiwa. 1 versus 5. I mean, hey, if you wanted to play the tournament, this would be where it starts.
Sheriff in hand, takes a tag. Doesn't manage to give anything out in response, but finally lands the headshot. Witter for 1. Look for the second, but there's the side swipe, and Kane with the ghost on the body shots.
If you saw the HP of the members of Canada there, 4 or 5 of them were under 50 HP. Even though they won that round, and even though it looked one-sided, they got through that battered and bruised. For Team Poland now, it's an interesting conundrum. Do you force buy and try and keep the pressure up? Do you eco to allow Canada to find a bit of footing here? It's really going to fall down to play style and how aggressive they're looking to play their defense. Bear in mind that for Canada, they definitely did these early probes, but it really wasn't too aggressive. So I want to see potentially that change for the Polish side, who may want to really take the fight to their Canadian counterparts.
No fast pushes coming through from Canada here. 2 Vandals and a Bulldog being picked up. No investment from Poland. They've got a Sheriff. Well, that's about it. Establishing that baseline.
Yeah, that's really, really quiet for the time being. And actually, I quite like it. I think they're trying to just bait out a little bit of utility. And it's, once again, you sort of gamble a stack when you're on your eco. They went C for the pistol round, might as well stack it again. Unfortunately for them, Canada, their gaze is set to this A site where it is going to be heard by Kenobi, but he's only going to know it's an attack to this site once the execution is already underway.
Slow and steady, up the ramp, into A, no one to face. The stack over on C. I would say loses the coin toss, but there's 3 sides. There's not 3 sides on a coin.
But technically there is, if you include the edge.
Technically you're right, and I hate that. I hate that so much. Either way, Canada landed on the edge and get a site for themselves nice and cleanly. Establish that post plant. They've got positions in hell, long, playing one in the sewers as well, but they're going to be facing mostly from that defender spawn for the retake. Heaven, a worry. 2 players up there, and in comes the push. What a shot coming through from the Jet. Isn't going to be taken down just yet either. They're going back in the rendezvous to seal it away. But Nabil's there, playing from the sewers. Sprays for 1, sprays for 2. The third on the round is good, but Kane and Marwan shut it down. The post plant stays strong.
It does, but it does make it quite expensive. 2 kills. It's not the end of the world for either team. They also damage Witter down quite low as well. So the reinvestment's going to have to come through from for armor. Poland, they make it an expensive round for the Canadians. That being said, Canada, they still win it. They still get that spike plant. And more importantly, they do give themselves quite a nice position to set up for what is now their bonus round going into the 15th. Rifles on both sides. Only a Bulldog on Mari. That's the only gap in the attack. With Poland instead, once again, holding a very passive rifle round outside of Amurito's aggression.
Nabil going for the double peak with Witter, wins out the race to land the headshot onto Bold. Jimmy though, taking down Marwan on the long. Nice tap
Look at the flank. Look at the flank of Garage.
Big flank. Coming on through, Kenobi, Dewey, both lighting them up. And
Perfect.
Kenobi finds the second in the garage. Another headshot.
Whoa.
And they are going back and forth. 3 on the round for Dewey, 2 for Kenobi. It's a solid double-digit round for Poland.
It's almost like a feign from Poland there, isn't it? Once Bold falls, instead, rather than backing off, they send Kenobi for this big wrap-around 3B over to Garage, where they know the attack's happening on C. Because Jiwa did such a good job at getting that first opening, you made that attack stop in its tracks. Beautiful split-second decision-making there from Poland, and a great reaction to what was, in Canada's chance, a moment to potentially not just get that C site, but to reset Poland's showstopper available for Nabil, Bladestorm available for Jiwa. Not much else on the horizon here, as once again, it's going to have to be the business end of these Vandals that does the talking.
Prowler dispatched, close to Garage. Poland have allowed Shimmy to step foot inside. There's plenty still to fix for this push on Canada. Showstopper available. Over towards A right now with the raise, but is falling back just a little bit.
On mid here, Jiwa spots out Shimmy. Both players acknowledge one another with a couple of bullets, but there is no real damage or any damage being done to either player. Instead, Canada being very methodical, very fastidious with this clearance over to this A site.
50 seconds on the clock before Canada look to pull the trigger on the A site. 2 players pushing down, aggressive from Poland. Close position being held. Angles need to be checked. Henrito will be first to face if Shimmy looks for the peak. Worried about these angles. Kenobi's got the back as well. They know they've given up control over A site. 30 seconds on the clock, and Canada still biding their time. They have to move soon. The spike is there. At this point, they are committed. They have to go for a full face push. In comes the shot. Excellent early pickup coming through from Poland on the hold. The showstopper down into the sewers only gets 1, and the trade off. Dewey dashes to the side, but shut down by Kane. He swivels 180. Looks for the sewers spot. The plant needs to come through now, and it will. 2 versus 2 on the retake.
Suddenly everything's restored to equilibrium now. The low HP on Kane, though, means they need to get this first kill quickly.
Not going to happen. Canada. 1 player now left to deal with it. Bold. Look at it. Shadow step into the orb, steps out. Marwan's ready for it.
Beautiful stuff there from Canada, a well-recovered round. That haunt from Shimmy before he gets taken out was just perfect. If that haunt hadn't have gone through, they wouldn't have known of that second player on sewers, and that would have been the round there. Instead, because they're able to get that information, because they're able to work with that as well as off the back of the showstopper, they're able to clear that site so quickly, they can get into the upper plant positions before Poland can launch their retake. Beautiful stuff from them. For the Polish side, suddenly they're on the back foot, a circumstance I don't think they've experienced yet, a sensation they've not experienced yet on this map, as the shorty comes out alongside the Bladestorm. But that being it for significant firepower on this team outside of the Vandal on Amurito, who's 1 away from, oh my lord, 1 away from that Hunter's Fury.
Kane did manage to get that orb for the Rolling Thunder. On the side of Canada, they step out wide into window. 1 for 1 in the mid. Canada seemingly sticking back to slow.
Look at the aggression of Jiwa as well. This could be cataclysmic for Canada.
Moves through, spots the player, lands the headshot, nice and easy.
Right, he gets away. Even better now. Canada have the From the Shadows on Marwan, and they also have the Rolling Thunder on Kane. So there is quite a bit to work with now, and Kenobi hasn't been able to retrieve a Vandal. So it is still winnable for both teams here. However, if you are on Canada, you need to find a way to isolate a 1 versus 1 as quick as humanly possible here. Bearing in mind for Jiwa, he's got his full belt of utility. He can avoid this Rolling Thunder if he so desires.
From the Shadows also available from Marwan. With the spike on the breach though, you can't pull the old bait and switch. Knives still active down the long, lights them up for 1. 3 on the round now, and the Knives finally taken out of the mix. Stepping through those shadows towards the back of the site. 20 seconds on the clock, has got the plant time. Fault line doesn't quite find it. Now he can go from the shadows all the way over to the A. With a spike in control, we'll be able to get that plant. 10 seconds, plenty of time. Also, where do you play from?
He's got Paranoia, he's got his smokes, he's got everything he can hope to work with here, but Poland are right hot on his heels.
Paranoia will be able to blind out the KJ, force them to play back. A nice little flick around, looks for the challenge, but Jazz steps out, nice and slow, nice and easy with it. It's the 6-11 for Poland.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, Bolt has quieted him down a little bit, not having the impact he was able to have on the attack. And for Poland, that could have been a really disastrous position to be in. Instead, where Bolt has slowly quieted him down, that's where Jiwa has taken the podium. As his use of the Blaze Storm there, his aggression and then his discipline to fall back after those kills which are deep into the enemy spawn, have instead allowed him to craft that victory for Team Poland in a round they had no business in achieving.
Conducting from the stage there. The Poland chants, bolstering their confidence. Excellent to see the support.
We've got the first defensive operator coming out for Poland as well, in the hands of Jiwa. Remember that Rolling Thunder still available on Kane, that Hunter's Fury available on Amurito. Kenobi one from his here. Hunter's Fury deployed. No tank with it. It feels like it's an ult mainly used to garner information here. Not much to show for it, other than a relatively dispersed Canadian side.
Rolling Thunder still available. No other ults on the cards right now. Close for Kenobi. Right there. But you can't really commit to an orb for it, especially when you're playing in B.
Yep.
As a retake linchpin. But Bulls don't need an ult when you got a headshot.
Absolutely. And that actually leaves him now one away from being able to use from the shadow of his own, an ability we've seen him get so much mileage from as the rest of Canada stack up in Garage.
There's the Rolling Thunder. Will establish control over the back of site. Bull blasted out. Does get a tag. A little tickle. Will he be able to win the challenge? How did he manage that? Will be able to win that one through. There's plenty of backup as well into this position, but Witter is on the warpath with the Headhunter. Bull for 3. Shuts it down, and Poland have their shot here. Map points to even the series.
You'd think it's the aimer build, which is what makes him such a brilliant player, but actually it's his utility usage. Paranoia lands instantly, a smoke in front of him means that he's able to isolate the first kill as Jazz swings into him, which he's able to just use to extrapolate such a strong position. He can then telegraph that to Kenobi, whose aftershock gets that second kill. Great usage of positioning there, and for Poland now, it looks like we are very well going to our third and final map, but as Canada can mount a 6-round consecutive comeback to just get themselves to overtime.
Tour de force enacted for Canada, and why not? You don't get value from it, you're not going to have it anymore. Would be the end of the map.
Almost like a value, actually. A single fault liners and paint shells has used almost the entire utility belts of Jiwa there. Both falls at the hands of that rolling, well, at least of that tour de force.
Jazz and Kenobi both, though, finding responses to give them a really solid advantage. Rolling Thunder invested as well as Jazz lines up another. Poland making their bid for the third map of the series. They strap on their ice boots, ready for the box. Whiter, the last to fall, and Poland 13-6.
Oh, it's time to tiptoe through the snow. We're going to Icebox, our third map of this first semi-final. What a performance from both teams, and what a redemption arc from Poland after what was a very dire fracture.
Really not what they wanted to see, but that is how you come back. You bring out that comfort pick Haven. And 13-6. Dzień dobry. Poland here to play.
Absolutely. You can hear the fans hard behind them, and I mean, for good reason, they are a bloody entertaining team to watch.
They should definitely be proud of that performance as well, to be able to pull that out. Really, really solid stuff. Icebox now on their minds. Looking at the records for both of these teams, they both have solid standings. So
Absolutely.
It is very, very difficult to call this.
Having seen the performance on Fracture from Canada, having seen the performance from Poland on Haven, knowing the win rates from both teams on Icebox being 100%, how do you feel about this last map?
I feel like Poland might be able to eke this one out. And maybe I'm a little bit EU biased.
We are a little bit EU biased, but
I feel like I'm liking Poland going into this.
I'm inclined to agree with you, up until you remember that on Icebox, it's a chance for Kane to play his Sage. And last time Kane played Sage, it was not a pretty sight, at least for his opponents. For his team, they loved it because he played out of his mind. So I think with that being a potential question mark as to how the Canadian team's going to perform going into this third map, I think there's a world here where this turns into a very, almost like a quagmire of just death everywhere, right? That being said, I think Poland just about take it, but it's going to be a very close match, potentially overtime.
I would love to see an overtime to end the series.
An
I feel
overtime
like
would
it
be great,
deserves
right?
it. A series like this, two, I would say, dominant performances, map to map, from both teams. It's really, really cool to come into an icebox like this, because it is quite frag heavy.
It is. It truly is. And Icebox is a map which really puts pressure onto your duelists. So that's why we quite often see double duelist setups. I don't think either of these teams prefer double duelist setups, though. It's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. However, on the topic of talents, on the topic of being able to get many kills in very few games, let's hand it over to Veli to see what he thinks of that.
Not just Veli, my man. Listen, I'm here with Jess as well. And Jess, Poland answered back. They were tested map number 1, but at the end of the day, listen, Team Canada, they got to come correct when it comes to these guys.
Look, we may have suspected that fracture pick really did put Poland on the back foot. It is a tricky map. It is very technical. Poland has great mechanical skill. It didn't really favor them when Canada had the upper hand. They had strat after strat after strat. You come on a Haven, and that was their playground. It was like, all right, we have all of these bomb sites to play with. That's it. What are you going to do about it?
It was a whole new road, and I absolutely loved it, okay? Team Canada, they tried to make a little comeback happen, but Poland were ultimately outright better. But there was a player on this team that switched over to Jet, and there was a big difference in performance.
You know what? I don't like to take credit for this, but I have been saying from day one, Jiwa should not be on the Chamber. I don't think Chamber is where it's at for him. I think you put him on the Jet, even on maps where maybe the Chamber is a necessity, maybe swap around a couple of the other roles to allow another Sentinel to come in and play that and be able to be way more comfortable. Get Jiwa on the front line with Jet. I don't care how he plays it, whether he's going to play it op, whether he's going to play rifle, up in your face, long range. This is where he is comfortable, and that's the thing that I think really set the pace. If your front lines are comfortable and they're confident, you in turn will also be more confident, especially in the mid to late round, especially if you're getting those opening kills. Think about the win conditions you're getting when your front line is able to open and burst the side. That's what you want from a guy like Jiwa.
There was a road of change right there, and we saw a lot more aggression from Poland. The momentum is definitely there, and the maneuverability of even having Jet in the lineup made the biggest difference when it came to Haven. But Jess, it's about that time. We're going to map 3, the tiebreaker map. It all comes down to here. The drama in order to go to the Grand Finals is 1 map away.
The most iconic part of all of this, it is an undefeated map for both of these teams. They both love Icebox. But I'm going to ELO rating this. Canada beat Egypt on this map pretty convincingly. So in my opinion, that makes you more impressive on this map than your opponents. However, we have seen this map 4 or 5 times just this event from Poland. They like it. They've got ice in the veins for a very good reason. They're just cold with it, and I think Icebox is where they'll thrive.
And I'm wondering if we're going to see another Battle Sage coming in from Shimmy. Okay, I like the fade, but Shimmy on Sage is just built different.
I think, as I said, Battle Sage, but this is also the one map where on the side of Poland, they have Bald, who loves to also sometimes rock an Operator on this map.
He was incredible last map as well.
Operator Sage, I'd not seen it in a very, very long time. That's a different version of Battle Sage that I don't think you guys should put in your ranked game. But you look back at the stats from that previous map, Bald on the Omen, who will go back to the Sage on the next map almost certainly, and you're looking at Jazz and whatnot. I think these players understood fundamentally what they needed to do on this map. They didn't run what I consider to be a meta composition. I think the side of Canada understood where they need to be in 2022 compositionally. However, they had no idea that if you just play better, it's a diff no matter what comp you've got.
You're right, and also I want to give a big shout out to the initiators in the game as well, because what we saw from Kenobi, he was setting his team up left and right, making plays, and Team Poland are actually looking like a solid unit now in the second map. But with the next map coming in, take a look at the post plans as well.
Oh, that's incredible.
It's totally flipped from
And
last
look,
time.
Canada can have the most opening kills they want, but if your mid to late round sucks, see you later.
Doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter. So, also, Red Bull Campus clutch compared to last year in Madrid. We have a crowd in here, and Jess, we were in the green room watching, and we kept hearing cheers. Which team were they cheering for?
Poland.
It was outright loud, okay? The home crowd advantage is absolutely insane. So Canada, backs against the wall, and they have the crowd going against them. That's going to be rough.
The worst part is that the team that actually needs the crowd going for them is Canada, because Poland is unfazed by the crowd. Yes, they love their coaches giving the claps, they love the chants, but the players, it almost seems like they're completely unfazed that there is a crowd in front of them. Whereas I think Canada would feed off that energy more, and knowing it's actually negatively against them right now because there's way more in Poland's court is probably the worst case scenario from a crowd home.
True. Let's go ahead and take a look at the maps as well. Jess, have you ever worked in Brazil before?
I have not. This is my first time in Brazil, so obrigada, everyone. Obrigada.
So the one thing I was asking, the reason why I was asking that for is because Brazil is known just for its live crowds and whatnot. Oh, we're seeing it right now. Yeah. I didn't expect this. I love it. But Fracture went the way of Team Canada. Haven went to Poland, and now Icebox is a decider, one step away from the Grand Finals and $20,000 prize pool on the other side of that. That's going to be insane. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get this game underway. Let's send this over to the commentary team.
Thank you very much, Veli. It is sunny, it is summer here in Sao Paulo, but it is decidedly cold now for the next map. It's Icebox. It is the decider for this series.
Something I want to mention, actually, when it comes to the post-plant success rate, which we sort of saw in the last map, but we especially saw on Fracture, which is currently Canada. They are 12 of 13 successful post-plants across all maps. And this is including on Haven, where they were really in trouble for most of that map. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to pan out on Icebox. And I think that puts a lot more pressure onto Jiwa, who is then going to have to find a way to damage Canada enough to set up these afterplants, because when it's even footing, Canada's afterplants have been so damn good.
Let's take a look at the lineups here. Canada looking in that chamber early. Jazz actually hovering the chamber as well. I love this. Will be used to playing it on this Icebox, their regular setup. The Sova coming through potentially for both of these rosters as well. Fairly expected. Shimmy did play that one twice, as did Amarito.
So, from what I've seen here, I want to mention that Bowles definitely struggled on stage on our first map on Fracture compared to how he did on Haven. I want to see him potentially redeem himself now going onto Icebox. The other agent I want to bring up, of course, is the Reyna, which we're seeing on Zhuashenko. Of course, I believe Icebox is the only map we've seen him play Reyna on period, so it's a bit of a specialist pick. And I want to see how he's going to match up against Nabil, running the Raze, a agent who's been running all tournament.
You kind of have to bank on that Reyna working. If you want to pick it up, you really do have to try and pop off pretty hardcore on that pick. It is definitely the sort of agent that you need to have an impact in order to get the value from picking it over something else. The difference, obviously, for Canada, they're bringing that Viper into the mix.
Absolutely, and I think that on the topic of sort of playing Viper, Mari has been, or Mar1 has been very, very good playing the Viper in the past. I want to see now sort of how that pans out under the stress of it being a semi-final.
Heading into the third and final game, it is Poland to try and take this one home off the back of their previous performance on the map. Canada will be looking to try and wrest control back, try and regain some composure here, as Canada will be starting out looking for that attack.
Topic of attack, it's very aggressive from Poland thus far. The stage of the bait and switch, the close angle held by Jiwa. They want to force out a fight, unfortunately for them. Canada, they want nothing to do with this. Yes, they've thrown down the Viper's wall on B, but it's all a fake, it's all a ruse. Instead, they're moving over to this A site where it's only going to be on Kenobi to try and stop them.
Do you have that established Viper wall? You're talking about going to be able to stop them. They don't even check the angle again, and Kenobi gets huge value with the Classic. Two are there. The spike sure might get planted, and you were talking about success rates of post plants for Canada, but you've got to wonder with three, this might spoil their record. Kenobi lighting them up right now. Has to be stepping in with the headhunter, sealing the deal now, trying to get an answer back, but no, one player remains. Mar1 will be able to line them up with the Ghost, still 100 HP now, and it's a little bit shaky. Two players to deal with. Jewett steps in, the drop down, and my God! It's triple kills, both of the Vipers able to have an impact.
On the topic of that post-plant success rate, as Canada, they show exactly what happens if you peek them one at a time. And what a way to respond to what was an incredible opening from
from Kenobi. He finds 3 players, doesn't matter. Witter, 2 swift kills, followed up by this masterful clutch here from Marwan.
Cracks the heads where he needs to. The drop down from Bull, I feel like it was just a little bit poorly timed there, a little bit miscommed. If they both drop down, he's dead as a dodo.
Jiwa wants to go aggressive now. Just about gets around the Isle drone, but Kane ready for it. Swift to punish now. It's going to be all on Jas now to at least delay this attack.
Shots of Nabil catches it before the rendezvous pops through. Jas dispatched, nade over the top for the paint shell. Swings around the corner. Handily dealt with by Kane. Comes off the plant. B-site claimed. Post-plant situation now again for Canada.
All on Marwan. We've seen what he can do in these positions, but hey, Kenobi, he wants his vengeance.
So looking for those headshots as well, but Kenobi lights a second, and it is his time to shine. Shimmy and Nabil have control, though. They have the superior firepower, and Canada keep it together.
So while both these teams, they are firing on all cylinders right now, John. They are overjoyed by the fact they go to Icebox. It's a map both of them play, and we're really starting to see that from quality of aim to quality of strategy. Now the rifles come out on Team Poland. I really want to see what they're going to be able to do against this haphazard buy from Canada. We do have the Guardian in the mix on to Witter. There is the odd Bulldog there, but it's not a universal presence. But that is like the Vandals on Poland, as well as the Vipers, a really early Vipers pits, which we may see deployed instantly here for Team Poland.
Over on that A side. Mid-aggression, though, found, and a flank over towards the B site, already up and into the kitchen. A lot of control for Canada, nice and fast.
Spike plant. Grenade!
They push straight on through for their bonus. Shots from Nabil could be crucial here. But it is going to be blinded out by the Reyna. We talked about it needing to have an impact. Dewar, the man to do it. A lot of control still established with the spike down. It's been such a long time for them to push on through, and Poland still haven't managed to have a convincing position. They will be able to get up and into it, but Jas, Dewar, they both step forwards onto the spike defusing. It is going to be stalled, it is going to be slowed, but 2 players now for Marwan to deal with. Around the side, it's still going through. Only has to deal with the classic, they both swing. And the defuse will come on out. That is an answer for Poland.
It's a great answer to what was a formidable strat there, actually. Great stuff to get through mid, avoiding the Vipers pits. You know that you're going to have to hit the B site anyway, so they do so as swiftly as humanly possible, get that spike down, and they also make it quite expensive for Poland in shutting down 3 players. Something else I want to mention is the exchange from Mari and Kenobi in kitchen there. Both of them just dropping their snake bites means that they're instantly removing an angle of attack for both teams, which means you're forced into these 2 narrow lines of sight, which you're able to acquire past orange, and it becomes such a long-range duel that it actually ends up complementing the Vandals. Great round, great strategy from both teams now, and we're going to have to see if Poland are going to be able to press the attack, with Vandals on all but Kenobi, who's been delegated down to Amir Spectre. On the topic of ults as well, Mari, Viper's Pit available. That this afterplant presence, the Canadian success rate on these afterplants is going to get even higher, especially when Viper's pits are added to the mix.
If you can get onto that site, it is really very powerful. Bull going down early is good. Jas fades away with the rendezvous. Will look to try and control the cross, but a little bit too slow on the uptake there. The Sage Wall can come through. Instead, they're just going to rely on the Viper and get that plant. Now you can look to pick up that pit. Shots landing, but not getting the kills through. Marwan does deploy. And now it's a really, really difficult retake. A res comes out as well for Canada. They do not want to let this one slip. A spray around the side, and that drops the pit. A really fast push, but it's going the way, both ways.
Oh.
In fact, as Kenobi lights it up as well.
God.
3 from Kenobi. They retake off Canada in one of their strongest positions.
Kenobi, oh, where's he come from? He had a semi-decent fracture, he had a quiet haven, but it's on Icebox. He has just come alive, embiggered by the fact that we're on our 3rd map, and he is now flying high while laying Canada low. A swift 3K, all headshots, as Poland now look to send Kenobi towards another Viper's pit. I believe only 2 orbs away.
That was the strongest position you could ask for Canada as well.
Absolutely.
In that Viper's pit, with that Resurrect coming out as well. They invested 2 ults and got blasted out of the way.
Absolutely. Tour de Force is going to come out from Witter. Over on Poland, no ults available, but everything's on the horizon. Both the Empress, you're about to get their own Tour de Force. The roll to Resurrection, no longer an option as Nabil shuts him down, putting himself on the precipice of bringing out a showstopper. While the rest of Canada, they go quiet, at least for the moment.
Witter looking for a peek, looking for a pick. Will unleash 1 round from the custom sniper. Won't quite find the mark. They do know they're going to be coming into some stiff resistance there. Have to fade away. Reset for the rendezvous, and Witter can move forwards now. Controlling the high ground on the left side of the site. They isolate the back with the paint shell. The wall coming up from Kane. It's by the book, but they haven't covered the angle they needed to. Jazz has got the bead and will be able to look for a second. Shimmy denies him that opportunity, however. They try to turn it around. A lovely little spray, but Canada are getting some ground made back. 2 players now on both sides. Zamarito has to reposition away from the back of sight. 30 seconds on the clock. There's a little bit to play with, and in fact, they fade away fully.
I love the fact they're backing off as well, bearing in mind that Canada have the abilities to make this almost instantly level the player count with that Hunter's Fury and that Showstopper, but they're trying to avoid using it. They're trying to make it economical. As Nabil now looks to wrap through mid, and Murito, he spots him. It's all on Shimmy.
10 seconds left.
Spike goes in. We're going to try and activate the Hunter's Fury. Spooks him, and Joe swings. A nice round to pick up there for Poland. 3 and 2. It's back and forth on Icebox.
Something that is going to make them feel a little bit confident is the fact that they were able to bait out the Hunter's Fury. I would actually love to see a timeout get called around now by Team Canada, just to try and leave Poland trying to think of what Canada do next. Something which Canada did so well on Fracture was their ability to fake, double fake, keep Poland on their toes. But instead, on Haven, they were fairly one-dimensional with their attacks. Now we're going on to Icebox. I want to see them break away from the mindset that Haven's over. I want them to get it to the back of their minds, get it out, and focus fully on this map.
There's certainly discussion happening in the Canadian camp. You might have called it there. I wouldn't be too surprised. A little bit of a pause seemingly coming out, and you've got to think, how do you re-strategize? We're 5 rounds in, so to call it this early, you know that something is necessary at this stage.
Absolutely, and I actually quite like the earlier timeouts. It means that the rounds aren't too far gone. You still have that threat of just trading back instantly, and you're still able to ride the sort of trendles of the high that you're able to acquire in the rounds that you want. So a good example would be on Nabil, for instance, who was able to get some really significant and very fast entries onto that ace side last round. Ends up getting taken out, and they end up losing the clutch. For the fact they're able to force it into that 2 versus 1, that 2 versus 2 for so long, is really where I want to see Canada put their attention.
Try and restructure that position. They have been denied a couple of times on these pushes as well. And over with Veli and Jess, they were talking about mid-round power, and I feel like that's where Canada can kind of pull that back together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Going to take a look at the ults available now. Viper Spit for both teams. Jazz going to bring out that tour de force for Shimmy. Hunter's Fury available. And potentially this is going to be used off the back of an assault towards this A site. The aggression in mid is going to mean that a fast flank is going to be on the cards here for Poland. As they shut down the trademark so quickly, Canada have to assault this A site. They're being shoehorned into this attack.
They fall back off the mid though, so no flank for Poland. They do not want to try and pressure that one forwards. Nabil will be dropping in that showstopper, but there's other ideas for Poland. A nice little hop up, and this is a devastating hold on A from Poland. Witter and Shimmy tried to get a little bit of an answer, but it is just so difficult now. 1 minute left on the clock. Amarito with the mad hops.
He's going to try and get around the stage. Well, I don't think there's space, though. Witter's going to drop down. He's dropping down into 2 players. It's all on Shimmy, 1v3.
It's not going to work out. Not with the tour de force around the corner.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. I love the movement from Amurito there as well. The fact that he realizes that no one's going to expect him to get on top of that stage wall. He punishes it. He punishes the fact it is just fractionally too close to him, and then uses that to a masterful degree. Poland, once they've got the ball rolling, once they have the momentum, they look so damn hard to stop. And bear in mind, this is off the back of a Canadian timeout.
Canada will have stratted into this round as well, though, hopefully with that timeout. They're into the pistols, they'll recoup, they'll regain, and quite a lot of damage done to the Polish economy.
On topic of damage done to economies, look at the damage that's been done to the Canadian alt economy. They're not going to have anything to work with for a good 2 or 3 rounds now, and that's where Poland are really going to try and sink their teeth into this half, get that extra damage, guarantee at least a victory before Canada are able to get into a position where they can at least significantly respond.
Shimmy scouts out the high ground. Gets the dart on, but Bold is close. Do they check it? No, they don't. We'll be able to drop that slow orb. The Viper to cover as well. Looks for one more to the back, and Bold doubles the value. 2 for the price of 1, and won't even have to spend a penny. Amarito on the flank finds Kane, and Canada being dismantled on the pistol.
Absolutely, and when you are on a pistol round, you're only looking for 1 or 2 kills here, but the fact that they're struggling to even find the first is a testament as to how well Poland are playing right now. So much so actually they're not even taking a point of damage yet, John.
That'll be a little bit of a...
Me and my big mouth, eh?
Absolutely. Bold will fall first. Shimmy swings for a second, but Shimmy shut down, and it's just one left. Drops the wall.
30 seconds left.
And we'll have to challenge Jas with a Vandal. Not going to go their way. And another on the cards for Poland.
The crowd in an uproar as well as they sense the Polish finals on the cards.
Gun here.
And at least for Poland now, a lead has been established, and what may be the hardest challenge of them all now is holding on to that lead, is being able to keep that lead. Now another timeout called. Oh, I like this. I really like this, John. As a way to try and delay the game, well, as a way to try and, at least for the time being, force Poland into potentially overthinking how this next buy is going to be wielded.
They'll need to figure something out.
Absolutely.
It is not the time you want to let things slip. Their first map looked really, really good for Canada. Coming into Haven, they were thinking they should have a pretty solid showing, but it was 13-6 there. The Polish team have found their mojo. They are on a little bit of a roll.
This has been a beautiful recovery from Fracture. You're absolutely right in the sense that Fracture was Canada start to finish. It was a map which they beat Poland on before. They do it even more one-sidedly on their second attempt. But Poland have recovered it. They've shown that this is a marathon, not a sprint, and this genuinely is a marathon, because you need to remember, we've got the Grandfinals later today.
And we might be seeing the white and red stripes.
Well, we're certainly seeing white and red in the final.
That is true. That is guaranteed, but top of the white, bottom of the red will be looking ever more likely as time progresses forwards.
Operator out on Jas as well means that this is going to be a really strong position to work from for Poland, but as mentioned before, the Canadian afterplants cannot be underestimated, and I would rather see Poland actually be a little bit, slightly at least, more aggressive.
Direct caught without a gun out to dispatch the recon bolt early. Repositions away from the yellow crate.
Look how aggressive Amarito's been able to play as well. With a trademark that's quite passive, this Viper's Pit has got to be fought through. Perfect Veto usage from Poland here. Canada, they've got to run back into this stacked crossfire in mid.
As soon as they heard that blast pack go off, the Viper's Pit came out.
Yeah.
Excellent timing on the usage of this utility. And Canada have been playing very, very slowly. A really good look out on the back there because they're worried about the flanks.
Yeah.
And Poland potentially have made a misstep there.
Yeah, I would argue a bit of an overextension. Kenobi's in quite an aggressive position as well for what is his Viper's Pit. Missed shot from Jazz, instantly punished.
Spray line up, not going to be able to do too much more than get a little bit of damage. A swing out from the Viper, the Pit will fall. And now only one in the form of Bull to play on the side swipe. It's coming back on in, and it's flawless from Canada.
Yeah, from aggression to over-aggression, John. It feels like for Poland there, it's the quick misstep that's instantly punished. Now that Canada have found the breaking point, now they've realized once they go quiet, once they sidestep, they can feign Poland into going for these swift flanks, into trying to outmaneuver them. That appears to be where Canada has been thriving.
And to do it flawlessly as well. All 5 players alive for the Canada squad at the end there. A really solid patch on that economy that was bleeding out.
Another fairly swift bode over to this B site. Hunter's Fury comes out, going to try and do a little bit of early damage, and it certainly garners info, it certainly damages Canada, but it doesn't kill them, and there's been a fairly low mortality rate on these Hunter's Furies throughout this series.
We used a lot more for recon, for positioning. 1-for-1 on B long, on the main approach. But there is a res. Kane invests it here. Canada 5-3 want to try and move closer to an equal scoreline.
That's really going to sting for Poland because Bolt has his resurrection available as well. The fact he's the first player to fall, though, means that we're not going to see it get used. Canada now, a player up, once again look to hit this B site, and once again they go quiet to try and make Poland fear and maybe let the paranoia set in as to whether or not this is another fake.
43 seconds. No pit to deal with this time. 5 years of utility is there. Rendezvous activated for Jazz to try and go for a bold peak, but Nabil again shuts this down. The position around behind yellow is going so well for Canada as they can start to move up and leverage the 5-3 advantage they have. Plant coming on in the blind from the Reina. Does get popped. A little swing from Whiter. And they know there's a flank here that they need to be worried about. Taken very, very low. 6 HP. During. Leveraging now. Marwan goes down first. A little bit of time on this post block. Lorena in for a second. Can it have the rest of the impact in the round? And Marito lines up too. And this is one hell of a retake start. But it's 1 versus 2 now. Shimmy on the Soba. Handled a 3K for Dewey. And what a turnaround for Poland.
What a retake from Jiwa as well. Absolutely perfect stuff from them. And you need to remember, when you are in a position like that, it's the damage that starts to slowly stack up. Great use of those snake bites to try and harass the players on the back of yellow. The very same position which has given Canada so much success ends up being wielded against them. And Murito as well. The patience of a master to be able to trigger that trademark and then just sit and wait and let his opponent stew in that thoughts of his flank. He's there for a good 20 seconds, enough time for him to have gone back around to Orange to join the rest of the team before he then shows himself.
Love this presence from Amarito in this game.
You look at the ult management as well now. Shimmy and Nabil both one away from the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury respectively. The Al drone onto Jas once again punishes his aggression. This time though, it's onto Bold, who is alone on this B site.
Has got the res, but can't really do too much with it at this stage. Only Jazz down.
We're going to see a wall to try and counter this plant.
We'll get through. Not going to decay it away too fast. Now into the post-plant scenario. Canada, they weren't able to hold it off last time around, but they've already got that advantage. Amarita moves forwards, looks for the peek around the side. Kane still behind the boxes. They will need to worry about that. Whiter holding down the angle, has too many targets to deal with, and fades away with the rendezvous. Marwan on the side swipe, doesn't really get too much done, but Nabil opens up with 2 on the Showstopper, 3 on the round as well, and it's just down to Bold on a 1 versus 2. Opens up well, looks for the first. Kane is low, 36 HP, looks to stick half, but Kane shuts it out. Canada keep their close plant record.
They go blow for blow in this game right now. Canada, beautiful round there, and as we were sort of seeing there from the Observer, that flank from Mari was perfect. He didn't get any kills, but he didn't have to. He bought time and he brought space, and his snake bite meant that he couldn't fall back. Poland, they had to fight their way forward onto that site, and there was no chance of to reposition. Beautiful stuff from Canada, and now we're starting to see a bit more of an emphasis on mids when it comes to flanks. This is where things get interesting, especially now that Poland have run out of money. There is ults available, sure, but they need the firepower to back it up. The glass cannon on Ziwa right now with this Vandal.
So moving forwards, aggressive. Nabil spots it, takes care of business. A close position also spotted out, and Marwan executes on it. Poland, low by, they needed to try and pull something out. It'll be down to Jazz on the first base. Needs to land a couple shots with the headhunter, tenderize them somewhat. Kane forces him to stay into the sights. Not only that, he's on the warpath. The Battle Sage lines 2.
Kirby might be able to retrieve a Vandal here if he's able to get to the top of rafters. That he does.
Toxin screen down.
What damage can he do with it though?
Nobi jittering around. Super confident on the push, worried about the flank. And rightly so, but Kane goes down. Headshot landed. 45 HP now. Traded out. Ideally, Canada want to keep on to as many of these guns as possible. The snakebite there, the boombot not quite getting the kill, but fortunately Marwan is there to pick up the pieces. 3 rifles kept for Canada, and they're looking to equalize the half.
This has been a really strong recovery from Canada. There was a good 3 or 4 round period where they looked like they'd just lost the map in itself. But they found their footing again, they found their confidence, and now they're really starting to look like a team who are established, who know Icebox like the back of their hands in a similar fashion as to what Poland have been able to show us. The question now is, can they both do it on the other half? We enter the final round of this first half. Amurito won from his Hunter's Fury, as is Kane from the Resurrection. This is alongside Viper's Pits on both sides, as well as a myriad of other ults to complement them. Amurito goes aggressive alongside Jazz. Hits by the Aldrone, he has to back off, but it's Amurito, overstayers welcome.
Very aggressive on this Sova defense. Looks to challenge around the corner, but Kane is ready for it. Prepared and brutal. Hunter's Fury now looking to shuffle the site around. Again, used for intel, not massive impact. We've talked about that before. Fade away from Canada. They're looking to try and get into a post plant, probably over on the B site with that Viper's Pit.
Absolutely, and once this Viper's Pit goes down, trying to retake this B site is going to be so damn difficult for Poland. On top of the already high success rate Canada have when it comes to these retakes. Tour de Force holding the flank, or holding the swing from Kenobi. Means he has to go aggressive. Thus far it works out for him though.
An excellent start, taking Kane out of the mix. Snabil goes down second. Kenobi on this Viper being so important for Poland on B site. Marwan answers over the ball. No res now available on the round. Haven't really been getting the value for it. Out of balls, but now it's all on the retake. 3 versus 3. The Viper's Pit still staying strong. Kenobi lights up a third and drops the pit as well. It opens the sightlines, but Shimmy has the better end of the deal. Whiter steps over the top as well. Empress not going to be enough, and Canada bring us to all the 6s.
6-6, it is neck and neck right now as we go into our second half. With it all to play for, Poland, will it be their chance to take their vengeance, having lost map 1, having lost the first series between the two of these teams, or will it be Canada, our LCQ Legionnaires, looking to limp their way into the Grand Finals? It's all going to be decided over the course of the next 12 rounds, John. And it's frenzies on almost every single player on Poland. I love this.
That is a statement. Ghost on Kenobi. Classic being held by Buld, wanting that armor, needing to get that wall to the site to have a little bit more power. As they kick things off, I'm expecting it fast. I'm expecting it loose. We'll see if they can keep it together, but a forwards position being held by Whiter right now. Has got 4 shots on the Headhunter. Aiming high though, will not spot it low, and that is excellent news for Poland. They opened well. Now moving through, they managed to push towards the back of the site. The Viper utility is there that they have to deal with, and Canada able to knock down 2 of the Skittles in the line. And the frenzies around the side. Kane is there with an answer, and it's 1 versus 2 now for Duet, who's managed to make it to the site with the frenzy on a 3K, but Marwan has got the drop on it. No bullets left in the magazine, and Canada able to dispatch the push.
They take the lead for the first time this entire map, and they do so off of a 1 versus 1 against the hero of Haven, Jiwa. If Canada can keep this up, a true upset could be on the cards right now. As you see how actually how little risks are being taken based on the second round investment here. Bulldogs, Guardians come out on Shimmy and Nabil. They know how important this round is to both their momentum and their economy. Poland, couple of pistols here or there. Shimmy, the man to be tested in mid. Good for the first, doesn't risk the secondary peak. Instead allows Nabil to come and join the party.
Excellent news, and now you can beat from the top rope, but the Bulldog line's the second. Excellent, excellent conversion round here from Canada. 2 players remain now for Poland to try and find something. And they do have the position behind yellow right now from Kenobi. Upping the wall, allowing them to cross. Buld will hop on in. Moving into a little bit of an unorthodox position, but with the Viper falling, you're going to be left out in the open. A flawless round to keep all the guns for Canada.
They do keep all their guns, but what it means now is that you're having to use these Spectres, these Guardians, these Bulldogs up against Vandals in the hands of Poland. If Poland lose this round, it could really start to harm their confidence. If they win it though, this could really be all to play for. And you know what's caught my eye, John? It's the third round operator that's come out on Witter now. Canada really want to establish that sniper presence, and they're doing so damn quickly. And look at this huge rush being prepared for the top of belt here.
They will be able to get up and close as well. The Satchel always pushes through. The recon bolt is great, but they're really having to struggle to choose those targets, and it's not going well. A lot invested, a lot of pressure. Fortunately for them, Poland do not take the initiative to push into mid, to push over to B.
That's such a strong default to be able to cover your teammates like that. Absolutely phenomenal. And to have your player at the bottom of ramp, it saves so much. But look at Canada. They stay as this three-man unit, and they continue trying to aggress. They spot out the rotating Viper in mid, and they not only land that Aldrone ping, but off the back of it, they realize that actually it might be time to stack this A sites.
They spot the shimmy back in.
Jiwa, one away from his Empress as well. This could be a very spontaneous, very swift usage of this ultimate, but he needs to find his first kill.
Find an opener, Jazz spotted. Slow orb drop to slow the aggression, but Jiwa does get 1, 2, 3. Doesn't even need the ultimate right now. Huge entry over onto the A site. They move to the back to cover off those flanks, but Viper's the only player near, and look at that. They've got the operator. This is the investment that you were talking about from Witter. They just got to look for these exit frags now. It's fully saved the operator all the way over on B.
And when you get such an early operator, it may not apply this round, but you do end up with a bit of a sunken cost fallacy, where the operator becomes so valuable to your defense that if it's not used, you don't bother setting it into the retake. In this case, it kind of makes sense with it being a 4 versus 2, but my worry is that Canada put too much emphasis on Witter's operator, that they end up mitigating the effectiveness of the rest of the team when it comes to these aggressive defaults.
We're going to try and bait someone a peek. In fact, he'll find 2, and it's more than he can shoot. Not for the biting this time around. Witter holding the operator as the spike goes off. 8 and 7. We said we thought this might go to overtime, and right now it's looking like it might.
It absolutely is. I would love an overtime. Third map of our first semi-final. John, I would be overjoyed. For these teams, though, it may be a bit too stressful, as they have been absolutely neck and neck. Having seen that first map, we thought, hey, maybe Canada take it. Having seen the second, our hope was restored, and having seen our thirds, they're indistinguishable, the quality of these teams.
Kenobi having a massive impact on that Viper.
Absolutely.
Doing so well on that B site.
The operator, been revealed. The Aldrone going to try and force Witter out of position here. He tries to play the patience game though. Hit by the Lear, backs off. This allows Poland to gain a bit of ground. It's only a little bit of ground to work with, but once again, every inch matters when you are in such a close game.
Viper wall over to B, but the back off is swift from Poland. They move that spike back over to A. They already have that foothold in Jazz. They cover that cross, they move in. The Aldrone will not spot it, it's a little bit too late, so they won't see that maneuver happening until they hear those footsteps. Close enough in mid that it might come through, actually, in fact, but the steps forwards are starting to come out of force position from Marwan over on the B site. Does manage to find Duet. As they push, they execute over onto A. They need to have an answer to slow this retake from Canada. But Namil cuts the legs out, gets the headshot as well. Kane with another. Will be able to keep things under control. 2 players now remain.
Oh.
Kane on the triple.
Where did that come from? Kane.
And Canada cut them out.
Rains death from above as Canada make it 9. Great buy round from them. They do have to commit the showstopper to it as well. So there is the heavier commitment. But more importantly, and this is extremely important for them as well, is Witter's able to survive the last 2 rounds. And he's done so without having to reinvest too much, which means we are seeing that operator early investment slowly get paid off now as his economy starts restoring to the same sort of uniform state as the rest of his team. It's only 2 rounds in it though. Now for Poland, they're looking to buy here. Kenobi only down to a Sheriff. Everyone else though, posting Vandals, looking to defend this huge play towards mid.
Now Bill, aggressive out of the tube from Canada. Not going to be spotted, not going to be faced off against either. B-site left a little bit open and at the worst time for it. Fortunately, Nabil is there to cover that cross. The paint shell wants to find its way over that wall, but it goes on the other side of it, and huge value found. 2 picks going on through for the Canadian hold as Marwan seals the deal. For yet another, it is 10-7. Canada might be able to start to run away with this.
That was a huge bunch of paint shells getting lobbed there by Nabil. Single-handed, I think they did about 220 damage combined onto what was 3 players. Perfect delay on that plant, and great timing as well to get behind the chamber in mid. I love how Canada are playing their defense right now. They're getting their stage, they're getting their Sova, they're getting their raise. They put them into a unit, and at the start of every round, the 3 of them go for a little stroll through the map. They go for a little tiptoe through the snow to find that opening kill. And if they don't get it, rather than backing off playing defensively, they stick together, they choose another portion of the map, and they go and continue to hunt for that first frag.
We saw the timeout strategy from Canada in the first half. Poland this time, I imagine, executing theirs. Seeing if they can bring it back. It is still very back and forth. 10-6. And they're going to continue to try and keep that momentum up, try and turn it away from the Canadian side.
By all means winnable for both sides here. And I think that if you're on Team Canada, the worst position you could possibly be in now is getting overconfident. It was a pitfall the American team fell into. It can't be one that they also fall into, because Poland will punish them. And something on the topic of over-aggression, I feel like for the Polish side, Jazz on that chamber has been a little bit over-aggressive. We have seen him, especially in the rounds they were winning, peaking a little bit too much. He was starting to get punished. Topic of ult management came with a resurrection. That Emperor's still available for Jiwa, but off the back of this, we are soon to see a Viper's Pit come up on Kenobi. There is only pistols in this round, though, so a lot of these ults are going to have to be used fairly spontaneously in scenarios which can't exactly be planned for, and what scenarios which Canada have to be ready for.
Teleports back. Gets rid of some of that chamber utility.
I love that, actually. In teleporting away, having destroyed that chamber utility, you're making them expect there to be no one there, because of course the chamber's left. You only see Kenobi, who tries to extend to shut down the Sova. Kane punishes it, but that relays to Poland that the rest of this team are fairly passive.
The operator on the defense, the pistols, not really getting too much done here. You don't expect them to, but 10-7. With these pistols, you're looking at a 11-7 scoreline. Kane finds balls. 2 players remain. Jiwa actually does manage to get some value there, but the headhunter pops Jazz back and shimmy for the last. 11-7 now. Canada drawing closer inexorably towards the end of this match, and their chance to take a spot in the finals.
Canada now a mere hop and skip away from that grand finals, and a chance to take that €20,000 prize pool. For Poland, a comeback is necessary. For the crowd, a comeback is dreamed of. But will the floor become littered with the fractured fantasies of Poland? This round may be what decides it, because there's no money left in the bank past this ult bank in the backs of Poland's pockets. As well as ults may be, they need to be able to get into a position to use them. Nabil, forwarded angle, not expected either.
Very, very undetected here. Needs to wait for them to push up far enough, and Jazz will find out about it first. The blast pack doesn't quite push him far enough away, but Nabil still finds what he's looking for. Another pickup and slowing the push. However, there are still so many ults here for Poland, the res being invested first.
Jazz able to get back onto his feet, but still only a 4v4. Canada inviting Poland to hit this B site right now.
Jiwa squeaking around those angles nervously for Poland. Such a crucial round. Viper Pit enacted, an excellent post-plant position, even on the numbers. But it's good for Kane as Shimmy lights up a second, and there's 2 players now in the hold. The Viper Pit for Kenobi needs to be managed, needs to be kept alive. Nice and healthy for now, but close and into the smoke they go. Whiter leaves only Kenobi with it all to do, and Marwan spots it, shuts it out, and Canada, they found the 12th. It's match point.
This is off the back of such a huge ult commitment from Poland as well. We see the Vipers here. We saw the huge resurrection that came in as well. There's not much prescience they have left to be able to predict the aggression of Canada. Canada's success isn't coming from these ults either. It's coming from positioning, which is something that could be mimicked and repeated again and again. Poland don't have a solution yet. They need to find one now because they are on the precipice of being eliminated.
Canada happy with the resurgence that they've seen after
Absolutely.
Haven. They dominated over on Fracture.
Tour de Force comes out from Jas. It needs to find its mileage here. Poland, they set their gaze to this A site, but look how swift Canada are to stack it in retaliation. Tour de Force shuts down the first AL drone, both exchanging Soviet utility. Sage Wall goes up. Nabel, low on HP, will probably be healed, but they don't know about Marwan's position here.
Teleported away almost immediately. Not going to go down to Marwan. The shots did come through, though, and the position pinged out almost immediately. Good communication coming through for the Polish push. Meanwhile, on B site, Kenobi, Witter.
Teleport's ready.
I love how Poland right now, they're trying to bait out these rotations, but Canada, they're so disciplined. No one's shifting. Right now, if Witter's in a 1 versus 1, hey guys, that B site's open, but no one's moving. They're just falling back into their default in such a disciplined fashion. Poland, 40 seconds left. They gotta find this first kill soon.
They've lost that high ground position. That was fallen off. They won't be able to regain it. So Poland have got a little bit more of an advantage. Amarita did move over to that B, but the forward position now, I was going to say gives the game away, but there's the fall off. The footsteps almost immediately talked about there as well. You can see the players in flux over towards the other side of the map, just moving back over into hold positions to try and keep Poland out, to try and keep Canada at a massive advantage. What a way to open it up for Whiter. Behind the wall, he immediately gets cover from the enemy team, but two are traded back. Shimmy manages to even it yet again, but Kenobi is through. What a powerhouse he's been on this map, and he needs to step up now for Poland.
Oh, another batch of paint shells from Nabil. Showstopper comes out, down to the 2v2. John, it could go either way on the turn of a dime.
They know Amarito's there, shoots it over towards the bridge, doesn't get the value. Amarito lights up Whiter. Now it's just Nabil. They know the position, they know where it is, and there's still more to do if he's able to find the Sova. Shots around the side for Canada, finds one. Is it going to be all over here? And now Bulls, with the wall broken, can play on the main. Goes for the peak, knows he's there. 9 bullets in the chamber. Nabil looks to close it down for Canada, but he cannot do it. Poland shut the door.
Beaten, battered, and bruised, they limp their way to another round. Poland, they commit the Hunter's Fury, they commit everything they possibly can to try and close out that round, and they're just about able to do so. They also force out the Showstopper as well. This is by all means a heavy commitment from both teams. The only difference is Poland, they need to do it 4 times over just to get us to overtime. Oh dear, this is going to be a hell of a match. You see the ult management for Canada as well. You've got the Resurrection, the Hunter's Fury about to get the Tour de Force and Viper's Pit. For Poland, Jiwa has this Empress, which he's been holding on to almost all half now, and it's Canada's turn for aggression. Look at the push from this Viper, this Exodus down through B main. Yes, there's a trademark to worry about, but this angle alone may catch Poland off guard as they set off back towards this A site.
The damage done to the economy of Poland as well. Difficult half armor for 4 of them. And they slow it down yet again. They're looking to try and find those openings that Canada are denying them.
Absolutely. It's relatively passive A-hold from Canada, uncharacteristic thus far, but that's only because they've got 3 players in position to try and cancel this. They have a Hunter's Fury to delay the plant. Poland, they're trying to wait till the very last moment before they spring their trap, their ambush. But that Sage will buy so much time.
50 seconds ticking away. Amarito, do it. 2 on the cards already to open up for another crucial round. The first of 4 necessary for Poland. And they've managed to dispatch 2. The Hunter's Fury available for Shimmy.
Look how disciplined Poland are being as well. They get those 2 kills, they get the spike down, and they just get off the site. They know that any second now, Canada are going to launch these retakes. These retakes which have been so successful for them throughout this map.
Empress activated. Looking to move through the gap in the wall. Slow down this retake. What a shot for Dewey to keep Poland in this. 2 players now for Canada. They're going to want to save this operator. But other ideas in the minds of Poland. They look for the spray, don't quite catch the cross. There's a player in the spawn and Marwan is on the side swipe. Not going to be too worried about that, but there is still a lack of credits in the Poland coffers.
3 rounds. 3 rounds is all they need. You think it's but a mere pipe dream away, but against the likes of Canada, who not only have money in their back pocket, but have ults to work with, and now with that saved operator means you still have that everlasting presence from Witter, who was the heavy hitter on Haven, a map which you dominated on. You still had to give respect to Witter with his headhunter, with his snipers as well. Full buy comes out from Poland. Not a single ult to try and save them now. It's got to be the business end of these Vandals. The gleam in their eyes and a spring in their step to get them onto these sites, because Canada, when it comes to abilities, have the advantage.
Oh, no.
When it comes to players, have the advantage.
Well, they've already lost the 1. No res available. You talked about that. No ults. Can't wall and res there as much as they'd like to. They'll need to figure something else out now at this crucial juncture.
Really aggressive Boombot there from Canada to try and get this info. Poland being so disciplined, so wary of the fact that Canada could spring themselves into another spot of defensive aggression, something which they've done so damn well throughout this half. This time though, Kane once again on this upper angle. A loose crossfire held with Nabil here as Poland get ready to walk straight into it.
Kane needs to catch here, but he's spotted. Amarito slips around the side, but they don't spot Nabil in the corner. Could have been so much worse for them, but they're back in business. Onto the site, 3 versus 3, looking for the post plant. Kenobi close now on the Viper. As the Owl drone starts to scout, the plant comes through for Poland. And the res was gained and invested. Kenobi claps back. What a powerful player he's been. Amarito on the flank. A duo deadly in the ice. Shimmy finds a 3rd, but it is not going to be enough. Poland keep themselves alive once more.
Who better to give that killing blow than Kenobi, the rock of Poland, the man who has time and time again answered the call to action, who has risen above the call of duty and is now looking to bring Poland to overtime against Canada. We thought we'd see it, John. We thought we would, but my word, I did not think this map would be as close or as exciting as this one. And finally, Poland have found that the Canadian hedge funds, the trust funds, has a bottom.
They've dug deep, but there is the tour de force available on the Canadian side, so they can patch it up with that. The Vipers pit's there as well. Potential to wait for some util to be invested on B. Drop that Viper's pit. Slow things down for Poland.
That tour de force means that Poland are going to have to be fairly hesitant with how they launch this attack. And actually, this is a bit unfortunate for Witter. The 1 round in which he moves back towards that A site is the 1 round Poland change their mind, change their tune, and set their gaze back to B, where it's all on Marwan. Viper's Pit available to try and stop this attack, but hopes that the snakebite will be enough. There comes the commitment of the ult. Here comes the full assault through the smoke. No damage exchange just yet, but that just allows Poland to get even closer to the back line.
Kane, the first to find one, but Bald answers immediately, so no res is available. Marwan. Oh, and Shimmy as well, but it's going so close back and forth. 3 players are there, and Shimmy crucially lands the pick. Bald now, the only thing that stands between Canada and the Grandfinals. 1 player is there, and they knock him back. 13-10 on Icebox. And the North American team from Canada will be in the finals, our first competitor.
We thought we would have a battle, John, but we were given a war. What a game, what a series, and for Canada, a hard-earned spot in our grand finals after a terrific performance.
The first piece of the puzzle as well for a potential All-NA finals now lines up. If the USA team can meet their continental compatriots in that final, it would mirror the performances over in home ground as well.
Yeah.
And NA looking good for 2023.
They truly are, and I tell you what, Poland, they gave us an incredible incredible series from what was the dark startings, the dark tidings of Fracture, to the redemption arc that we then saw on Haven, to what was the closest map, I would argue, of this whole tournament on Icebox. I mean, I'm pretty happy with maps like these. This is only the first semi-final, remember. We've still got 3 other games left today, including the show match, including the grand final. The action does not stop. And if this is the first semi-final, it's but a taste as to what's to come.
Cannot wait to see what else is in store. We're going to get to see more of Canada today as well.
Absolutely.
These guys, they can take that breather, they can take that time to reset before they get into that grand finals. I'm sure they're going to be watching the second semi-final like a hawk.
They truly are, and that's the you have a pro and a con to playing the first semi-final. You get to rest between the finals, but it means that your opponents can anti-strat you. They see your veto patterns, they see how you play each map, and when it comes to Canada, because we had such a close icebox, and because they were really pressed in Haven, it means there's a lot there to anti-strat, something which I guarantee that both the Macedonian team and the American team are going to be looking at gleefully.
Absolutely. It's really, really important to keep yourselves nice and calm. Haven, definitely, though, a weak point for this roster. They did not perform in the way that you would expect from a team like Canada.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sort of going into this, we knew that Poland, a team that had been very, very well practiced, as well as Canada, a team which has been able to mix themselves among the most experienced campus clutch players there are, it was going to make for a potent mix. And I'm very glad this series turned out to be as close as it was.
Absolutely. And in fact, Poland are the first team to take a map off of Canada in this tournament. So going into this, they've shown that weakness. Similarly, you're looking at the US team as well, also going undefeated into the semi-finals. So will they lose a map there if they're able to qualify, or will Macedonia be able to sweep it out?
Before we hand it off, are you feeling Team Macedonia or are you Team US?
You know what? I want Macedonia. We haven't seen much from them on the streams this tournament, but I feel like I can kind of quietly back them here. I feel like they've got a lot of power.
I'm also in favour of Macedonia. I was the only talent to say Macedonia win the whole tournament. I called that from the group stage, so I can't back down from them now, right?
Who would Canada prefer to face, though? That's the question.
I imagine it would have to be Team US, purely because it's the team they know, right? It's their counterparts. They probably almost guaranteed to have scrimmed against each other while they were here, while they were in the prac rooms. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if Canada do end up against the US, if there's any anti-strategy that comes into play.
Or, conversely, if there is a lack of that to be seen, if they have to face up against Macedonia, is really a little bit in the lurch for them. And I'm really liking that they've been shaken up a little bit here as well.
Yeah, it truly is. It truly is. And, I mean, quickly to talk about this match as well, I really want to talk about both Kane and Shimmy. Shimmy, who from the start was incredible, especially on Fracture, he had that heavy, heavy punch to him. And then on Icebox, Kane, once called upon, he absolutely delivered. A great recovery to the series from him after what was, let's be honest, quite a shaky start.
And as well as that, Nabil on that raise on Icebox, absolutely popped off. Just adding to the tallies time and time again. I think top fragging for the team at the end of it all, and doing phenomenally well and getting a lot of value. Those paint shells, so crucial.
Oh my, those paint shells were absolutely perfect. And he only needed to land 2 or 3 paint shells over the course of that second half to have such an instrumental effect on how that entire half played out. The first one was just to reset Team Poland. The second one was to garner their lead. The third one was to reset them again to extend the lead even further.
Well, we are going to close things down here for Canada versus Poland with an interview with Sully.
Thank you guys so much. I'm standing here with the winners of our first semifinal, Team Canada. I have Winner with me. Now tell me, man, how are you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. The series was a little closer than we thought. I have to give respect to Poland. They played pretty unorthodox, but yeah, we were able to deal with it.
Yeah, so talk to me then. I mean, you talk about close, that first map, Haven. It felt like, looking at it, one of your stronger maps. What happened there? Because it felt like you guys were in control of that first map, and things just started to slip away a little bit, man.
Yeah, on our defense half, definitely felt like they counter-stratted us a lot. I'm not sure where they got the info. They got it somewhere, but a lot of our setups were getting disrupted and whatnot. We weren't able to adjust in time, so they ended up closing it out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys were able to take it in the end. You guys have had quite a journey to get to the finals. You were in the group of death, as people like to call it. You had to go up against the defending champions, Egypt. It's been a journey for you guys. How are you feeling? Tell me, when did it hit that, oh my goodness, we could be world champions here at Red Bull Campus Clutch?
I think definitely after groups. I don't know. A joke between our team was we're going to get grouped. So we kept saying that. Then we ended up coming out as a top seed. And just even throughout the matches, just kept saying, guys, we're going to get grouped. But I don't know. I think that's when it hit.
Yeah, you guys have been incredibly impressive coming through that LCQ. Now, let me ask you. First semifinals are out of the way. The second one is yet to come. It's USA versus Macedonia. We've seen you guys cheering for your North American counterparts. Now, let me ask you this. Who do you want? Do you want the NA rivalry, or do you want to play internationally? Who are you feeling?
You know, I think they're both really good teams. Obviously, we play Northwood a lot. We play against a lot of their players. And I've seen Macedonia play, and I think they definitely have my respect. But I don't know. I definitely want the better team to win. I want it to be the most competitive finals it could be, but it would be nice to have NA finals, I won't lie. But.
Yeah, man. Well, huge congratulations to you, and we are going to look at Team Canada in the finals, our first finalist here at the 2022 Red Bull Campus Clutch Global Finals. I'm going to throw things to the desk, and I'm going to break things down for us.
Yes, indeed. We are indeed, Sully. Thank you very much. Fantastic interview, by the way, and a fantastic win for Canada, who have just booked their spot in our grand final. Poland, sadly, dip out at potentially the final hurdle, and it all went to 3 maps. What a journey it's been for Canada to get to this point.
And we wanted to see the depth of their map pool. Of course, when you have two teams that are really dominating the groups, come in, the best of 3, dominating in 2-0 fashions, you can keep a steady, mediocre map pool if you'd like, if you want to pull out the same couple of maps here and there. But for this, going all 3 maps, bringing out the Fracture, having to force them onto the icebox yet again, going to Haven, which would have been a much more uncomfortable spot for them, hence the loss. I think now all of my answers are questioned.
Oh, your answers are questioned.
I've just been absolutely shocked by that, what they're able to put on. No, what I will say is I have every question answered about Canada now. Do they have the map pool? Yes. Do they have the strategic depth? Yes. Do they have the gunners to be able to do what they need to do against every opponent? Yes. So I think there's not a lot of checks boxes that I need to fill anymore.
Are you telling me that Canada have proven to you here and now that they are the full package and potentially the favourites going into this grand final?
Yes. Yeah, I think they have so much well-roundedness around them that it would be difficult for me. That being said, they scrim with the US a lot. They actually liken them on the same scale as the US team. So let's say the US was to go into the finals. I would say that they would actually be really evenly matched. They both prioritize having strategy with mixed in with that mechanical skill, with good comms and coordination. A lot of good defaulting coming out from them as well. I would find it difficult to differentiate between them, but there's enough for Canada to say, yes, they can withstand. And that icebox looks scary for them. And the fact that they were able to hold on, keep that pressure, the fortitude, the mental fortitude, to be able to come back, that was what really got me there.
I mean, look what it means to them. It means absolutely everything. And this has very much got a main event tournament feel here in Sao Paulo at the Pacaembu Stadium. You can see we've got a live crowd here now making a lot of noise, and these players are soaking up every single moment. Hello, by the way, my name's Ian Chambers, rejoined on our analyst desk by the wonderful Jess. And Jess, you've got to give, some props here to Poland, because they were a formidable opponent for anybody. And I think part of the reason you are so confident now about Canada potentially being the favourites is they managed to take out the ice demons that are Poland.
When you have two completely different stylistic teams going head-to-head, it's a weird clash, and you never know which one is going to favour. Sometimes it's map-dependent, sometimes it's preference-dependent. And I think for Poland going on to Haven, I was like, the pendulum is swinging now. This is going into the favour. We're going on to maps where they can be more confident. They can use that sick mechanical skill to be able to come out on top. But I really think that once Canada worked out, they're just going to swing us. They're going to try and use mechanical favouredness to be their win condition every round. It's about learning the conditioning of your opponents. And Canada played the mental game really well in that, is that they just made sure they traded. They made sure they crossfired. These are the fundamentals that make a world champion of this level.
We've got a clip I know you want to refer to in a moment from Poland, but I'm not quite sure. I do know I was speaking to Veli coming into this, and he wanted us to highlight a filthy play by the Canadians in map 2.
I love sick flicks.
If we have it, this wallbang, I
want
you to run us through this. Because I remember John was calling the action, and he was going nuts at this moment.
If John goes nuts, you know it's crazy.
He's such a subdued man, but when the right moments, he pops off.
I love, wallbangs, especially ones where you know that you can have the upper hand. This is the flick. This is the spray transfer
from the side of Poland. That's the spray transfer. We were talking about mechanical skills with Poland before. That's the spray transfer. That was one I picked up on because that was one the whole crowd almost got out of their seats for. It was a very influential round as well, and a flank upon which we didn't think would come to a round win. That's the mechanical skill I think Poland was leaning on, maybe a little too much. I would have liked to have seen more strategy, a little bit more team play come out of that rather than individual prowess. But that was one of the moments. But if we get this wallbang, I'd like a wallbang.
And we have got some of the best producers in the world working in the truck, and here it is.
Wait. Roll it. I'm a boomer. It's too fast for me. You've got to go again.
I think what's happening here is that they just want you on camera because you're that good. I think that's what's
Can we
happening.
slow-mo it? Is that a possibility?
Here we go. Let's see it again.
Oh, it's a fadeaway.
There it is.
Is that a fadeaway headshot wallbang?
That is the moment.
I am so confused how he managed to even get. You ever just watch a round and you're like, how did he get it?
Yeah.
And you've just got to put it on rewind, 0.25 speed over and over again.
I think that's just another prime example of how the last 2 days have been littered with crazy players and crazy moments that you expect from like top tier competition, and we're seeing these students deliver.
Yeah, and I love the aggressiveness that they're able to sort of intertwine into some of their strategic gameplay. I will say it was, front and center for Poland, but for Canada, when they really need to bring the heat, defensive aggression-wise as well, they brought it, and I think some of these maps have really elevated the way in which we see their mechanical skill.
It was a real clash of styles this series, wasn't it? It felt like that to me.
Huge. I couldn't have given you a match where two different stylistic choices have been made by teams. Yep.
Let's talk about Nabil. Because I know you
Speaking of style.
You love stats, right? You love to bring up head-to-heads. But let's bring up a head-to-head of his own statistics here.
Yes. Now, the KDA is the same. Look at the tiny little title on top of that. I wanted to compare how Nabil has performed throughout this entire tournament and how Nabil performed in map 3. Just the last map there because he was a very key and influential player. And that is the first column there. He had a 317 ACS. He's very proficient on Raze. That is his main by far. But over the whole event, on average, he has kept up over 280 ACS. It's the same KD. This is consistency intertwined tenfold. I have not seen a more consistent duelist player. One that doesn't need to be incredibly flashy, but just gets the job done. And this is why I think Canada went under the radar. Because Nabil was like, I just always do this. I rock up, I make the space. I'm an incredible Raze player. I know maneuverability with my blast packs. I know when to paint shell. I know that my showstopper can be influential in a win condition of a round. But he doesn't make a big noise about it. I would like to make noise about this man. I think everyone should know who he is, what he's been able to do for Canada. And if you're the tip of the spear, the duelist of your team, you better be the sharpest tool in the shed because he was slicing through Poland.
He's got an amazing roster around him, and they've got to show that they have what it takes stamina-wise now because they've just gone through what was a grueling best-of-3 against some really tough opposition. And what they're faced with now is a grand final best-of-5 in front of a ruckus crowd against potentially their arch-rivals, the USA or Macedonia. I mean, do they have what it takes from what you've seen to, maintain this standard, maintain this momentum and style of play?
I think so. I have no doubt that they are prepped in practice. They're the kind of guys like the US that are constantly playing. Whether they're playing together or not, I think is a little bit irrelevant. It seems they have enough synergy, enough strategy between them that I don't think that this is going to be a problem for them. I'm worried, however, and this is the first time I get to say this, the second time in this tournament, that if the US is in the grand finals and they scrim together, those scrim bucks are worth gold. And the US will have every little bit of intel on the side of Canada because they've been in the scrims with them. They know what they do. They're the ones that practice with them. They're the ones that give them all of the juicy information. I don't have the scrim bucks handy for you guys, so I don't know exactly what it is they've seen behind doors. But enough practice has been happening between these teams is going to be countering the counter of the counterception.
Whoa, that was a mouthful. Well, if the USA are to make it to our grand final, they have a very dangerous Macedonian threat standing in their way. But before we even look at that semi-final, let's take a look at the bracket. It is December here in Brazil. It's December everywhere, actually. And the weather might not suggest it, but what I love about a bracket is when you start to fill up these spots, it's like a Christmas advent calendar, and we've just got Christmas Eve left. The United States, Macedonia on the way. Canada have now booked their spot. It is official. The Canadians will step onto that stage. Trophy in sight for our grand final. We are almost there. Before we get into our semis, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be right back with you. hyping you up. And now we're back. Simple as that. Welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals, where, like I said, we are one step away from booking in the final spot in our illustrious Grand Final. Our second ever Campus Clutch champions will be crowned. Is it going to be USA or Macedonia? Let's start off by taking a look at this United States team. We touched on them in the pre-show. They are a cohesive unit, and they are not to be overlooked here at all.
We have highlighted pretty much every single player on this roster, except for Benji, because I didn't want to do the thing where you just hype up the Chambermain all the time. We've had a year and a half full of just hyping up Chambermain. So I was like, I'll let Benji do his job as the very flashy Chambermain. You know, Ferbs, obviously the Jet Dip has had an incredible performance throughout this tournament. Darkest on Breeze blew my mind. KO God. Yep. The man could not be stopped or eliminated. And Ali, I just hope he plays pro one day. If he does not play pro one day, my heart will sink. And I don't know, I give him the biggest vouch out of all of the support players in this entire tournament.
What's been so fun about this event is we get to see the players behind the scenes. We get to, you know, meet and greet them and see what's going on when the cameras are off. And I can tell you, they are in unison and they believe it too. They say that their secret to success is their unbelievable teamwork.
I think our team's biggest strong point is the fact that we're able to play very well together as a team, and that may be due to the fact that we're able to compete at a high level outside of our collegiate team. So that just puts us at a bigger advantage than the rest of these teams. We're excited to play Macedonia tomorrow to see their play style, but they're definitely the underdogs coming into the semifinals. In terms of the Macedonians play style, we don't have a lot of information on them. We didn't even expect them to make it this far, honestly. So good for them, but hopefully they have some VODs of Pillable that we could review tonight and get a better understanding of how they play.
All right, let's talk about Ali. Here he is, looking only as Ali can look, and he has become a real one to watch. In fact, you actually see him as potentially getting picked up after this event.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who don't really watch a lot of the US, which we only saw a couple of the games overall, so yeah. I think he was flying under the radar a little bit for me until I managed to spot him. On the controller role, he's been able to do incredible damage. The ACS you see, of which I don't like to point out ACS as support players almost ever. I think that's an inappropriate statistic to sort of combat with something. But Ali would hold entire sites by himself. Yeah. We're talking a solo player, and that's a very difficult thing to do as even a duelist, even an initiator. He would just be on the defensive side, go absolutely bonkers, and in a post plan on the attacking side, he could hold his entire own power position. I think there's not a better player to be hyper cerebral, but also have the mechanical skill to go with it. That is not a combo that we often see with players. So to have this high-level player on your team, I think is something so valuable. It's very easy to train someone to pew-pew very fast and very accurately. Yeah. It's incredibly difficult to sort of buy someone with that kind of game sense behind them. So for me, Ali is top dog in the supportive world at this tournament.
Did we mention this USA team are absolutely undefeated? They're on a run of a lifetime, but so are their opponents. Let's move on now to the undefeatable Macedonia. This team have been together for quite some time, Jess. Yeah. However, it's quite intermittent. They sort of rock up and get back together when they need to. Sort of like when you go and see your old friends and family from Christmas, and they thought, you know what, the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals is not something we want to miss. They've shown up, they're here, and they are unbeatable at the moment.
They did manage to knock out one of the other Canadian teams as well. So there was obviously big hitters coming in their group. That group was not a pushover by any means. And when I started to hear, oh, they've won their best of one, and then they won another best, and then the next, and the next, they knocked out in the best of three my New Zealand boys, for example. There were so many teams that they just were able to obliterate. In the end, I think that they have shown enough. They do have some very big experience behind Killax and Runner. We know that they're rivals, but coming together and being able to synergize in a very efficient manner like this has shown that, I don't know, I think they've all got it both on a team and individual level.
You know what's funny? Ahead of a big semi-final like this, it's very rare that a team will give away any statistics or tactics that they're going to be using and putting into play here. However, Macedonia might have done just that.
We are a small country, like we're almost not even 10 players who play this game so seriously.
We were thinking of trying
something out like, I don't know, double duelist, maybe because we usually play pretty much one duelist, and that's pretty common in our region. You don't see a double duelist from Europe, so that would be a surprise for people. We played double duelists in the past, so we have experience with it. We might pull it off in the playoffs.
They're bluffing. I guess time will tell, but this is the player you want to be looking out for. If you haven't caught Macedonia in action just yet, Runner is a man you want to keep your eyes on for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can just scowl all you want at the numbers next to the rankings there. He's #1 in the tournament with ACS, #1 for damage per round, the ADR, #1 for kills per round. He's 4th in his KDA. The man knows how to make a statement, and he knows how to play his role incredibly well. The consistency is absolutely obvious, and I think it's transparent that if you want to win against this team, you will have to shut this man down, and you're going to have to run fast to do it.
Right, you know the teams, you know the potential MVPs that you need to be looking out for, and it is now time to get stuck into our map picks and bans for our second semi-final. Any last-second predictions on where you want to go here?
I can't until I know the maps.
Okay. I mean, which maps do you think we might go to?
Oh, I don't know, and the reason I don't know, and you all need to be very aware of this, if you go back and you look at Macedonians' map pool that they've been playing recently, the last 4 maps they played were all different. All of them different. They played Haven, they played Fraction, they played Ascent, they played Breeze. They managed to play a boatload of maps.
And that makes them incredibly unpredictable and hard
so
to
unpredictable.
judge, right?
So, and it means that they can also have like a permaban like Pearl.
Yeah.
So you can get rid of a map like that. United States gets rid of Fracture. I'm not surprised because they 13-3'd the last team they went up against. 13-3. So you look at that team, you go, you know what? I don't want to dip my toes in that. That's scary.
Ascent, though, is where we will be going for Macedonia. That's their pick.
I mean, I'm not surprised. It is one of the biggest picks of the entire tournament. Teams have been absolutely rolling their opponents. I will say it was a bit more of a closer affair with Macedonia and New Zealand on that map.
Yeah.
So they will be confident, but I know there's some mistakes that they need to pick up on. And Breeze, I'm loving Breeze. I'm loving Breeze. I will say Macedonia's played on it, but against quite a lower tier team and a while ago. So a pick coming out from the United States to go onto that, I agree with heavily because I think that would be the weakest side, and you would be able to have stats on their composition.
Another Icebox decider if we go that far.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe we get Breeze then Icebox. We get 2 long-range maps. We get 2 long-range maps, which is absolutely digs into my heart. It means that operator plays I want to see, especially on the side of Breeze. That is a map that will be removed from the map pool soon in a competitive state, and I'm glad that we get to show some of the last remnants of it here for history.
The sad thing about this is that a lot of these players have traveled hours and hours in the air to get to this point.
In the air?
In the air.
I swam.
Did you swim?
I swam.
Oh, I ran here. I win. I just want to make sure there's a crowd out there real quick. Have we got a crowd in the building?
Oh, they are still
Yes,
here.
we do.
Oh, my bad.
We are now getting into our second semi-final. One of these 2 teams will book their spot in the grand final and compete for that trophy. It's now time to throw over to the Velosaurus himself.
Let's go ahead and get it started already. With Team Canada already in the grand finals, the question is, can their cousins, my people, Team USA, make it as well? Let's go ahead and make some names as Team USA makes it to the main stage.
Made it to the final day. We hope you guys did your homework because you're definitely going to need it.
With Team USA on that main stage right now, there's one team that really wants to shut NA's hopes down. Let's go ahead and bring out their opponents, Macedonia.
flag represents the sun. So every time you wake up, you will remember us.
About that time, one more game before we know who's playing in the grand finals against Team Canada. Let's go ahead and send this over to the casters.
Veli, thank you so much. It is a splendid day here in Sao Paulo. The sunny beaches are shining on us, and I'm here without myself named Sully, and we are here for the USA versus Macedonia semifinals. We already have a North American representative. Who we feeling here, Gus?
What? Are we
right off the bat,
anyone?
man. Right off the bat.
Can we really feel anyone in this matchup whatsoever? These are two perfect lineups, Sully. You literally cannot differentiate the two.
These have been arguably two of the best teams to come out of the group stages. Both come out 5-0. You know, my boys over at USA, I know what they can do. I myself am in college. I'm in the esports scene. I know what they can do. So I have high expectations for USA. But both these teams, they come in really, really good form. Yesterday, both going 4-0 in their maps, 2-0 in the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. We know what these teams can do, and I think for both of them, all 10 players are expecting finals or nothing less.
No, you got it. And you can say that the USA could have more star power, right? But the organization that we've seen from Macedonia has gone under the radar. These guys have been making this run completely off stream, and they, again, have been perfect exactly like the USA. It just so happens that the USA players, they're the ones that are the flashy ones, right?
Yeah, and I think for Macedonia, they've come in so quietly. This was a team that was unexpected. We were talking to our analyst desk back in the group, and they were saying, Macedonia? Where did they come from? And one thing you need to know, they have the #1 player in this entire event.
Oh, yeah.
Runner has been one of the best performing players. Now, let me drop you some stats. 300 ACS just in the group stage. Here in playoffs coming into today, 335. He is consistently improving. KD, 1.83 in the group stage. Now, a 2.29. These are unbelievable numbers. He is one of the top performing players. He's one of the top performing he's a standout player, let me tell you that.
Of course.
And so we know what Macedonia can do. He's one of the guys you have to look out for. And now we have Macedonia on the map. Be ready for them, Team USA.
Yeah, but on the other side, I mean, really everything that you could say about the USA goes for Macedonia and vice versa. So on the USA, they have their own star so far in this tournament, and it's Ferbsa. At least Ferbsa, he comes into this as the USA national MVP. But in this tournament, he's been right behind Runner the entire time, doing the same things, getting about 250 ACS, getting just about the exact same ADR too. So it's not like this team also has that star power, but what about the overall power? We could talk about Dip too.
Yeah. I mean, Dip yesterday had one of the biggest performances when it came to clutching for this Team USA side. One of the most pivotal players, especially on that initiative. He comes up big, had massive rounds yesterday in that opening best of 3 in the round of 16. So a lot of expectations here for Team USA. We know what they can do. And let me tell you what they've done. You name a North American collegiate event, they have won it. CVAL, NACE, ECAC. They are the top dogs in North America, beating out Canada, beating out 53, I think actually 630 teams, I think is the exact number of collegiate teams that compete in North America. One of the most intense regional events that we had. And this team, representing Northwood, representing USA, they're here to play.
Yeah, and Macedonia, the one thing that they have to be scared of is the pure LAN experience, the pure individual experience, because you have players who have been playing throughout the Tier 2 scene in the USA, in North America, already for the last 2-3 years that Valorant has been out. Yeah, this collegiate team is together, but one thing that we actually regret to mention, Sully, this Northwood team isn't exactly the most organized. They have a lot of star power, and they love to rely on that. But the thing that can really lead Macedonia over the USA has to be that organization.
Yeah, I mean, this USA team, from what I've heard, they're not a team that exactly practices too much, but they are one of the more experienced teams. Now, Ferbsa, one of the players that we're going to be looking out for, someone that has unfortunately, I feel, underperformed coming into this global finals. He looked amazing in the Red Bull Campus Clutch regional finals over there in USA, but this time around he's been a little bit quiet, so I'm expecting a lot from him as we head into our Agent Select of Ascent. This is a map that Macedonia have been utterly dominant on. A 77% win rate on their defensive side, and they're going to be starting on the attack. So it's all about Team USA getting a really good start. We're looking at these Asian compositions. So far, I think nothing's going to be out of the norm. Again, we're looking at Ferbsa to be one of those guys. He's on the jet this time around, as expected. We want him to be the big player, and he's going to have to take down Runner, the #1 player in this event, #1 and #3 rated.
So Macedonia, their big key to success in this game is going to have to be that defensive success, purely because we just haven't seen their attack side really be able to flourish. They've only played it in second half situations where they had already blown out their first defensive half. And from what we've seen, Runner is the linchpin for this attacking side. Expect explosiveness already in the first half.
Yeah, but one other player you have to watch out for, and it's unfortunate he's not playing his traditional chamber role, it's going to be Legolas. He had an insane performance on the first kill and first death department, and we have to be mindful of, he went negative in the first best of 3. I think he was like 16 and 27, still had a +6 differential in the first kill and first death department. Now, why is that important? Ferbsa, one of the guys that is dominant, right? He's good, he looks good, he's a big entry, but he goes negative. 14 and 15 in first kills and first deaths. Can he punish him? Can Ferbsa eliminate Legolas, or is Legolas going to be able to stop and put a lot of pressure on this guy to make sure he can't get anything going?
Ladies and gentlemen, Northwood, they have not lost a single series in their history as a team. 24 wins and 0 losses, but you have the immortal Macedonia on the other side. The US, Macedonia, a spot in Grand Finals, and we're kicking it off on Ascent.
And it looks like already Macedonia, we're going to play it very far back. Team USA, when I watch these guys, I think, dang, this is North America at its finest. Whoa. They love to get in your face, and they are not afraid to do anything about it. Early dart out towards mid does reveal a little bit of information. We have 2 players, but that knife doesn't tag the KJ. So these nanostorms will still be in play as they approach this site. The spike still does lean towards A, though.
I mean, they know it. If they ended up getting that ping on the KJ, at that point, it's go, go, go. You have to get a peek in there. You have to somehow get some information. But they're going back over towards the mid side.
Given things in the way they're going right now, it feels like we're going to end in an A split. And you look at Ferbsa tucked in towards wine, but look in the bottom left. He's got no dash. He is stuck here, and Darkus has only got a single flash really to assist him. Most of this hit is going to be focused from USA towards Garden. Those 2 players are going to be holding it down, and Ferbsa, well, this is his moment. We talked about him being a standout player, and he's got 4 players approaching him. But with 40 seconds left, Macedonia aren't really making a move.
Yeah. Again, this is just going to be such a dangerous, dangerous combo. But Darkus, he throws out the knife early. He doesn't get a lot of information first. He has to get the peek, but he's only going to be able to get 1. Here comes the crossfire in the middle of sight, and it's successful. Darkus is able to get 2. Ferbsa with 2 of his own. It's all locked down in the middle of A as Killax, he just has to come out of the dark, go out in the open. Darkus, light work with a 3K to open up the game.
And that is a great opening for Team USA, a team that comes into the semifinals with a 56% pistol round win rate. And they deal with that perfectly. There's a distraction over towards Cat, and you can see the util dump that comes out for USA, but the issue is here for Macedonia, nobody clears Ferbsa. He finds one, that pressure applied towards Cat allows both Darkus and Ali to swing back and support Ferbsa, and they lock things in here for a first round win.
Just heading back into the next, the USA, you can now at least see an earlier peek over towards the B side, and of course, Runner in the front side has a shotgun, had an opportunity on to dip, with the smoke in front of him. Not an obvious shot there for Runner.
And that pressure from USA, the util, is going to send Macedonia back towards mid. Ferbsa only has a ghost here, and really not much assistance can be given to him. Macedonia slow things down, and Ferbsa already popping the dash, looking and expecting some kind of engagement.
It's only him, and it's only a ghost. This is a scary, scary situation to be in. But again, with an alarm bot and an ambush swarm in front of him, it's just the hope that nothing too fast comes by. They already saw the dash earlier, so there's really no chance that these players can just get through on a dime. But there goes the knife, and immediately, Ferbsa is already gone. He didn't see a thing.
Yeah.
Here comes the attack in from Macedonia. Dip is the only one here with a cross. He's going to be able to find one. Low HP on the other one. Dip, this could just be a 4K for Dip. Making an ace. One more is left. Legolas, he only has a shotgun to go, and he can really just waltz out, can he? Give him the ace. Just give it to him.
Give it to him, man. He's going to go 41 points. And we're kicking off the semifinals with an ace from Team USA. How good does it get? And this is the thing, right? Yesterday, they talked in the post-match interviews. They're a little bit nervous in this first map, but this is a USA that come out swinging. Ace already here in the second round. Rifles picked up here for Team USA and Macedonia. Actually, I think USA will elect to stick to these SMGs. Apologies, but Macedonia will get the rifles out here on board. And we'll see Team USA how they elect to respond with the lesser guns. Ferbsa from that Ghost is now going to upgrade himself to an operator, and he's up top towards A, where we have seen great multi-frags from him.
It's going to be that quick, little two push, trying to be main. They already had that full control, but
no movement from USA. They have full control here towards B main. They're just relying on this alarm bot towards mid. And Macedonia, realizing they have a lack of control now, we're going to have to try and rework back towards mid. And you can see already, Ali, I think, is prepped here for a Paranoia. No, instead likes to drop a smoke, but he's in a position where he can send a Paranoia to shut down this mid flank and support Darkest in this market spot.
Didn't get anything off of that shock dart, but they're already making their way up into captive to begin with, but they're actually going to back on out. Not a single contact. Successful inch-up from Macedonia so far.
A nice smoke dropped here by Ali. 40 seconds left. Time is running low here, and that knife is going to catch 2 players towards Cat, and that's 1 free for Ali.
You can definitely get more. Still shifting around with the Paranoia. You still have one in the back of A too. But again, these are rifles that they have to face a big green with. Verbsa knocks one down in terms of kill axe. You still have Keck trying to make his way in and has no chance. Ali taking one down, but still has Legolas to go, I think. A 1v5, and they're gone. The SMG goes absolutely wild, and Cat, it's a flawless round for the US. And oh man. My God, okay.
That was the most American thing I think I've ever seen.
Disgusting, why?
But USA picking up their bonus, and I mean, Macedonia from the get-go did not look to take any map control. Shut out of B main, did not approach out towards A main. They tried to make the split happen with little to no information. And USA posted up, ready for it. And now we'll reset Macedonia here. Ults are starting to come online slowly but surely. Dip 2 away from that Hunter's Fury. And we'll see that come into play a little bit later on. The op still held for Ferbs as he finds first blood on the operator. A knife early. And this is a little bit quicker of an approach for Macedonia.
A little bit, just because the pistol's right. You want to get as close as possible before you end up making that peak, and indeed they end up doing that over towards that Cat side. They finally burst out, but Ali with the long range, able to get 3, make it a 4th. Light work for Ali again. The pistol, nothing that Macedonia can do so far is putting a dent into the USA defense. 4 players alive at the end. They're thriving.
Yeah, and this is so smart from Team USA between Darkest and Ali. The pressure, the Paranoia to force runner off that op angle, and you see the quick, instant responses. Okay, we don't want to split our attention. This is something that teams that I've seen here at Red Bull Campus Clutch do, is they split their attention. One person will go towards A main, the other will fight back towards Cat. They fight together in towards A main, so they don't give any rifles. They're working together, clear at A main, and then the attention reverts back towards Cat.
It's a step-by-step process. Macedonia, they're going to have a big battle over towards the mid side. You hear the action at USA. 2 in the front side. KLX has to go for the big peek. Already takes down 1, but the trades have to come in. Where are the peaks for Macedonia?
Killax.
There they are. Killax takes down Darkest with only 1, 2 now in the back of B.
And Ali has made that TP on over. He will have to stand strong, but this null command to shut down any and all utility. Benji wants to get out and slow things down. Macedonia, a trade and a 1-for-1.
No, how did that end up flashing him? Runner, Kekuk, both getting the last few frags that they need in the back of B, and it's all over. What a sweep for Macedonia, finally.
And it's Killax who comes up massive with those first 2 kills. And is in a phenomenal job of splitting open that B site, allowing Mark to be the big avenue there for Macedonia to work on in towards. And they're patient. They're so calm about it. Killax has a null command online. They know we have USA backed into a corner back towards Boathouse. And this is what you want from Macedonia. Killax has looked phenomenal as well through the group stages. One of the better support players that we've seen. And here, he opens us up here with a nice double.
I mean, from Killax, we've seen that impact so many times on the defensive side, but on this attacking side, finally love to see that pop up. Again, we kind of ramped up Runner a little bit. We ramped up Legolas a little bit. But Macedonia, they got shooters. And they prove it finally with a round under their belts. They got to go take this momentum on to the next. Their economy's still not clean.
And it will be USA that still have plenty of credits after winning that bonus to invest. It was Macedonia that got the first ult online. And now they have a second in Runner. Do they want to try and burst open? It is going to be Ferbsa looking for the early engagement. But Paranoia forces him off, and instead Darkus is there to fight. That will slow the push down as well with that 0-point knife, and now he's got the null command.
Oh, Versa peeks out almost a collateral, but he has to get a whole lot more. Able to get the second off the flick, but Legolas and Western left on their own after the crossfire from USA works just a slight bit. Still 2 remaining here.
And a fake TP. He breaks the neck of Ali there. He actually swings looking towards the left. And Legolas is going to have to clear back. No util to check this flank, but they're going to try and rework this part of the map. Team USA, all 3 players posted up here on the A site. Plenty of time left for Macedonia, but what is the move here? You don't have a lot of util. You're waiting for this smoke to get charged. And the thing is, these 2 agents aren't agents that will initiate the fight. They need to get a free spike plan and just play the post play. And that's what USA is giving them right now. A rework back towards A. They thought that if they cut noise, USA are going to move. But we still have an Odin posted up. And we still have 3 players on this A site.
Oh no, Western pops out! With this setup, they would need pretty much 1 less smoke, right? Because Legolas is peeking at a cat, but it's already been revealed. Western has to pop out of a smoke. This is delaying so much more time.
And they have to commit. There's only 20 seconds left, and it's the Odin that he has to face. They're split apart, 1-on-1.
Light
and there's
work.
the Odin. Ali for 2,
Wow.
tucked in the corner in USA. And you can see it, they're confused. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, that was just unfortunate though. Western, if that shoulder doesn't pop out, we could have a big opportunity there where it's pretty much just an isolated 1v1 there for Legolas. But broken apart, USA. Taking back that momentum. Macedonia. It's not like they're dead in the water though. I did say their bye wasn't exactly perfect, but they still have something.
Yeah, we're at the quarter mark here in our matchup, and again, Macedonia, a very defensive-sided team. The 4 times they played this map, they started on the defensive side, and most of their halves go 10-2, 8-4, so again, this was about USA getting a nice cushion, and Ferbs has gone hunting, nearly gets punished for it.
Oh, with Ferbsa on this side, they have no idea that the KJ is on the other side. They just need to see Ferbsa though. Ferbsa has the mid-watch. And with a whole lot of utility in front of them, this could just work out. But again, Macedonia, they're just waiting for a gap. And
this is a split that kind of works in only one direction. The spike is going to solo lead in towards B, and that's a fight that Macedonia have to win. Oh, already dipped with 1 off of that Odin. Here's the entry. They're going to try and run it through. The spike dropped.
Benji hit what? The dash through the molly? Runner, an absolute beast, at least getting that one, and still somehow able to get a second. 34 HP left on him, and just has to go to get the spike. They're the only person around that area. Kekuk going in, at least able to get 1 off the rotation. Knows where Dip is, but Dip peeks out just a bit early. And again, Runner in a fragile situation, and Dip is in top mid. The USA, yet another one where, yeah, they're the ones confused, but Macedonia almost had them tripping.
They are shutting them down at every turn. There is someone waiting from Team USA. And in this round, it's a combination. That first pressure from the operator trying to redirect Macedonia over towards mid. And it works. Dip is just sitting there waiting. And now Team USA have charged up ultimates here. We have the null command. We have the Hunter's Fury. And Macedonia, not enough credits to get a bye here. And this is where things get scary. 7-1.
Uh-oh.
In Brazil.
No, 6-1. We'll see. Still an eco from Macedonia. And a Hunter's Fury. I mean, just used early on in the half, right? Just so they could be able to recharge it. But not able to get anything into A. Just drive. A Runner overwhelms 1. There's still 2 here. Dark is waiting for a peek out from A main. A little bit awkward. The peek back gets nothing. And Western chimes in. Macedonia. Are they going to deny the 7-1? Sully Ferbsa comes back with 1.
And that is an effective split for Macedonia. You're pressuring both extremities at the exact same time. This time, you do split the attention of these USA players. And now for the retake, a missed opportunity for Ferbsa. And Killex has got 1, but Benji is here to arrive.
1v4.
He's had a quiet start, and he's got 3 more to find.
Western wide peeking out. The lineup was there. Oshino. 6-2, not today. No 7-1. Macedonia denying the momentum for the USA. That could put them back in the half.
That's a big one on this Thrifty. You can see Benji, he is so close. Breaks it. This is a triple flick, by the way. The turret to the player A main, back to the player's front Jenny. And it's close, man. You know, I'm thinking if he has a Vandal, he might hit that, but he doesn't. And Macedonia is at the Kickstarter that they need. Team USA still with 3 ults to play with null command, lockdown. But a lockdown available for Western. And an early Paranoia to force these players back because that knife is broken at Darkest. He will take that space.
It's going to be one of those slower setups for Macedonia. They've tried to...
No way!
No! They've tried some space over towards that mid side, but they've needed a shock dart to make it work. Western goes down. They still have the shocks, but this is tough now.
And look at this control that USA has. Darkest has peered all the way in towards A-Main, and Ferbsa and Diff. A double cross. A double hold on this cross.
It's gone though. Ferbsa
leave, yeah.
loses out on the dash too. Runner tracking him through the wall, and now there's only one person here in B. Whole lot of util around him though. Benji hiding behind double wall too. It's a tough spot, but it's really only going to be good for one.
That smoke is
Did
phenomenal.
the barrel get spotted? Doesn't even matter. Legolas with an awkward smoke on top of Benji.
That smoke trying to assist Benji. A great idea from Ali, but here's the retake. And Killax, he's gone unchecked. He's gone for two. Wanted a little bit extra, but it puts it onto Dip.
1v3 in yet another situation where the lineup comes up, but that's Macedonia pulling it back little by little. It's only 3, but we have 3 more to go.
And it's Runner that is starting to come alive. Team USA, there were questions. What are you doing? Well, here's Macedonia. They've answered the call plenty loud, and so has the crowd. Still enough credits to buy here, and it puts Macedonia with 4 ultimates. And they're walking towards the A-side. And look at the way USA have set this up. 2 players and all the util stacked in towards tree. They want to use this lockdown for this retake, and Ali's going to look for the first fight.
Is it going to be an immediate response? Will Macedonia have the util to try to take away that lockdown? But it doesn't even matter. They don't use it. They just go immediately out into sight. Killax just takes down Ali dry. They're still going to be able to use it for a retake, but they haven't used it at all. It could get negated.
Yeah, you can see already USA stacking players, clearing back towards cat. They need this lockdown. There's no util to break it already. They go down 1 by 1. Runner's dropped here. He does get a trade back, and that puts it in a 3 versus 4 in favor of Macedonia, but they have to back away. This is space given to Team USA.
What? They have the KJ in the middle. It's like battling. They're dead. Rip Benji takes down Western, takes down Runner. Now it's a 2v2. Still one coming up from behind. That could have been it. And Killax is gone. How? How does Northwood sweep them all? Every opportunity at a 1v1 they win.
Effective hold there from Dip. I mean, he's the key man there. Player goes down back towards Cat, and things get a little bit dicey because he's got 2 different angles. But you'll see here on the replay how Dip deals with it. He spins back and forth between defending Benji, and Benji's smart enough to get up the spike. They want that double fight. They play that perfectly. Spike goes down, so does the lockdown. There's enough time where they can keep themselves cool and calm. And Team USA are shutting, or at least have cut, for now, the blood flow of Macedonia's momentum.
You can see the attempt in mid. It's going to be a flash alongside the dash. Ferbsa trying to get up, trying to get some sort of information out of B main, but the TP comes out early. Good information though.
And the setup here is available for Benji. No knife for Killax, but they are going to use the lockdown. And Runner goes on in first. Nanostorm's yet to be popped, and he is looking to open us up, and yes, he does, Runner.
Well done. It's just the one though. Here comes Darkest. Back over towards Heaven, making his way in. It's going to be 2 players. Is it going to be 1 by 1? Legolas going to be able to get the first. Shifting around. Still has Ali to deal with. Oh, okay. Accidentally pulls out the TP, I think. Still, advantageous scenario here for Macedonia. 2 trying to wide swing right onto 1. They isolate Ali. Now there's 2 more left. Darkest trying to come by. Runner running out of knives, but it doesn't matter. The crossfire is there. Ferbsa needs to be a hero. A 1v3. 2 more rounds left though, and the cash isn't good for USA. He has to run.
Save this rifle for this next round. Macedonia responding to Team USA's cries, their chants. Answering to the crowd, and they will bring us 7-4 as we head into the last round of this half. And this is, again, another clean exit. Macedonia, patient. Runner does what Runner does best, and that is create space, find first kills, and just be the deadly man that he is. Entry into sight with those knives, removes a player in backside and continues to apply pressure. That is what you want from your star player. And there are questions surrounding who's the MVP. We had Shalaby last year. Who is the new Shalaby? And Runner has stood up to the plate every single time, and he does it there again.
Bot coming back.
That's the one. We always want to scout the next biggest thing in the professional scene. Last time it was Team Vitality's Shalabi. Runner. He's going to be on the front side of yet another round. He's going to be in the front of B main. Going to have a 1v1 with the other Jet. The flashes through just to get the control.
Yeah, another aggressive look here towards A, but it's just a paranoia. No info gathered.
Good knife.
A nice dart and a nice knife here over here towards B. That's a lot of information.
Yeah, but it's all the information they need, essentially. Here comes 100 Spirit, going to be able to get down one. Still waiting for Runner. They know that they're there.
And Dip has been so good with that Hunter Street. That's the second time he finds a kill in the opening round from the same position. Again, one of the players that we watched out for yesterday, Ali caught lacking.
Yeah, but they hear the TP. Presumably speaking, they would only be the one on A. But they just use it to cross over on site. Great shock dart. Only gets a little bit of damage. Legolas trying to run away. The knife is going to get a lot of information, but everyone is coming from the heaven side.
The util is matched here between both sides. We have two flashes between Killex and Darkest. And a flash first to put the pressure towards Heaven, buying even more time.
They tried to get info Cat. Here comes the flank. The Jet is going to be able to get a free frag, I think. Here comes the actual exit coming out from Heaven. Runner coming up from behind. Furpsa opens things up coming up from Heaven. Here comes the waterfall. Runner! Picking up 3. Here comes Benji trying to be a hero. And it does not matter. Runner stands tall, puts Macedonia back in the game. 7-5 Sully from a 6-1.
It's a little bit too close for USA. Again, I'll reiterate it, a 77% defensive round win rate for Macedonia. So if you're in the crowd and you're cheering from, things are looking good. USA.
It's looking good, bro.
A phenomenal start. A phenomenal start. Things slow down. Macedonia are a team that adjusts. And they adjusted perfectly here in the first set. Now entering the second. Runner is online. Burbs is online. This is a heater of a second half on map 1.
The win condition for Macedonia was always going to be that defensive half. But why is that, Macedonia? Why is Ascent your domain? Show us here. It's going to be a big play over towards the mid side to start things off. A little bit too fast, too furious maybe. 2 players up towards Cat. But they're not going to peek out too deep. But look at this. It's pretty much a 5-man crossfire.
This is a very heavy mid stack.
Oh, 3?
For Macedonia. Not something that we've seen traditionally. This could just be a read into them. And Ronda, wow. The smoke is Darkest. All right, then.
We'll take the 1. Alarm bot is there, but that's just obvious information. Here comes the A split. 2 players coming out from main. Dip. He does get the information onto Western. But Macedonia, they don't really have the most confident spots right now.
And this is the key thing to Macedonia's defense. They are so good at layering util. A knife towards Cat slows things down. The nanoswarm and the pressure from Western to take that peek. And now USA diverted back in a 4-on-5 advantage. But still, Macedonia holding that A site competently. Can he find the frags? Yes, he can. Wanted a second. Keku couldn't find the second there, but Ferbsa will spin back around as Killex tries to engage.
Good damage from Ferbsa, but Killax is able to take him back. But what is the ship back from the USA? Do they know about the second player? Killax is actually able to get 1 off of that. Then Legolas, he takes control of B. The turret is still going to be alive on A, but the KJ, they just have to cross. It's going to be a 1v2. Western waiting up, able to get 1 out of it, and that's all they need. It's a 2v1 to finish the round.
Ali can get the spike down. Western is not scoring. He plays in the open. Western could take the swing, but he doesn't. Instead, he waits. Ali trying to take the fight to them.
Wow.
But Macedonia have got the second half pistol round. And now they're within 1 of USA. No more smiles here.
No, there was the momentum that the USA started off with. That's when they already started dancing. It was on that pistol round. Is Macedonia going to start doing the same? Pulling out the L dance?
Hey, they said they're one of the most hyped teams here.
Look at them.
I want to hear some voices from them in Macedonia. With that pistol round, they've got the advantage. Weapons are in their favor. Runner picking up the Marshall here instead. It's going to be Team USA who split themselves across the map on this eco round in Macedonia. Again, an approach from mid from Runner once more. We'll see if this is his domain, if this is where he wants to take control of. Lovely knife over towards it. Catches 3 players.
3 pretty pivotal ones too, but not ones that would be crucial for a take. You see sort of the lack of utility with those 3. You're missing out on the Jet and the KO. They could be anywhere. Ferbsa. Are they going to get spotted by this drone? It's coming out. Doesn't. Check the cubby angle. They're going to re-clear it. 2 players. Gagak on the front side. Spectre popping off. They're able to get 2 out of it, and they're out safe. The shock dart too. Western on the front side. They're just looking to farm a bit, but they can just back out. They have Util in the middle of B2, but it's only pistols. 2 more players remaining right in front of them.
Yeah, Western wanted to get that ult charge online, but it's Runner instead for the final 2. And Macedonia, the decision-making for both these teams has been phenomenal. Western goes here for the repeat. He knows in USA's mind, okay, we forced Kekuk off the angle. Let me just take this peak. Let me take this fight. And they're just not ready for it. USA, things are tied up here at 7 apiece. They will have the rifles back. And it's up to them to make a response as Macedonia are starting to get momentum. And what a team, what a player as good as Runner, 16-9 leading the server. You cannot give him anything.
Quick play finally from USA. It's going to be 3 players already under crossfire. Nobody smoked off. Silva's going to be able to swing. Here comes Legolas on the front side. Not able to get anything, but they're still Runner. How many heads can he connect? Connect the dots. They only able to get 1. Barely any damage onto another. That could have been so huge for Macedonia. But Killax out of nowhere, able to find a gap.
And it's Benji. He's going to drop this ultimate here. A little bit of time to play. They have to act quick. And Western jumping into the site's going to get shut down.
Now Killax depending way too much on those wall bangs. And they just want to finish the round now. 1 second and they're on the front side. Oh, no, oh, don't do it. The dancing comes back, but this time in the server. Yep, bring it.
USA.
Welcome to Brazil, my friend.
Look at it. I think that's our first knife of the broadcast. And look at him. Smiles back a little bit for USA. But it is on their full buy. Again, that's an anti-eco technically. The bonus round for Macedonia. Now they pull out the rifles. And we've seen what Burbsa can do. What can Runner do here with the operator? He's posted back up towards mid. There are 2 players here from Macedonia, but all 5 from USA. And it's fast.
Very fast. But I don't think anything's going to be able to happen off of this. Burbs is just on the front side, but they actually clear out a lot. Util on the front side for the KJ. They could be able to do a lot of damage, but here comes Burbsa and Ali. Ali picks up the first, but Burbsa is trying to clear out the back side. Paranoia comes in and it barely hits him. Benji actually spots out the spot for Kekuk, and he's still able to get 1 out of that. Still dancing around, but Rip Benji finally takes him away. Legolas in a 1v3 starts it off, taking off the only person that's out in that graveyard. It's a 1v2 with both players in the back of sight.
Yeah, Darkus has a flash and Null Command not to mention, but I doubt that'll be used here. Both players in Boathouse. This is a difficult spot to clear on the alarm bot.
Oh.
Giving a little bit of information, Legolas has got his work cut out for him. Both players, again, they're tucked in the back sight.
Peeking. Oh.
8 bullets too.
They know they're safe. There goes the smoke. Gives them some space to work with too. The turret coming in. What? Legolas, he can just walk right through it, but he decides to walk in front of it instead. There goes the flash. How does Legolas get that kill? Where did that even come from? Turret trying to knock on the man on the spike. An awkward ending, but they needed to make it awkward. They needed to make it a stutter step, but in USA, still dismount.
It is close, man. It is close. I don't know how he gets that first frag. He does a great job here, playing both the smokes, that turret. Ooh, USA, they had no idea he had walked that close, but now they're back in form here. 9-7. And it looks like a pause. Never mind, Macedonia went straight back into it. 3 ultimates, but this is their eco round, so I doubt we're going to see much action from them. The knives, though, for Runner. He's going to go hunting here towards mid. It might be kind of a mid-shark attack. Is it a little bit of an assist from Killax with his knife?
Oh, it is, and they barely spot 1 person over an A, and they know it.
There is a nanosword, or apologies, an alarm bot here.
Yeah, very good. Able to pick up Runner. And he's going to be wide open.
But look at the respect from USA. They're popping this null command on an anti-eco, knowing Runner has his ult.
Still Benji trying to get some crucial frags on that rotational side. And the Hunter's Fury actually able to find Div. Turret able to find 1. Benji needs to sweep a little bit. Runner is just trying to play a bit of time. The lockdown finally comes in. The null command has been eliminated.
Hold on, this is dangerous here. This lockdown is going to force all these players of Macedonia back in towards aiming into the #1 player. As Spurs is going to get caught, and this gets scary. Runner does go down, so they get hurt back, and this is where things get dicey, but they are dealing with it almost perfectly, USA.
Right, Diffuse is coming in. There's smoke right in front of them. They have to try it again. Nanoswarm comes in, but they break it. There goes the spray from Darkest, finally. Ooh, they had a chance.
It was scary there because Macedonia, they could have just, if they had stuck that the whole way, I think they would have actually gotten it. Because nobody on USA was peeking, nobody was spraying.
It was too awkward of a peek.
Yeah, Macedonia actually putting on a lot of pressure. And the thing is, they draw out 2 of their ultimates and an anti-eco round. And in their eco round, the knives, lockdown, and the Hunter Streak, you can count that as 3.
Yeah.
So not the best look there for Macedonia, utilizing 3 ultimates to try and win the round, and they don't get it done. USA.
Here we go.
Using that null command. It's back to rifles here for both these sides, and it is an aggressive look. They don't break the knife, so they will back away.
They're going to shift back, at least towards the B side. They maintain the control of mid. It's just tough. Because again, nobody from Macedonia ever likes to peek over towards that mid side. It's a false sense of security, always.
I love this from Kekuk. He's got the Odin, and he's just posted all the way back and towards B. The alarm bot.
Oh, this is so dangerous.
There isn't much support here, though, and that's where Western goes down.
The shoulder gets spotted first, too, so just an unfortunate spot. It's only going to be 1 here with the Odin. Spray goes through. Try to go through the paper mache walls. Not able to find anything. The rotation is good, though. The smoke is just the right place for it. Legolas, Kekuk going for the spray. Kekuk still alive on the backside, but has to dance a little bit as Legolas is gone. Recon bolt in front of him. Here comes the first big shot, but not able to nail it. Macedonia, Runner, and Killax, the 2 biggest impact players on Ascent.
And it was Legolas's 1 smoke that allowed him to creep back towards stairs and give this kind of opportunity. Killax for 2, and now the null command is up.
Yeah, no Hunter's Fury.
These are the hero plays that you want. 17 HP per dip. They do have the spike, but both of
this
these
is so
players,
safe.
They've already arrived.
Oh, wait, but they're peeking out. Where are they trying to go? They have to go into the middle of sight. There goes the spray from Runner. Dip is way too low HP. 17 left. Here comes the spray. Runner still takes him out.
And Legolas here. Yes, it's Killax that gets 2, but Legolas, a smoke he drops in front of spawn, allows him to creep into the smoke, take down, I think it was Ali who had the spike, and that's what gives Macedonia this opportunity. A huge play from a player that isn't highlighted. Legolas, someone that isn't too good on the Omen, but has a massive impact there, and Killax is able to clean things up.
Right here. We gotta see. Now some fireworks from the USA because they're coming in with such a scrappy buy.
Awful for Macedonia as well.
Both teams going in very weirdly, but here comes the spray from Kekuk. We haven't seen it come out with too much damage, and finally does something. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though, damaging actually a teammate, and here comes Western. It's a crossfire in the middle of sight. Western's dancing a bit, and he has a Sova in the back line, and he hasn't really showed himself. Here comes Furbsa, though, finally spots him, not able to get 2. Western has to dance. Runner comes out of the smoke. Dip doing the same thing, actually taking down Runner. This is just tough, though. They haven't been able to really spot Western, but the rotation can't come through. The gate is closed.
Oh man, Legolas is getting hunted down. 2 players on his tail. Western's on everything he can, and Legolas on 23. And that's the A site opened up. Western did everything he could there to hold down the B site. Needed those rotations to come in. Trades galore. Runner swings through the defender smoke, but that door being shut in their face couldn't support him there. And now USA, they will have a spike plant, and it looks like Western, he's not even going to contest this one.
Oh. Both choices there for USA would have just led into essentially just shrouded in mystery. I mean, they didn't really know where the player was actually rotating from. It could have been in really any angle, any cubby, but they were able to catch him off guard. That was their big goal there. They had no idea where the player was in B, but the person in B had to be in the corner, had to be in an off angle. The person trading could realistically be caught off guard. A good choice from the USA, a safe plant, and their economy, which was struggling, finally does stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, and this has been a really back and forth matchup in terms of post plans. Macedonia having their fair share of retakes, successful retakes. USA yesterday looked dominant, 7 and 9 in their retakes, so they had a great defensive half to kick things off. But in these post plans, it's been a little bit more back and forth here on their attacking side.
Yeah.
When against Chile, went 10 and 11. But here, Macedonia are pushing them to their limits here on their attacking side. So there's still more to write. It is 11-8. Macedonia still on their tails. But this is going to be a hard round to see them win, especially with the very light buy. Western did end up picking up a Phantom, so there's a silver lining there for them.
Oh, what's
so
the
that's
goal
really
here?
it. Double bucky here, though.
Yeah, what's the goal here in A main? They pull up the one-way smoke, and they actually just take over control. It doesn't really matter, even with the paranoia or with the flash, excuse me, from the KO. Does Killax just want to peek here?
Veggie's in a spot, again, to use that lockdown, and there it is.
Yep.
Killax, I mean, it's either...
It's such a safe option.
It's a huge gamble.
Oh,
all or nothing.
Nice. I love it.
0 to 100, and he's going to go for 1.
Yeah. Was already going to get detained anyways. 0 players detained. Legolas is actually somehow still alive in the back line with the Sheriff. Could actually go big. Able to get 1 out of that. You still have a couple pistols. And no, you actually had a rifle over in heaven. Western had a chance there, but Rip Benji takes down Legolas. And Runner picks up the rifle. Now has a Phantom themselves. I mean, what a player to have this rifle. What a player to have the hero weaponry, but still can't find an angle into the middle of sight. And this is separated too. Keka can't really help him out, but they do have a recon bolt. They'll have to come right into the middle of sight, hopefully try to get these players into the back line. Ali gets revealed! The shotgun works out in the perfect angle. Here comes the Phantom, needs the wide swing. It is a crossfire though from Darkest and from Benji. It's a good angle here, Runner. This is awkward for him. He's gonna be able to get the first! And the only opportunity they could have there was to keep spraying. Benji takes him back. USA map point.
Man, but those Buckies were doing damage. Macedonia putting on the pressure to USA.
That was a half buy.
Yeah, even in their thrifty, not even really. I'd call that just a straight up eco round. And USA, a map point here. One of the strongest maps that we have out of Macedonia. That defensive win rate really not coming to fruition. They've only picked up 3 rounds in this half. They do have the rifles back, so it's key. Key that they start to find something, and it's going to be in the form of Runner who gets aggressive.
Very aggressive. They don't find any util though. Not too much of a contact. That null command, pretty awkward spot for that to go down. I mean, picking up the 2, they don't really know exactly where that position came from. It's not exactly a bad null command, but this crossfire and A should get all the information in the world, and they still have KJ util. Here comes Legolas. It's just an awkward angle, but the TP doesn't come out in time.
Great trade there from Dip to at least open things up. That's strong rotations as well here from Team Macedonia.
Only 1 player on B.
Yeah, and reworking back here towards B. And the thing is that Runner's going to engage. Yeah, there's that null command we were expecting. He's committed to this fight, and Runner ends up going down, losing it to Benji. And that's an open B site. This is a retake scenario, and there's alerts already set up here by Team USA.
I mean, incredible patience from Benji, letting his player go forward, make all the noise in the world, stay in the back angle to be able to fight the 1v1. Here comes Dip in mid, needs to fight that, needs to win that. But Killax takes it back. It's a 3v3 even.
And it's just the awareness from Killax to drop that knife. They're coming from 3 different angles here, Team Macedonia. But is it enough? They don't have much util to rework back into the site. There's still a full kit on Darkness and a paranoia for Ali.
That's just full control here for the USA. But again, still 2 playing around that null command. Still gonna delay some more time. They have multiple flashes to go. Only 1 nade though. Here comes the jump. No, Keka just go right into the pits. And it's gonna be the USA sweeping the very end. 13-8. They dominate the end.
We're seeing moments here from both these sides, but Team USA, that is map 1. Macedonia's map pick. And again, a map they looked so strong on defensive. There were high expectations for this team when they switched sides. A 77% win rate on the defensive half, and it does not come to fruition. Only 3 rounds. So you expect a lot more from Macedonia. There were moments. Runner was one of, again, the standout players. He comes up big no matter what. You saw it. Champions, Vandals, Globin. He's top frag. He's top of the server. He knows what's up, but it's not enough there for Macedonia. 13-8 as Team USA lead us here in the series.
Yeah, again, we were talking about that defensive side for Macedonia. It was going to be so tough for the USA to actually get back into things, but there were certain win conditions, right? I mentioned Killax. The only reason why I mentioned Killax, I didn't mention the stat earlier, this guy has an average of 10 assists on the defensive side of Ascent alone. This guy had been just farming null commands, farming up just the knife information alone, and we just didn't see that sort of impact. We saw the kills from him finally come out, but in terms of the defensive effort, we did not see enough early impact from Macedonia. Not enough first contact, not enough information. And I mean, in the end, the USA, they just ended up making it out, playing their own game. All of their takes just ended up going right towards their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Team USA, the first team to take a map off of Macedonia. They keep their undefeated streak here in the Red Bull campus clutch. And just for the record, they're 44 and 47 in maps played. They've only ever dropped 3 maps. So it was a hard task for Macedonia. They put up a really strong fight. But taking map number 1, I think, was a big win condition for Macedonia, especially moving forward, because Team USA, this is a team that's competed for the last 2 months in the collegiate scene in North America, and they have the experience. They have a very deep map pool, and now going forward, Macedonia, things get a little bit worried. That second map, one of the stronger maps coming out from Team USA.
They did humble them, though. Again, it was 6-1 earlier. 6-1, and they still ended up bringing it back 5-7 at the end of that first half. Again, we could still expect some fire from Macedonia, even when they're at the very bottom.
Yeah, and I think the thing that was challenging for Macedonia is, they're a very strong team in the defense, but we know North American teams love to put pressure. They are not a team that's afraid to get in your face, and that's what they do. Team USA brought the fight to Macedonia on their attacking side. They were strong in the post plan. Did feel a couple times Macedonia had their number, but overall, it does seem like USA, this is the form we expect, and these are 2 teams expected to make the finals. But Team USA right now, it's very clear that they are feeling it.
Yeah, let's send it over to Belly. Let's get some thoughts on that first map.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the analyst floor. It's your boy Veli and also Jess. Jess, by the way, the shirt's looking good. How you feeling?
Know. We're looking drippy today. Look at us. Hello.
That's what we do on the regular, okay? Let's not hype it up too much, but let's talk about it. One thing I definitely do want to hype up, Team USA, North America popping off 1-0 already against Macedonia.
And one of the most popular maps at this entire tournament. To be the top dogs at this map is difficult because everyone wants the throne. They want the crown, and it's firmly sitting upon the heads of USA right now. I can probably pretty confidently say, outside of the fact that we have another grand finalist awaiting us, that the USA might be the top dogs when it comes to map pool.
North America versus North America, maybe, but I will say this. Speaking about top dogs, Jess, there was definitely a top dog in this game, in my eyes at least, and he was the one that was popping off, and he has some flavor over there. Tell me a little bit about Ali the Omen.
Look, if you're listening to the pre-desk, I went on and on and on about Muhammad Ali, sting like a bee, and the man was absolutely...
He was swinging on him.
He was swinging. And the biggest thing as well is that he's playing that supportive role. I said if he doesn't get picked up pro at some point in the next year or two, assuming that's what he wants to do, of course, then I would be absolutely shocked. Getting someone as reliable as him, that can gun as well, and his utility usage was schmick.
Absolutely love it, but even though he was Omen, we needed someone to really combat him on the other side. When it comes to Macedonia, let's talk about it for just a moment. Okay, I want to see more from Runner. I saw just glimpses of what he's capable of, and if he could keep that up, keep some type of consistency, that'll be it for me.
The biggest thing for me that shone was that Killax and Runner, they're on opposing teams in Macedonia. In the Balkan League, they actually fight against each other. So they've joined forces for this particular team. The trouble is, on that map, I could actually tell they were from different teams.
Yes.
They were doing solo individual plays. They were trying to do those hero plays, not together, but individually. And that can be, you know, the kryptonite that breaks the entire team flow there. I felt that. I could see it. I hope they get over that for the next map.
Hopefully they can bring it together, but taking a look at the stats right now, take a look at my man, Dip. 21-13, Sova top dog in the game. He was killing it.
The sad thing for Runner is as well, I mean, he did his job as a Jet. He did his job. He stepped up. He tried his best. Unfortunately, he got dipped on the first kills, and that was a huge win condition for the side of the US. I think every time on Ascent, you get the opening frag. It is incredibly difficult to get on site. It can be also conversely difficult to retake. There is not the numbers that you need on this map, especially when it's utility heavy. I think USA just manipulated that through and through. That was very impressive.
You're right. And speaking about being utility heavy, I love what we saw from all the support players in the game. Shout out to both of the KOs. But heading into map number 2, Macedonia, despite USA being in front the entirety of the game, crowd on the side of Macedonia as well.
Yeah.
They're going to have to bring it. This is it. You lose, and that is not going to be what you need to go to the grand finals.
I was speaking about long-range maps. Like, you know, we're talking about accuracy, we're talking about mechanical skills. Not that I think Breeze cannot be a utility-based or a strategic-based sort of map.
Yes.
I do think it can be highly, you know, the thinking game that you can play here. You can be very cerebral if you want. But I really think, and I say this to everyone, if you don't like Breeze, it's probably because you can't aim.
Because you can't aim.
You can't aim.
Hey,
Just
listen,
admit you can't aim.
Life is life sometimes, okay? So, Jess, when it comes to Team USA, I mean, the energy that's behind them, even though the crowd isn't behind them, do you think that they might be able to use some of that momentum from map 1 to run away with this with a clean sweep?
They definitely were thriving off the energy. I think that's definitely a big thing to say. I want to hype up Macedonia, though, because I don't want to just say this is over.
Okay.
Round 5, where they were down 4-0, they decided to change it up. The pace change was incredible. Killax and Runner side by side. The one round where they paired up to absolutely shred through the US. I want to give hope because there were a lot of Macedonian fans out in the crowd right now. They are cheering. They have their own chants. I was sitting there and I was like, oh my goodness, you can hear them now. They've got their own chance. I know they are looking for a little bit of win conditions for Macedonia right now. Don't worry, boys. They showed a lot of glimpses of greatness. I think they can replicate that on the upcoming maps, but it needs to be more consistent. So it's there. That round 5 was an absolute indication of it, but the consistency is where I'm worried.
Yes, now I know Evolved is standing behind Team USA as well. He's one of the coaches. I've known him for some time. Now, he's going to keep his team's head in the game. When it comes to Macedonia, though, to me, it's going to be all about how you start. I want them to be furious about what happened map 1.
I would be like running in sight, using numbers to overwhelm. I would be making a big, big statement moving to Breeze. And you need to, because that, I feel, is a momentum map. That definitely, especially when you think about long-range weaponry, looking at the oppers on the team. We have incredible jet players, for example. Those are the ones that need the money in the pocket early. And on a map like Breeze, you want your boys on the op.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 went to Team USA. Macedonia fell behind, but they almost made the comeback happen. The question is, will they? We'll find out very soon. But Jess, so far we have, maybe 2 maps left to go before the show match and the grand finals. I'm loving this event. We were talking before the camera came on. This experience has been incredible so far.
I can't believe what Red Bull was able to do. And mind you, they flew out 47 teams. That's 2 entire commercial jet planes, shoulder to shoulder of players out here, 12 booths just for group stages, and there was over 6,000 teams that participated just to be able to get here. So if you are even just here, you're actually one of 6,000 teams.
That's insane.
That's actually huge.
Actually, Upmind, he put up a fact to me. He said, so far this event is the biggest international event in VALORANT.
Oh,
I'm going to double check that. I think Upmind said that, yeah.
No, Upmind is absolutely correct.
Yeah,
this
insane.
is setting world history of the biggest VALORANT international event with the most teams that has ever attended. Red Bull's done a really big thing here.
All right, Jess, the game is about to go underway. Real quick predictions. Who do you got for map number 2?
Oh, I want Macedonia to come back. I want to go to map 3, but I think the US is just too good.
Map 3, baby. Let's see if we get it. Let's send this right back on to the casters.
Man, you know, we have so many different teams, so many different nationalities, Veli, but here's the thing. Team USA are the #1 villain in this arena right now. I mean, the crowd, anything they do, they hate it. In Team USA, they took map number 1. We're going into map number 2, their map pick of Breeze. Both teams have been incredibly in form. Currently standing, Team USA 7-1 in all collegiate events, 3-0. Both teams playing 2 maps here at Red Bull Campus Clutch in Sao Paulo.
Listen, Breeze is going to be a little bit more of a repeat of Ascent, where Macedonia is just going to let Runner go burr. But they have to. They have to go off this map because, Sully, we simply did not see the impact that we wanted out of Runner.
No, I mean, Runner, he looked good. Again, you saw the champions, man. The dude is glowing. He's top of the scoreboard. But the thing is, he got diffed in first kills. It was 13 first kills in favor of Team USA. Now, that's a stat that sucks because that means only Macedonia got 8. And we hyped up Legolas. Yesterday had 16 first bloods to only 4 deaths. And that is an insane stat line across 4 maps. He is consistent in first kills, did not show up, and neither did Runner in that first kill department. I think that's what made the difference. 13 4v5s go the way to Team USA. And they have a 40% win rate, a 92% win rate conversion in 4v5s or 5v4s. They're going to shut that down almost every time.
Yeah, again, this is just scary for North Macedonia because we just haven't seen too much from that attacking side, right?
80%.
Yeah, no, sorry, 80%. Flawless defensive halves is what we've seen so far from North Macedonia on this map. So, again, it's going to be yet another question on if that attacking side can really glue together early. Because again, 6-1, you just don't want to be behind like that again.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see these compositions because they're mirrored. And they played them 2 times yesterday. Both teams having immense success. Macedonia, a team that comes together here for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. 3 times they've played it, 3 times they've won it. And USA on this defensive side will kick us off as Macedonia here on the attack. There's already a chamber trip in the middle of A site that will slow things down and allow Pretty decent retake from USA in this pistol round.
Just a little bit. Just making sure when they're actually in the middle of that site, and that gives them
They're already on a flank.
at least that back main. Is the Viper going to be able to spot them? There goes at least the cover-up of the trademark. Does anyone see that? Does anyone see that smoke? Nobody does. Here comes the flank. It's going to come out perfect. 1, 2, no, only 1 kill coming out. Are you kidding me? Only 1? Ferbs is the only one there. 3 players coming out in the back line for Team USA, but Macedonia, they've been able to back out towards A main now. And there goes the big smoke, though. No way.
Oh.
It's shrouded. Allie's thinking! It goes through. No. Macedonia. 4 players survive at the end. They still are able to win out the round, but so close for USA.
Macedonia, that's a big pistol round to win. A team, they say that we're the most hyped here. You got to get hype off of this pistol round. Taking it away just in the nick of time. And that double flank, that was everything for Team USA. They knew the stakes. They needed that one right there. But it doesn't happen. Only 1 frag from it, and that's Ferbsa. Macedonia quick to react. Now, they pick up 3 rifles. Again, this is a theme that we see on Breeze. Jess talked about it. You don't like Breeze, you just not a good aimer. It's long distance, and these rifles are here to close the gap between Team USA and Macedonia.
This owl drone is going to get all the information in the world, essentially because there's only 1 person to get. Darkest gets spotted. It's going to be that faster rotation from the USA. Again, no plant, so this is actually pretty decent here for the USA. They're going to be able to pretty much get everyone back towards this A area.
And they wait. Macedonia, that wall going down. They wanted to recharge, give them some time to work with the first sound. Or apologies, runner. What an entry. Yeah, you can see a little bit change in the positioning for Macedonia. They didn't want a flank to come through, so deeper trademark. Kill access here on top of the ropes. And yeah, looking like a clean round for Macedonia. Damage done. But I don't think it's going to be enough for really to consider the USA a contender in this round.
Some frags here would be huge, though. Ferbsa, but the Marshal has 2 targets that are within 1 shot, and they're both in front of him. Kekik alongside the Jet, but the Jet in a very, very cheeky position. That's all they need, essentially, to try to evade the Marshal, and it works out. Benji trying to make something out of the round, but Macedonia, clean first 2 rounds. They have rifles going into the 3rd.
Team USA, Team Macedonia, both calm. It's an early start. Crowd at their side. Macedonia. We're just getting started here in the semifinals. And with rifles picked up, it's pretty even here. 3 rifles apiece for Macedonia, 5 for USA. There's a lot of light armor being passed around here from them. Less util. No owl drone for Dip. Lack of util for USA. They're going to compensate here with the rifles instead, but that's great pressure. That dart is going to force this mid play. And USA posted up 3 players here towards the B site. Dip kind of towards mid, but he's close enough. But here's the exec from Macedonia. Nothing to slow them down as they want to take out Ferbsa.
Again, he's just suppressed, but he can definitely dance.
Great
exit. Runner finally comes up from behind, not able to find a contact before that finally goes down. Macedonia, they are getting a bit deeper, though.
That's a great exec for Macedonia, layering the util and knowing exactly who they're trying to flush out. Darkest on 11 HP, back towards Arches here with Benji. And already Runner lighting up the server here again. If you want something to shout about, it's going to have to be this man. And on 4-on-2 Macedonia, a big bonus round picked up, and yeah, Team USA, they're going to back away and save these rifles. And going in with only 3 right leg blasts. Cut him off. He wants to take all the guns.
Finds one. Oh, sharp from Legolas. Darkest has to run away somehow with 11 HP. Keka finds him, but they're on the hunt. They're going for him. Darkest run for the hills, my friend, but you might not have a hill to run over. Runner's right here.
No, we don't see it.
Oh, he's able to hide. North Macedonia, though, 3 in a row.
And Macedonia, they are delivering so far here on Breeze. And USA, yeah, they do actually save that 1 rifle. We didn't get to catch it if he went down or not, but he does actually stay alive.
Yeah.
So a hero rifle here for Darkest. And they're going to work their way towards mid. A dart, I think, that goes very deep. They're going to try and play a mid-side hit. Or, I mean, we're calling it a hit, but USA on the defense. And Darkest looking for the first engagement.
Splitting right into A. There's realistically only going to be one person perched up to be able to maybe get a frag here. But they're not going to find an angle. That would be dip.
Spike planted.
And I really like this from Macedonia. They're putting pressure in all the right avenues, but there are some shots coming back from Team USA.
Yeah, Darkest with the hero rifle. Able to get that big one. But again, there are more rifles to be picked up. There's one in front. Benji trying to come in. Runner in an off angle.
This is very split apart here from Macedonia. And they Runner. Oh, nice dart.
1v2. Runner has to run somehow. 49 HP. Oh! How does he get that kill at the Darkest? Runner is insane in terms of that tracking. He goes for the hard ones first. But Ali still takes him down.
But that is shattering. That is shattering for Macedonia to lose an eco round like that. Just enough time for Team USA. And an eco round picked up for the United States of America. Macedonia, this is a round that should not have gone this way. I think the issue is, I like the pressure that they put in the back lines, but you split yourselves apart, and on a map that's as big as Breeze, that has a site as big as a site,
yeah,
you prone yourself to a lot of 1vx's, and that's what happened. You saw one go down towards halls, one back towards double doors, and Macedonia slowly crumbled apart there. Now USA op picked up for both sides. It's Legolas instead of Runner. And Null commands a piece for both Macedonia and USA. We'll see if these come into play.
I'll be a bit slow, Macedonia. Trying to chip away at that mid side, and they're going to start off with the first angle already against Darkest. The op not able to ring out, though.
Yeah, that's scary there. He actually nearly gets his head taken off. Shot that a second earlier. I think Legolas would have actually had that. Rework back here for Macedonia. Who pops the Null command first? Darkest in a good spot to delay. He's got Ferbsa at his side, but it's only 2 players. No wall up, so there's no sign of a hit coming through just yet.
Finally comes the wall, and the Null command's going to come in too. It's knocking down at least that one Null command from Darkest. Darkest just has to dance. He just has to spray away. He's able to get the one. He's still suppressed, but he still has the ult if he's able to stay alive. Oh, Western takes him out immediately through the wall. Rip Benji finally takes down Western. But that trade was massive just through the wall. It's 4v4.
The timing of that wall going down. Oh, he steps in front. A great trade back and Ferbsa stepping up massively. Kekuk in the clutch is not enough. That wall going down was the most unlucky timing.
It was.
And Runner, I think he peaks just a fraction of a second too early. I think there was a flash from Western, and it pops half a second after he goes for the swing, and that would have probably made the difference here.
Yeah. The small things, but it's really only small things. Macedonia, off of an eco round where only one person survived, they end up losing. This round, 2 players surviving at the very end where they had an even situation. But they can't let these slip. They had the momentum, and they could just lose out on not only their economy, but if the USA reset them, they're going to have a free route into a 4-3.
This is a pretty heavy contest here. A pretty heavy contest. They don't want them to get this ult orb, and you can see the walls changed up a little bit from Team USA. But they don't actually contest towards a market, but Ferbsa doesn't want Legolas to get onto this tour de force. Knives for Runner, knives for Ferbsa, and he's gone hunting. He's got the support of Benji. And I love this crossfire. He does end up getting cleared out, though.
Whoa, with the one-way 2 trying to find a way out. But Kalax finds them. The cheeky play gone, and they're not even going for B.
And Benji here alone.
Big rotation.
Big shift. 3 players here, but this could be a big cutoff. You want to get this back! And Dip with a phenomenal response.
Still only 1 on A, though. So still very much possible for Macedonia to get comfortable for the rest of the round. Such an awkward angle, though. Gonna be able to take down Runner, and nobody else is crossing. They still have some space to go, though, but Ali might just stay safe and play with their teammates.
Killix can pop the ultimate here, and yes, he does, towards the left side.
Wow.
Legolas.
1v4, good luck.
Just caught in the open, and Killix. It's winnable. Viper's Pit. One of the most, I mean, honestly, one of the biggest conversions for any round is this Viper's Pit. We'll see what he's got for us.
Oh, no mollies. Might be a bit awkward here for Killix, but again, just a very awkward position in general.
He takes the high point. He takes the high point. It's a little easier to see into the Viper's Pit.
And the spray is going to be complete. No, they're not going to be able to hit the spray, but barely. Some bullets go wild, hit him in the leg, and Darkest able to save at least that awkward situation where everyone survives. They take in their guns, the credits just continue to build for the USA, but the opposite for Macedonia, their streak is over.
Yeah, a lot of angles to look at there if you are Killax. He's looking what, left? Yeah, you can see already, he's like, oh, where do I look? Where do I look? And I mean, USA cleared out basically that entire Viper's pit. There's only really one spot he could be, and that was on that box. So Macedonia investing a lot into that round. Couldn't get the tour de force online for Legolas. Now they have the buy, and this is where Legolas can get the tour de force online. But another aggressive look here. Once more, Ferbsa. I think we have a dart at the ready by Dip to try and support.
Let's play.
A knife instead actually is going to full clear B main, and that's Ferbsa establishing very early control here towards B. This should allow
this
a
has
shift
to allow.
from USA.
Yeah, no, it's still not coming in. It might come in a bit too late unless they can catch the players over towards mid. Here comes Darkest! Such a massive position for Darkest, but here comes still Dip in the back line. Oh no, excuse me, Benji. Benji able to take down the first with the op, but can still dance around yellow box. Such an awkward angle from Killax. Could have worked just for the one-off frag, but Macedonia, they need a way back into this round. They're still at a disadvantage. Around the corner, the Headhunter finds the head of Killax. You still have two, though, still with rifles. Legolas pulls up the tour de force, has to go into a 1v3, but Ali sweeps them all. The USA firmly back into this game.
Yeah, that mid-rotation is so big. Right, getting that early B main control. Ali runs back through mid, finds one player just kind of hanging around this mid side, and you'll see here on the replay, Ali finds a triple. Coming in towards double doors, it's another retake vantage point for Team USA. And it will put Macedonia back on another eco. Legolas had the tour de force, so he does have enough for a hero vandal. And USA, they've been sitting on these ultimates. Both the Null Command and the Viper's Pit. Well, yet we're going to see if they come out here, but I imagine not. They've been able to deal with these anti-ecos exceptionally well. For now, Macedonia just trying to work these ult orbs, and there is a lurk from Legolas. He's gone hunting by himself.
No one's going to find him for a while, but I don't think Legolas is going to be able to get any sort of like confident contact without going into a 1v1.
Very early Null Command. Expecting this A hit as soon as that wall goes up. And here's the thing, Macedonia in these past couple rounds, when that wall goes up, they immediately hit. They've done it 2 rounds in a row.
They've done it, yeah.
And that's the instant response from Darkest, but they slowed things down.
Yeah, but that's a little bit more awkward of that angle. If anything, they would be coming up from the mid side, and Benji has a full angle of it.
Yeah.
Already after like the 3 seconds after they don't go, they're safe. Darkest still has an opportunity here to get a contact and immediately throw out the knife. And that's what he does. Gets very decent information. 2 players being spotted at least. Benji has the op, can get the first and TP out. Doesn't find a contact just yet. Legolas is actually able to find Ali. There's 3 players in the back line here for the USA. Could still be able to hold on. Again, it's just pistols for Macedonia. They gotta get close. Dark is able to pick up one, but the Marshal of Killax able to ring out. Advantage here for Macedonia with 20 seconds left.
They need to get on the site now with Benji. Posted back up towards stairs. They have at least gotten one onto site, but Benji is cutting them down. Ferbsa will finally find the lurk towards mid, and USA holding things down once again. Macedonia not even able to step foot into this site.
Great attempt though, with what they had, but it was just flashy. It was really just flashy. They had a patient approach. It was a good fake off the wall, considering the fact that they were conditioning them, right?
Yeah.
But that was just it. It was just the one-off play. They were confiding in the aim duels. We know the USA. Realistically, any one person on this USA team can pop off on their own. I mean, Dip, he's been top fragging throughout this tournament. He's bottom right now.
Ali is alone here on the B site. He does have the Viper's Pit, but he's played so far back instead. He does avoid the knife. We'll see if this gets popped. He drops the wall up, brings the wall up already. He's going to back away. He's going to get caught out, but Dip there to the rescue.
Oh, Ali, how did they get 2? 15 HP left. Now they have the Viper's Pit if they get close enough on site somehow, but Macedonia, they do find some angles towards the back of site to at least try to get back a pick or 2, but the rotation is already firmly behind them.
And Ferbsa's on a deep flank as well. No trademark from Legolas, as he does end up picking one, but Ali has stepped up massively here in map number 2 for Team USA. And well, Keka does find one, he does find a second. Benji up next, and he ducks. He has a chance.
Clean 1v1. Keka has a recon bolt too. Gonna launch it over towards that mid side, but Benji might get a good angle. Benji! A clean shot, but it's only 5 HP left for Keka. Needs a headshot here, but he's nailed. Oh! Kekuk stands tall and survives. A 1v3.
You want something to cheer about? This is it. A gift to Macedonia. Benji.
Another one.
I mean, it's written in the stars. It's a leg shot. It's a leg shot that gives him that chance.
It's either the pixel from Ferbsa. He doesn't have the angle to trade him out, whether it be the 5 HP.
Now, here's the thing. Macedonia, it's a clutch. It's successful, but you need to replicate it.
That's good.
And they're trying to go fast towards B. The thing is, they've been doing consecutive fast hits, and USA are anticipating. You see the shift already.
Oh, this is the fastest play. This is the fastest play that we've seen over towards that mid side. It's going to be Ferbsa trying to get one, able to get one at least, but still has a gap to find two more. Western in that 1v1, but they finally have something over towards side. But Darkest already behind them, able to get the one, and it's only two remaining in extremely awkward situations. Legolas has to come up from behind, clear mid, will be able to do so, but the USA, they're safe.
Back's turned. Benji, he's not looking. There's time here for Legolas. There's a minute left, and you know that Western is waiting for Legolas. Can he get one trigger discipline? What's a second?
Where's the zone?
Oh!
Dip saves his teammate and saves potentially the round. That could have been a 2v1, but now instead, Western, 30 HP. I mean, he might be able to plan, but Benji still has the angle, and they decide to go for more. USA seeping away that momentum from Macedonia.
Oh man, you were hoping that Legolas could get another successful lurk. He's been good in these lurks, but there, trigger discipline. I don't think he expects Dip to be in such a close spot. Macedonia. That clutch was the momentum, and now USA, very good at kind of just taming themselves and ensuring that things don't slip away. Macedonia back on the eco. Kekuk is the only one here with a rifle. We're nearing the end of this half. 2 rounds left to play with, and USA have had the better of it, a missed shock dart. I think they wanted to break the trademark. Doesn't put enough power on it, or at least deny an opening peek from Benji.
Oh, the knife too. At least 2 players there. If not, of course, the spike spotted. And Ali on their lonesome. I mean, we've seen that so many times from Macedonia. Legolas coming up through the tunnels last time, and this time randomly over towards B main. They pop out. It's an easy pick.
Yeah, they're coming back.
Macedonia just need to make something out of this round. This is tough.
He's on top already of this pillar. Killax. No wall thrown just yet, so they do have an opportunity. And there are only 2 players here. You need this hero rifle from Kekuk to come up big. But he is posted with this Hunter's Fury, so he's going to be in the fight and won't be able to utilize this really for the post plan. And Ali again, massive first kill.
Wait, this angle is actually so good for them? They can still peek out over towards that mid side, but the rotation is coming in strong, and Ali has the angle instead. So the rest can just come in. They have no idea where Ferbsa is. They're at the off angle. It could easily just be the one and done. Finally goes down, spots the shoulder, a runner. Runner dashes away. Still a very tall 2v5. Macedonia.
1 enemy remaining.
Trying to get something out of their investment, and Ali able to pick up 4 out of the round. A big, quiet tournament here from Ali, but they've been consistently picking up the stats that their team needs.
Yeah, I mean, Ali has just played phenomenal in this first half. That's his 3rd multi-kill. Yep, it's on an anti-eco, but he still does a great job. I mean, his aim has been crisp so far. Macedonia just with pistols. Now we'll see that they have the rifles if they can crack open this defense from Team USA. Worried looks as we head into the last round of this first half. 3 sets of light armor. I would be worried too. Missing util as well from Western. No nade. But it's good so far. Runner wanted to take an early fight. Benji forced to rendezvous away. And there's an investigation. Ferbs has gone down mid again. Macedonia have so many gaps in their attack, leaving so many opportunities for stuff like this to happen. Ferbsa has crept his way down, and that was a very easy rotate to support either side.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the better setups for the USA in terms of the defense. Going into a take, but Legolas already shuts it down. There's still going to be 3 players in the back of A.
And there's a great split happening. Fight for spin.
Wow,
down
it's gone.
Darkest. Wanted a little bit extra, but this is good. Macedonia picking themselves up here as they bring us to a 3 versus 2. It's winnable here for USA. But Macedonia have put themselves in a beautiful spot.
Wow. Still the spike is going to go down in that exact same spot. But Runner They need to go big. It's been their tournament so far.
He's hunting. He's hunting. He wants it.
Ali on the front.
No!
Gets completely shut down from midair. Sniped down. Ali, what a sharp shot. But now Kekek, we've seen it before. Can they do it again? A 1v2. Dip. Goes through and Ali! Oh my goodness! Cold-blooded, both shots coming in sharp, and Ali ends the half off in a dominant fashion. The USA taking away the momentum that we saw Macedonia take.
It's just great stand-up players. Ferb, Sun, Dip in that first map. Here, Ali on this defensive side. I mean, he has done work here for Team USA to give them a competent first half again. Macedonia, work is to be done here on this defensive side. Ooh, see it again on the other side, the L. Team USA, once they have it going. The thing is, we ended a sense first half with Macedonia in the driver's seat. They had the momentum, but now here USA have it all with them.
Seen the top teams have some dominant pistol round stats, but it's very much even for both of these teams. It's still very much a toss-up, and it's still very much a gap for Macedonia to make their way back into this game. They try to find a gap back over in tunnel. It's going to be that 1v1 between the Viper and the Jet.
Yeah, Rudder has elected to beat out the Viper smoke. There might be a question mark as to where he is. A long-range duel. You have the Sheriff. Kekuk, you need to win this fight. Two players on the B side. Look at the wall that Macedonia have thrown. They're trying to deny them entry. I mean, the position they have, I believe Killix is actually tucked in the middle of sight. So him and Legolas are going to be looking to fight here, and they want this wall to give them that 30 HP advantage.
Legolas.
Yeah, it's smart to slow things down here.
Oh, Killax is so close. It's just such an awkward angle, but it's untradeable. Killax, wow! Benji just comes up from up top, somehow finds an angle. Legolas is just in the middle, just in the thick of it, and somehow able to get two out of it. Still, USA have a couple players out in the open that they can pick away from. Runner. Oh, takes away Burbsa and Ali. It's a 1v2 out of nowhere. Benji still has a Sheriff to go. Finds the Jet in the open. Can't find the kill. Finally gets it. Western pulls out the nade, but it's possible. Benji needs a sharp headshot, but they're close. And Western takes them down in a good old Western duel. And Macedonia needed that one.
And it's time to get back into things, Macedonia. Hype yourselves up. Again, both teams, the expectation for both of them, the form, the players they have, #1 in this event, Runner. The expectation was finals, or honestly, it's bust, right? Both teams, that's the expectation.
Yeah.
Macedonia, backs against the wall. It's one map and you're out. Team USA, here on the pistols. And Macedonia, I'm not a big fan of this buy. I would like to see a bigger investment. It's a Sheriff for Runner that takes the long range fight, and yeah, I mean, they picked up 3 rifles in the first half, but they don't get anything here.
Yeah, just a contact though. It's good that he backs out from that. Still play Crossfire with his teammate back over in B, but this is relatively easy here for the USA. They go up mid, but Macedonia, they finally have a bit of friction. Finally with a snipe back, Runner 2 with the Sheriff, Crossfire from the Bulldog, but the Bulldog is only actually going to be able to find one. The Sheriff might get overwhelmed. Runner on site, 37 HP. The pistol doesn't even come out. Dip just decides to go for the double tap. This might be a little bit possible here. You have Benji and Dip.
2 players coming down from tunnel. One back towards spawn. He actually breaks it on
no
a
one's
lovely
checking.
dart from Dip. They did actually check that, so they know.
Oh, what a shot from Dip! Here we go!
Oh!
Dip has to find one more to complete a massive run for Macedonia, for the USA. Kekuk on their lonesome, not spotted whatsoever. The drone just dances around, no pixel spotted, reloading. Surely they hear it. The spray comes through. It doesn't nail a single shot. Benji from behind. And the USA sweep the rug out from under Macedonia.
And that is honestly just a back-breaking round for Team Macedonia. It cannot go like that. The pistol round was theirs. You need to convert the second, third. And this is a team, Team Macedonia, that's been ecoed once in this entire event, and that's the second time. And in a round like that, that is the exact opposite position. This is not the map you want to get ecoed.
No.
And now momentum back to Team USA, a reset on Macedonia. And you look at this buy, 3 rifles, a Bulldog, and a Marshall. And Macedonia, they have to push the fight. They have to get something.
Yeah, desperation play. And it's everyone from the USA here on this A side too. I mean, if there's ever going to be a round where they could stop an eco play like that, it would be there. 4 players around the corner to stop the pistols. The rotation coming in quick from pretty much everyone. Macedonia have 3 players in the back line. Slowly getting cleared out. Legolas with the flank. Could have been able to get one back, but the USA doing what Macedonia should have. A flawless round off of the anti-eco. But this isn't the end of the road for Macedonia. Rifle round coming up next.
Yeah, the buy is going to be available, so this is where you really want Macedonia to step up. And the crowd wants it. We want map number 3, Macedonia. Can you deliver? And it's Team USA. Double up setup between Runner and Legolas. Split between both sides. Macedonia. This is going to be scary for USA. It's a heavy investment as well.
I mean, if there's ever a map where this could work, it's Breeze, right? Such a long, winding map. We've been singing these 2 players' praises, and they're going to have to come up big because their first line of defense is done. Killax going for the push. Gets denied by only 1 player. Only gets 1 piece of information.
A little overzealous there. The knife, I think, tagging 2 players towards A. He assumes, okay, there's no noise towards B. I should be able to get this space, but USA, this is the tempo switch. This is something that catches teams off guard. In round number 3 of the second half. Well, just 4 now.
Not going to be any information here other than his first contact from Legolas.
Needs a big shot. He's
Low
locked
command
in.
He can still TP. He can still TP. No, not anymore. Knife goes into the backside. Ferbsa incredibly close, especially against this op. He could be able to overwhelm, and indeed, he's able to do so. Here comes Tekka right through the wall, but not able to get the cheeky play he needed. Macedonia. All 3 players going down on their lonesome. Runner and Western with such pivotal rifles in their hands. They need them for the rest of the round. They need them for the rest of the game. The USA inching forward now in what is their pursuit for gold.
Within 2. 2 rounds is all the US need now. And we will have a North American final. Macedonia doing everything they can to deny that. And it's with these 2 rifles they carry over. Runner's not even going to be able to deny, so this op isn't going to get transferred over to Legolas. Backs are against the wall. And Macedonia, they've got 1 player approaching Darkest. He is looking for these exits, and it is going to be Western, who does end up finding it. Nice. Okay. So they do hold on to 2 rifles cleanly, at least for now. Team USA, 4 players surviving. So their economy is looking golden, but it's Macedonia that you have to worry about. This next round, critical to win. A loss here, I think, would actually give Legolas and Runner both their ultimates, so maybe not a necessity to win this, but you definitely don't want to be playing for OT. And yeah, so they do go for the buy.
Oh my. And it's such a scrappy one, too. Legolas is still very much awkward, only going to rely on the headhunter.
He beats the dart, though.
So they inch forward. Tekka, just with that awkward smoke, not really able to get much, but that's drone, okay. Don't really know how much information they were able to get, though. The Sova might have been peeking off through the side. But Macedonia, don't get antsy now. There's 2 players there at double door. They could easily get picked down.
This is a heavy mid play. Nicely done there from Legolas. He has to trademark back towards mid. He wants to fight towards mid.
They're still going.
There's a second frag from Western. Nicely done. And Western for another.
Wow. And that was 2 players here holding down this angle. Darkest, how can they escape? Able to take down at least Western. Nobody's there for the crossfire. But this is big now for Macedonia. An advantage for the rest of the round.
And they're coming back towards the A site. Runner is here with the operator. 50 seconds left. And they're walking into it. Runner, he's back so far away, though. Are they expecting this? A knife to clear. And surely they have this info. Runner, he's worried about top halls as well. There's not a lot to play with here for him. He has to check every single angle. And USA, they approach the site on low HP, though, for Darkest. He does come back up after the Viper's orb goes down. But for now, Runner, they're playing the retake. And USA and post plans have looked so good, even at a man disadvantage.
Benji's getting dangerously close without getting spotted. Nobody spots him. Oh, the awkward angle from Benji, and Killax jumps in an even more awkward angle. Runner takes down Benji. He's off of the info, but look at the HP now of Macedonia. Darkest there's ever time for a hero play, it might just be now. Keka going out, the recon bolt not spotting, 5 HP left, they're gone, but Runner takes them down. Macedonia still here.
And a hero play from Benji. He wanted to try and make something happen. He does end up getting caught out. But it's Macedonia that have staved off a 12th round from Team USA. So much work to do here for the European counterparts. And USA, they've got ultimates to play with, but so do Macedonia. This null command, oh wow, it's gonna be a big hit. Look at this, 4 players on Macedonia here on the A side, and all 5. Ali's gonna be looking to get this down. The Viper's pit, 1 off for Darkest. He is massive wants the null command.
It took, oh no, the null command is still gonna come out. Keka
spotted
up close, did get spotted by Benji. It's just gonna be that 1v1 A site being taken at the moment, even though we do get a big kill coming back from Kalax. Wait, what? No, Ali! No opportunity for the revive. That's just a kill back, I guess. I don't know. Okay, got him back. Revive, 5v5. Still gonna be Runner. Gets an opportunity. It's a collat. Runner, knock them all down. 2 more players remaining for the USA, but Runner, it's been his opportunity. It's been his time, and he wants to finish it up himself. Defusing now, trying to just finish off the round. Benji got no chance. Macedonia, 11-7. The road is getting thinner.
Give them your energy, Macedonia. There's more work to do, but this is the start of the road. And Team USA, they cut the momentum off before, and they've got to do it again now, as Macedonia are starting to ramp it up. A great performance from Runner again. Jess on the desk said, I want more from Runner. Ian wanted more from Runner, but we're getting a lot of Runner now.
You want to play? Let's play.
Runner comes again, back towards mid. Does he peek into Benji? This is the duel we want.
Ooh, cheeky! But it's gonna be Benji to take him down. The 1v1 off frag goes down the way of Benji, but it's a double op setup as always. Legolas is able to get another one onto Ali.
Western.
But there's such a big gap. Western, yes, able to get the kill onto the double door, and nobody is able to punish into A. The USA stuck in their back lines.
And here's a second. Kekuk is already here. Western not too far away with this fragment grenade, but he has to worry about Hall. Kekuk, it's
awkward.
That's a free kill, a free frag for Macedonia. And here's another, Western denied, and Killux here to defend.
Whoa! Such a tight angle. Verbs is somehow able to survive out of that onto Killax. Still a 2v2. Kekuk. A free frag onto Verbsa. The recon bolt comes in. It did go awry last time. They didn't clear their angles, but they still get the kill they needed. Benji finds a pixel, almost able to isolate the 1v1, but not able to find the frag. The shock dart on, just distracting essentially. Not hitting him at all. Benji able to TP away, but only able to get the Vandal.
Here's the thing, there's a Hunter Sphere for Kekuk, so he's taking the fight.
Kekuk
don't take the
thought
fight.
he TP'd.
You have the Hunter Sphere, they don't have the spike. Now he knows. He's going to try, and I imagine, play for this ultimate, I'd hope.
Legolas has come into a good spot, but Benji takes him out in the open. The wide swing for the Sova doesn't find him. 10 seconds left, ring around the rosy. Benji peeks, and it's gonna be Macedonia again!
And it's scary, man. I got worried, Kekuk. You had me on the edge of my seat, but you wanted to fight, you wanted to perform, and that's what you do here. Macedonia reset USA here. This is their chance now to push on forward, to tie us up. And it looks like, worried faces on Team USA. We've seen this before on Ascent. Actually, apologies, not the full reset I was expecting. A 5-man hit. And who's there to fight? Who's there to fight? It's Versa.
Off in the front side is going to be Runner! Pick up the first double up setup, connecting the dots. USA already down to 3, but Versa able to take one back, a big one at that. They can slow it down now for the rest of this round. But man, oh man, Macedonia, full control. They know where everyone is.
And I love where Kekuk is playing. Straight towards mid, where this Hunter Sphere can assist both sites. It doesn't matter where they go. There is, again, the Viper's pit for Ali.
Oh, this is so awkward. This is two different angles that Runner has to watch.
Trademark is not available, so I mean the wall going up, and Runner is kind of he's got his work cut out for him now.
Runner gonna be able to find the first. Benji had no chance. Ali and Ferbsa still have the Viper's Pit if they're able to make it through this 2v2, but it'll be tough. The crossfire is set up. Runner's jump peeking, not able to find any information, but USA, they're cutting off noise. They cut off space, but right behind Apwall, they find Killax. Runner is the only obstacle now. Playing around, trying to take down one of these players, but time is being delayed. The rotation is still coming in. Ferbsa, yes, they take down Runner, but do they have time to set up? Kekuk takes down Ferbsa. It's a 1v2. Ali has made this one possible for Team USA. The Viper's Pit is going to come out. The plant will go through a 1v1.
He's creeping
One on Earth. One on Earth.
He's not looking. Ali's unaware. And a lifeline given to Macedonia. He wanted to play it smart. He thought he was towards mid, but where does he go, Western? Comes back around and shuts it down.
There's no way you can expect him to already be that close on sight. The rotation, just right there, the Viper's Pit, they had the mind game. USA, surely they haven't run out of options.
They still have enough money to buy this. It's ridiculous.
I really can't believe that they bought so many rounds in a row, at least 3 rounds in a row so far. They've lost 4, Sully.
Kekuk, again, back towards mid to try and help with this Hunter Sphere, but there's the hit. And Runner, is he going to actually fight this? He is!
Again, and Runner's able to get the first, but again, it's rifles. Will he get overwhelmed? Flash coming in, and he still nails the shot! Full flash! Legolas behind him! The dynamic duo does it again!
You want a series? You got it here from Macedonia. A full lockdown on the B site. And number 1 is Runner.
Career-defining tournament for someone like Runner. Top of the chart in both ACS, KD, every stat imaginable, he's on top. Sully, he had to beat his own teammate in the last round of playoffs. This is story made for someone like Runner.
And there's the reset. There is the reset for Team USA. Marshalls. Now, Macedonia, they've given up thrifties. Don't give it here.
No. USA trying to find a gap with 3 players going up tunnels, and they've slowed it all the way down. We've seen so many fast takes from the USA.
And it's a deep walk, and Western knows he's expecting some kind of vent drop, but he is alone. He's on an island by himself. And so is Runner. Runner is kind of stuck. There's not many positions he can go. There are players in halls. They open that door. He's stuck in his corner.
This is going to be an awkward pop, but if this does go through tunnels here, Western is going to be a massive proponent for this retake. He's going to have a knife. No. The first kill just goes on right in the front from tunneling, and he's not even going to be a double door. He's going to leave his teammate all alone. It's just going to be 1 here in terms of Runner. Runner, can he stand tall again? Has the dash, picks up the first, even has the knife. Can he go off? No, can't connect the dots. He just dashes out all the way on the open. Had someone flanking, and it's coming up at a pretty good time. Benji puts down Util, spot 3, but Western's only able to find 1. Disadvantage for Macedonia.
And there's an op here for Darkness as well. This is full rifles now for USA. Door open, Ferbsa, and an op angle. Ferbsa and an op angle, but he doesn't connect. Legolas given a chance.
Killax might be able to find an angle onto Ferbsa, but Ferbsa is just better. Good snapback onto Killax and Legolas. A 1v3 this time. We haven't seen any sort of retake clutch from Macedonia, nor will we see one in this round. USA, 1 round away.
Match point.
That one's going to sting for Macedonia. I think Kekuk knows he overextended there in that Hall's Peak. He had Util to go for the info. And USA, another thrifty.
Here.
Just with Marshalls, and that's what I was scared of. A team Macedonia overextending in these kind of situations. No command here, and here's the thing. Legolas, his tour de force will be at least utilized for now in Western.
Oh, Western! Oh, he's so close. Surely they hurt him. And Darkest takes him down. It's going to be 2 players potentially in the back of B here, or in the back of A. It's Runner with the off once again, but it's such an awkward angle. They have to wide swing through this wall. The Owl Drone is going to be able to find them too, and they're down. 3 players remaining for Macedonia.
That null command is going to allow the spike to go down. No Hunter's Fury. 5 players for USA. And Kekik's going to try to make a play.
2 more players remaining. Killax, Legolas, the sharpshooter. Legolas has his big green, has the tour de force. Killax has no util to try to help out. They're just gonna peek out dry. There's one in the back. The crossfires could just peek out at whatever time. 20 HP and still able to nail the shot. Flawless round for the USA to finish it off. They silence the haters and they're through to grand finals. Pursuit of immortality continues.
And not a single map dropped on the way there. They've been pushed to the edge. And Macedonia do it here again. Crowd silencers, Team USA. And you know what we got?
Give it up for Macedonia, please.
A North American Finals. Macedonia did everything they could. But there you have it. Your Red Bull Campus Clutch finalists. Team USA and Team Canada.
Wow. Full North America. You couldn't write it any better, especially at a collegiate world championship, 2 of the biggest regions.
There it is, 2-0. The coach is saying it. That is a story for Team USA. Really, as good as it gets. What are they? Don't drop a single map. 5-0 in the group stages.
Yep.
Now 3-0. Round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals. Not dropping a single map. That is it for Team USA. And Macedonia, they're not able to advance. It's USA and Canada. Again, a North American final. I'm good from year to year.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to enjoy it. That grand finals is going to be coming up soon, but Macedonia, what a run. They made that semifinal entertaining, but Sully, they were perfect the exact same way the USA were. Didn't drop a map, didn't drop double digits except for one time in the group stage. I mean, what a run.
And it hurts, man. It hurts to see someone as talented as Runner going out with the rest of his team, someone as talented as Legolas, someone as talented as Western that stepped up
This is
massively.
what this is for, though. They have finally gotten themselves a platform. We finally seen the talent of someone like Runner. I mean, we wouldn't have seen this guy if it weren't for a tournament like this. So, hey, on to the future, right? Runner, Legolas, the rest of the roster. I mean, we saw Western, someone who was going mainly negative throughout the tournament, top fragging, having such clutch plays, had at least 3 game-changing clutches just in that one map alone. Team full of momentum, team full of at least some sort of inspiration now that they have a deep run.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that came in quietly to the semifinals. They go out with a bang. Everybody knows the name Runner in Macedonia. Again, one of the top dogs. He performs exceptionally well. The rest of his team there to support. It's a whole cast, and that's the thing you love about Macedonia. It's a team that comes together only for the campus clutch. This is a team of 5 that never played together, right? You have the Team USA that compete under Northwood University, that have competed in NACE, in ECAC, in CVAL North. All the leagues in North America for collegiate esports, they compete. They have the experience, and I think it showed here today, unfortunately. They weren't fazed by the crowd at all.
Yeah, but it was just that slight difference, right? Just that slight bit of just individual experience. Because again, this isn't exactly a team that's so tightly knit like that, right? Because they all have their own careers. They still all have tier 2 careers. So again, good attempts. Maybe next time, but we get USA versus Canada, and we can spit a little bit here just because we're from there. I mean, we've been waiting for this sort of opportunity since last year. We didn't get North America in the grand finals. We did get a couple of deep runs from NA teams, but where we consider collegiate esports to be biggest is finally represented here.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's scary is that the expectations are set even higher, because what did Canada do? Canada took down Poland. They were a team that looked so good yesterday, and I mean expectations for Macedonia.
I mean, they took
Poland,
down Egypt, last year's champions.
Yeah, Canada, USA, every one of these teams could have been in the finals, and I would have been so happy. But here, USA, they take down Macedonia. Both teams had the big expectations of let's make the finals. USA do it, and we can spit again. Yeah, Team Canada, they looked really, really strong. USA here, you saw it. Highlight players. Ali comes up big on Breeze. Ferbsa still looking good. Not the best form that we've seen him in just yet, but he did look amazing. Dip as well. I mean, it's a whole talented roster from both Team Canada and Team USA.
I mean, the good thing for us is that I think we're still just waiting on any tinge of an MVP. I mean, of course, we have the statistical favorite in terms of Ferbsa so far, but again, not the superstar performance that we saw from Shalavi. So, still very much excited to see what goes down in that grand final, see who's able to kind of put themselves in that forefront to be scouted for that top tier, for that next level of competition.
I think the thing is, you revere someone like Ferbsa now going in. Quiet tournament. I talked to the coach. He said, it's just not the Ferbsa that we had in the USA Finals. Well, you know what, man? Take the break that you have. We've got a show match coming up, and then the grand finals. Ferbsa, play lights out, and this is, I mean, a Team USA that looks it's as deadly as it gets, really. And so for Team Canada, worries. You just watched this match. Team USA, they came in hitting, and Macedonia was a top contender, and Canada know that. They know that for sure, and the way TMC were able to kind of dissect them and layer their util and ensure that Team Macedonia didn't get the momentum that they wanted. The crowd was on their side, but USA, they're not phased. Both of these teams, the ironic thing is they were both, I mean, the crowd did not want either of these two teams to win. Poland, they wanted Poland to win, they wanted Macedonia to win. Crowd favorites are gone. It's up to Canada and USA. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be cheering. Hopefully someone's cheering for someone, but Team USA, I think right now, target on their back.
I mean, crowd's going to have to go nuts because we have some special surprises coming up for that show match. And folks, we have Keo waiting for a post-match interview with us. Keo, what do you got?
Alrighty, we are down here with Team USA's Dip here. First off, the game got a little bit dicey at the end there. Kind of lost a little bit of momentum. How are you guys feeling as that was going out?
We're still feeling good. We made it a little shaky there at the end, but we were able to clean it up and pull off the victory.
Yeah, absolutely, and that showed. I mean, going 2-0, not dropping a single map all the way up into grand finals. So, you're up against Team Canada. You know your opponent, another North American team. How are you guys feeling going into it?
We're feeling confident versus Team Canada. We were hoping to play a European team or a team from a different region, but we're still looking forward to it, and we're feeling confident.
Yeah, have you had much experience against Team Canada?
No, we've never played this team. I mean, we're familiar with the players from, North American ranked and stuff like that. But other than that, no, we've never played them.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll let you guys cool down for the grand final match against Canada. Good luck to you guys for North American finals. We're going to throw it back up to the desk.
Let's thank you.
I was going to say, this shit's wet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. It's your boy, Belly, and we got the one and only Jess Go. Let's go. Woo! Jess, I know you sense a little bit of excitement in my voice right now.
Okay, tell me why.
Because North America's going to the grand finals, baby. Team USA made it happen, and now look at it. But you got to say, Macedonia put on a great show in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. They were formidable opponents. I was really happy by the outcome of that match. A lot of people won't be. There was a lot of Macedonian fans in the crowd as well. We had the Polish fans earlier, and they were absolutely vibing with them. My problem was that at the end of the day, you come up against a force to be reckoned with. USA have not dropped a single map this entire tournament.
Insane.
Insane. In fact, this will almost peak over what Egypt was able to do last year in dominance.
More impressed? That's extremely impressive.
So I will say that this has probably been the most impressive a team over that many teams, over that many stylistic choices that a team could make. USA's been able to overcome it all.
You know what, though? At the end of the day, I'm just excited that these players are able to showcase what they're really about in the game. When it comes to Team USA, though, Jess, there were so many pop-offs from all types of players, but it was, for me, all about Ali.
Yes.
The guy was a showman. He had great plays. He was clutch. He did everything.
There is not a singular player that I've spoken about more on a desk in a single tournament, outside of maybe Ye.
And Ye tens.
He won the best PC player, in my heart, for the past year. And so I'm sitting here going, if I'm speaking about Ali at the same rate I've ever spoken about Ye, then I am seriously impressed. I love to be impressed by support players. The last time I was able to go on this hard was about Marv in his prime, right?
Shout out to Marv.
Shout out to Marv. And he gives me a lot of Marv vibes. Marv's more of a lurker, really fighting, manipulating the map, but his ability to be a support player that strikes as having his own personality and understanding how to use the map to his advantage is huge. He is I'm going to say undeniably. I know we haven't got to the grand finals yet.
Okay,
my
okay.
my MVP of this tournament.
Oh, easily, hands down. A fragger with a little bit of support utility. Let's take a look at the stats right now. The MVP is Ali. Shocker, right? 22 and 14. But Runner was so fun to watch. 23 and 16. But you know what? I can't wait to see what Macedonia does next time.
That's the biggest thing, is that next year, you know they're coming hard.
Oh,
you know they're coming hard.
Outright.
You get so close yet so far. That is the worst feeling in the world. It's like if you get crushed by a team, you're like, okay, like we really didn't have a shot, but you do it that like close in the semifinal. You get that close to the grand final. You get that close to the trophy. I mean, at that point, I'm fired up for the next year.
Right, and take a look at the stats that we saw on the screen just now. It was just about even. I was hoping for a map 3, though.
Me too.
But now, Grand Finals is set. Team USA versus Team Canada. But also, we have a little show match we're going to show off. But before we get into that, though, Jess, the audience, they're lively, they're loud, they're showing who they really want to support out there. I'm loving the energy in this arena.
The fact that I've got to sit here, and we just realized before that we'd made history in VALORANT by having the biggest LAN event that has ever been held. 47 teams, got to use this analogy. That's exactly right, international event. 47 teams going head-to-head here. The fact that Red Bull was able to put this on, I keep bringing up the fact that you would need 2 entire commercial jet planes, every player shoulder to shoulder, just to bring them here to do that, which is incredible. True. I think they've booked out entire hotels. Everything logistically is insane from top to bottom.
They spoil us.
When they say spoil, I'm like, it's the Oprah show. Every time I get back to my hotel, you got a gift, and you got a gift, and you got a gift, and you got a gift. That every time. Red Bull is Santa. It's like Christmas. 30 days of Christmas is what I've been through this month.
Basically, pretty much. Also, it's not the fact that watching the international gameplay on the main stage is a sight to see, but when these players go back home, they have an experience that you can't get online in scrims. You're facing all different types of metas and regions that you wouldn't have the opportunity to do in. None other than Red Bull gives you that chance.
I love the fact that I can see players that I already know will be in the pro scene, either if it's in Tier 2 or Tier 1 in the near future, some of which are trying to dip their toes in there. You get invaluable LAN experience like this, you're automatically taken way more seriously. I would take a player way more seriously back when I was a coach, and I did, to those who went to their local LANs and like did those local LANs, and I'm like, oh, you went in person, you sat with your teammates, I take you more seriously because I know you can hang.
Hey, listen, people are always scouting out there, but you know what, Jess? This has been an incredible week here in Sao Paulo, Brazil so far, with all of these international teams coming together to play a game that we love most, right? Take a look at the bracket to see how everything has turned down, and woo! Yes, this is a big one right here.
Oh my goodness. Look at, you know what, I got to shout out to my EMEA, you know, brothers, sisters. I know we were hoping for that rep in the final. We were close. We were getting there. Yeah, Poland was hitting, Macedonia was hitting. We had a couple other teams that were getting right up there. I thought Egypt would just come back to defend their title, and now I'm just like sitting here, I'm like, damn, man, North America stomped.
No, but you know what that is, though? That means the level of competition has obviously risen, and what we've been doing here with the Red Bull Campus Clutch for the last few years shows that this is the type of progression that these players get exactly. But I want to give love to the whole world, everybody that attended this event, because when it comes to Canada, Egypt, Indonesia, Macedonia, New Zealand,
my boys,
been a treat.
I love you, my boys. I know they got knocked out. I know, you know, they tried their absolute best.
We love you guys. We want you guys to go hard next year, please.
Please come back. Year 1, they were Mama's boys. They come back, and now they're represented by the E-Blacks, which is actually huge to be represented by such a important historical part of New Zealand. So shout out to you. The Aussie boys, who I knew day 1 came over, they apologized to me for losing. I said, don't you apologize. You're here. You are putting the spirit of Australia on your back. So I love my APAC boys so much. Indonesia as well.
Yes.
Southeast Asia, man. You gotta watch out for them.
They're awesome. I said it yesterday on the desk for Ireland. I was talking to them about, you know, their progression in the tournament, and they said, yeah, we got knocked out. We're just happy to be here. I said, that's the spirit,
How can you
baby.
not be happy?
Come on now.
Everywhere I walk, they're like, you want food? You want a drink? You want this? And I'm like, everyone.
It's love. Speaking
it's
of love,
so much
the
love.
locals here in Brazil are definitely friendly. They're the best.
Like, a lot of them don't speak a lick of English for me, and they're just trying. They're doing everything they can to be as, like, hospitable as possible, and I'm like, you are an angel. Thank you. I'm like, I don't speak any Portuguese. I'm trying my best, and it has been so welcoming here. If you guys get an opportunity to come to Brazil, I would. and I would thoroughly suggest coming to Sao Paulo. It's been absolutely awesome.
I'm trying to move here one day. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have a show match coming up on the other side of this break. Just go and I will see you soon.
Do you know your KDA from your IGL? Fear not. Red Bull Campus Clutch has you covered. Whether you're preparing to dominate the tournament or celebrate your squad.
KDL, IGA? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're here to make sure you can letter in Valorant from A to Z.
Ladies first.
A is for aggro, which is a playstyle that sounds fun, and it's a valid option if you're looking to open up a flanker for an off angle. But it's also going to mean that more crosshairs are on you.
And they're pushing into Garden. They're playing this super aggressive.
A also works for abilities. Each agent has a unique set of 3 standard abilities plus 1 ultimate ability. Some are diabolical. Others merely devastating. Paired with your weapons, abilities become powerful tools for executing all kinds of strategies and earning credits for
the buy phase. Use this short window of time before each round begins to spend credits on new equipment, like weapons or armor. Buy for yourself, or splurge on your teammates.
Clutch is when the last player alive on a team wins the round, either by achieving the team's goal or by killing all the members of the opposing team.
Now left in a 1v2. Get
If somebody mentions default, they're talking the strategy that's getting teams the most wins in their current meta, at least until the next patch. The tried and true spots to plan a spike or defend a bomb site are default.
This is a different variation to try and get value on these eco rounds.
During an eco round, your entire team needs to resist temptation during the buy phase and save your credits so you can make more powerful strategic purchases later. The opposite of an eco round is a
force buy, aka time to spend that money. A strategy where you and your team don't have enough credits for the perfect loadout, but decide to spend everything you can in an attempt to surprise the enemy and win the round.
A bit obvious, but watch this. G is for G.
The G key on your keyboard can be used to drop the spike. Make sure you give the spike to a teammate before you peek a risky angle. Or better yet, don't peek the angle.
Find what the best spots are to hold an angle.
Okay, that's definitely one way to impress your IGL, in-game leader. On a competitive team, the IGL is responsible for strategy and makes sure everyone knows where to go and what to do.
In Valorant, sometimes the best thing to do is stay put and do nothing but jiggle peek. Basically, pop left and right from behind cover to see what's going on, or to bait the enemy into giving up their position.
Would I be jiggle peeking if I pop left to let you know that KDA means kills, deaths, and assists? And then popped right to say that a lurk is an offensive lookout position to catch and surprise the enemy.
Pro-level jiggle peek. You're good to visit all of Valorant's maps.
The coldest of which is Icebox.
Icebox brings a lot to the table with zip lines, jumping techniques, endless angles, and more. When holding the A site, watch out for the funky plays coming your way.
They'll never know I'm here, because N is for Ninja Defuse. Defusing a spike without the other team noticing.
While you're doing that, I'll be out collecting orbs. They're scattered across the map, and grabbing one gets you 1 point towards your ultimate ability. But they do make some noise when you take them, so be warned.
Keeping your crosshairs in the right placement will help your aim infinitely. You'll be able to fire immediately and help your accuracy tenfold.
Some weapons are great up close, but why not get up close from far away with a quick scope? It's a high-risk technique where you scope in and spray away.
Is Asuna going to be able to stop this?
Life is full of second chances. For example, retake happens when a group of defenders gives up their position to regroup, coordinate, and try to retake the site in a more controlled manner.
Saving is another strategic retreat. When a round is about to end and you're looking to keep your weapon for next round, play it safe, hide, and stay out of trouble.
Still running around here, he's going to die, and didn't want to save, would rather have the money going into the next rounds.
Pro tip, When you cause damage to an opponent without killing them, let your team know they're tagged and they aren't at full health.
U is for utility. That's what we call an ability that works as a useful zone control tool. Things like smoke, walls, blinding abilities, and flash grenades.
Coach is very aware.
Speaking of control tools, did you know that it's pretty much impossible to cheat at Valorant? The Vanguard is always watching.
Moving around makes a lot of noise. Pressing shift to walk makes it easier to lurk.
If they do find you, hit the X key. That's the default trigger for your ultimate ability. You'll want to save that for when you really need it.
Yoru is the 14th agent to join the Valorant roster. A skilled illusionist, his unique abilities include Fake Out, Gate Crash, and Dimensional Drift. New agents drop at regular intervals, so you'll want to try them out to get used to their abilities.
Last but not least, zoom mode. Different weapons have different types of zoom mode enabled. Zoom in by right-clicking. So, that's Valorant, from A to Z. Now that we're primed, I'm gonna go play. BRB.
Oh, we almost forgot the most important letters.
What's that?
GLHF. Good luck. Have fun.
All right. Welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Road Finals. I talk for a living. It's a shocker, right? My name is Jelly. This is Jess. Jess, how you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. You got me tongue twisted after that one as well. I was like, hell yeah, all right, I'm with it.
Hey, Jess, you know what time it is right now?
Oh, I know what time it is.
Time for a show match, baby. Let's go ahead and get it done. So, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Red Bull, they're giving us a treat right now. We have a whole bunch of amazing content creators and pro players combined to have some fun on that main stage, but the rules are going to be quite different.
Why? What are we doing?
So basically, we have a randomized wheel, and ultimately, there's rules such as knives only, ultimates.
We're doing strat roulette?
Strat roulette.
I love strat. Okay, guys, you have no idea. You got to do this with your friends, jump into an unrated.
It's great.
There are strat roulette, like, you know, makers out there where they'll just pop out what you have to do throughout a round. That is the most fun I have ever had in Valorant, is just running around with strat roulette. And that's going to be the show match?
That's going to be the show match.
Let's go, baby. I'm ready for this. Oh, my God, I'm so excited.
Right, we're going to have a lot of great players up there. So, I did it last year at Van Selly.
Okay.
It was great. We had a lot of cool people up there, such as Lothar and whatnot. But for this event, check out who we have on board. Just when it comes to the roster, of course, we got the G2 goes and girls.
Oh, they're mixing it all up. Okay.
They mixed it up.
They're mixing it up. Okay. We got Paul. Okay, so we got Furia. Okay, Petra and Mimi are going to be on Team Red.
Right.
They're with Sophia, Paolo, and Gata. And then Tiffy is going to be with Gabs, Car, Glance, and Kami.
That's going to be incredible.
Wow.
Right.
Wow. I actually can't work out which team I think would be best with strat roulette. Because I reckon having Glance...
Can you predict that, though?
Yeah, no, I reckon you can. I think this sounds ridiculous. I think both Mimi and Petra are so used to their fundamentals that to break away from it would be just too distracting. But I reckon Glance would have that.
Really? No, okay, after getting to know Mimi a lot more as well.
Okay.
I mean, Mimi has kind of like a freestyle nature, you know?
She does.
Seeing her in game as well, I want to see that in strat roulette. I think Team Red might have it.
All right.
We'll see. But at the end of the day,
as well. Wow.
Right. So let's go ahead and read off what's actually going to be on the list, okay?
So we know some of the strats that might come up in the little...
We know some of them, only a few. We're going to save it for the game time.
Okay.
But, okay. Marshals only.
I love Marshals.
Jets, knives.
Okay, I've seen
the Blaze Storm only.
I have seen one of these strat roulette sessions where everyone has just jet knives, and then it's just like everyone in the sky, like, and it just becomes this like literal blade storm. Like, it's just a nightmare. And if they do that, that is going to be the funniest thing I've ever seen.
That was actually with me in Vancelia, Madrid. It was like Attack on Titan. It was crazy. It was absolutely nuts. I was screaming. I lost my voice. I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose my voice again in this.
If you don't lose your voice after this show match, I'm going to be very upset. So get ready for the hype, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to bring it.
All right. Only shock darts. So I want to see the best Hiko impressions, and that's going to be interesting.
Petra's the best server in the world, so
game over.
It's just GG.
Chalk it up, G.
I would surrender those rounds. I'd be like, nah, I'm out.
Right. So, Jess, if you were to play in a show match,
Yep.
what type of rule would you like to play under?
Ooh, what type of rule would I be good with?
Yes.
I've got really good FBA, first bullet accuracy. I'm not so good with spraying. That's
Okay.
why I'm mostly an opper. So I would love like op only or jet knives only. I think I would flourish under that environment personally.
Now, do you play on inverted with your mouse?
Anyone who plays inverted, I don't know how you do it. It is the most impressive thing I've ever heard in my life.
I used to do it with
Ever.
controller when I was a console noob. Yeah. Oh, and Halo, I was a beast, bro. Don't get me started, all right?
This is why you're on the desk now.
Listen, okay,
this is why you
listen.
ain't playing anymore. This guy's like, I got inverted.
That's because I'm a boomer, okay, all right? My skills are long gone. We're talking about a long time ago, all right? But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to see a lot of familiar faces on that main stage, and I just can't wait to get it started here at the Campus Clutch World Finals.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
There we go. So
I add a lot to this. When I don't have to actually analyze like very seriously, we get into this vibe. Valley knows it, where like I just like let go of like the analyst and coach cap, and I just throw it across the room, and I'm like, it's time for fun. F is for fun.
I come from Gears of War. I freestyle commentate, hype commentate. This is my jam right here.
I mean, look, don't outshine me. I'm usually an analyst. Like I'm
Not trying
usually
to shine brighter than that wash right there. You feel me? So Jess, when it comes to these players,
yes,
everyone involved, all right, which one do you think is going to be the most impressive? Me personally, I want to see Tiffany pop off.
I think Tiffany has a lot to prove as well.
I
Because
would love
you're
to see
coming
it.
in as like, quote unquote, like the outsider, right? You're the one that's like repping a completely different region. You got the
The only
Furia,
one.
you've got G2 Goes. Everyone's in their own quote unquote clique, right? And you're coming in as the outsider. And there is nothing more impressive than someone who can like shine under pressure when you're like not part of like the in group. I'm sure she's part of the in group, but you guys know what I mean.
Oh,
So she has to
100%.
pave her own way in the round. And I don't know what the comms are going to be like. I genuinely don't know what the comms are going to be like. So are they comming? Are they stratting? Are they
They're having fun. They're chilling.
But that's what I'm saying.
Oh, would you try
Callouts.
hard in a match like this?
Okay, honest answer or
Give me the real answer, Jess. Say it with your chest. Would you be a try hard? Would you be? Oh, you're a sweat. You're a sweat. You're running down.
I have an excuse for why I'm a
Okay,
sweat. I have an
all right.
excuse. I have played, coached, whatever competitive for so long. You are the same that you can't not by default want to like do the call outs, do the strat. Everything in your brain is constantly running to the most optimal and efficient strategy to win the round. And
I
it's
would
so
nerd it
impossible
up.
to drop that. And like you and me would, if you and I were on a show match team, I'm telling you, we would be the sweatiest. We would come up with like Blade Storm strats.
Team
Like,
Yellow,
I'd be like updraft, and once your knives are out, I'll updraft after you so that we have constant ammunition going.
All right. Check this out. Let's say if we did create a team with some of the talent, how do you think we would fare? Get Van Silly in the mix. You know what I'm saying?
Is Vans on our team?
Vance is definitely on our team.
Okay,
Of
Vans
course.
is on our team.
We need a little hard carry.
Well, as I was saying, if he carries, then yes. If Vans is on our team for the show match, we win.
I'd say we win it all.
Oh. Look, honestly, if we're going up against the GT Goes and Fury
We're
Girls,
getting cooked. We're getting
we are
destroyed.
we are getting so, like I don't even think it would be allowed to be shown on stream. It would be that bad. It would be that bad.
No,
I'd be
not at all.
destroyed. Destroy my career.
So one of the best experiences about being here, especially with Red Bull, is the simple fact that we actually got to spend time with a lot of the players, especially the G2 Gozen roster, and we have had a fun time recently.
They even jumped on it, which is a very scary thing. I actually forgot how scary it is for your first time when you're on the analyst desk or your first time casting.
Oh, they're naturals.
And they jumped on the desk with Mimi was the first one, and she turns to me, she got the microphone in her, and she goes, "I'm very nervous." And I was like, "What do you mean? You know Valorant inside out?" And then I'm like,
It's
"Hang on,
nerve-wracking.
it's a much different job to get on screen, speak, and have everything going. You got the camera on you constantly." Shout out to these girls who just floated when we threw them in the deep end on the analyst desk. Carcass did the same thing.
We made Petra cast with us.
We made Petra do that whole.
And she was an analyst, yo. That's incredible.
I mean, what are they? Quadruple threats at that point? They're
It's too
players,
talented.
they're streamers, they're analysts, they're technically also like watch party casters at the same. That's quadruple threat.
They do just about everything out there. But Jess, what have been one of your favorite experiences out here so far?
Oh, in Sao Paulo or at the event? Because I got
At the
different
event.
experiences at the event.
Yes.
Okay. I have had so many people come up to me and be so incredibly nice. Like, the community is just unreal. And I say this about every event I go to, but this one in particular, it's a different vibe because it is students. People are representing their countries as well. The A&Z boys just came straight up to me day number one. They go, good to see you again. Going to try and do our best. It's not quite as fiercely intense as other events can be. And when you're in Sao Paulo as well, I think everyone gets that vibe of everything's hospitable. The people are hospitable. Where you go, how you speak, how you engage with people, and you enter this vibe of like everyone's a family. And I was like, I love that. I'm vibing with that really hard. And I think the word that was given to me from Red Bull when I arrived in Sao Paulo was the urban jungle. And that's what they're calling Sao Paulo. And I'm like, I love that. Like, I'm all about urban. I love urban kind of neighborhoods and stuff, and the urban jungle that is Sao Paulo is absolutely where I want to be.
Look where I'm from. I'm all about the culture. I was born in it.
Yeah?
I love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's when we saw the street art and everything else like that.
Oh.
It was the absolute best, okay? But
People have to go and do that. People have to, there's this whole street art street. I come from Melbourne, originally, where we have some of the famous, most famous graffiti streets in the world, right?
Really?
Yeah. We got some crazy stuff there. I go to these streets and I'm like, if they came and they did this mural in Melbourne, they would be like top dogs. They'd be top dogs of the graffiti street, I'm telling you.
I'm from Cali. I'm a Cali boy through and through. LA, San Francisco, all of that. It's incredible. But still, about this event right here, there's so much to see, player lounges, everything else like that.
I got lost. Right, I had a runner. I said, "Where's the player?"
Because you're so
lounge
tiny in this big building.
I am very small. This is why they put me on the desk with a chair so they can raise me all the way up, and you can't work out exactly how small I am. It's very deceiving. It's very good. Thank you, production, for that.
All right.
But they're like, "Yeah, we need you in the player lounge," and I'm walking in circles. So I first go down, and there's this VIP lounge, and I said to a couple of people there, I'm like, "Is this the player lounge?" Like, Jess, this is the VIP lounge. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll go around. I go to the other side. It's the media lounge. And I'm like, guys, I am lost. I'm going to be honest with you. Where is this player lounge that I need to be in? It's huge. It's absolutely huge, this entire event. This is in the middle of a I don't know how they did this logistically.
It's Red Bull. You're
Logistically?
asking too many questions now.
Oh, my bad.
Don't question the magic.
Yeah, they do the magic. I don't question it. Yeah, that's actually all right.
All right, let's take a look at what's been going down all day today, because first two matches of the day were definitely fun ones, as you guys must know, or for those of you that are just tuning in, Canada was able to take out Poland, a team that everyone on the analyst desk had their eyes on. After that, Jess, Macedonia and United States had an electric matchup.
I thought coming in today, right at the crack of dawn when I woke up, it was 5 a.m. when I would get in the shower, and I was like, I reckon it's going to be Poland and the U.S. in the grand finals. Like, just in my head, I was like, I think this is going to be my pick'ems, everything like that. Not that Poland disappointed me, but maybe Canada was right. Maybe we did sort of underrate them just a little bit. Maybe we put the U.S. in the spotlight. We don't give them enough spotlight. Well, now they both got spotlights, and I mean,
Canada beat Egypt too, which is wild. Canada's journey to get here
is the hardest. I think they had the hardest run to get here.
They
had the hardest run to get here. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would solidly agree with that, yeah.
Right, and also Macedonia put on a great performance with the crowd behind them. Here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals, we have not heard a crowd's reaction like that backing an entire team.
I didn't know what those chants were. Like, from UK and Australia, we love chants. We love sports. You got chants happening. Everyone comes up with the different songs. It's great. I was sitting at the front. There was this whole Macedonian fan club. They had the boomsticks and everything going.
They're so loud.
And they were so loud, right? So I'm trying to listen to the game and the casting. I'm like turning up the volume in my ears, my ear pack to hear everything. And I'm listening to this chant. And this is like a custom chant.
Right.
Like Macedonian custom chant. And I'm like trying to get in on it, but I obviously have no idea what they're saying. And you gotta bang the sticks and make the rhythm and everything like that. This is too sophisticated for me. I don't have enough rhythm for this. But whoever is the president of this fan club, just know I am your biggest fan. I'm your biggest fan. I was also the Ali fan club. I don't know. I had this on my desk. I don't know if we get a close-up of this. I was also Ali fan club.
I think that was everybody in the talent room as well. The guy was the best. My experience was quite different. Before I called the players out to the stage, I looked to the left of me and I said, hey, man, who do you want to win? First thing I heard was a European accent. He said, Macedonia. He looked at me like I was crazy.
Oh, damn. You were in the wrong side of the stage, man.
I was in the European side of the stage. You got that right. But talking about the stage and everything else that this venue has to offer, we have a video with Jess. I don't know if you've heard of her before, where she took a tour. Let's go ahead and see what's all around here.
Welcome to the very famous Pacaembu Stadium here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we're here for a very special reason because we have the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals happening right here. Welcome inside the purpose-built LAN environment. Now, 47 teams, 235 players, over 6,000 teams competed to just be able to stand here. That means we need a lot of space. We have 12 booths for all of the players. We have a nice little VIP area. We also decided to add yet another chill out area, and it has one of the best views of the player booths battling head to head throughout this group stage. On this side of the door is one of the most important parts of an entire broadcasting area. Why? Probably because I sit at the desk. So of course this is great. We have everything we need, but I have the best view from the analyst desk I've ever had in my career. We're just living the life out here. We have more. Come down here, careful again. I don't think there is a better way to watch a video game than from a beanbag in the front row. Am I crazy? Let me show you the view that the players are going to have. The Dragon Canyon is powering all of the games. If you get up on this stage and then you manage to win, all 5 players will walk away with their own custom Intel Nook, the most portable gaming device that exists in the world. They are very good. I think we're done with the tour, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. Jess, first question.
Go on.
So you have one of those Nooks, right? And
I have to
it.
admit, I did. I stole it at the end. I put it under my shirt and I ran, and actually no one chased me.
We just saw little legs just flying out the doorway. But Jess,
don't do it to me.
My question is, what's gonna be the first game you download on it?
Ooh, good question. I have to travel to Australia for Christmas.
Okay.
And I do actually legitimately need this Nook to be able to stream. So if I'm going to stream anything, I'll probably stream Val.
Ooh.
No, I say that I have also Battle Pass.
All right.
I got to finish the Battle Pass.
Okay.
So yeah, it's got to be Val. If I don't grind this, I'm not going to get the Battle Pass.
Absolutely love it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the teams are coming to the stage shortly, and we will get this show match started. But I wanted to highlight a few people because up there, we have champions. Jess, when it came to Game Changers, G2 won.
Oh.
Absolutely loved it.
Oh,
and
that was one of the best events.
It was so special, right?
It was so special. Like, I can't remember who it was. It was either Mimi or one of the other girls, and they were in an interview recently, and they said something to the effect of, they played CS for, 10, 15 years of their career, going from one game to the other, and then jumping into Valorant, and they said the 2 years in Valorant way surpassed what they feel they achieved in CSGO in that period of time. And I just think that that's an incredible thing to say, to be able to come into Valorant and be like, I've achieved so much, I've had to work as hard as I have to achieve what I have. They're world champions multiple times through, some of these players, and now they're world champions in a game that they believe is their future and where they want to be.
Absolutely love the level and stage of Game Changers as well.
Oh.
I mean, the design was gorgeous. I love the whole plan for it. And highlighting and telling these players' stories was, second to none at least.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see what the future is going to be for Game Changers.
I mean, look, I don't think we're going to see game changer level.
Shout out to Cloud9 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud, they gave it a good, try.
Good run. That was a good shocker, though.
I mean, look, Shopify was like, Cloud9 might exist, we exist more. I don't know. We're the top dogs now. I think that's going to be a big contentious topic in NA for Game Changers moving forward. I have zero opinion because if I do, as a European representative, people are not going to be happy. So
go ahead. All
None
right.
of that.
So once again, I want to thank you all for tuning in so far. If you all are just getting in here, I want to say welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. We have a show match that's about to be underway. 2 teams mixed up between Tiffy, Furia, and also G2. You guys know the names, right? And then after that, the grand finals, we have Canada versus Team USA, the North American showdown, baby.
You know what I think is taking the girls a little bit of time to get to the stage?
What's going on?
Red Bull has spoiled us so much that what they do before every game is they give everyone their own masseuse and they get a massage. So they're actually getting their personal massage before they get on, so they're nice and relaxed.
Right.
So just so you understand where they are right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Let's go ahead and get this show match underway, and let's send this down over to the stage.
Hey, thank you so much, Veli. Thank you very much, Veli. And thank you to every single one of you in the crowd here in Sao Paulo. Can I hear you? Oh, I love this stage. I love everything that's happened on it. And I am loving being in this wonderful city of Sao Paulo for the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. First things first, every single one of you, you're amazing. Thank you for continuing to make loud noise for our amazing teams that have been putting it all on the line ahead of our grand final that's coming up very soon. Now this, you know him, is Gus, a.k.a. Upman, who's been casting some of the action throughout the last couple of days. Now I realized a little bit earlier on that we've been out here in Brazil, and none of our other casters or team have spoken any Portuguese. Now luckily, Gus and his family originally came from right here in Sao Paulo. So what we thought we could do is let Gus take the microphone, speak to you in his native tongue, and I want you to be very loud for him because yesterday it was his birthday. So Gus, the floor is yours.
Mine. São Paulo, vocês estão bem? Gente, antes de eu falar qualquer coisa, dá um salve de palmas pro produção, pros casters de 10 diferentes países e nossos 235 jogadores representantes aqui no Campus Clutch. Agora, galera, essa daqui é a minha primeira vez podendo fazer o trabalho que eu amo em frente da minha família, em frente do lindo público brasileiro. Mas eu acho, gente, eu sinto que tá faltando alguma coisa. Eu cresci assistindo as melhores partidas da história da esporte brasileira. Mas aqui nós estamos fazendo história do esports mundial. Esse daqui é o torneio mais grande do mundo. 45 países representantes aqui no Campus Clutch. Então eu quero mostrar para o mundo não só o porquê o Red Bull escolheu o Pacaembu. Eu quero ver o porquê eles escolheram o Brasil, gente. Então eu quero não só sentir a energia, mas eu quero sentir o calor humano do Pacaembu, do São Paulo, do Brasil, o futuro capital de Valorant. Gente, podem cantar comigo? 3, 2, 1. Eu sou brasileiro. Mais uma vez! Gente, muito obrigado! O showmatch vai começar agora. Continua essa energia, porque o Brasil agora está representando a Valorant para o resto do mundo. Vamos!
Thank you very much, Gus. That was an iconic moment right here in Brazil. Are we ready for the show match now? Are we ready to bring out players from Furia and G2? Are we ready to do this, Sao Paulo? Welcome to the stage. First of all, it's Team Red. With Mimi and Petra from G2. We got Sophia, Paula, and Gata from Furia. Team Red, please come up and take your position here to the right of me as we get ready. Captain Mimi, please stand beside me. Thank you very much. Of course, Team Red need an opponent. So please welcome to the stage, Team Blue. Content creator Tiffy from Team Liquid, of course, is here From G2, we have Glance. From Furia, we have Gabs and Ka. And from the Dominican Republic team that we've seen in the group stages, we have Shami. Now, Team Blue, if you can come and take your position to the left of me here, with our captain, Tife, to the left of me. Welcome onto the stage. I've been very excited for this show match. I know that you have as well. Mimi, we've touched base throughout this process. Before we get into how silly and fun this is going to be, how much are you enjoying the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals?
So far, so good. I'm enjoying it a lot. Yeah.
Are you looking to take this very seriously? I mean, Veli and Jess, of course, were talking about you being at the pinnacle of women's esports when you won Game Changers. I imagine you're going to take this even more seriously, right?
Of course. Like, this is a very, very important match.
There's certain rules. I've got a few of them here. I just want to know if there's any of these you're interested in. Knife only? How do you feel about that?
Difficult. Very difficult. I am the worst knifer in VALORANT.
You really?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that one then. Sheriff only?
Nah, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun.
What about mouse sense doubled?
That is messed up.
Look, I'm going to head over now to Team Blue. Thank you very much, Mimi. And we're going to speak to Tife. Tife, welcome to Sao Paulo. You having a good time?
Yes, I am.
When did you get here?
Like 2 days ago.
What have you made of the Red Bull Campus Clutch and seeing all of these students living out their dreams?
I mean, look at the venue. It's amazing. Watching the kids play, it's amazing.
Look, you've got Mimi right there. I mean, are you interested in defeating this team?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you are leading the ship, right? You are the captain of the ship. So how do you feel about being the captain of this team?
Actually, I have a surprise. I would like to call Gabs up.
What, to be the captain instead of you?
Gabs, I want to introduce you to the Red Bull family.
What? Gabs, come on over here. Gabs, come and take us the stance here. We actually have a surprise for you right now. As you just found out, welcome to the Red Bull family. You are now the latest Red Bull player. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gabs. I'll tell you what, Gabs, that looks really good on you. How's it feel?
I'm really happy and tired.
I bet this is waking you up though, right?
Yeah.
So what does it mean to you to be a Red Bull player? I know that all of the team here at Red Bull were really excited about this moment, to see this on your head, to welcome you into the family. What does it mean to you?
The world loves Red Bull, so I can say anything about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, does this hat look good on Gabs? Well, congratulations once again. We're going to let you guys all get set up as we get this show match set. So please take your positions. Congratulations once again, Gabs. We're very excited to have you as part of the team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to get set up for this show match. Who knows what could happen here? Everything goes, including the kitchen sink. So I'm going to throw it back to our amazing desk with Veli and Jess to talk us through it.
Surprise on surprises. Jess, we was just talking about it, and now take a look at this. Gabs is part of an excellent group at the moment.
I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe she just got inducted into the Red Bull family as a Red Bull player live on this stage. That is a huge moment in someone's career. I'm just sitting here, I got my phone out, I started doing the mother thing where you're like, I'm proud of you, girl. I was like, yeah, Mom, get the camera. Like, I'm the mom. And I was like, oh my God. That's
great.
Amazing. Shout out to Gabs. That is an incredible achievement that we were able to witness just then. I don't even know how she's going to go play the show match. If I was like playing the show match, I'd be like shaking.
I would be on an all-time high. I'm winning the show match. Knives only, Mimi. I'm coming for you and everybody else on the stage.
The hype is on. The hype is on. I'm so hyped for Gabs. Let's go.
But it's the meaning of being a Red Bull athlete, right?
Right,
in every other game out there, Tekken, Valorant.
Yep.
It's just a level of excellency that comes along with it.
To become a Red Bull player, I don't think people understand the level that you have to be at to be inducted into that family.
Yes.
Like, I have gone through it. I have seen it. I've obviously never been at that level, but I know the players that have already been inducted into that family and what it took them to get there. The fact that Gabs is now there, you won't ever forget that.
You're in
won't ever
amazing
forget that.
company now.
All right, well, I am now overshadowed by 500 different people at this particular stadium, so that's what it is.
At the end of the day, we're all here to have fun and support each other's success. And hey, it's nothing but love here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch Road Finals. But also, let's go ahead and jump into what the rules are going into this game. The first rule of the first round. Let's go
we
ahead
get
and find
like
out.
a roulette. Oh, we're starting with knives only?
Now, okay, check this out, Jess.
Okay, I'm listening.
The rules will change every 2 rounds. We'll bring up this graphic yet once again, and we'll see what the next one is.
You know what I thought we were gonna? I thought they were just gonna bring out one of those little ticker rollers, and I was like, "Damn, I'm gonna have to spin this every time." Thank goodness we have a digital one because I'm like, I can't do this the whole time. So every 2 rounds.
I show my guns. And,
yeah, maybe we let Valley do it if we ever get a physical one.
No.
Yeah, Rebel, we'll
There
let
we
you
go.
know.
Maybe.
So every 2 rounds, it'll change.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're starting off with knives for round 1 and 2.
Knives only.
Didn't Mimi just say she was horrible at that?
She said she was terrible. So when it comes to predictions, Jess, who do you
look,
have winning the first 2 rounds?
I mean, look, we're starting on. Oh, we're getting Breeze.
We're only playing Breeze, by the way.
Okay.
The same as last year.
Thank goodness.
A wide open map, a lot of freedom.
I love this.
Oh, this is where the jet knives, the Blaze Storm, actually goes crazy.
Paul is so smart for going for the neon. Because, like, in a lot of these, like, strat roulettes, there's things like knives, for example. Maybe there might be a shotgun. I don't know if that is in the rule.
No. You can't use abilities. You can't use
other
guns. No. So if someone's running at you with a knife, you can't go, all right, I'm out of here.
Yeah. You can't just stun them up and just start running at them?
No, not at all.
Oh, my God. Okay, all right. I take it back then.
No, so you know what it's going to be? It's like, okay, in every video game out there, you always have those lobbies where it's like one-on-one knife fights where you have to show off your little strafe and your moves.
Oh, yeah, little bunny hop as well?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to see who has the best little side-by-side strafe. Who's going to be the champ?
I want to see the cha-cha-cha, bro.
I want to see a circle, like a fight pit.
Yes, that's how you should do it.
One-on-one.
That's how you should do it. That was like the OG way of doing knife fights as
It
well.
was,
It was
yeah.
the OG way. You got in a circle, or you do like where everyone lines up really politely, and you take it like 1 by 1, and everyone like 1v1s until like the last person's left. I don't know what the strategy is going to be. I actually hope we have none of the things that we just said. I hope everyone's just chaotically running at everyone, or they're ganging up on one person and trying to do like wolf pack style.
Right.
Hunt them down, Valley.
Look at the fierceness in their eyes
They're
right
coming.
now.
They're stratting. They're coming.
They're ready. Look, nothing but smiles, though. You gotta love it. We're all having a great time here. Listen, I'm ready for this to start. The map is currently loading up, and I say we go ahead and get this game underway. You hear the sound?
I do. Clickety click, but you gotta sheath that weapon away. It's only the knife.
What's your knife skin?
What's my knife skin?
Yes.
I got the, what's it called? I know Vans is over there.
I
Vans,
forgot mine,
Vans,
too.
what's the one with the bull that flips out into a fan? What's that one called? So I've got the Celestial Fan.
Oh.
That's the knife I have, bro. I waited months for that to get in my store.
Oh, yes.
I
Okay,
waited
so
months.
I have 2 favorites right now.
Okay, go on.
My second favorite is, it's the dagger. It's the purple one, the big one. I forgot the name of it. It has like a glow to it.
Oh, yeah,
But right
yeah,
now,
yeah.
I'm using the first champions one. I like spinning it around my finger.
Yep. See, the Karambit and
addicting.
those type of knives are like the most popular in like all of FPS, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I was like, you know what? The moment I saw the Celestial Fan, I was like, I kind of got to have that knife. I was like, out of all,
with the fan.
well, when you're done killing people, you can like flick it out, and the fan just flicks out, and then you start waving it in your face, and it's kind of like BM. I'm like, oh yeah, that just waving myself off after just.
My BM is different.
Oh, your BM is different, yeah. I think
Yes.
I think Team US was showing us a little bit of that BM.
Well, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean, they come from where I come from, the same games and everything, so that's okay. But enough about them. We're going to see them in the finals.
Yeah.
Furia.
They look serious. I'm telling you, they
big
look
time.
serious. Look, this is all fun and games until like you're down 3 rounds in the show match, and you start to feel the pinch, and you start stratting. I'm telling you, after knives round, they're stratting.
By the way, I know everybody at home heard the G2 chant when Mine was
That's
up on the
true.
stage. I saw everybody going crazy when they saw the Furia players. The love that we're getting from the audience and the crowd this event is incredible. It's grassroots at its finest, right?
I can't even believe the kind of level that we're at for grassroots.
We're in a tech pause, by the way, grassroots.
It's of course it is. Who is it? Name the curse. Every Valorant event has a tech pause curse.
Oh,
It's
big time.
either a player or a caster or an analyst. Are you the curse?
No, that's Pansy and Honey Puck, man.
That is Pansy.
No, I'm in A. Listen, we was just running it.
Oh, sheesh. All right, you know what? You know what? One of them needed another massage. I knew it. They weren't ready to throw down. That's it.
Mimi wasn't ready for the knives.
Bro, she knew that it was like, yes. she just pulled the mouse out. She's like, I'm done with this. All right, they can't use abilities.
No abilities.
Every 2 rounds, the strats will roulette again, and we'll get a new one.
Yes.
Okay, the players will find out. All right, okay, I'm seeing how this goes.
Oh, look at this. Glance is hungry. They'll put the gun away, okay?
I gotta see everyone's knives. I gotta judge everyone's knives. Glance, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's all right.
We'll rate them.
We'll rate them.
All right, so where are they gonna meet up at?
Oh.
Okay, Team Red going
Team
straight
Reds.
to A. I like Team Blue. You know why? They went straight to the middle.
I love that. They knew where the party was going to be. I love that baseball bat. Mimi, hit him. Hit him.
Look at the strat. Look at the KO. Look at the KO.
Home run. Home run.
There you go.
No.
Sophia gets the first one. Mimi behind her. Mimi got some skill to her.
Bro, they stratted that, bro. She was on duel like a rat. She was right in the corner.
Run, Sage. Run. Okay, all right.
All right.
Reyna, 1v3.
Bro, I'm telling you, Tiffany's got this.
The clutch factor on
What?
this.
Okay, well, you know what? Cast a curse happens, okay? She don't got this.
Team Red takes the first knife round, 3 players alive. That was nice. You know what? I love the bait and switch for KO hiding right by the
That
double
was
doors.
you know, I didn't know we would start off so ratty. If I'm the other team right now, I'm saying we pull the ratty stuff straight back on them. How dare they? How dare they?
I loved it. They pulled the sweat strats.
Oh my goodness. This second knife round, I'm telling you, there's going to be much more thought process into it.
You know, even though it's for fun, you got to get a little nerdy right then and there, right? A little trickery.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, if I can hide in a corner and rat out and get a kill or 2, I'm doing it. I don't even care.
Shout out to Laxing.
Yeah.
That's a Rainbow Six joke. All right. Now, in the middle, there we go.
Snip it
down.
No, that's got to be deduct points. Deduct points.
Dude, we got to take him out.
Yeah, no, that's it. They have to sacrifice one of their players.
Let him go. Let him go.
All right, fine. I won't be
2v2.
that strict.
Oh.
They're planting? Are they planting?
They broke all the
What
rules,
is
Jess. What
bro,
is
they don't
going
care
on?
about the rules. We gave them the rule book.
TOS, ref, do something.
I can't even imagine
Mimi
right
and
now.
Petra, it would be them.
It would be
It
them.
would be.
What are they? Are
Okay.
they baiting this? They are baiting this.
They are.
What? Just go as a team. Oh my God.
Oh, Mimi.
She's on.
Oh,
She's
oh,
Oh my
She almost
goodness.
got it. Mimi.
Oh my goodness. The 3K.
The bonks were OP.
Bro, that is the knife. The baseball's the knife.
The bonks were OP. If she got that,
No.
can you imagine?
Look at her. Look at her. She's smiling while she's just bopping him. Bop, bop, bop. No way.
She's well. Okay, so that was the second round. We're
Okay.
gonna go to the strat roulette once again.
All right. What do we got? Give me something crazy.
Unlimited
Give me something crazy. Give me something crazy.
Marshall only on 3.
We need some sniper demons.
Okay, who do you think is gonna pop off with this?
Petra's a Sova player. You got to be good with the Marshall, in my opinion, if you're an OG Sova player.
Okay, all right.
Glance, what are you doing, girl? What is happening? See?
Petra.
Yo,
okay.
my girl. Here she goes.
Oh, she's solid.
Oh, she knows what's up.
All
Okay,
right.
I didn't even know. You told
the
me no
fan?
abilities, man. I've been shook. What is this
Look at
racky
this
position from Petra, bro?
Nerd angle. I
Bro,
love it.
she's shock darting. They're stunned. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea where we're at anymore.
This is a lawless land right now. Tip A with the headshot, though, knocking out Petra.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God, the Fury girl's hard. Okay, if I'm going up against Fury, I'm afraid for my life. Sophia,
Get it.
Sophia, get
Line it up.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Goodness.
So.
Oh my God, the crowd went crazy for that.
There we go.
We got some Sophia fans out there?
I take it.
Oh my
Of course.
goodness.
You know
Let's
where we're
go.
at right now?
Ah, look, my bad.
All right.
The Sophia fan club is well in action right now.
Yes.
I knew Petra would be the one to know exactly how to marshal up. Her team walks away with that round. Okay, we get another round of
Wait,
marshal.
Jess, let's talk about it.
All right, go.
The abilities, they just
Yo,
don't care. This is a lawless
I love
land.
this. I love how like round one they were like, yeah, we'll respect it, and then all hell broke loose.
Who do we blame? Do we blame Mimi and Petra for playing the spike?
No, because I reckon the first utility that came out
The stem beacon.
was the stim beacon, and by then the rules were broken. It was a free-for-all.
Oh yeah, GAs are out the window.
I mean, that's it. That's it. You've given up all of the rules. Imagine creating your own rules in the server. Only these girls could do that. Only these girls could do that.
I
I feel like
mean-
if I went up there, they'd just kick me off the stage and be like, no, you broke the rules, see you later.
True.
Yeah,
Imagine getting kicked out of a show match tournament for using abilities.
Damn.
I love it.
I'm hearing the noises. They're getting all their marshals ready.
All
I
right.
can feel it. Look at that Red Bull cap. Oh my god, I'm just
It's
so
hot.
happy for Gabs.
Okay.
Sheesh.
Strap roulette.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Uh-oh.
The Red Bull gods answered my prayers. All jet blade storms.
Uh-oh. This is my favorite strap roulette.
I'm hoping someone types in the chat, catch me mid. Meet me outside. Catch me
Oh,
outside. You know
catch
what I'm
me
saying?
mid.
Yo, something like that.
Updraft mid. Updraft mid.
Look at Petra.
Bro, what is this? That is the rattiest bounce for back B side I've ever seen. She has a
Oh, wait,
lineup for
still
back B
marshals,
side.
still marshals.
That'll be the
That'll be
next
the next
after
round.
that.
Okay,
Ooh!
oh my.
Oh my god, she uses that like a shotgun, man.
Paula, show us what you got.
What is happening?
Chaos.
This is so chaotic. You know those images where they're like, this is Valorant, and it's just 700 abilities?
Paula, I want to see Paula run up on somebody, slide, and headshot.
Yes. I want to see the nastiest hit fire ever.
Right.
Jump shot the Mimi. Quick
Okay,
scope.
Run up on her, Sophia. There we go. All right.
The Fury girls are nasty with Marshall. They are nasty.
Oh my.
Oh my god. Jesus, Sophia.
So nasty. Hey, shout out to the Marshall gods and goddesses out there, by the way.
My ult's ready.
The second round All-Stars.
Yo, please, updraft mid. You know, where's the other place you can updraft and get an angle of? The only thing I think is if you updraft mid, look towards nest, a little bop.
Mid would be crazy. Last time it was
Bop,
on it was in Spawn on Shore. I want to see this happen.
That was true. It was on shore.
Yeah.
It was on the beach there.
Okay.
They were bringing it down like Cape Cabana, man. I was like, damn.
They're meeting up. They're meeting up at A. They're meeting up at A. They don't know it yet.
Okay.
But there's a
Oh,
number
God.
mismatch. Oh, it's gonna be a 5v1. Oh, this
Oh,
poor
let's go,
person.
Paula.
Who is it?
I don't know. They're all Jets. Oh my God.
Who's the jet main?
Oh no,
Okay.
it was Kami. It was Kami.
Okay.
Damn. Okay. Oh, Fury is nasty with the first bullet accuracy.
Right.
Let's go, Tife.
Tife gets a nice little frag. Gots is on top of Tife. Okay, yet
She has
another
to
one.
clutch this
Clutch
out.
it up.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, there seems to be a little diff at the moment. A little diff.
One must. One more. I want to see it. Meet up somewhere, just go crazy. So what happened? Excuse me. What happened last year is that they all just kept updrafting in the air.
I
They
know.
weren't fighting on the ground. Like they weren't touching the floor. It was a spectacle. I was cracking up.
I need these girls to start hitting the updraft like they've never hit updraft. I want Q to be like the
Oh, look at
spam
that
button.
arm. Look at that. What is it called? The arm sleeve, the Red Bull one.
The sleeve.
That's-
Oh
that's
my goodness.
gangsta.
I want one. I want one so bad.
Red Bull production.
Yeah, you guys know where to hit us up.
Holla at us.
Yeah.
All right, so one more Blade Storm round. I'm expecting to see something crazy yet once again. And then we're going back to the strap roulette.
Alrighty.
See, this is fun.
This is how I want, like, if you ever just want to, like, blow off some steam and you just want to, like, chill, this is the way to do it. Jump in a custom server.
You know what? And it's a good change of pace from all
It
of this
is.
hardcore competition. and then we
Honestly,
have some fun before the grand finals.
I was going to say, we had 2 semifinals already, 2 really big hitting semifinals,
They were
and to
electric.
have some of the biggest names in Valorant come to just chill us out before we hit heavy again is huge. Yes! Yes!
Let's do it. They're
Oh
meeting
my
mid.
god, it's a massacre.
Tiff gets the first blood. Petra answers back, but take a look at this. Tied 2-2.
Get out of my way. That's what I like. Oh my god, red
Oh
team.
my
Oh my
God,
god, the
they got
dip.
this- they
She
got
full K'd
dominated
them.
them.
She full K'd them.
What does she think she is?
What does she have? You know what? I want her training program. I want her sense. I want her training program. What does she eat for breakfast? I'll even take lunch and dinner. Let me know. Let me know. I want that program.
Apparently, she ate this other team for breakfast. She just dominated them. Nom, nom. Let's go. All right, so strap roulette time. Let's see what we're going to get. Give me mouse inverted, please.
Inverted mouse is just. Inverted mouse is tough.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like your mouse is like having a problem.
All right.
All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at?
What is it?
Give me something good. Ooh, Sheriff only. Okay. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Sherry.
I think Shiri.
Sherry.
Shiri.
Let's go.
Ooh.
I thought she
okay.
was going to get loose right there.
Oh damn, the trades are on.
All right.
1, 2,
Oh.
go again, go again.
Take your time.
Glance,
take your
glance,
time.
glance. Yep.
There we go.
That's what's up. Yo, Glance is like kind of nasty with it. Like when you got a pistol, she got a sheriff, she's nasty with it.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go, Gabs.
The new Red Bull edition. Oh my. Oh! Stop it.
Nah.
That was clean.
That was super
That
clean.
was clean.
You go from long range to mid range, readjust, and pop the. That was. They look ice cold. The Fury Girl is so cool. They look ice cold. I'm like watching them. I'm like, yeah, I'm intimidated all the way up here.
Oh, also, shout out to the region. Shout out to Brazil. Shout out to Latin America. You guys, I said it yesterday on the desk, my favorite region to watch. They're all incredible.
Absolutely.
All right.
They've all got some flair and some spice to the way they play.
You're right. Speaking of which, Unmas, and then we go back to the roulette.
Oh, don't you TP. Don't you TP. Oh, they've walled them? On a sheriff round? That is the BM, man. That's the
Go take a
BM.
seat.
Yeah.
Go take a seat.
Yo, Mimi's like, we gotta open this up. Tiffany's signaling danger on A. Yeah, there's danger on A.
All right.
No.
Oh, the revive.
Oh. Double tap.
Good night.
Sleep tight.
All right. So, that's it. Team Red putting on a clinic right now. 7-1.
That's a nice way of putting it. A clinic.
Yeah.
I would say run in their pockets.
I mean, they're all breaking rules.
Oh!
Sweet baby
Oh.
Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus. We get mouse inverted now. I want to see how awkward everyone runs around the map.
Nah. You can see them testing it too. You can see them pushing their mouse up and down to work out how it's going to go.
Let's go.
This sounds like the worst way I would ever have to. Like, if you ever said to me, what is the worst strat in strat roulette? Inverted mouse would be it to me.
Last year it was very awkward. We were all laughing at Lothar because he was try-harding it, but he was struggling. It was a great time. Speaking of a great time, smiles everywhere. Let's go.
I love this. Last night we saw Mimi and Petra playing the piano at the hotel.
Look at the replay. Look at the way she opens that can.
Oh. I just know that cracked. You know the sound?
It was meta too.
What?
The way she opens.
Oh, there's meta to this?
I mean, it was a replay, so.
You're just trying to break it down.
I was trying to be an analyst.
What is that? What is that?
Okay, mouse inverted. Let's see what they're going to do. Team Red going mid.
Oh, glance up. No, down. Up or down. Do I tell her up or down? Girl.
She said, forget that. Take a frag.
Not a Viper's pit, man.
Why are you looking at the sky?
She's praying for a kill, man.
Right. Planted. There we go. Spike was playing it. Oh, they're playing for real. Team Red is getting bodied, though.
How come Furio is so good at inverted? How are they so good at inverted? Hello.
Okay.
Post plant.
Okay.
Post plant.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody there.
Hey.
Yo, Kami's in Nest just trying to work out.
If you plant the spike, you better go and protect it now. One more round of inverted.
I mean, W is not inverted, so they could have just ran to the spike.
Right. I wonder, for all of you in the chat, how many of you all use an inverted mouse? How common is that even?
They are lying if they say yes.
If you do, you're
1 in 100,000. It's got to be.
You're an animal. I'm just gonna tell you that now. You're just built different.
There's absolutely no way, unless like maybe your brain is hardwired to move in an inverted way.
They're just elite humans. They just
unless
understand life differently.
unless you do flight sim. I think a lot of flight sim people also have inverted stuff. So yeah, I would. Yo, girl.
And while Gotham was trying to correct her, she kept looking up.
What?
Oh.
Tiffany? Nah, she plays like this on the regular. Tiffany plays like this on the regular.
Okay, line it up.
Tiffany, no, I don't trust. Is her mouse really inverted?
Paula had the perfect blanket connection from standing still with the mouse.
Bro, Valley, you know what this looks like? I'm just realizing what this looks like. This looks like your gameplay.
Alright, so, hey. How do I turn off your mic? I mean, you ain't lying. You ain't lying.
She just looks like your silver games, man.
This was gonna look like me versus Gus up mine.
What are you doing, girl? Coming
okay,
up,
okay.
up.
No,
the other up. Nah.
so hard.
Yo, she just couldn't get it. She's like, what's the opposite of down?
It's no. It just kept doing it. Just go the other way.
the other up.
That was a struggle round if I ever saw one.
I have never seen someone struggle so bad with inverted mouse to the point where they just gave up and started slow orbing themselves.
And then when the gunfire came, she just looked up and just threw it out.
She's like, I'm done.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I bet you the players. Auto run.
So you can't stop.
No. At any point, it just auto runs the whole time. The great thing about this, I'm wondering. I assume this is not weapon restricted.
Judges. All right, what weapon would you use?
I'd go Odin.
I'm going Judges.
I'm going Odin.
Oh, that's gonna be nice.
Because if I'm still running and gunning, I need a lot of ammunition for that. I'm going for the biggest mag.
They're rocking Phantoms. Look at these tryhards. Do they not understand the recoil?
Are they all Phantom? Phantom. Okay.
All right, this is where I expect.
What
Neon
are you
to pop
doing, Petra? This is the rattiest thing, I bet you. Yep. She's gonna ping out everyone.
Okay.
Is she? No one's there to receive them.
This is where Neon should
Oh yeah, a
pop off.
Spectre! Yo, a Stinger or a Spectre would go kind of crazy on this.
Right.
Okay, Paula can just do that.
There we go, Paula. Yeah, I'm expecting Neon to dominate this. Oh, look at this.
Yes, accuracy.
They're trying. I love it.
Bro, they were sidestepping. You can't
Red
stop
is on
running.
point.
You can't. They're breaking rules. We have to penalize if they keep doing this.
Okay. Only 2 shots while running.
You gotta run.
Run backwards into the wall with that picture recoil.
Yeah, actually, that would help out. A 1v1, Team Red versus Team Blue, Battle Sage going up against a Battle Viper.
They're playing Ring Around the Rosie, Jess Thomas, but then now she's going for the defuse. Oh, there you have it, to 4K.
For nothing.
I mean, you get the frag.
KD's important.
Yeah, the crowd is loving this though. Take a look at them. By the way, if you did not come out to this event, and I know this is a worldwide event, so you're probably looking at me like, Vela, you tripping? Listen, this is open to the public, and everyone here is having a blast.
I said this in my intro video, but I said there was nothing better than laying back on some beanbags in the front row of a LAN. The beanbags, that is the most underrated part of that entire audience section. I think other tournaments should be looking at this, being going, this is the standard of how you should sit at an event.
True. See, I got a badon, so my beanbag would just hit the floor.
Oh, yeah. You need a reinforced one then.
Right. Okay. Paula. Oh, man. Nice try.
I heard an Odin before, by the way. I don't know where it went, but there it is.
Petra's so smart. Spike
I can't even believe they're planting, man. What happened to Team Deathmatch?
They're going for dubs.
Player standing.
Mimi with the turn on him, though. Let's go.
We love a good team ace.
All
now
right.
I have a little bit of a worry because they're 10-2 up. Looks like no matter what strat we throw at Team Red, they're absolutely running with it.
No, they're dominating.
You know what they should do? They should enforce a handicap like in golf, where all of a sudden you can't, only one person can leave the spawn at a time all of a sudden.
That would be nice.
That would be nice. Unlimited abilities.
Okay, from everyone that we know in the game right now,
Neon's
gonna be the most OP.
Paula. Overdrive, run around. Who's Jet? Who's Jet? Yo, imagine Brimstone just popping ult, left, right, center, all over
I'll
the
just
map.
keep flashing everybody.
Yep.
With breach.
Okay.
That'd be something I would do.
Oh, suppress.
KO is getting rid of all the abilities.
Showstoppers.
That's so smart.
Yeah,
There we go.
overdrive. This is where it's at, man. The overdrive's it.
That's big brain. If KO can stay alive and neutralize everything, it gives Team Blue the ultimate advantage.
I told you, Team Blue stratting. We need to give them a handicap of some kind. There's so many mollies. There are so many. Oh, God.
This is so cheesy.
They're pinging them. They're stratting. Why does she have a pistol?
Oh, they all have pistols.
All right.
I dig it.
I'm about this. Just res them all.
Got this.
Go start.
Cutting them up right now. 3K.
Yo, next round, they know all they're gonna do is keep Sage safe, wall up, wall in a circle, wall in a circle, res.
Oh, wait. Wall in a circle.
Yep.
And then Viper spit.
Oh, I'm telling you, that's the way. There is a strat. There is a strat where this works.
Can you do unlimited ice walls on top of each other? Just keep lifting up in the sky?
No.
You can't?
No, they can't stack like that.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
They intersect like an X.
Okay.
Yeah. They can't lift up. They can lift someone up, but to a point.
Let's get it. All right.
Oh, some serious faces. Oh, there's a smile back. All right, good.
Super serious. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is show match.
This is the grand final. What?
Yeah, this is the grand finals.
Yeah, this is the grand finals. The Red Bull World, the Campus Coach World Finals.
Oh, this is cheesy.
Oh.
Make the game crash with unlimited tripwires.
I want to see how many tripwires it takes. This looks like security system for a bank.
I love this. Okay, they're walking right into the trap. Gabs.
What?
All the Yorus is round. The decoys.
Oh, they faked. They were trying to fake me.
I dig it.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
That was OP.
That was OP.
Paula on Neon, and then you got KO. Both of them together.
Yep.
What can you do?
We need one more strat, yeah?
Match point. One last strat.
Give it something for Team Blue. Shock dart only.
Petra.
There we go.
Let's see.
I'm a little bit concerned that the Furia girls are way better at all of this strat roulette than they ever let on. Like they're hitting shots, they're doing stuff that I don't think this is not normally. That's what I'm saying. Like did they get the rules ahead of time?
Maybe they're just that good.
Maybe they are just
they're
that
here
good.
for a reason.
Yeah. Oh, this is definitely crashing the server.
Let's go.
If the game survives this, it's unreal. Where's Petra? Okay. She has bounce. She has lineups.
The level of difficulty
she has
right now.
lineups.
No one has yet fallen.
There's a little bit of chip damage on the side of Team Red. Some good chip damage.
Oh, take a look at B. They're trying to wrap around. Oh no, coming back to the action. Okay.
Oh, this is chaos. Red, blue.
No one has fallen yet. Oh,
you gotta shoot where they're going, girl. You gotta shoot where they're going.
Oh, Mimi versus Mimi and Petra shoot each other.
Okay, there we go. First kill. First one down. It's gonna be Cat.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's happening.
The Furia girls again. The Furia girls are running pockets.
They're getting the hang of it now. One by one.
My goodness. This is teammate on teammate absolute betrayal. Oh, that was a great double, I thought there. Ooh, Tiffy joining in on the action. Finally, I said they needed one strat that would really play to their strengths. And finally, the girls get back into it.
Team Red having their way with it.
Valley, if we win this, we wouldn't even survive from spawn.
Oh,
we'd be gone in spawn. Someone would give us a lineup from spawn.
I'd be like Robin Hood.
You'd be like Robin Hood?
I'd be like a brown Robin Hood. I'd go up there and just tag every time. I would get racked. I don't use Sova.
I know some good recon lineups, but shock darts, man, I'm not there yet.
No,
I'm not there
not
yet.
at all.
I'm not good enough for that.
If I were good in any of these, I would have fun doing the Blaze Storm with Jet.
Yeah.
I get loose. My movement would be ridiculous.
Bro, I would be Q in the air 100 times. I reckon I'd have the fastest fingers in the West, be able to be in the air the quickest.
Right.
I reckon that's where I'd be at. I'm gonna need Team Red to chill for a second, so we can have Team Blue catch up a little bit.
I was confused for a second because right now Team Blue is the red team. Team Red is the blue team.
Yeah. All right. We're back with the shock darts. Petra really has to defend this.
She's working it right now.
She's working it. She understands the dynamics of this.
The angles are working. Paula's going to be the first to fall, though. Shout out to Glance.
Oh, you know what they need to do? Gang up. Yeah, that's what they need to do. Start a team fight. That's all it takes. Oh, Petra. Oh, damn. She can't do that. That's ratty. Oh, okay.
All right.
One enemy remaining.
Team Red. This is their strength. This is their big strength. These shock darts? I don't know.
Shock dart clutch. Can it happen?
Oh my God, Sophia. Oh, see, Sophia.
She's working it right now.
Bro, she is tap dancing. Cha-cha.
Oh.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hey, at least she got one.
Yeah, you know what?
I got mine.
A little exit frag.
Right.
And she can go back to the team and be like, I got my frag.
All right, so we're going to go back to the strat roulette. So far, It's been 16 rounds. Every 2 rounds, we come back to this.
Yes. Yes.
And now, shotgun only.
Yes.
Bucky,
I needed
Judge.
this. I needed this. Bucky is the one that the Bucky hits the best on breeze because you got a little bit of map to get through before you can even get to the engagement, right? You don't want a shorty because you're not going to make it there in time.
Give Paula the judge and let her run in.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Who brought what is going on? Okay.
Ooh. Ooh, Team Blue. Ooh.
Let's get it.
Oh, Mimi, you got a 1v4. If you pull this off, this is the nasty. Okay, yep, that's what I thought.
All right. Okay. I like that. They're liking it as well. All right. 1 round away, and they're just not able to get it yet.
Can't close out.
Are we going to see a choke on the main stage in the show match?
Yeah, we will. We've seen no chokes thus far at this tournament.
I thought Macedonia was going to.
Yeah. You thought that there might be a choke there? Yeah, okay.
They was looking out for just a second.
I mean, look, they did swerve past it, so technically there's been no choke thus far.
No, not yet. But maybe we'll get it right here. The utility's out.
Oh.
Paula, stay put. It's okay. You got the judge.
What is going on? What is going on?
On her face.
Got a satchel on her.
Imagine she just boink.
Oh my God. Oh, I think this is it. I think it's all over. I think it's over. Wow.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 Mimi gets the final frag, the final elimination, and you have a winner. Shout out.
Team Red, man.
Red? Okay, I got confused for a second.
Yeah, I was like,
Because it
attack and
switched.
defense? You're like, man, one of the attackers, one of the defenders.
I looked at you slowly like, Jess, help me, please.
Team Red.
Let's go. That was a lot of fun, though. So we got a Red Bull signing, crowning on the main stage.
I know.
Some familiar faces, road champions, hometown heroes.
Tiffany flew all the way out here as well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, sheesh.
I mean, do you blame her? She came to Red Bull campus first.
I mean, the first thing she said on stage when they were going through the interview, she was like, have you seen this venue? And I was like, yeah, girl, I'm trying to live here. I'm trying to be here full time.
Oh, fist bumps all around.
Let's
Good
go.
showmanship. At the end of the day, we're all friends having fun.
That's it. We love a good show match as well because at the end of the day, a lot of this, especially at this level, is about, making those connections, being part of that community.
Yeah.
And having a bit of fun is how you do it.
And the audience loved it as well. All the cheers and claps.
Yeah, they were about it. They were competitive too.
Also, they got to see some of their favorite players in the world. So there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, show match is over. This has been quite an experience so far. All of these teams that competed, we get the show match with our favorite players out there. And now, one more to go.
What is that one more to go? I heard it was really important. Something about,
It
I don't
rhymes
know.
with
Oh, you got it.
Grandfinals. I don't know.
Somebody clip that.
I tried really
and
hard on
put
that
subs
one, okay?
underneath
I tried. I thought it was going to be funny. It was good in my head.
This man was like trying to come up with a rhyme. And I was like, I don't know where you're going.
So, no, it's going to be a great one where we have none other than the BM region, the trash-talking region, the flashy ones, and also
I can't believe it's NA versus NA.
the best here, NA versus NA, Team Canada versus Team USA. That's going to be a very heated matchup for the simple fact of I'm going to think there's going to be some rivalry. I mean, Team Canada, they're going to look at Team America and say, listen, there's a reason why you guys are under us. You know that, right?
Ooh, you can't say that.
And I want to see if Ali can answer back still, because Ali has been so far.
Ali's attitude.
They're the MVP of this event.
They
are.
They
I want to see if these players can continue on being great. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, of the show match.
Yeah, I would love to point out where the highlights would have been. Do we have the Mimi 3? Yeah, there it is. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That was sick. I thought she was going to have that.
I thought that was it.
I thought that was it.
One more hit.
Yep. Oh, I love the marshes. Out of all of the strats, which one was your favorite?
What was my favorite? Okay, the mouse inverted.
The mouse inverted.
That was the
because you were
one.
losing it to the
I literally
silliness.
lost my voice.
Okay,
in that
okay.
one.
I love the marshals purely out of the fact that the Furia girls were like, I could see Mimi's and Petra's faces, and they were like shook. that they were getting their rocked. Like, they were getting rocked by these marshals from the Fury girls. That was some serious business.
Oh, Petra was styling on tip right there.
Shoosh.
Okay, the Sharif round.
The Sharif.
The Sharif.
Yeah, we love the good Sharif.
It's fancy. that was actually really fun to watch. Who doesn't like a little sheriff on sheriff action?
That's it. That's it. And look, I love some big accuracy. I think a lot of people love one tap, so at the end of the day, that's going to look fancy no matter which way you spin it.
Oh, yeah.
I loved all the ability ones, too. I think there was so many inventive ways they could have gone with that.
Right. Oh, the auto run.
Yeah, the auto run. Right. Someone broke the rule on that round. I don't know who it was. I'm going back in the VOD.
Jess, someone broke the rule every round. They had one rule?
They did.
And that was don't break the rules, and they broke all of them.
They broke all the rules.
Yes, yes.
Brimmy with this to me. Who's the Brimmy? I got to work out who the Brimmy was because they were the chaos maker. They're the lawless soul of the server. Was it Gabs?
Gabs?
It was Gabs. You know what? She gets a free pass because she just became a Red Bull player. That's why she pulled that.
Gabs.
She pulled that stuff because she knew.
Gabs did no wrong in my eyes.
Are you looking the other way? You're like, you know what, Gabs? No wrong. When you got that cap on, there's no rules for you.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
You know what? That was fun. Red Bull, do us a favor. Yo, put us in those games next year, please.
Don't put me in the game.
Yes.
I
just want to play the knife fight one.
And then, sub me out.
I hit
Sub
with
me
the
out after
two-step
that.
to straight.
Nope.
That'd be
I
great.
don't need to be embarrassed that bad. I didn't be run into the ground that bad by these girls. No, thank you.
They would definitely dominate. Those Fury girls are
They're
ruthless.
nasty.
Ruthless, okay? But speaking of nasty, Jess, Grandfinals, gonna be coming up very soon. So for those of you just tuning in, you came in at the right time. Team USA, Team Canada.
Yep.
Which one has genuinely impressed you the most?
No, don't do this to me.
I'm not going to give you a full breakdown because you will be doing this with Ian, but I want to hear your personal thoughts.
I think I have said this pretty confidently throughout. Every time USA has played, I have been confident in the depth of their strategy, that they aren't just run and gun, trying to use the mechanical skill to outplay everyone else. I genuinely think they understand this game to a very, very high degree. I think they are able to adapt to their opponents. They understand not to be able to show too much conditioning so they don't get countered. They change up the pace on their attacking side. They'll default real deep back to spawn, sometimes waiting for defensive aggression.
Yeah.
Then maybe 2 rounds later, they'll rush. Then they'll change it up. I think that not being readable is huge.
Right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get things started. Let's send this over to my man, Ian, the most handsome man in the business.
In the business? That's quite a compliment. Welcome down to the floor. The show match is wrapped up and done and dusted. And despite the fact Team Red over here got the win, I think it's safe to say that both of these 2 players standing beside me are winners here tonight. That is because Gabs is our latest Red Bull player. Welcome once again to the Red Bull family. Has it sunk in yet? How are you feeling now after playing that?
I'm really nervous because I'm finally meeting her. Yeah. She's amazing. I love her. Yeah.
She's amazing. I love her.
I love you more. Oh my God. I love you.
Okay, I'll stop there. Mimi, I do have to say, you came into that saying, oh, you're terrible with knives and all that good stuff. Then you nearly completed a 4v1 clutch.
That was my teammates made them all half HP. I'm just like doink, doink, doink.
Mimi, you've got Gabs as now part of the family as well. You are, of course, a Red Bull player too. What's it like, and what can Gabs expect?
I mean, Red Bull is just one big family, and she fits in so amazing. I'm really happy. Like, this is amazing. And, Red Bull, the best place to be, honestly.
Well said. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look, before I let you guys go and enjoy our grand final, I am going to, of course, ask you for your predictions. It is USA versus Canada. Who's taking it?
Oh, my God. USA.
Gabs has gone USA. Mimi, you know your stuff. 2, what do you think?
Canada. They beat Denmark, so they have to win, obviously.
All right, so Gabs has gone USA. Mimi has gone Canada. We have our own little Red Bull player rivalry going on here. Guys, go and enjoy. Congratulations on your win. And congratulations once again on joining the Red Bull family. All right, Gabs? Cheers, guys. We are going to throw to a quick break, and then when we come back, we are getting right back into all the serious business as we throw you into our epic grand final.
Yeah, if I were giving someone advice to get better at Valorant, honestly, the most important thing, I don't think there's one. Many people think it's easy, but actually you have to put in a lot of time. For me personally, just watching other players play, high-level players play, that's how I improved initially and still improve to this day.
I would suggest starting with the mechanics, just pure mechanics in the range, just trying to AD, like counter-strafing, stuff like that.
I think it's just a mix of all of it, or if you have one, you know, you are more skilled, you should be duelist, you know, you have a bigger brain, you know, you can think in the game, you should be maybe game leader or a support player.
You need to grind. The more you grind, the better you are. A good example of it, it's like me, because I've never played any FPS game before the VALORANT, and after 2.5 years I'm here with the best players in the world, so grind, guys.
I always tell people, you know, make sure your crosshair's in the right spot. Even if it's like a 5 versus 1, you're going to win the round. Even in buy phase, even if the round's over, just every second of every game, just make sure it's up in the right spot to build that good habit.
Having a consistent aim routine is one of the best ways to get better at the game.
You know, it's the start. Like if you're really low rank just starting out, you need to improve your aim or you won't climb.
You can't say you can be only good aimer or good at game sense. People get this wrong all the time because they think if you're a good aimer, you can just play duelist. No, that's completely wrong. You gotta have your game sense because when you face somebody you haven't, like aiming better than you, for example, having a better day than you gotta adapt, you gotta go on your...
The first thing you should practice is definitely being able to remain calm, keep your head cold, and just enjoy the game.
Stadium here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we're here for a very special reason because we have the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals happening right here. Welcome inside the purpose-built LAN environment. Now, 47 teams, 235 players, over 6,000 teams competed to just be able to stand here. That means we need a lot of space. We have 12 booths for all of the players. We have a nice little VIP area. We also decided to add yet another chill out area, and it has one of the best views of the player booths battling head to head throughout this group stage. On this side of the door is one of the most important parts of an entire broadcasting area. Why? Probably because I sit at the desk. So of course, this is great. We have everything we need, but I have the best view from the analyst desk I've ever had in my career. We're just living the life out here. We have more. Come down here. Careful again. I don't think there is a better way to watch a video game than from a beanbag in the front row. Like, am I crazy? Let me show you the view that the players are going to have. The Dragon Canyon is powering all of the games. If you get up on this stage and then you manage to win, all 5 players will walk away with their own custom Intel Nook, the most portable gaming device that exists in the world. They are very good. I think we're done with the tour, guys.
Whoa, I tell you what, things are flying everywhere. I'm running around the shop, the aircon's popping off. I need a drink, a refreshment. We are having the time of our lives out here in Sao Paulo. Let me just have a little sip of this. You don't mind, do you, Jess?
No, I'm Australian. You got to cheers. That's how it works.
Good day, mate.
Cheers. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate. Let me just have
We're
a
not
quick
going to do a shoey, don't worry.
All right, we're back. And this is important business.
Oh, is it?
Show match, done and dusted. Yes,
Yep.
we've welcomed Gabs into the Red Bull family.
That was very, very wholesome, by the way.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I loved it. And they're big fans of each other, Gabs and me.
That was the cutest moment.
Which was really cute. But now, all that is said and done. Remember, by the way, I'm Ian. This is Jessica, Analyst of the Year. We started this process with 30,000 players from all around the world. We came out here to Sao Paulo. We had the top 80 players, 16 teams. It all comes down to this now. 2 teams remain, 5 maps ahead of them, potentially, in our grand final as we look to crown our 2nd ever Red Bull Campus Clutch World Champions.
That was a mouthful, and I'm very, very impressed that you got through all of that with absolute ease.
Thank you.
This best of 5 certainly won't be that easy, though.
No, I mean, this is going to be very difficult.
What do they call it? I don't know if this is English. You're English. Is it called a slobber knocker?
A slobber knocker is an American term.
Is it American?
I think it is.
I'm too Australian for this then.
But we are set for an absolute slobber knocker. And speaking of America, let's take a look at this USA roster. Let's not make any qualms about it. This team is going into this grand final undefeated.
Yeah.
You heard me right.
Yeah.
They haven't dropped a map.
And I don't think there's a better place you could possibly be going into the grand final, except that it gives you sometimes a little bit of pseudo-confidence. You're so confident in your ability, you haven't dropped a single map, maybe you haven't even really been tested enough. You haven't gone up against an opponent that maybe stylistically would really counter you in the server. That actually does turn out a lot of times when you do get to these sort of grand final stages, being your kryptonite of underestimating that you could have that opponent that has your number on speed dial.
Yeah.
And that is what could happen here in the server. So whilst they are undefeated, everything looks very good on paper.
Yeah.
That sometimes can be, one of the biggest red herrings on the page. You go, oh, hang on, they know what's up, they've done their study. That's what I'm a little bit worried about for Team US.
All right, well, interestingly enough, USA coming into this actually said that they want to play Canada.
Oh.
Your wish has been granted.
Hopefully in the finals we're able to play Canada, since we know them pretty well, since they're from the same region as us. So it'd be a pretty easy matchup to be able to counter how they play. On paper, our team is way stronger, way more experienced. The team itself is just not as strong as we are.
Well, they wanted it, and they've got it, and they're going to maybe live to regret that, because this Canadian team is really tough. We'll get onto that roster in a minute. Now, I just want to draw attention to this undefeated streak. It's not just here in the Red Bull Campus Clutch. They've actually gone 24-0. They only got together a year ago.
It's funny. I'm glad they didn't go 26-0 because you can only count to 25. So I'm glad we've only got the 24-0.
I'll level out. I maxed out at 24, but we can see some of the highlights here. I mean, we can talk about the entire roster.
That's the greatest thing. That is the greatest thing about this roster. This is why I backed them through most of their matches after watching them, was there was not a single player that I could not bring up in a highlight reel of some kind of reason.
Yeah.
Every single match.
Febs, coming into this, was regarded as the best player, and of course.
And I actually haven't highlighted him yet.
Yeah.
Out of all the players.
And he's still been playing well.
And he's been popping off.
Benji.
I mean, Mr. Consistent in the background, just doing what he's needed as a sentinel.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And Dip, of course,
Oh.
rocking and rolling. He was, Dip showed up against Chile,
Yep.
and he did it again here in the semi-final, rocking and rolling.
Some of my most favorite initiator players in the world are ones that can hold their own.
Yeah.
And Dip is the definition of that. Now, someone wanted me to bring in like a dodgeball reference. I don't have it, but if you want to get past Dip, you're going to need a dip, dive, and dodge.
Yeah, I'm into that. I like that. If you want to get by Dip, you've got to do that. I will say as well, we talk about, I keep going back to the undefeated streak here. There's one thing being undefeated throughout the groups, and then you start to go, hold on a minute, can they continue this momentum? They then do it in the round of 16, and you're starting to go, all right, I'm really starting to take them seriously. Quarterfinals, best of 3, undefeated. Semifinals, best of 3, undefeated. A grand final stage, when it is all on the line in a best of 5, the magnitude is on a different planet, different stratosphere to everything else prior.
Yep.
Can they handle that sort of heat?
My area of expertise is understanding that when a team loses, how they come back from it
That's the interesting part.
is the bit that makes them. So obviously we know Canada lost one map.
Yeah.
And that was in that last series that we saw them play against Poland. They've lost one map. They know what it's like to lose on the stage as well. Be the ones that have to walk away with your head down and go, I've got to come back from this, map loss to bring it back. I think that them having gone through that loss here on the stage is way better because they know what it's like to lose a map and have to walk away, overcome it, bring it back. Everything's all refreshed. GG, go next. US has not had to do GG, go next.
Yeah, true.
They've given GG, go next to everyone else but themselves.
So how will they, if they face that
It's
hurdle and they fall over?
It's got to be the biggest mental.
I mean,
they have to have the strongest mental. You can't get tilted. There's none of that. You can't turn around the blame game. None of this. I assume, given their win streak that they have outside of Campus Clutch World Finals, that they absolutely have it in them to be able to keep the mental strong. They've lost before. It's not we're talking about invincible players that have never lost in their life, but that is something to be questioned here on the stage. If they think they're that invincible, which they have been, how much does that get to the head?
Well, I know that there's a team definitely looking to knock them off. And they're looking to make sure that they stumble and fall at the very first hurdle. And I'm talking about their rivals, Team Canada. Now, we heard a little bit earlier on that this team consider themselves as the underdogs. They have been fed up of being overlooked as Canada when they say that the USA gets all the plaudits, gets all the attention. This is their chance to wipe them out.
What I like about Canada's chances here is against Poland, they pulled out Fracture. Now, that has not been a popular map at this tournament thus far, almost at all. Why? Because it's a highly strategic map. You need a lot of team cohesion on this map. Utility play is key, and that's a lot of different combination and factors going into gameplay, and simplifying it on default maps is oftentimes better, especially if you haven't been practicing together for that long. For them, they went, no, our first pick against Poland is going to be Fracture, and they absolutely dominate. In my opinion, that was one of their best map performances throughout this event thus far. They controlled the map, they understood utility. That's what convinced me that Canada beating Egypt and Poland was the real deal, because that map was by far their shining light. And I went, well, in a best of 5, you only get that one ban. You can pick Fracture at any point. That can be your real flip of the coin. That's my map I can take and run with.
To get to a grand final like this and to go through the entire process, you have to be a top-level team, and Canada know it.
They know it.
I think right now it just serves as a bit of validation. You know, we got this trip. I feel like it means a bit more that we actually made it out of groups. However, you know, the job's not finished. We still are going to aim way higher, and you know, we want to win the whole thing. So, you know, we know our team's good. We've had, you know, 2 former rank 1s, me and my teammate Nabil, and then we have 4 top 10 ranked ladder, and then a top 100. So we know we're all good. We all have good tier 2 experience, some like pro experience. So we really knew that we were going to be a strong team, and we knew that, you know, other teams might not know that. So we always had our goals set pretty high for this tournament. Canada will be the ones winning Red Bull Campus Clash 2022.
See, that is the sort of confidence you want to hear from a team and from a player. Now, what's interesting about them is, I know that you've been a big fan of them.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, maybe they've sort of flown under the radar to a certain point. Let's not forget, you talk about mental fortitude, you talk about tenacity. They came through last chance qualifier. There was another Canadian team that came through. They're not here. They know that they can go up against tough circumstances and make it out the other side. And I think that they've got the belief that it takes to potentially get the job done here.
Yeah, I mean, throw them in the pressure cooker and they come out and they're absolutely fine. I think that's a big, I suppose, strength. And that's going to be something that they're going to use as a big win condition, because the US will give it to them. Not just in the server, but you know there's been some smack talk on stage from the US today already. They're fired up. Arlie fan club, of which I'm the president of, is ready to clap every time he gets up and, you know, shakes his head at the other team making a slight mistake. That's the kind of thing that you have to be ready for. Going through LCQ is very hard.
Yeah.
Going team after team, you can't prep for them. You need to be ready to be on the fly constantly. I like Canada's chances. I don't know. I think US is fierce at the moment, and the big thing for Canada right now, they've got a good map pool. They've beaten Team Egypt, the returning champions. They've beaten Poland, who I actually considered to be one of my pick'ems for the finals. They've had the harder run than US, in my opinion, and they've overcome all of those obstacles.
They're slaying giants.
They're giant slayers.
They actually are.
And there's literally only one giant left. I mean, what's one more? What's one more to a giant slayer?
It's easy work.
It's just sweep them to the side, mate.
That's it.
It's
Now,
a best of 5, easy.
We hyped up this USA roster as like depth in numbers. They've got everybody across the board you could sing a song about. And it's a similar sort of scenario over here on this Canadian team. Kane, you see him there popping off. Absolutely amazing. I know you love him. Nabil, you couldn't say enough about him in the last conversation that we had, cooking on gas. And then you've got like Marwan, who's got a huge agent pool. It's a team that works really well together, but you've got some really strong individuals in the mix.
Shimmy pulled out one of the best battle stages I've seen this entire tournament as well. I mean, there's been some areas where Kane as well has come in. I love Kane's breach. Breach for him has been one of the really big selling points. Having a good breach player, probably why they did so well in Fracture as well, is going to be a turning point for a lot of these players. I do think Canada has what it takes. I think the turning point will actually be they'll let the US sort of try and dictate the pace for the first little bit. They'll read them a little bit, and then they'll play the counter game. That would be the smartest way for Canada to play this, is let the US think that they're in control, work out what the conditioning is going to be. They have the players to read into it.
Yeah.
They're several very smart players, Kane being the glue to that, and then just counter every single thing that they're throwing at you. I think that's where Canada's going with this.
We talk a lot about pressure, and I've mentioned a lot throughout the last couple of days how big of an opportunity this is for these players, but also how daunting of an experience it is to be on a big stage like this with screaming fans in front of you.
Yeah.
Now, the question I've got for you, in a grand final, there are 2 routes you can take as a player. You can zone out, and you can focus on getting the job done, or you can soak up that energy and soak up that atmosphere and potentially let it help carry you over the line. And I think that these North American players are all about that loud crowd.
Yes. Yeah, they're feeding off the energy. If you missed Ali in the game before, go back in the VOD. The man gave us an entire montage reel worth of reactions that the crowd was absolutely feeding into. And the greatest thing about that is I look at it from a scientific perspective of I would zone out. Like, I wouldn't let them get into my head. You want to raise your heart rate. You want to keep yourself as cool, calm, collected as possible. But if you can feed off the energy, adrenaline's high, and you can still be accurate and giving comms in the game, that is a huge advantage because your mental goes up at that point. And that's something that you won't have to always rely on yourself or your teammates for.
And what I love about this crowd is they're very similar to me. They love an underdog, right? So
they do love an underdog.
They tend to flip on a dime. So if a team is leading, they'll go on the other side.
They do.
And then if it goes the other way, they back the other team. So you're not really going to get that. I don't think we're going to see too much favoritism. I might be wrong here going into this finals, but I'm hoping this could be quite a neutral crowd so we can really set the scene and make sure the best
there was a lot of EMEA love in the previous games for an obvious reason. We got a lot of EMEA lovers. Now that EMEA isn't here, it's a free-for-all. You just pick a team that you feel you're vibing with, and that kind of becomes your team. That's what I do when my region isn't in something. I go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Where am I going to go? And I mean, for Canada and US right now, maybe you just pick your favorite style.
Did you know you were going to rhyme there?
I did not.
I knew that caught you off guard. Right, one thing that isn't going to catch us off guard, well, it might. We're now getting into map picks and bans for the final time this year at the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals.
They've done it. See, this is the smartest move you could have done. I'm assuming, and production confirmed with me, that is a ban from the US, yes? Confirmed, obviously, because there's no way Canada would ban this against themselves. Okay, so you got one ban and you get rid of Fracture. Okay, my heart is now putting it in reverse. I'm putting it in reverse a little bit. I'm worried for Canada because that pocket pick of the map, Fracture, was really a set.
Yeah, the map that we've seen throughout this tournament so much is not going to feature in our grand final.
The most popular map here at Red Bull Campus Clutch. Has been eliminated.
Takes a back seat, and we can see here we are going to Pearl, and we know that Canada love a Pearl.
Oh my goodness, yes, this is the newest map. The last time that we saw Canada play, they went up against Denmark. Mimi is cowering somewhere. Cover your ears, Mimi, because I'm about to alert you that your team got 13-3'd by Canada on Pearl. I like their composition, the double initiative. They actually rock a sky on this map. Ooh. They bring the fade and the sky on this map. So cover your eyes because it's about to be flashy.
Icebox up next.
Oh, we're getting the good maps.
This is going to be fun, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, I love Icebox. Again, a map that we've seen twice out from Canada recently. They 13-10 across Poland there. That was a very exciting matchup. And then against Egypt, the last map they played against Egypt, they 13-7 them. Yeah. So that's a great map for them.
Canada have shown some serious weakness on Haven. That is the first map that they've lost in the tournament.
That was the only map they lost.
It is.
And that's, I mean, if you're picking into the weaknesses of your opponents, that's the only weakness I have for Canada right now, realistically on paper.
Because USA have the edge, really, just simply because they are undefeated.
Yes.
And you could argue that USA sometimes show up bind if we get to that fifth and final map. Now,
a fourth map, mate. I gave
I'm getting carried away.
Mate, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, said you could count to 26. Turns out you can only count to 4.
All right, so bind, and then if we get there, we will be ending up on Breeze. What do you make of these picks?
Wow. Look, I think Pearl is going to be an excellent opening map here for both of these teams, because when you're on a new map, you're essentially trying to jump into what is being created in the meta at the moment. We don't have full meta for Pearl. Teams are trying, but they are innovating every single week, every single month. There is a new way to play Pearl. I want to see their version of it. We said the double initiator before. For the side of the US, they're also running a double initiator, but they're bringing the KO instead. I prefer the flash drives over Sky. I prefer to have the KO over Sky, but they've got the Neon. Now, do they change the comp? Do they come in and go, well, we want to change the comp, we don't want to be read into? Yeah. But the last time they played Pearl, they 13-5'd their opponent. So if it ain't broke, don't change it. Is that the saying?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You were doing so well with all your sayings and rhymes.
I was so close, yes, so far. I don't know sayings. That's my one weakness, is I don't know the sayings.
Now, next time I jump on this desk, it'll be all said and done. I'm going to jump on it. Am I allowed when it's done? Red Bull, can I jump? No, probably not.
Yeah, do it.
Well, next time I come back here, it will be done and dusted.
Nah.
So what I want from you now is...
Okay.
We've had predictions all throughout this. Who is going to be our Red Bull Campus Clutch World Final champions?
Canada lost Fracture, so I got to give it to the US.
You think US?
Yeah, I think the US got this.
I think that US, forgive me if I'm wrong here, You're the expert.
No
I will say that
forgiveness.
they have shown a potential lack of discipline at times and overextended at times and chased some of the smaller advantages, but it hasn't caught them fully off guard yet. I think Canada might be the ones to finally expose the United States of America.
This is the one thing I said that would be Canada's best strategy going into this. Let the US think they're the ones running away with it. Let them overextend, as you said, and sort of just set this trap of pseudo easiness across the map, and all of a sudden you snatch up and you've got the game plan under your thumb. I think Canada's best chance is to play that way, especially on Pearl. And then it's going to be the map where they need to be careful.
Have a little glance over your shoulder for a second. You see that trophy over there?
Oh, this way.
Yep, look at that trophy, right?
I don't have my glasses, but I know it's there.
It's beautiful. Oh, there you go. Now it's on screen. You can see it.
Thank you.
Glasses free. What I will say about this is that has been sat.
It's been sat there
for too long. It's just sat there. I want to see it lifted.
You should run and take it.
Do you think?
You
It's
should
not a
just
nook. So you
sprint
did that
at
with
it.
a nook.
I did that with the Intel Nook before, and I was like, it's mine now. And no one has come to collect it from me, so I assume I get to keep it. But the trophy is up for grabs.
It is.
And no return winners can take it. So
I don't think Red Bull would invite me back next year if I go lift that trophy and run away. And
you should test it.
I kind of want to come back.
You should test it.
That is a moment that will live with these players forever. Whoever it is, I mean, look, all of the players that have graced this stage have got memories for a lifetime. Now, the two grand finalists, there's extra pressure because finishing second in a tournament like this is huge. It's amazing.
Yes.
It's a wonderful achievement. But on the flip side, you never want to be that close, right? These players are, of course, students, but they're old enough to understand the magnitude of this moment. Of course they are. And I think that if you can get your hands on it, lift it, the money's wonderful. 20,000 euros up for grabs. Let's not forget about the bags. But that is what you want.
That is what
you want that moment.
That is one of those moments as a player that you actually get to brag really heavy about.
Forever.
Forever, you constantly say, I won a world championship.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it's in.
Yeah.
If you just say to someone, oh yeah, one time I was in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and I won a world championship.
Yeah, how old
Does
were
that
you?
not sound
I was like
impressive?
21,
Oh, well, yeah, how old? Yeah, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Hello? I can't even say that.
And I know you know this as well from last year.
Yeah.
There are eyes on these players that could potentially affect their future going forward in a big positive way. So if you can put up numbers, if you can handle the pressure, if you can show that you're the sort of player that thrives in an environment where the heat is on full whack, then you could sign something up.
You'd be the next Shalaby. For those who don't know who Shalaby is, Team Egypt last year won. Team Vitality was like, we want you, we like what you did. Picked him up, put him on those big bucks, and he played for Team Vitality. Like that's a dream story. Imagine explaining that to someone. Just like, oh yeah, I went to Madrid, Spain. I played Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. I won it. Got the big trophy, walked away, and all of a sudden Team Vitality flew me over to France. Like, what kind of story is that?
It's
That's
amazing.
unbelievable.
And we're about
Wow.
to see an incredible story go down in front of us. Jess, will you just hit me for a second? I actually low-key feel a little bit emotional right now because this has been one crazy journey for everybody involved, and it is now time to finally throw you into our epic grand final. Team USA versus Team Canada. Who will take the first steps to becoming our Red Bull Campus Clutch 2022 World Champions? Let's throw over to the sexiest man in esports. Veli, take it away.
My man, thank you so much. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. Red Bull put on a gauntlet with some of the best students in the world to battle it out here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. And now we only have 2 teams left. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Are y'all ready for the Grand Finals to start? Make some noise. All right. I know you're the access, so I am very excited to introduce these teams. But coming up first, it's going to be Team Canada. Let's go ahead and give a round of applause to them. We have Winner. Excuse me. Ruben, USA. Benji. Burbster. Ali. Darkest. And also Dip. miraculous run. This has been... Now, they're the first team on the main stage. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. Now it's time for Team Canada. We have winner. You guys know him, the battle stage himself, Shimmy! Next up, Marwan. Naval. Kane. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get the grand finals underway. Casters, take it away.
Sexy Valley, thank you so much. The grand finals time, North American matchup between Canada and USA with, I'm Ed Silly. Dan, this is going to be an exciting matchup today.
It is going to be so exciting. The grand finals, finally. All the teams since the group stage fighting to get to this moment. And it's a NA against NA matchup. Canada against the US. We got to see who's going to come up on top.
I love it. All NA matchup that we had at the Red Bull home grounds last weekend, now all NA now. What does that say for 2023 with the VCTs?
There's no way.
I wonder.
It is too early for those bands. It is too early.
Let's at least focus on in this grand finals right here.
Yeah.
Canada versus USA. Does it make sense when we looked at the map vetoes? You know, we saw Fracture being banned by USA. Then we also had Ascent being banned here by Team Canada. And from your notes and your study and all the VODs that you've done, it seems as though it makes sense.
Yeah, well, the thing here is that US, right, like you said, undefeated.
Yep.
Nobody has been able to take down
That's
this
true.
team. And it's not only in this tournament. So far, in the past month, they made it to 4 grand finals, won every single one of them, and this can be the 5th one. For the other side in Canada, they're also looking really strong, but they had some problems that they had to figure out throughout this entire tournament, and it doesn't matter because they made it, and they're here.
Wow, that's still some scary stuff, though.
Yep.
Undefeated Team USA, lots of finals, and potentially now the storyline is Canada being that underdog, but
Absolutely.
I'm Canadian myself, so I'm going to have to maybe add a little bit of bias sprinkle onto that, but I'm going to let you, the expert, talk about this. What does Canada have that could maybe upset Team USA here in this series?
Well, one of the things that I find the most interesting here, right, is when we look at the maps, when we look at what Canada has been playing so far, it's a lot of that race players, and a lot of that race action over and over again in every single map. And I love those kind of expertise and those experts in the players that want to bring that race, that have the confidence to bring it all the way to the grand finals. I would love to see it more because in the US, yes, we have a little bit more variety, but when you have that one player that you can trust every single time is going to double satchel and get a kill, that is everything that you need.
I think that's one thing that's important that you mentioned about versatility, because for Team Canada, you've mentioned it, we talked about it before we sat down on the desk here, that they have actually played some Neon a little bit into one of these maps later on, right? When you're looking at, I think, Fracture, if I'm not mistaken, which is banned by the USA. But they've changed that around to actually bring in a raise. And they've been playing a full-time raise in this tournament here. So this means for me that Team Canada has put a lot of preparation into coming into this event, bring something new and a new flair that, you know, might surprise their opponents a little bit, that might have some tape on them. But now against a USA versus Canada, I know Canada won their semifinals, and during the interview, I think what Dip was mentioning, we don't have too much experience playing against Team Canada, so I'm not sure about this whole tape thing if USA is really ready to be able to study that play style. It's more like, let's play our own game, let's see how it works. We've been undefeated for the longest time.
Yeah.
So let's just dominate.
But that has been the story for the USA the entire time, right? When they said it, yes, this is the team that has been together, but it's only been one semester. That is really not a lot of time. And what they're always doing is playing their own game, and they do it to perfection in so many scenarios. That's what took them here to the Grand Finals. But for the other side of Canada, right, we do see a little bit more of that adaptation coming through every single time because they have to, because they're also figuring out things as they go.
Yeah, so let's figure out a little bit this first map being Pearl. We're waiting for the agent select to happen for these two teams. Again, we just mentioned a little bit about Team Canada where they could bring versatility if they want to, but for the USA, they've only played this map once in the group stages, in the quarterfinals into now, and they're actually that team that's going to bring that neon into this composition, whereas usually Canada doesn't.
And I actually really like that composition. It is my favorite to see in Pearl every single time, just because you have a little bit of an easier access to that B entry that we don't often see in other compositions. It gets a little more difficult. We do see that mid-control for the composition that Canada could potentially be playing, but the neon, to me, it adds that extra flavor that can give the early advantage to Team USA.
Yeah, what's going to be fun for me on a map like Pearl is, yes, we always talk about the flashy kills, and we want to see the flashiness and the quickness of, the chemistry of a Neon and a KO, or how a Raze is going to entry, or if you even have a Jet or a Chamber, how do they get the picks with the ops? But I think a lot of responsibility lays on the controllers. Both of these teams playing an Astra usually on this map, you're going to have to be quick, witty, you're going to have to bring in that communication to allow those fake smokes to come up, to be recalled, take the control out of top of control. Take control.
Control, yes.
There you go, on Pearl. But then at the same time, also create that the ruckus into the sites when you're trying to execute into, especially the B site here. And it's a strong agent to play an anchor as well on defense, especially on this A site. So there you have it. The agent select's about to come up. Let's see if we're going to see something new coming out of these two teams. So far, to start things off, though, we do have Dip coming out with the Neon, a Sky for Kane, so nothing really changes as of yet.
And it should be all about the same as what we've seen before. Like you said, USA hasn't played this Pearl map too much, but what they've done has been a really good result, the really good entries that we talked about with that Neon, and that is one thing that you have to keep an eye on.
Yeah. This composition is going to be very important and intriguing to watch from Team Canada if we don't have any tape on them. If we haven't watched the last matches, I mean, the last time they played this was in the round of 16 here, right here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch World stage. And on top of that, when they're playing with an Astra, or you don't have a Neon, or you don't have a Viper, trying to split that site into the B site is going to be difficult to do. How do you take control of that?
And that is the problem. That is exactly what I was mentioning and why I like that Neon so much, because on the other side, you're going to struggle so much to get that B entry. So you can expect a lot of that mid-control, a lot of those defaults coming through for Team Canada if they want to take that early advantage. If not, you're always relying a little bit more on that ultimate from the Astra coming through to be able to change things up a little bit when things are going wrong.
So Team USA representing Northwood University for you, Dan. This is actually a team that you've cast a lot as well. You've already talked about so many finals that they've participated in. Are you thinking that this is going to be a one-sided series for the Grand Finals?
I don't know if I want to say one-sided. It is definitely going to be determined on this first map of Pearl to me, because we haven't seen too much of this map for USA, but if they're able to get away with it in a dominant way, this could be everything that they need to get away with the Grand Finals.
Well, without further ado, let's kick things off. USA versus Canada in the pistol round of Pearl. First one moving forward as Dip is already charging in down towards Art with the first headshot onto Shimmy. Retaliate back with Nabil, though, as a 4-on-4 ensues. Slowing things down on the A-side attack. We're using all of our utility just to try to get more ground into A-side for Team USA. And finally, we've made it in.
And it's a first pick that did everything now for the spike to be planted here. It's a retake scenario on the pistol round 2, but pushing forward. And again, remembering for USA, this is not new territory. Getting to the Grand Finals, they need to get away with this one too. The confidence that we see in their faces is everything for this round.
Yeah, but they fall and lose the first one in the beginning of this pistol. We're waiting for Ali to get that star down, and finally does so as Benji has the crossfire set on the retake. Comes in for Mars, he gets the pick off onto Ferbsa. But that star is going to be really important as we're going to try to start this defuse on this 2 versus 2. A haunt coming out, the tap starts things off, and we're off the spike. A 2 versus 1 in the end, fully vulnerable, looking for the trade, looking for the spacing, not even needed, as USA gets a first round in this series.
in the first round here for the Grand Finals, going for the side of the USA. And I love how calm they look, the confidence this team radiates. They really bring that NA energy to Sao Paulo. I love to see it every single time. But for Canada, there's a lot more to work with. And this is where I want to see how this defense is going to be. It's got to be everything to them to get the confidence early on this third round and push it forward for the defense if they want to stand a chance against the enemy.
And so far, it's 2 rounds in a row where their setup is really quick for Dip. Another flash this time above A site as Dip is leading the charge. No stars in the front. We're saving everything that we can for Team Canada, so this should be an easier round for USA to take over. As we swarm over the site, easier plant for Team USA. Position could be even more forward this time as they have the Spectres to work with against the full eco of Team Canada. So looking into the next round, it's looking to be a sealed deal. And on top of that, the Astral Divide happening very soon with 3 more eliminations or orbs coming out for Ali. But we want to have these teams round coming into these anti-ecos for USA for sure, to put the foot down and make sure that we dominate the series.
And you said that Jazz had that sign saying she is part of the Ali fan club. Definitely happy to see this.
I'm literally starting it right now.
We're starting it as well. We're all part of it. And we get to see these early kills as well. The support as well that we see early on and into the second round. We see the stun for the Neon going in for Ali to push in and get that 3K. It's just little things that have to feel good, that build that synergy for this first map.
Now we decide if we play the distance for Canada. Full guns coming out here for the defenders. As a nice little tap from the Bill to start things off. But the numbers actually answered back. Now advantage for USA. As all of these trades were perfect going in towards the arc side. But we do have to fall back to pick up the spike. Move back in for a plant. And Canada separated for the retake.
And it's only 2 players maining the numbers advantage here going on the side of Team USA. And it's going to get even better and better for them. 1v3 for this chamber. Doesn't have anything to work with at TP maybe, but so many crossfires to deal with.
Already 2 weapons picked up for USA for the upgrades. Witter, first contact, okay, perfect for Ferbsa. Going for the drive-by with the Spectre just to bait out the shot so the other 2 could trade out. And another round comes in, and that's huge for USA. A bonus converted. Money's going to be flowing, and Canada's going to have to be in a situation where they might try something witty to try to bring the economy back in their favor in the round number 5.
And this is something that you need to do early on, right? We talked about it. It's the first map. You need to get that confidence going. But also, if it was the other scenario, we've seen USA being able to get away with those eco rounds against their opponent. Even today, it is now the time for Canada to show what they got, but the entries are so quick every time for this team.
So we talked about that, right? Those recalls to take control of control, no pun intended. But the retaliation already came in for Canada. They tried to do something witty. It was a Season 8 combo at the top, but does not come into any contact. Ferbsa moving forward to get the first one into the round. Shimmy, the star player, falls. A disadvantage for Team Canada, but the rotation's already there. 4 players came ready for Team USA to move through after this Nebula clears out. It's going to be the waiting game at least now, Triad.
And it's just waiting for a little, seeing that knife of the KO going in, only catches 1 player, and because of that, the US has to wait a little bit longer. All that rotation already took place, the defense is waiting. And now it is time for the US to go back to change the plan.
I love it. Ferbsa the one to move forward first. To peek in, gets greeted by 3 players with the crossfire and TPs away, so that will give the call now for USA to rotate back as you just mentioned.
Canada knows it as well.
Exactly.
They're going to be rotating exactly at the same time, but the US here should be able to get a little bit more of that side control early on into this A site. Yep. The adaptation as well for them has to be everything in this eco round, and this is why Canada has been so careful.
And especially with a Neon that could do the high gear and beat anybody on a race from one site to the other. It's going to be an easy plat now for Team for Team USA. As Canada at this point could decide to do some econ damage. Look for the exit. As Dip is pushing forward, nice relay build combined with the Vandal for the drop. Nice little shots though to do that econ damage as we just mentioned. Mar moving forward into the site, lots of sprays happening towards the back. The double swing in the end from Dip and Ali. And that's now 4 unanswered rounds. We talked about that important round number 5 now for Team Canada. The economy's back, potentially even getting very close to those ultimates, and hopefully they can bring it back at this point.
The read for Canada was good. The respect as well was given to Team USA. Even when we saw the chamber, right, usually positioned towards B, usually trying to get that first pick, was playing towards mid, knowing that the KO knife was going to go all the way back, is able to avoid it. But even then, that rotation comes in just a little too fast for Canada to be able to react in time. But like you said, this is the round that matters. There's an operator in the hands of that chamber for Team Canada, and this is where they're hoping the story gets to change.
And a great spot for the first pickoff onto Benji. The Neon made it forward as Dip is already moving inside the site, but at least from that pick from Witter is able to TP back towards the back of the B site. Time to play the retake. Gravity well down towards that site. KO ult moving out on the attack from Darkus, who continues to push forward, but it gets traded off. Dip answering back, and I love this from USA to continue to push forward and clear out the sites despite the KO ult, despite the first pick coming in for the defenders before they go for a plant. Take map control, and even then, they decide to fall back.
And as long as they're playing together, right, it seems like they're always finding an answer into rounds like this one for Team USA. It turns into a 3v3 in Canada. They thought they had the advantage early on, but it got shot down so quick.
Mara's gonna hear the footsteps. Close around the corner. What a flick from Dip. As the push comes in through the Nebula, though. Guided Light ready as the spike has fallen. A fake flash and a second one with the Trailblazer just to get the information on the last two. Relay bolt answered back. Full flash on two. Spike now pick up. Off on the other hand, but it's going to only be a wall bang. Dip down to low HP. Now K moving forward. A 2 versus 1 as Spike is planted for long. Here's them both fall back as he's going to try to take the advantage. Both players of USA hiding behind the pillar. The slide coming out works out for a perfect trade as the spacing continues to be impeccable for USA here, Dan.
That is the spacing and the trees that are happening every single time. We saw it at the beginning of this round and also all the way towards the end. They're always playing together, getting that support as well with that utility, with that Sky, with those initiators that are always able to be there for the team. Also Dip, absolutely insane player so far, playing so aggressive and taking that initiative to go in, having that full confidence that the rest of the team is able to answer back.
So now desperate measures for Team Canada. A lower by, a half one, couple of stingers, hero rifle for Nabil, but at least they have a showstopper to work with. The plan seems to be crunching towards this mid to start things off, but look at these picks coming out.
It's just so clean. There's not too much that you can do right now for Team Canada. 2 players alive, and so much time remaining for what is left. Team USA, they should be able to get away with 6. And they're changing this push every single time. We've seen a little bit of everything for Team USA, pushing towards A, going to their aggression, using, and still having that overdrive available even for what is next and for what Team Canada has prepared.
Hero rifle picked up by Nabil is now in the hands of Kane, but it turns out to be a flawless now for USA. And I love that initial pick though, Dan. You saw that the first kill happened from a wallbang, and I remember Team USA hanging out here in the green room when they were watching the previous match. It's like, oh, I love this haunt that goes into the B link. We could wallbang through that and get kills, and I'm pretty sure that's how they got that first one.
There's a bunch of different ideas. This is exactly what I was saying, right? For Team USA, we haven't seen the same thing over and over again, which is something that teams playing this composition that Team USA brings like to do. When that B entry is working, they're going to try it again and again. For Team USA, it is such a complex team. They have so many different ideas. The IGLing is impeccable so far, 6-0. And Team Canada that once again has to fight back.
And from these positions, USA has been trying to work down towards mid a lot in the past few rounds, and that's where we've tried to convert once again. And it works out for Team Canada, once again for a first pick from Witter. Everybody falls back, playing a numbers advantage. But you can definitely see from the setup here, Dan, that we want to give up the P a little bit more to try to fight against this aggressive Neon that's set up by Darkest every time from USA.
Oh, but for the first time, the Neon is alone. And has that information, gets taken down. The first time that we see Dip all alone. And there's nothing else that can be done. Team Canada starting to feel themselves a little bit more.
Now a nice little pick coming out from Kane 2, doing his job. Hunt comes out, Witter with the pick, and there you go. We got some Canada fans in the crowd.
We finally get to hear that crowd cheering for Team Canada, waiting for that first round to go their way. And now it is a matter of time to see what
they can do, the opportunities, the answers, and they feel that confidence that starts to build up. But it has to be that momentum going more and more towards that side information with those Seekers. Could be an opportunity here.
We've won so many rounds in a row for Team USA. Looking really good here for Rifles in this round, and even bring the Operator out this time on the attack. But another setup that this time wasn't as well timed. Dip got flash, had to fall back for a bit, and he's trying to bait a couple of shots out, working together with Benji.
Yeah.
Prowler's coming out, but that's going to be a stalemate for now.
Two of those players towards mid. They can't really get to the other side. There's a trademark.
Look at this. Everybody's set up on the A side on defense. Witter's by himself towards B.
But it's not going to get anything. They try to get a little bit of information. They know it's not going to be the hit towards A side, at least for now. And the USA, they're comfortable with this. They're comfortable playing back, waiting to see what Canada is going to do next. It has worked out for them in the last couple rounds. It should be able to do it one more time. And in Canada, they're so reactive every single time. They use that utility from Sky, didn't get anything, back up a little bit, and they're still so aware, even having to invest the flash into it.
So Nightfall coming out, and Seekers to answer back, and that's going to be the cue, definitely, that the hit's coming towards this A site for Team USA. First contact from a Seeker hitting Dip. Showstopper coming out too, and we're just trying to stop Nabil in his tracks. The first wing coming out, the Showstopper stopping Darkest too, but Dip's playing the off angle again. Very strong in his position, finally loses it as a 3v3 comes back for the retake. Operators on both ends alive, as we do have the Cosmic Divide coming out as the cannon comes out as well. A TP away from Ferpsa. And all three of them on the attack are behind the wall. Redwell already being baited out. Here comes the stick, the haunt. And the lineups very soon. We're trying to keep him alive. Runs out of bullets. Ferpsa gets to pick. And USA puts another on the board here on Pearl.
And the idea was good, that Cosmic Divide. Both of them actually invested into this ace side, knowing exactly where the post plan was going to be for the last three players alive. Once again, nothing can be done. Nabil has been so good on this raise, open up, use that showstopper, took that early initiative that we love to see from him and those duelists. But it once again was lacking a little bit more. USA, they're prepared for everything, and they get to 7.
Positioning, the trades, the spacing, everything looks very good here for USA. Thankfully for Canada, there's still a little bit of money down in deep in the pockets. Rifles, duel to false out for a Witter. As the off setting up on the A side instead, where USA is looking to get control towards long B to start things off. But we do have good positioning on defense, at least to try to answer up the first contact. First up missing the shot. Defenders forced to fall back. Give a little bit of ground here for Team USA to move forward inside this B site.
And this is one that we haven't seen yet, but maybe one of the most common ones. The neon wall coming through. And once again, Team Canada having to back up. They cannot get that space. It belongs to Team USA so fast. And yeah, they're going to fight for it.
The importance of the Phantoms into this round. No Sage to block off into a wall, into a spike plant, so we can just spray through the smoke as we're looking for a surprise attack behind back halls. A trade comes out, Dip trying to move forward. Nightfall getting ready, potentially to come out, but it's Kane to answer as a Nightfall couldn't. The advantage comes back for Team Canada as Ali fully blinded. Position is there, turns around on time, but it's still Kane with the 4K into the round.
The answer for Kane, and the answer that we get to hear the audience cheering for Team Canada. They get that second round. It took a little bit longer, but the adaptation, as always, it is shining the brightest for this team. They were able to do it match after match, but also throughout every single map that they had to face. They always felt like they were underrated because of how good that adaptability was for them, and this is what we're hoping to see on this first map. A couple answers have been found, but there's still a long way to go, especially in this first half.
Lots of pressure here. So that's how they get these wall bangs. It's a haunt and a flash combination into the B-Link with the Gravwell. So Team Canada seems to adjust to that a little bit more, playing passively towards the back of the B side as Witter once again gets the first one into the round. Disadvantage for Team USA, but we seem to be committed towards this B site. Good smokes set up towards the spawn, and it's going to be time for Canada to wait for these smokes to dissipate to play the retake. But already, meanwhile, as the plant goes down, Benji evens it up on a 4v4. Null coming out for Dorcas, eliminating all the utility out for Team Canada, so it's time to play the fundamentals. Go for the baits, goes for the swings, and Ali continues to push forward for 2 of his own into this round. Looking for the flank from behind. Off shot missed from the top of Witter as Benji is just baiting all of these out, making sure that they force the hand of Canada to move into the site. But you can definitely see here now on a 4 versus 2 with the spike about to go off, we have to try to save this operator. And that's Witter moving forward. Spike is going to be allowing an 8-2 scoreline for Team USA as he couldn't get the third one to save it. And that's 2 more to go in the first half, but a full lead out for Team USA.
And that is everything that you need. That first blood, 3 of the rounds so far have gone for this chamber of Team Canada. But unfortunately, once again, it is just not enough to close it out. Yeah, you get away with 3 of those eliminations, but still needing that retake to be more effective. And that is because Team USA, they position themselves so well every single time. They're prepared for those ultimates to come through. They were prepared for those Seekers before, and they might be prepared for them once again if they come through.
Continues on with a race down towards the A site this time. Everything, all the utilities just perfect now for Dip. Always to be clear in the first positions. We're trying to fight back, answer once again. The pathing continues to be the same. Take front side, take art, and they're just winning these fights all the time. But of course, it's a lower buy that we have here for Team Canada.
Darkest and Perps are pushing together towards art and guaranteeing those early eliminations that would be theirs. Team Canada, the last 2 Kane. The 2 star players so far, but still needing so much more. They're gonna back up. They're gonna try to save what they have left. And Team USA, they don't want to give them any space, any respect. This is all about the dominance that they can take.
And especially for Team Canada, you don't want to go for exit kills. Witter just trying to pick up a weapon if he can, but for Kane, you have to save that Vandal. Even if you get a couple of picks here for Team USA, they're still going to be rich into the last round. So Canada, the final tries here into the half to give it the 9-3 curse, if they can. But so far from what I'm seeing here, Dan, it might not be the case.
It might not be. I mean, it just looks so good for Team USA over and over again, and this is why, even though we didn't see the play Pearl before, we didn't see it on broadcast, they didn't play it that much, we knew they had something like this prepared. There's so many different strategies that they have for every single one, especially when you have to face Grand Final after Grand Final in the past month. You need to be ready for a massive map pool, and that is exactly what they have. So Team USA with a pretty good lead so far in the first half. But still, we know that the audience likes Team Canada as well, so we gotta see when and how they're going to answer and support that crowd.
We will, Red Bull.
Yep.
Right? That's how it works. I think that's how that song works, right?
That's how the song goes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But definitely, you just mentioned here, Dan, the amount of grand finals that this team has gone for Team USA, that means that they also have that experience to play, to be the bad guys from time to time, too, when everybody wants the underdog story to happen, that it's going to be Team Canada or any team that they want to go against to win. But USA, they're just staying strong every single time. And you see that level of calmness through the camera feeds too. Yeah. When they're setting up, it's just all good and gravy.
But it's a mix, right? It's a mix of the calmness that we get to see from them, and also the hype, the excitement that they show us once again. That's why you said before, right? They like to bring that NA energy.
Yeah.
And we get to see it once again. But one more round here, and what is going on? There's nothing else. 2 players left for Team Canada into round 12.
It seems like it was a timeout to try to get something done, but it seems as though as well, it's been the advantage for USA to be prepped up for this. Nightfall instantly coming out and spotting Witter in the back of Flowers. This is going to be a done deal in a 4 versus 1 with the position given away. We thought we were going to get some hope here, but I think it's just time to turn the page and fixate on the second half for Team Canada, how you could fight things back. But Witter answering on the first call, the first knock with the first nook. As counter fragments coming out, just wasting that clock. Now look at all that utility. There's nothing he's going to be able to do here.
There's no chance. He's been so good with that opening elimination, but after that,
it just gets so rough. The aggression, more than anything, is coming through so fast for Team USA. We saw a couple rounds where they played that default, but even then, it's just the Neon able to get that stun and to know that the rest of the team for Team USA will be able to answer back, will be able to get those straight to the point where Wider can't do anything else. So at least now we get to see how things change around, but we know the dominance that Team USA has right now.
10-2. Crowd once again silenced by USA's performances as it's time for Team Canada to take the attack. Again, we've mentioned it at the agent select position here that there's no Viper walls, there's no neon. How do we hit to these sites? To start things off for Canada, it seems to be some mid-control.
And this is what I was talking about, right? When you don't have those walls, you need to go for the mid-control, but it has to work out for this pistol round, though. And Team USA, they get that first one.
Yeah, trying to work the fade and the raise together. Combination from a Nebula into the B link to surprise anybody playing towards the rotate at Ivy. But it gets picked off instantly here as Nabil realized there was 2 players pushing through. Dip trying to overextend, looking for their right-click classic is Shimmy on the other end. But that's just going to slow things down. Look at the amount of numbers that USA has here towards the B link. And Canada still needs to figure out where they want to take contact.
You just need to be so careful for Team Canada. You cannot afford to lose this round, not with this score. The position all across is a good pick. It's a good chance here is a 4v4, and Benji is waiting on the other side.
Yeah. Nice lurk from Mar. That allows for the rest of Canada to press forward into the A site. Don't see any stars available right now for Mar unless he has one that's waiting to be refreshed. But no, it's just going to be a battle with them pushing towards the spawn. 2 nice little dinks. That's 2 fall for Team USA. An answer back as it's going back and forth. It's now going to have to be a clutch coming out from Mar. A 1v1. Lots of footsteps.
There's no
Benji is looking to stick it. And one set of bullets. Mar couldn't get it.
What a round for Benji. Was going to stick it, was going to hold it until the end, but reacts in time. Absolutely insane from this player. We've seen what he's capable of doing, but to clutch a pistol round like this one, it has to feel good for the fade. And for Team USA, they get to 11.
Even the last upon it too, like, that should have been ours, but we'll take it. We'll take anything here for Team Canada. Seems as though we kind of want to have a speed run. Are these guys on Red Bulls as well with full of energy and they're just going to storm through the finish line this way? But from this plant, desperate measures once again for Team Canada as we're going to have to go for a force buy. Stingers. Fighting back is also USA with their own Stingers and Spectres. So looking for early control towards the A side, a push down towards Art. We're just trying to fall back, continuing these 3-2 splits. And readapting for a rotate into a mid-B split.
And for Team Canada here, the only thing that you could do here was force. We're hoping it's going to work out. And they trade, once again, different positions, but it does the same thing that Team USA has done over and over again throughout this pro. Guarantee that the numbers advantage would never and will never belong to Team Canada. Forbes as well answering back with that Headhunter. And Team Canada, they're hoping that 3v3 will go their way.
Well, the plan hasn't gone down yet as Shimmy on the lurk is able to drop Darkest. They expected that at least for Team USA. As we continue out, but from a nice lurk turned into a 3K. A star player that we talked about for Shimmy finally lights it up. And another round ensues for Team Canada, a much needed one, and we also like the fact that they've only lost 2 players in the process. Actually, they lost a lot of people in the process. It's going to be an expensive round going next.
I mean, hey, you got to take it round after round, and that is exactly what Team Canada was able to do. Knew they had to go for that force if they want to stand a chance on this Pearl map for a little bit longer. And so for Team USA, this is where the problem can start because we haven't seen an eco from them so far in this match, and they know how to get away with those eco rounds very, very well.
Well, now we'll see what happens. 4 defenders holding out towards the orb as Aziz actually grabs Dip into position, but no nade to counter. and no nade to take him down. So all of Team Canada now rotating back towards this B site. Again, a fast-paced rush, but no Neon in her composition. Ferbsa waiting with the Headhunter, overextends, but still, he got his one. Also did some damage onto Darkest into Ali. The rest of Team USA are trying to move back here on that rotate. Mar got 2 picks on the attack.
Spike down B. One
As
enemy
Benji's
remaining.
now holding it back at the bottom of the stairs.
And the last one alive here.
Planted.
Benji with the classic. Trying to be the hero, but it's not going to be the case. Canada answering back now 2 rounds in a row. They have been able to keep that streak going. They have been able to get any momentum against Team USA, but this is potentially a start of something great for Team Canada. The audience, a lot of them, we hear them, they want it. But can the team actually make it happen?
Sorry, along the fast hit coming out here on this B side. It was actually Ferbsa that was able to get a little bit of damage moving forward. And for this round, Team Canada continues to fight to try to stay alive in this map. A map picked by USA. A map that seems to be very comfortable for Team USA. As Ali is going to be the first point of contact anchoring towards this A site. Nice little stun, nice combination too.
Yeah.
As that clears up A.
And it plays so well for this defense too for Team USA. All across the map early on, using that utility, using that Prowler for that fade. Once again, and knowing that Team Canada has the intention to push into A.
Enemy remaining.
So well read.
A.
Despite a nice little entry for Team Canada, it's now a 4 versus 1. A little bit of miscommunication coming out. Can he swing across? Cannot. Dip with a slide instead. Stops the bleeding there. What could have been a beautiful clutch going out from the race for Team Canada because of that flash. That flash 2 players right there. Nabil had almost the opportunity to take down Dip. But it's still now going to be Team USA with another round.
And one of the most important rounds as well. Team USA, they get to 12 here on map number 1 of the Grand Finals. Need one more here to close it out. And Team Canada, they're going to have to force every single time. It can be rough. 3 of those ultimates available. That overdrive is a risk in the hands of Dip. It's so scary knowing how aggressive this Neon can be, knowing how good Dip has been playing this entire tournament. And because of that, Canada, they also have to give that respect. But they're going to push forward here with the ultimate as well for the Astra.
Seekers, they don't wait for it to come out. They don't wait for the flash either. So that's 2 early picks out for Team USA. Disadvantage now for Canada. Nightfall to push out. More with a pick from the Marshall. As they're going back into the round roulettes. Anything that we have at our disposal, we're going to have to throw everything that we can to try to survive into this round. Spike is yet to get planted, but we do have the spike on an island. Hit by Nightfall. Prowlers coming out too, as Darkest is trying to move forward with Benji into the site. Mar just inching across the nebula. Shots missed. Last 2 stuck in the back of the site. Only 1 more to go. It's going to be Shimmy in the back. Shimmying towards the right side. Goes back into the back halls. And that's going to seal the deal in the first map. Easy win for Team USA as they take Pearl in this Grand Finals 13-4.
And it had to be an early statement for Team USA, getting away with a map. And one of the maps that they played the least so far in this tournament, in this Red Bull Campus clutch. But they do it 13-4. What a good performance every single round that we saw, especially in the defense. We didn't see it too much, but it was clean. They had so many different ideas on the attacking side. And I mentioned it early on, I love that composition that was being played with that Neon, especially when you have Dip on your team.
Yeah, and it almost seems like from the amount of reps that you had for Team Canada, they should have looked comfortable in that map too.
Yeah.
And from seeing that they had a raise and a fade, find different positions, different opportunities to maybe trap that Neon pushing forward.
And they attempted, right?
Exactly.
And it just didn't work out. Again, if you're going against Dip, it's a completely different story to everything that Canada has to deal with before.
Yeah, and Dip has been putting a lot of work into agility for this team as well. And when you try to find those opportunities to take that Neon, that you saw that round, I think it was like around 5 or 6, where we're trying to fight towards the mid. That haunt going through the B lane to actually get the wall bang in the kill. All of that is anti-stratting over the anti-strat, it seems, right? Canada's ready to try to stop this Neon, and as you stop the Neon, you get countered by wall bangs because the Fade had the perfect utility in there. So it's not really only think about that Neon that was getting all those entries, is also the KO from Darkus and also Benji on that Fade to support into the mid-rounds to allow USA to have such a dominating first map.
And every single time that we saw Team USA, they were just going in with this Neon. They were getting so much support. They were having so many traits to work with, and it was helping them out with this composition, right? But with the maps that come next, we can expect even more of this, potentially with the Jet, that for Team Canada, they never played this entire tournament. They only played that race, and the entry, I mentioned it early on, with the double satchels can be good, but the team that has proven to be the most aggressive so far is Team USA.
Yeah, I think there's two teams definitely for me when I've been looking at the stage here for the Red Bull Campus Clutch stages. Definitely Team USA and Poland has been another great one, especially on the icebox of how aggressive this team was in those moments as well in the fights where they were just getting pushed and flanked a lot when any team was playing against Poland. So we have to be ready for that style too, seeing how good USA is and how aggressive they are as well on this type of like teamwork and trades.
Absolutely, and there's so many opportunities to do that as well. We got to see how it's going to turn out, though, because we know that map was benefiting this side of Team USA a little bit more. They have that experience. They have experience in every single way, even with the IGLing. But I want to hear what Ian has to say about this map number 1.
Flames.
Thank you very much. Dan and Van Silly doing a fantastic job covering the final that we've all been waiting a long time for. Hello, it's Ian here with Jesco, and of course on the end, Keo, how are you doing, brother?
Doing great. Watching some NA Valorant. Normal day for the boy here.
Hey, well, before we go any further, right, of course, we're only one map in. This is a very long process. How excited were you to have an all-NA Grand Final?
Oh, man. I mean, I called these teams out at the very beginning of our broadcast here when it was in the top 16. I said I'm rooting for US, I'm rooting for Canada, and now we're here watching them in the Grand Final.
Well, it almost felt a little bit too easy. We kicked things off on Pearl there, Jess, and USA came out swinging. They maintain that undefeated streak of not dropping a single map as we get into this final.
Yeah, you asked me for predictions and whatnot. Valley's asked me for predictions. Everyone's asked me for predictions on it. And I keep saying, I think Team USA has the upper edge. I think they are the better team. They've got the most depth on them. And I think that Canada, they're the ones that had to respond. I knew they would have to come into Pearl, have to respond. But the US team just almost gave them no breathing room on Pearl. There was no breathing room to adapt. When they did try and work out the conditioning halfway through the map, it was too late. They'd already shifted gears, moved up a notch, and changed the way in which they pace this map. It's very difficult on a team that understands Pearl well to be able to counter them throughout the map.
Kia, what do you think US is so well here? Because when they get going, when they get on a roll, they're pretty much unstoppable.
I mean, Team US is doing some really unique strategies on Pearl. Especially at the highest level of Valorant, you rarely see Neon come out. But US was able to have Dip run it down on Neon and create so much space that most teams at this level aren't really used to that high pace, high action, and really fast, I'm in your face, I'm in your spawn, and it's really hard to play against that.
What's interesting as well, Jess, is we're seeing clips here of this US team reacting and responding to big plays and big moments. And they seem pretty much unfazed by the magnitude of this situation they're in.
I mean, I saw Ali, who was giving it to his previous opponents in these previous matches, and he's just sitting there looking like he's like, that's another round, that's another round, that's another round. He almost seemed completely unfazed by the scoreline. I mean, if I was like, 7 rounds up at one point, I'd be like, let's go, we're gonna be home. And he's like, another day at the office. And I was like, I didn't know Team US was so cold.
Well, that was the moment it all ended, and they secured victory on the first map. Of course, there is a long, long way to go if they want to pick up that trophy and raise it high in the air here at the Pacaembu Stadium in Sao Paulo. Another 2 maps would seal the deal for them, but Canada, we do know this, we've said it many times before, they're very persistent, they are very relentless, and they are, when their back's against the wall, they come back swinging.
I'm looking at this, and Nabil tried. Look, Nabil is one of the best Raze players here at the tournament. I think it's safe to say that he has had an incredible impact. He's been on the top 5 list multiple days running, so the man is hitting. But there's only so much you can do when Dip, who, mind you, we call like one of the best initiators, all of a sudden jumps on the Neon, and he's like, I'd like to speed things up. I'd like to be in your face. Exactly, Kyo's pointing out the point of the Neon on a lot of this. But the post plants there, and that second screen is what you got to look at. 10 out of 10 post plants. And if a lot of the USA's win conditions are getting the spike down and them winning 100%, of their post plans, you as Canada need to think, I got to stop them getting in. I actually have to play denial of them getting the plants out. And that's a difficult thing to commit a lot of utility to. So I think they're a little scared to get up in their faces in the early to mid round. They're going to have to do that because if you've got a 100% win rate in the post plan, I mean, that's just got to say something.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to mix it up a little bit there just because it's been, they did such a good job on being able to get so deep and dip there, going 20 and 10, a nice little 2-0 KD, which is ridiculous because you're the one creating all that space. But honestly, we can't count Canada out at this point. You know, last year in the Grand Final.
I want you to tell us exactly why. I want you just for a moment be Team Canada and let everybody watching at home know and everybody in this audience know why you can't count them out.
Oh, you know, last year in Grand Finals, we saw Egypt go 13-0. They got 13-0'd in the Grand Finals. 13-4 is not that much. They're not counted out. This is a hard...
I'll stop now.
What are you trying to do?
I'm doing his ad-libs. I'm just going to let him say, carry on.
No, yeah, they just need to be calm, cool, and collected. That's a hard strategy to play against. Pearl is completely different, but we're moving on to another map here. So,
yes, we are. Icebox is where we are headed next. And do you think there's part of Canada that are thinking, because when the USA do get on a run like this, you almost just want one of their key players to have a bad day at the office on this map?
And I mean, that's a very good map for them to have a bad day because Canada has picked that map. That's the first map that they could pick it out of all of this. So the first two bans, USA gets their Pearl, of course, they dominate on it. This is something that Canada did themselves. They came in, they picked Fracture, which has obviously been the ban here, against their previous matchup, and they absolutely demolished them. And I thought that series might be over. So I don't want to have the same feelings that I did when, of course, Canada played, was able to smash through, and of course they lost that second map following and had to follow it up in the third. That's the icebox that they were able to defeat many, many very difficult opponents throughout this particular tournament on. That's their favorite map for a reason. Where does USA sit on it? Well, unfortunately, America is not so bad at pretty much every map. They are completely undefeated for a reason. So you can't say they quote-unquote have a bad map. That's just one that I think Canada thinks they have a better leg up on.
Well, USA are going to be looking to storm through Icebox and put themselves on championship point going into the third map. Will Canada fight back and not let that happen? It is time to find out as we continue our amazing Grand Final. Over to our casters.
Thank you so much, our friends here on the floor. And you know what? I feel like Keo might be cooking something there because, as he mentioned, a 13-0 that Team Egypt faced in the second map against Project S, the Portugal team, in last year's Red Bull Campus Clutch Grand Finals, and he still reverse swept, right? They were 0-2 behind, and they won 3-2. You know what, Keo? I'm starting to believe.
Also, Canada won against that Egypt team in the group stages.
It all makes sense.
Do we really gonna want to go there? Is that how it works? I'm not
I'd like
sure.
to think so. I'd like to think so. But hopefully here, it's going to be the case, right? Because also to start things off, this is Canada's map pick. We're going into Icebox. And also you've mentioned, you know, they're not used to playing against a Jet or whatnot, but this is also a composition that USA also uses a Raze.
Raze, yeah. And that is the one point that I wanted to bring up as well, that Raze v Raze that we haven't seen so far, and that is so interesting because of how committed Canada is to playing this duelist and how much less we get to see it for Team USA. So it's a duel that you need to keep your eyes on because it can mean everything for Canada, knowing that this is their map pick and knowing that this is the best chance, because after this, the maps get a little bit more on the side of USA and everything that they've been able to get.
Yeah, and as nothing changes for the compositions of both teams, one difference I could see from this composition is for Canada, they want to go for the safe plant strat to bring that Sage out instead of going for a double initiator from Team USA. But again, both of these teams had some very tough matches against their own opponents on this map. Even the last time that Team USA had to play on this map, they actually won it in overtime, 14-12. I don't know, but we really didn't get the VODs to be able to see that match, but I'm assuming at this point with the fast-paced action that we've seen on this very map, every time we had this Icebox on stage, it just becomes a bloodbath. You know, you are playing at this point on a stage with a live audience. A lot of these moments where you're not going to be able to hear these footsteps, where people can take advantage of that, where you're going to bring the fast-paced action, where maybe that's why on that previous map on Pearl, Neon's very good to have. Well, we'll see how this pans out as we start map number 2 between USA and Canada. USA taking a lead in this full series of the Grand Finals, 1-0, and we're kicking things off very quickly, breaking the start and working with an aggressive position towards this A site.
And aggression and Team USA, they go hand in hand
for that first opening pick, but it's traded right away by Team Canada. And right away as well, Team USA, they know where this push is coming from. That rotation starts to take place early on.
He looked at a moment that Benji was going to get a free kill on top of that, but got dispatched through the teleporter, traded by Kane from the rendezvous point. And all of Canada decided to take a step back, wait for a bit, force a rotate potentially towards this B site, where it's going to be now time for Witter to play the flank, play the lurk, and hopefully cause that rotate.
Really hoping to make things work out for Team Canada. Last piss around, we got to see on the side of Team USA, but they get that info. There's
Exactly.
nobody towards yellow.
Exactly. That knife actually missed Witter, and we actually threw a recon dart towards the B site.
Yeah.
So he hears the rotate out, and now we're fighting towards mid. Kane, the first one to start things off, as Dip, though, gets that first. Trade it back as Team Canada are trying to move back towards this A site. Witter with control towards the A tower, 23 seconds left. Wall come up. We talked about these safe plants, but not as of yet. Paint shells raining down. The push coming out from the defense, and the attackers are slowly losing numbers. 10 seconds left indeed. They have to start moving quick. Mar and Witter trying to move forward into the site. They have to act upon this. It's not working out. Spike now finally picked up. Firmsa moving forward as he catches Mar on the plant. And Team USA once again getting the first into the map.
Getting that pistol round once again for Team USA has to feel good. And the confidence, you get to see it once again, that celebration. But also just being so cool knowing it was meant to go that way. All the preparation, everything that they put into it is working out for Team USA and for Team Canada on a disadvantage. And now, as well, looking at a defense that likes to play aggressive. We saw in the first round, you can continue to expect it, especially here in Icebox.
As they pick up the orb, it's a call for Team Canada to try to move forward and punish Darkus, who was trying to pick up the orb, but Darkus is able to make it back safely into A site. That's advantage now to allow USA into the later rounds to have some aggressive retakes with an ult command. Jiggle swings coming out, trade opportunities from both teams. But once again, still a stalemate. The advantage from the weapons out for the defenders, and now power in numbers 2. As Shimmy is the first to fall for Team Canada. Alert doesn't get paid off here for Canada either, as Mar falls towards mid.
There's so much that can be invested with Team USA to make sure that Canada cannot get comfortable, cannot go into this A side. Initially had those 3 players, now they have all 4 ready for the action towards A, but the Spike slowly but surely moving towards B, and that Viper is not easy to deal with. It's a Lee and nothing else. Still though, gonna get taken down. Not expecting Wider to be in that side.
Satchel's moving forward too. Witter can't use a headhunter anymore. Firmsa landing on the top, and another one to allow the swing. Break the crosshair, support from behind, but at least we get a plant for Canada in this round.
And after this round is where I expect to see that aggression, that fighting back for Team Canada. We need to see it on this map. It has to be that 3rd round as well. On Pro, they lost the bonus. They cannot afford a mistake like that one to happen, especially when you're playing into the comfort of that race, when you're playing into the comfort of that entry that's going to help you get the opening pick. Though it hasn't happened so far, Team USA, they're so ready for everything, and they're always pushing those angles, making sure that the orb is going to be theirs, and that space is always going to belong to Team USA.
As we talk about continuous advantages for Team USA, a bonus round ensues for them. Team Canada looking for, okay, a nice little trap play. A flash above, and Firmsa does get the first pick into the round. What a nice little combo. Double satchel to move forward with the flash and a knife, and then player advantage.
I was talking about aggression, and I was talking about Canada, but we actually get to see it for Team USA once again. The double satchel, that raise, that is able to bring something new. Probably not going to see it too many times, right? You don't want to become too predictable, but that is one of the strongest advantages that Team USA has. They are so creative when it comes to these ideas, when it comes to getting that first opening pick. And because of that, Team Canada, they have to be so careful here.
We're able to answer back for a bit. A plan that's going to be a little bit deeper. The fragment not getting any contact, and things are looking finally good for Team Canada early into a map. The advantage is back in their favor. Mar with a classic headshot onto Ali. I don't know if that was a mistake on that weapon switch, but it doesn't matter.
It works out.
Yep. Got his one.
That's all you need.
Rotates coming around the corner. A fake check, but at least a trade works out. And it's a 2v1. No! Works out for Nabil with that final one into the round to put the first point for Team Canada, but another one of those moments where a very expensive round for Team Canada, heavy investments, and they only pull out of it with one rifle.
It is the only one that they can get away with, but it's better than nothing for Team Canada. One round here on Icebox. And as well, the duel that we saw early on, Benji being able to take down that first player, then answering back, him being the one that gets taken down. It is what Canada needs to continue doing that has been benefiting Team USA so far, not only in this match, but the entire tournament. They're always playing together, making sure that things are at least even on their side. As Team Canada, they're making some noise towards it.
The jitters shows for Team Canada. We tried to go for a wall and satchel on top of pipes to take an early control towards mid. And fight towards Boiler doesn't work out. We're falling back to rotate back towards the A site. Top shot missed by Benji. As he rendezvous away towards the back of the site. Lots of sprays and Darkest just runs into it. But thankfully, we've evened up the tally for Benji as he connects with the operator, looking for a second one, pinging for his teammates that another player is there. Shock darts ring in for the defender spawn. A little bit of damage onto Witter, but the positions finally are looking pretty good for Team Canada. One gets pinged out. Witter moving on top of the tower. Mar watching his cross at the bottom of Maze. And the numbers are still looking good for Canada. Snake butt on the ground. Benji now the last player standing. Looks as though he wants to pull back and save. So Canada will be able to put a second one onto the board and tie up the game very early.
Things should be even here. 2-2 Team USA and Team Canada getting away with one more round, and this is what I'd like to see. Team Canada was the only team that beat Team Poland on this map. Team Poland was 5-0, and finally Team Canada was able to answer back and to take them down to make it to these grand finals. So you can never underestimate what Team Canada is able to do on this one when that adaptation starts to come through and when those rifles start to go their way.
I can only imagine the communication. The nodding coming out from Team Canada. Look, we got this. Our map pick, we could do this. It's already tied. Let's take that first map away and focus on this one here, and the focus is towards the A site.
Yeah, that's how you have to think about it, right? Map by map and round by round. It's the best mentality that you can have, especially if you're down one.
We hear the field of Falks bringing out early. That's out for Rip Benji, as it's going to be a double op setup. Dip on the top of pipes. Oh, missed! As the build punishes that. Actually, it seems as though as it got a leg shot. Trying to get the nade onto Darkest, who's on low HP as well. Falls back into the back of the A site. That is going to be that operator. Being picked up once again.
Yeah.
He's looking for the pick from the back of the green boxes, and it connects onto Shimmy. Traded with the wall bang back from Kane, and it's going to be a pixel flat. A little bit of miscomms there from the boom butt moving forward, but hitting the wall. Ali with the stinger in the back of the Jenny, trying to get these sprays. They force out an early res out on the attackers, but they still can't get through this wall. Their own wall for Team Canada fighting against Ali.
There's a 3v3, the spike has yet to be planted. Team USA, they fight to make sure that Canada cannot have that side control ever. We didn't see it in Pearl. They're going to fight to make sure it doesn't happen here on Icebox. There's not too much that you can do here, just waiting for the angle, waiting for that opportunity here. But as always, Team USA ready to react. The tour de force making it easier as well.
And it was so difficult. That had to be a hero play from Shimmy. Speaking of that, we jiggled across and we're trying to get the trade.
10 seconds left.
Benji overextending another swing, but he doesn't get punished for that. At least we get a plant as Kane fights towards the back of the site. A 2v2, the crossbar is set up. Now a 1v1. Witter at low HP. Does he reload on time? Going through the wall at 1 HP, trying to get the surprise attack. Does get the connect. And Team Canada take the lead for the first time in this series.
And with 14 HP as well, the classic. Everything is a hero story for this round for Team Canada. that patience is everything for them. They knew there was a tour de force. They knew where it was located. And contesting it was just a little bit difficult. They made it work out at the end for Team Canada here. And for Team USA, there's a couple of mistakes that we've seen, right? We know how aggressive Dib likes to be, but right now he's playing the Sova. Had an operator into the early rounding that taken down. You cannot afford to make those mistakes early, or Team Canada is absolutely going to punish you here in Icebox.
We'd like to see that. The possibility that Canada has that in their toolkit to be able to punish the aggression of Team USA. Another op comes out into the round, though, for the defenders. As Nabil is looking for an early position, cleared out towards yellow. A wall plant. A safe one as Mar is holding back towards the spawn. The first jump out, the first headshot. The trade doesn't ensue. That's Mar with 2 instead.
Is everything that you need. An operator in the meantime for Benji, hoping to do just a little bit more, but the 2 to 4s didn't work out before. And the 2 to 4s now is available for Witter.
Oof. But we fight back. They've lost control of yellow here for Team Canada, so Ali continues to work. Finally on the 3 versus 1, the upshot misses. Headhunter now this time out. Looks to be all the dreams have fallen now. Good pick from Team Canada as they hold in a post plan on the B site.
One of the things that the Team Canada said was after winning against Egypt, they finally deserved to get that respect that wasn't given to them before. And sure, they were struggling on Pearl, but this is a different story. This is where they gained that respect back. For Team USA, that, like we mentioned, they were making a couple of mistakes, that over-aggression, that overconfidence, that it's not something that you can afford to happen, and need to go for that reset. Team USA, though, 4 ultimates available here, and they want to make it fast.
That's right, on a slower buy as Darkest connects. And with the second one
No
onto
way.
Shimmy from the top of the 410 boxes. An obvious spot, but when you're good with the aim, it could be a very, very difficult position to deal against.
Yeah, and with 2 as well, with 2 eliminations so early into the round. I was mentioning, right, that over-aggression that we get to see for Team USA, but in a round like this one, this is why Team USA is undefeated, because in rounds where the odds are against them, they're able to find an opening, the first one, the first blood going their way, and just to get a little bit more, 3 players in the meantime for Canada. Just waiting to react. Darkest, there's no way he does it again.
Yeah, watch this.
Oh,
We answer
come
back
on.
at least for a bit as Mar opens up the site finally. On a 1 versus 1 attack and playing it very safely, goes out with the Viper's Pit for a plant. So Benji, so far, only with the Classic and the Headhunter with 3 bullets trying to move in. Mar in a position where it's going to be difficult, has to check all of his angles, all of his corners. Sigger now picked up as he now gets inside the thickness of the pit. Footsteps now being heard, perfect for Mar to understand where the opponent's coming from. Sees him and gets the kill for the 5th round for Team Canada.
It is those small decisions that really make a player for this Viper. Using that Viper speed, knowing that it's a 1v1 and any advantage that you can take. The visibility as well, the damage was everything to get away with it. It is so clean towards the end to make sure that Canada gets 1 more. And this is what the audience wanted. Canada is giving it to them.
Oh yeah. But you've mentioned it, Dan, just a couple of rounds ago. You need so many heroic plays coming out from Team Canada to allow these rounds to happen.
It's never easy. It's
exactly.
it's never easy. As
And
long as you're able to close it out, though.
Exactly, and not even easier into this round. So many ultimates available for Team USA. A pit not going anywhere early into this round, not funneling anybody from Canada into the other site. It's going to be another forward position as Ali's already towards the fence at jail. Looking to play that position. The heads get spotted, and that's already spiked down. But all of these forward positioning still ends up being perfect trades for both teams. A stalemate on a 3 versus 3 as the spike is looking to get picked up.
And then when towards jail, you could guarantee 1, maybe 2, but it doesn't happen very often. Team USA, they knew it was a risky one to take, especially when you have those ultimates available. But it's over now. Dip still managed to stay alive, though Team Canada trying to fight for that side control, and Dip is not going to make it that easy.
So a preemptive Hunter's Fury did get a connection onto one, but he also got an entry from Team Canada, ensuing a 2 versus 2. The tag onto the Viper that Benji's trying to get a pick off with this operator, but in the back pocket of the Bill is also a big rocket. But Benji now the last player standing at the screens, looking up, misses the shot, and Mar, we're starting to call his name out a lot through these rounds here, Dan.
The third round so far where Benji is the last one alive and stuck in a position he doesn't want to be in, but for Canada, they make it work once again. And it's this entry towards A that is working out so well. They have to fight, they have to trade it. Like we said, it's never easy. But as long as the spike is planted, that retake becomes so much more difficult for Team USA. We saw the Viper split before, and now they have so much more to work with. Team USA has been holding on to these ultimates, and now Canada has them again.
It will continue for this fight. Aggressive here towards the A side. Slow orbs on the attack. Pain Shell's trying to move out Ali from his position as he gets a very deep Viper's Pit, covering pretty much all of the entries towards the A site. That's actually a really nice one.
Trying to be that distraction as well. Playing towards tube, so Benji can potentially get that elimination. But that is not where Team Canada is tempted to go. It's going to be directly towards B. They don't want to contest mid. It hasn't worked for that lurker before. They want to play it safe, but changing that story, knowing the Viper Spit is on the other side, Canada starts to fight.
And a 0 point did nullify, or should I say a null command is nullifying a lot of the utility from Canada to try to get into the site. And this is actually great timing here. They're going to try to move forward in. That toxic screen should be going down fairly soon. That allows the sprays to come back on the instant plant. There you go, Nabil gets damaged for a bit. Mara with another lurk. Players pushing forward for Team USA as a nice recon dart comes in. Mara cannot connect onto his second kill, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team is doing their job. As they face a 3 versus 1 advantage, Darkus picking up Phantom here, and is just looking to save it. So, once again, Dryad, the story changes at least for Canada. Canada's domination on Icebox so far.
Absolutely, and so far throughout this entire tournament, the team that was the best on Icebox was Team Poland, right? And I brought it up before, Team Canada is the only team that was able to beat Poland here with that composition that they were playing. And it's just that adaptation that they bring round after round to get away with things like this one, especially against Team USA that is playing a pretty standard composition. And when you go into the race v race, when you get that support and play around it, Canada, they're able to get that confidence back.
So it looks like we have a tag timeout. The confidence that we're talking about for Team USA for so many finals, moving into the grand stage now. A dominating first map on Pearl, 13-4 against Team Canada. And now trailing behind by 5 on this second map of Icebox are calling their first timeout.
And it is the first time that you see there's trouble. They're struggling to find an answer into Team Canada because we see those early trades coming through, but after that, the round gets so slow. And there were attempts with the ultimate, with the KO as well, with the null command. It's so many different opportunities, but at that point, it's just a little too late. And Benji, again, 3 rounds that we've seen is the last one alive, and it is the Chamber that is the last one alive. Sure, you have that clutch potential, but even then, you don't want to be stuck there.
I agree. And I think that's another thing, too, looking at Team USA in the second map. That confidence in that first map might be their demise in the second one. You see how they're a lot more aggressive. They're overextending their stay with the TPs coming out from the chamber, and you get punished for those. So you're not going through those fundamentals that we saw from that first map, that Canada continues to have these hero moments to be able to win.
The Tour of the Forest coming in for Team Canada. No, Vance, please, no, please.
Well, the Algebra gets stopped at least.
Tour de Force. No, I can't.
You're almost there. You're almost there.
No, no.
Recon Dart, though, just trying to clear it out to allow Ferbsa to stay on top of the boxes. And as he tries to satchel away, gets stopped by Shimmy, whacked from the air. As Ali is looking to stay alive and trying to hold it back, taking control of yellow. delaying as much as he can with the Poison Orb on the left side at default, allowing Dip to rotate over as they still have 2 players now holding his B site.
There. 2 rounds where we're seeing Team Canada push towards this B side early on, and both of them, Purpsec gets taken down first. Now a Showstopper trying to get that opening once again, and Dip gets taken down. The rest as well, making sure that Canada is all alive and healthy. Team USA, the pause that we saw, the talks that they had, at least for this round, they look a little too difficult. An operator for Benji, Darkest as well. They could work it together here, but already that side belonging to Canada.
Yeah, everything is perfect. Picture perfect for Canada into this round. You saw it. You're rushing a Showstopper, sacrificing a life, getting the res up, using utility to push your opponents away to make sure they don't gain any control, waiting for the fuel to come back up for the toxic screen, get the wall plant, and on top of that, keep your 5 players alive after the res. As Canada is moving forward in this first half, 8-2.
And it is looking very, very similar to that first half score that we saw on Pearl, but now the other way around, right? It is Canada getting away with round after round with a momentum that cannot be stopped by Team USA. They're stuck in positionings that they don't want to be in. You cannot afford Purpsec to be taken down first towards that B side, and they've tried putting him towards A, but after that, a couple of trades do not seem to be enough.
In this round, into round number 11, the Satchel charges worked, but Bill breaks his legs, dropping down towards orange, but still creates a space to allow 2 of his players to move into orange. Wall to look for a plant for mid, as Nabil is taking control of the kitchen with his teammate, but they're still overextending. Ferosa and Ali answer back, a battle on the top, and finally, on the post plants, we do have the advantage in terms of the weapons on the attack for Team Canada. Showstopper then coming out long range, and it connects onto Shimmy. Back to a 2 versus 2, and we have to break this wall, but we only have a Sheriff and a Spectre. Now the first peek and the second somehow connects with the long range Spectre, and Benji gets a 2K at that distance with the Spectre. That's definitely going to haunt Team Canada.
Oh, absolutely. With a Spectre, especially at that distance, it is insane what Benji is able to do to close out the round here. To finally stop everything that Canada has been doing. In Canada, they tried something different. They went from mid to the B side, went towards kitchen, but the reaction for Team USA on the defense was immediate. We saw 3 of the players towards A rotating, contesting it, and making sure that the Sheriffs and the Spectres were able to get the value they deserve. So USA back in the game, back on this map. There's only 1 more to go for this half.
Yeah, we definitely see from that first map for Team Canada, a lot of ultimates didn't pan out in their favor, but this map it does. But USA also just had a nice showstopper to help them take that retake at a much lower buy, getting that thrifty. Last round to go into the half, 3-8 in favor of Team Canada. Benji this time, star player from the previous round, had enough eliminations to pull out the Dodafos up towards green to look back towards garage.
And in the meantime, for this early round, Darkest was fighting to get that orb towards A, has that no command available, and he's waiting patiently next to Ferbsa to see where Canada is attempting to go. There's a little noise, there's a little information that has been gathered, but yet that no command can be everything to guarantee forward for Team USA.
That's a perfect call right there, Dan. You force a tour de force, no pun intended, for everybody to Canada move towards the A site, then you have a null command to stop all that utility and no wall plant to move in.
Yeah.
And all that does is that it's going to run down that clock where Canada might have a hard time to retake the site towards A, should they wait in this moment right here. First contact, the timing on that one too, but here comes the kills, and maybe we won't even need the null command at all. 4 players instantly fall down. But it's up to Mar. He's done it before. 22 seconds left. But it is the last round, so he won't be able to pull out the pit. Things are looking good here for USA to seal the deal to make it an 8-4. 11 seconds left. Making some noise. Jumping forward with the shorty. Just to make a statement, Darkest says we're still in this game. And the first half still, though, is won by Team Canada 8-4.
Dip was waiting for this moment for the longest time. 3K as well, going for the Sova. We know how aggressive Dip likes to be. And with the play that Canada was bringing, it was perfect. He was set up for success on that angle, with Canada being so quiet, making sure they were not stepping, they were not being loud. And regardless, it plays to the USA's advantage as they get to 4. And they've also had the better score into these pistol rounds.
Pistol rounds, we know so far that Team USA has been really good at these. As now they take the attack, focusing a lot of utility towards this A site. Trying to go for a flash recon to see if they can ping the aggression from Team Canada, but they soon notice that it's a very passive play for the defenders.
And the stage was actually towards B, so there's no chance to wall. Wait a little bit longer, delay that push for Team USA to come through. It is that rotation that has to take place first. In the meantime, the spike attempts to be planted for Team USA.
It's about to come down, but also the paint shells. So that forces the plant to come off of position, and all of Canada is rolling in. Firmsa fighting back with Benji, though. It's not over yet for Team USA. As now Poison Orb comes out. Shock Dart on the ground. Kane and Mar alone. Make that only Kane. And unfortunately, he gets pinged out by the recon dart. Sticks onto his chest. Down to 3 HP. No heal.
Spike planted.
So that should end it here for the attempt for Team Canada to try to win their first pistol. Ghost on the ground, but Kane doesn't want to give his position away. First contact is going to be the chamber on the top. Couple of swings coming out. Shock Dart to seal the deal.
And that's all we need, that Shock Dart as well, to clean out another pistol round going for Team USA. And when you look at them, it gets scary because they won the last 2 rounds of the first half. They win the pistol round. They can get that momentum once again. They get that confidence going. And now on the attacking side as well, where they're able to play to the aggressive playstyle that they love.
It's going to be another setup now. Trying to get into control of Long B. Only one player moving in, and that's Flash, to allow Ferbsa to get on the top of green, just to try to surprise somebody that could be playing on the top of the brown boxes. Everything's going to get cleared. As Mara's going to be solo, running away from the pebbles that are being shot here through the top B. Unfortunately, the nades land a little bit too far. It's a clean plant for Team USA.
It was a 4-sector save for this defense as well, so one that is not going to work out for Team Canada, as they have to play for that retake. Only those classics in their hand for the most part. And trying to put up a wall on the other side, but Team USA is not going to make it easy for them. The Spectres are going to be enough once again for this team as they get to 6. They get closer and closer to what Canada has.
Now at least with this bonus, the silver lining is that Team USA were able to get so many rounds without losing any players, which then means they have weaker weaponry versus what Canada brings out into this round here. Both teams eyeing this current trophy, fighting for the longest time through open qualifiers, national finals, to this place right here in Sao Paulo for the Grand Finals of the Red Bull Campus Clutch. Dip finding the information now on Mar, holding the angle, falling back towards Orange, looking for the off angle and falls back instead as USA storming in for a plant.
And the Viper once again was the only one towards this B side early on. Has to back up, has to stay alive. This controller is everything for the retake that now has to take place for Team Canada. And Ferbsa is going to be expecting it on the angle. They have the numbers. They can get away with this bonus. But Canada, they can make it easier. They have to play it together here.
And they're a great spot to play the pulse plant. No paint shells from Ferbsa to try to clear out more angles towards green. Indeed, shock darts could be huge. Recon dart will get a couple of pings out. And there's that wall, an interesting wall coming out too. Wonder if that's a bit of a miss, but it doesn't matter. They're still closing in on the Team Canada and clearing out all the angles behind the wall. Ferbsa with the fadeaway. But do we have enough time to go for this defuse here? Do we have enough time? Oh my God, a .02 Team Canada will get the defuse.
Oh, just in time. 0.2 to make it happen. Absolutely insane to get away with it. And it got risky. The wall wasn't exactly where it was meant to be. And Ferbsa, almost a hero for this run for Team USA. But Canada answers back on this defense. Close it out. But as always, right, it is so expensive for the ones that they get away with. Oh,
those are the beautiful shots we love to see in those replays for sure. At the edge of their seats. Back four seats, by the way. All of Team Canada stays in as now we're pushing forward, though, with the KO ult. On to the attack. And a flank coming in from Darkus on top. Or the flank, excuse me, from Rip Benji towards the middle. As Nabil somehow still wins one with a flick onto the second one. Dip falls. And we're back to a 3-on-3.
Still, though, the spike has been planted. Two of the players here, Kane and Nabil, pushing together. We've seen what the Sage is capable of doing in a round like this one, but USA, they have to learn from the mistakes. 3 for Nabil, though, before getting taken down, and the time is running out. Kane knows exactly where the last player is going to be.
Someone's going to have to get it halfway first.
Yeah.
One of those moments once again where we might not have enough time.
There's no way it happens again.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay, 1.15, a little bit longer, but.
It's a little longer, but still, it really comes down to the wire for these rounds. Even then, though, I love to see the conditioning that Team USA had on Canada. The last 2 rounds that we saw for Team USA on the attacking side, they were all pushing from B main. But this time around, they had Benji going mid and catching that Viper off guard. Things got a little more even. The Viper was caught by surprise, and all the trades started to take place right after. Still, though, Canada, they get to double digits. They get to 10. And they have a showstopper in the hands of Nabil that has been unstoppable so far.
The crowd cheering behind Team Canada, hoping for Team Canada to go the distance, playing against the powerhouse of Team USA. But for now, pushed back from a 0 point, thrown into the site. Site taken over by Team USA as we have all of the ultimates coming out into this round. Showstopper and a Hunter's Fury to drop a few defenders of Team Canada, but Canada still has their own Showstopper for the retake. Wall to come up, allowing USA to fall back into the post plan, and all of them holding towards green.
And last time that we saw this exact same scenario, it was actually Canada pushing forward. They're not able to do this anymore. They don't have the numbers as well to work for. They have to be way more careful into it. And the utility as well. The showstopper is going to come through, but it gets denied. Nabil goes down.
How does the Stinger at that distance wins that fight? But we're still sticking on the defuse.
No.
The Sting fight missed!
What are these rounds?
Winner gets 3 kills. Kane gets the defuse. As we talked about, Jess talked about it, the amount of pulse plants that came in favor of Team USA is now all in shambles here on Icebox.
It is absolutely insane what I'm looking at. Round after round, the last 3, the post plans have been everything as well. And the reaction for Canada, they have so many ideas. This is the stage hole that they wanted to bring before. We actually get to see it being placed properly. And that defuse to get to 11. Canada, they absolutely needed that round. They have that energy. They hear the crowd as well. And they get the opening into Ferbsa.
Definitely got the energy from the crowd like a spirit ball. A nice early pick, but gets answered right away by Team USA. 4v4, Darkus on the top once again, creating that space as the initiator. As an old command still up, Darkus falls to his knees by Kane's spray with the Vandal. He's holding towards the back of the site. Winner then coming out with the total false as soon as an old command is done.
Player standing.
Only Benji stays. He's trying to move forward on a 3v1. Picks up the Vandal, looks for the spike, drops to the ground at least, just to try to clear out a couple of these duels. Slow orb now peeking. Winner gets the pick. And it's map point on Icebox for Team Canada.
One more round and we will be able to be 1-1 in this grand finals. It is exactly what we wanted to see for these two teams. Really showing where the advantage is for each one of them, and for Canada, it has been Icebox all the way. One more round to go, and a Team USA that feels different now. They took that pause. It didn't really work out too much besides those pistol rounds, and now they need to come back all the way 6 rounds in a row.
And you see the confidence of Canada, the spray from Shimmy to create the bait. And look at this flank from behind. The lineup on 2. Benji and Ali fall. 3 more only needed for Canada to push this into an easy third map. Nabil continuing with the ADS. Headshot at the Ferpsa, spotting Darkest. As a res comes out, a 5v2, make that a 4v2. We're doing whatever we can with these Guardians. Can the Guardians save the round for USA? Dip out 1 HP. Darkest covering his back. As all of Team Canada want to play the patience. They have the numbers advantage. We're slow things down here now for Team USA.
Well, honestly, just a nightmare situation to be in for Team USA. 2 players alive, everybody getting taken down so fast. Canada going into that flank thanks to Nabil, and this is why he likes to play this agent, this race, pushing forward, playing so aggressive. The chances for Team USA could be fading away for this Icebox.
We're just playing time. Kane watching on the ending on pass. Here's the shot, spots the other. Shimmy gets the 2. And Team Canada answers back on their map pick of Icebox.
It is exactly what we wanted to see. 1-1 at the Red Bull Campus Clutch Grand Finals. And Team Canada showing why they won this Icebox every single time. They won it against Poland. Now they won it against a team that was undefeated in maps, Team USA. It is the first time that they lose a map in the Grand Finals. This is where the pressure can get to your head.
That's definitely great confidence for Team Canada moving into map 3. You're absolutely right, Dan. Understanding now at this point that Team USA, they're not invincible. They have some chink in the armor that they could actually be taken down here, and that actually is going to prove to me that we're going to have a very fun series. You know, we had a conversation before of like, where's this series going to go?
Yeah.
And I said, probably a 5-map series.
Yeah.
Do you believe in that? After seeing the performance of Canada on map 2?
So here's the thing. I believe, listen, I believe, but the thing is that Haven, it is the strongest map that Team USA has.
Yes, yes.
I mean, when I mean insane is absolutely insane. Has populated 17 times in the past month and have won 16 of those. Like, nobody can beat Team USA in this tournament. They're undefeated on this map, and it is the best map that they have. So it is scary territory if we get to see it being a little too one-sided for Team USA, and the ability for Team Canada to be able to recover and push it all the way to 5 maps.
Yeah, I could see that as well, because if you're looking at it from Canada's perspective, they've played this in the semifinals against Poland, where they've lost, I think, 13-6 or 13-4. It was pretty one-sided in that fashion, where Canada couldn't really get an answer. But you get those reps in, you try to bring it out later on. But at least, what have you seen that was good from Team Canada on this second map of Icebox?
Well, we finally got to see what I wanted to see in it, and it was exactly the way that this race player was going to play a role and how much impact it was going to have. The flexibility as well that they had into the early round and even late. So we definitely want to see more of that race, and we know we're going to see it more.
Well, you know what? I want to see more of Ian. So let's throw it back onto the analyst floor and see what that sexy man has to say.
Are you talking about Kia? I think you're talking about Kia, this sexy man right here. Is he on the analyst floor with Jess and Kia? Can I just check? Can this crowd hear me right now? Is everybody enjoying the finals? Okay, good. You can just about hear them. Hey, we got the Canadian fans out in force.
Wow. Oh, damn, they're really getting loud about it, too.
I told you. Listen,
wow, okay.
Canada kick back. They are not intimidated by this scary USA team, and they take a map that they thoroughly enjoy. You know, Icebox is they did the same thing against Poland.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And they like it there.
And I prefaced it. I said, if you're going to pick a map, you have to pick your strongest map. You have to pick one you've been proven on, especially with recency bias in your head. You go, what am I popping off on at the moment? Icebox has been hidden. We did it against a good team, so we think we can do it against this team. Team US, the last time that they struggled on a map was Icebox. That was the one that they barely won. So that was the best case scenario. Do I think, however, that that was the most convincing win? No. No, I'm actually with Dan on this. I think Dan hit the nail on the head there. This was like one of their best maps, and there's another really good map coming up for Team USA. So my worry is that that's a great map for Canada, but we saw how a bad map goes for them on Pearl, and if that repeats, it's almost done and dusted, isn't it?
Keo, were you convinced by this Canadian team on Icebox?
You know, I'm pretty convinced by Canada. I'm expecting them to show up in the following maps because Pearl, the last map they played, they were playing against such a unique strategy with Neon. This is a lot more in their territory. This is what a normal game looks like. This is what it should look like for them. And they played it phenomenally.
Ma1 in particular played phenomenally well. And you know, we say about Canada like in this map, he in particular has a real taste and appetite for it.
Yeah, and I mean, every time you get onto Icebox, you feel like, okay, it's always going to be the Viper player that steps up. I mean, especially defensive side in this, you have to be able to trust your Viper. And the fact that we haven't actually been able to highlight Ma1 so far, we haven't seen a lot of Icebox. We haven't seen a lot of areas where Ma1 has been able to be the star player. But on this particular matchup, I mean, going from the shadows of just doing what Ma1 does best to now being in the spotlight, that's nice, and it means that all the players are able to step up in this pressure situation.
Yeah, Keo, look, we've highlighted Kane a lot in this process, coming into especially these grand finals as a player that we have to look out for when he steps up, he delivers, and it says a lot about a player. It says a lot about an athlete, a performer, whatever you want to call it, when they manage to bring it when it matters most, and Kane showed up on that map.
Absolutely. Kane was showing up. We saw Mar show up, Shimmer. There were so many lurk plays happening around the map. They were constantly taking control wherever USA was slipping up, and it just worked out so well for them, especially with some insane clutches there at the end of the game. Oh my goodness, what a smack from Canada.
What an amazing place to be as a neutral watching this. We've got a 1-1 series now in the grand final. It's exactly what you want. Both teams now right back on a level playing field where they all started off. Who's got the mental advantage now? Because ultimately going into Haven next, it is a map that Canada got rolled on against Poland.
Yeah, not only that, USA, you heard Dan just speak through it, how many maps, or how many Havens in a row has USA won in the past few months. It's just intolerable for the team to be able to face. I'm a little concerned, however, because we had this discussion on the pre-desk about USA's never lost a map at this tournament.
Yeah.
They come in, what is that adversity like? How do you overcome your first map loss? And your first map loss of this entire tournament is in the grand finals. How does that look? I'm looking over at them now.
Yeah.
Yes, I have boomer eyes and I need glasses so I can't really see them, but they all look really relaxed. So I'm confident that that map hasn't shaken them, that they're confident in their map pick, and that they will have the deeper map pool overall.
They've been a unit for just about a year. And in that time, this is now their third map ever dropped since coming together. I'm glad you reminded us about that.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
This is the end of USA's undefeated streak, and as Jess said there, it's going to be interesting how their mental fortitude changes and if they can handle it. Keo, do you think that we might see a side of USA that we haven't experienced yet?
You know, I think they're going to be pretty strong. They're very unfazed. You know, when we see them up, they're not changing their game. And I think that's going to be the same thing when they're going down. They're not going to change up how they're playing. They're not going to be like, okay, hey, let's just mix it up. What they're doing is working, and they're going to stick to it. I hope to see them push through.
The highs, the lows, the lows. Can you keep it all cool, calm, and collected? That makes the best player.
Yeah, I thought you were going to rhyme again there, but you let me down.
Oh, yeah, I'll rap for you later.
Okay,
I'll spit some bars at the after party.
No, there's an after party? I was going to say let's touch on a few of the bits, but I've just been told in my ear that we are ready to continue this journey of our grand final. And I know that this crowd here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, are ready to get this show well and truly back on the road. We are going to Haven for map 3. Vansili, Dan, take it away.
Thanks, Ian, Jess, and Keo. You know what I just realized before we talk about Haven?
What?
You know why Team Canada won Icebox?
Why?
Because it's cold. You know where it's cold?
Where?
Canada. We the North, baby.
I
That's
was
why they
hoping
got
you
that
were
second
not
map.
going to go there.
No, I'm
we
definitely
were
going to go there.
hoping that was not where it was going to go.
At least the ice has melted now into this third map. Now we're into Haven. Okay. And I want to know, this is a team that is undefeated on this very map, which is Team USA. We mentioned it. You've mentioned it. I want to know what would be then the winning conditions if you're Team Canada to be able to topple down USA on their strongest map.
Well, that's the thing, right? For Team USA, what they do here on Haven, it is so complex that is why it's undefeated. We got to see a little bit of Peril where we see them on the different strategies that they have on the attacking side, but here is a completely different story and is even stronger than what we saw on Peril. One of the things that they like to do is play so much around this breach, playing around, trying to grab those orbs for this breach to guarantee the Rolling Thunder as soon as possible. So you need to try to fight for the orbs, try to contest it, especially on the defensive side when you get to see Canada, because if not, Team USA is just going to be even more unable to play with that aggressive style when they have not only that Rolling Thunder, but they're also supported by the Fade utility and that Paranoia going in.
Yeah, I see that as well from Team USA. When we see this mirror match between these two teams, or when we're looking at the tape from the past matches that we caught onto this stream of the Red Bull Campus Clutch, I see the level of comfort of Team USA on this retakes too. That breach, you talked about that, being a very comfortable agent to play around, but also just Benji on this chamber. I remember watching one of these games where he's just jumping out of heaven, getting headhunter headshots into hell, getting picks left and right from aggressive pushes on retakes, and doesn't even care for his teammates when he wants to retake the site. It's just an aim battle for them pretty much on Haven. So we have to figure out how we can stop this right now for Team Canada. What would be the solution? What have they studied? But man, I'm ready for this one.
No, absolutely.
Turning the page, this has now become a best of 3. Forget the first 2 maps. And we talked about it, that pressure. Jess talked about it. The more you get deeper into these rounds, the more the pressure is going to come. You're getting so much closer to taste this trophy. As I want to know now, will the jitters start to kick in?
And that is why it matters so much for Team Canada to come with a good mentality, knowing the score the Team USA has on Haven, because they like to play aggressive, and Dip and Ferbsa are going to be enabled to do exactly this on the defensive side. That combo as well is not going to catch anyone this time around.
And that's USA on defense, Team Canada on the attack. A fade, nade combination from the defense does not connect into anything at the beginning of this round, so it's all up to the Jiggle Peaks. Fault line out, coming out from the A connector into the sewers as the first bloods and the trades come in on both ends. Dip with 2, answered back by Team Canada, but we definitely do see Canada a little bit more wounded coming out of this fight on this 3 versus 3.
And with all 3 players trying to leave a positioning towards A side, and even then, this is one of the differences as well for Team USA on this defensive side. Even this pistol round, they're not making those early rotations, they're not making those early mistakes. They know Canada is ready for anything. The trademark is going to reveal that pressure as well that they want to put towards that B side, towards that C side, where Benji's expecting them.
30 seconds
Lisa
left.
connection coming in once again. I think this will be the storyline of this game, Dryad, as these 2 teams are going to be perfect for trades, playing the buddy system perfectly. Speaking of the buddy system, it's Team Canada working together on a post plant. Ferbsa and Darkest moving together. Pretty much the same thing. Full utility, though, from Kane on the attack, and that could be the advantage until he gets wallbanged by Ferbsa. Smoke then coming out from Mar. He's going to have to try to clutch once again, but it's not going to happen. Darkest with the pick, and another pistol for Team USA.
Looking so good in this pistol rounds, and you mentioned it for Team Canada. The 2 players alive, they were playing together towards the beginning, but one of them pushing towards Garage, the other one staying on side. That splits them apart, and Team USA, they're not going to make that mistake. They will be playing together for the straights, as we got to see on Pearl, the first map that they were able to take away, and those pistol rounds as well, they guarantee more and more to go the way of this team. As the second one comes in, we talked about it, you cannot allow Team USA to get away with the early rounds. Canada, they have to stop it as soon as possible, and 2 of those guns that are going to be bought.
And on the defense, they're trying to go for a combination on USA. Another C's nade as Team Canada are trying to split towards this C site. So greeted and stopped right away.
Spike down, C.
Bouncers check the ID. They say Canada can't cross these doors. You can't cross into this site. Winner attempting to take the back door, but also stopped by another bouncer. So USA, a clean second round on the anti-eco.
And I love to see the positioning so far of the raise and need combos that come through. It's what keeps USA having to fight for that map control that they get every single time. Now they get to 2 rounds, but still a good opportunity. I want to see what Team Canada wants to bring into this one. That A side, it's so hard to contest, and I like this approach.
Seeing these consistent fade, raise, nade, seize combo. But this time it's just going to be a flash to peek for Sewers to take control in this area on defense. On the attack, though, it's a push from the attackers on grass. Look at this forward position from Ferbsa. That's a lot of map control, allowing all of USA to rotate back and stack the correct numbers into the garage and V-Link.
And that's the thing, right, for Ferbsa and for Dip, they love playing together here, and it enables that playstyle that they love so much as well, that aggression coming through. But in the meantime, I think it's taken down towards Garage. Gets a little bit more control because USA is playing aggressive all the way back. They're going to get punished for it. These are the mistakes that we saw in Icebox. You cannot afford that to happen again.
Very, very well done for Team Canada, excuse me, as that spike was down. Still towards that spawn, so this whole round was a default, making sure that we're wasting out utility, that we're pushing, we're forcing the hand. And off that first pick that came out from Shimmy into Garage, this allows all of the lurks to rotate. Keep them guessing, Team USA. As we now move into this round right here, and that was such a heavy investment with the operator going out. And Team Canada are going to have a clean plant here.
And with the last 2 players here, there's not too much that you can do. Team Canada, prepare for anything. Literally prepare for anything. Yep. Running away with the operator as well. But for Team USA, I don't think we're going to keep seeing that aggression to come through, right, towards that A side. It was, again, it was Ferbsa and it was Dip, that fade and that raise playing together, peeking a little bit, trying to get that information and playing for that contact. But it was also a round that they knew was going to be difficult. So you bring it 1 round, you keep Team Canada guessing if it's going to happen again, and with that you fight for that map control once again towards it.
I also like that once Jimmy has done his career as an aspiring Red Bull athlete or as a VCT player, he could be a juggler by juggling those weapons way back down towards outside C site, but I didn't see anybody pick it up. And if you're looking at this overlay right now, Team Canada doesn't look like they want to focus on any operators on the attack. So you want to try to work quickly with your double initiator utility.
And now the space towards this A-long has been given to Team Canada. The one that we've seen being contested by Team USA almost every single time. We saw it when they faced Chile in the quarterfinals, but now it looks a little bit stronger for them. Canada, they have to fight for this one, and Team USA is going to be prepared for it.
Because Benji doesn't have any weapons to work with, they realize they can take advantage of the chamber aggression on defense, and even on top of that, punishment onto Darkest, trying to catch an opponent off guard as Team Canada are trying to rush into this A site. Sees nade combo on default, lands onto one, but the TP away. You love to see it. Nabil watching the spawn, trades coming back as USA's not done yet until the last 2 fall. All angles are being covered from Canada on the pulse plant, and we're tied up 2-2.
We're tied up here, and like we were talking about, that A-long control all belonged just because of that read that Canada had on to what Team USA had and could afford into the raise of fade that we're playing together, and even the chamber that had not too much to work with. So having to back up, having to play for that retake, and then playing around the corner. That combination, once again, that fade, that raise, almost worked out, but that TP, that corner did too much. It was too strong, and Canada was able to deal with it.
Once again, another flash from Kane outside the window to allow early grass control from Team Canada. And Benji was trying to go for a little bit of a headhunter jiggle. Gets picked off, punish, and that allows and queues up Team Canada into the C site. Ali just dancing around the boxes though. Will they clear it?
No,
they
way.
will not. Gets the third headshot, looking for the fourth, but it gets stopped by Mar from behind finally. A 3 versus 2. Nightfall to come out. And just around the corner is Darkest behind default. Lots of utility being used by Team USA as Kane's trying to stay alive. All of Tamar on the clutch now. No weapons being picked up, still very doable for the distance that we have. Fault line, stun, fall back into a shrouded step. Aftershock trying to clear him away. But that is now weapons picked up, upgraded. And Mar also does not have the spike with them. They're covering it. They got that cover.
2 of them as well.
He got it.
Well, it was an attempt. it was a good attempt, making sure that he's not going to get away with it, but it's not going to work out. It's still a 1v3 though. Spike going to be planted. Team USA, they know where it is. They're going to play it together.
Ooh.
It might be too difficult though.
Playing around the smoke.
Yeah.
Weapons now being picked up, but at least. Oh no, the Hunt is gonna spot him. Another fault line, beautiful paranoia, but you cannot connect as you're being stunned into a Vandal click. And that's USA with a thrifty, but what a round by Ali.
Ali was everything for that round. 3 of those eliminations coming through thanks to that corner being held and thanks to the Sheriff especially, which is the most impressive part of it all. Not clearing the corner and Ali just absolutely taking advantage of it. Yeah, you know, just another day.
Shrugging
another
it
day
off.
of us. You know how it goes.
Easy pickings for
I love
Ali.
that. I love that.
Continuing the evil arc of Team USA.
It's
Not
always
fun for
like
anything.
this. It's
Yeah.
always like this. Team
love
USA
it.
is always the villain.
I love it. We need those storylines there. As for this round, despite the thrifty that came out from Team USA, Canada could still have a very healthy buy. Rolling Thunder available for Kane as well. So they could definitely explode once they figure out the default where USA is currently using their utility. Hoping to bait out potentially a Season 8 once again, as on the defense, it's being held up and cornered into this A-Link.
Nabil, one of the players that really stepped up on the Icebox, has that showstopper. We talk about the specs that he was able to get with this ultimate on that last map. Could potentially be the opener for this round for Team Canada, as they're all playing it back. So having to put that trademark, making sure the Team USA will not be playing more aggressive, but now it is their time to act.
Especially when there's no time left. Benji hiding inside the smoke, runs down and gets the pick onto Nabil and TPs away back towards heaven. One smoke available still for Mar if you want to try to work towards this A side. And again, we've talked about this Rolling Thunder that could be huge for the take. There he goes, and as it comes up, a couple of them getting hit by that, and the lurk from Shimmy up towards the A-Link. Big fight coming up in a 1v1. Prowler misses him, gets the wall bang for the second kill onto Dip. And the third one is not going to be the hat trick for Shimmy, but he's done his job, allowing the 3 players of Team Canada to set up on a post plan with Twitter so low on HP.
A double shot satchel, a showstopper as well for Ferbset to come in to try to get one. But that TP
Nice bait.
is going to take that chamber back to safety. Yeah, it was a good bait for Team Canada to clean up what is left behind. They know where Ferbset is. Can't do anything else but to save that operator, run away. And things are going to be even once again.
So Canada answering back once again with a very strong lurk from Shimmy. 2 big kills. As USA, I just mentioned it the round before, not flustered by winning that thrifty. Canada also not flustered at all from being 3 sheriff-shotted by Ali. Standing back up for another round, and they fight back with even strength.
The question is what comes next, right? We got to see the Rolling Thunder on the attacking side. That attempt of an answer with that showstopper towards the end, and a good bait that ended up happening because of it. But it was an entry, it was a faster entry that we don't see very often with the time running out for Team Canada. You're going to have to come up with something new. That Nightfall is everything, but it doesn't have that effect that we get to see for the Rolling Thunder. So Team USA is able to contest it more.
Oh, so much utility.
There's nothing he can do.
Darkus is done for.
Yeah.
Picked off by the Aftershock. Benji in a position trying to get an angle with the operator, but so far away from a TP. Probably got broken at this part. He never had a chance to place it down. Oh no, there it is. It's actually not in range to be able to TP way back towards spawn, so he's just gonna have to play that cubby. And Canada trying to inch in and just waiting to see if Benji wants to try to clear it back out. Still plenty of time to work with now for Team Canada, but they decide otherwise for now.
It is after those 45 seconds that we start to see Team Canada taking action. We've seen it in the last couple of rounds. And then you're going to have to do it once again. But Lee, look at where he is, expecting this rotation to take place overseas.
Oh, Ali just made a step, though. But it's not being checked, but Kane gets the kill! Unfortunately, a weaker weapon couldn't get the frag in, as that's an open C site. A plant for Team Canada. And 3 players from the defender spawn for Team USA. That's all the 3 players remaining as they just want to swing it out. First one to fall on the attack on the post plant. As Ferbsa battles at long range. Stopped by Witter. And it's only Dip and Benji. Shimmy waiting 5 seconds for this haunt. They're waiting for the tap on top of that. Playing against an Omen that's putting one ways so difficult to play against. But Benji's doing whatever he can in his possession until finally Shimmy comes in from the side and gives the lead back for Team Canada on the 3rd map.
Once again, Team Canada taking the lead here on Haven. The map that always looks so scary to deal with if you're going against Team USA, but so far it is so clean coming through, and a couple of mistakes once again. Ali was almost good for one at least for C, but sometimes things just don't go your way. And Eco here for Team USA. And this is when they're going to play aggressive towards mid.
Oh yeah. You see the Marshall playing long range, the rest looking for a flash, any type of combination moving in towards mid. But it's being punished. Wall bangs, pickoffs towards the B site. The surprise play coming out from Team USA has been waited for from Team Canada's slow pacing at the beginning of these rounds, playing the default one more time towards the spawn.
We haven't seen it too many times, but every time we do, though, for Team USA, when they have those eco runs, they like to play aggressive, and we saw that read for Team Canada shooting and breaking those double doors towards Garage, also guaranteeing that first pick to go and for Dip to get taken down. To have exactly this, everything that they wanted, all 5 members alive.
Oh no.
And Benji potentially spotted here with the Tour de Force.
Exactly, we're walking right into where that chamber is. Connects onto Shimmy, but TP's out in the open. The rendezvous position wasn't where he expected it.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Team Canada overrunning the players in the site. And the cheers continue as Canada takes the lead by 2.
2 rounds that make a difference here for Team Canada. And they want to continue getting away with those. You mentioned it, for the maps that we've seen, and even that second map, there was something for Team USA. When they had to play those retakes, they were struggling so much, and it seems like here in Haven, it might be exactly the same case. They're struggling to play them when they have to play for contact to get the openings and to get those eliminations. It becomes a lot easier, but this is different.
Change of pace. Han spotted, Aftershock towards Gong, but it is a Rolling Thunder to stop them in their tracks on the attack. Benji with the first pick down towards Long C. A battle through the cracks of the doors of Garage. But it's going to slow down for a bit. Utility has been used on the defense as all of Canada holding back towards mid and towards A-Long. But all of the positioning still here for USA to get any type of early information. And it's going to be Dip. Dip it away back from Long A into Sewers. About to go head-to-head against the Bill.
And immediately that reaction for Ferbsa, the 2 players that were always together, making sure that they're back into it and they're able to at least trade, but Ferbsa gets the 1 that first one opening and denying that enter for Team Canada. There's 3 members alive. And once again, they have to take action here. Dip on a corner. Once again, but Nabil, so scared to deal with this race.
30 seconds
Nate's
left.
actually push out towards the spawn, not allowing Ali to push out. And Ali walks into it. The play now comes down. It's a 2 versus 1. And it's Benji with an operator. I talked about his hype before as he lands that first kill, headhunter body shot, but no kills as Shimmy survives with 15 HP. But it's still a round coming in for Team Canada.
Benji in so many scenarios being able to be the clutch player, but right now struggling against a Team Canada that is absolutely on fire after that last map that they were able to get away with in a dominant fashion as well. There's so much potential for them to upset Team USA here on Haven. We talked about how undefeated Team USA is here, but with an advantage like this, when another eco, what can you do?
Well, the aggression doesn't work out. And it doesn't really seem like USA had many opportunities to play the retake into this A site, because we're stacking usually a lot of players here to take control of the A choke point. And for this round on a lower buy, it is once again a stack from this team towards this A site, but playing it passively. Ult into sight, trying to clear out the rest. It's going to spot Benji, forcing him to rendezvous away back towards spawn. With the glowing champion skin, Nabil looking for the entry into the C site. Probably won't need the showstopper. He's already used the rest of the utility from the shadows of Mar to allow the safe plant to happen.
Well, the showstopper's not going to connect there. Nabil, though, the rest of the team in a really good position.
Oh my. It's working out. We're storming through. The haunt and the flashes are good to allow for the team to swing back towards the site. But finally, the other 2 inside of C site for Nabil and Mar. Stops the rest, gets the trade.
Team
and
Canada.
Really convincingly.
Yeah, they had all players alive as well. They could do so much and they decide to play on site. They don't play towards long like we often see. And even for the retake, it's just so difficult. Once again, Team USA, they cannot win those retakes. There's so many attempts that they give. There's so many openings as well. They leave Benji as well. Ferbsa for the trades, and still not enough. Canada is going to go for the same one again.
And that was a one-way smoke for Ali to try to get an early pick. Did his job at least for 1, but couldn't escape after. We've changed the pace for Team Canada, moved very quickly into the C site. But Benji's in the back, aiming back towards the logs. And here comes the counter from the Nightfall. That's going to slow the pace for Team Canada to continue to work towards the C site, because they have to face against a showstopper if Ferbso is moving in. Rotating back out towards the A site. Seems like it's going to be a very hard retake here for Ferbsa and for Dip.
The dynamic duo here, they have to make a miracle happen against the 3 players off Team Canada. Having a Rolling Thunder to work with as well.
Oh yeah.
There's just no chance. It is so difficult for this one. Waiting for the Q as well. Team USA, they cannot find the answer that they have been looking for. The Rolling Thunder is going to be committed.
But it's not spotted towards the right side, but at least Shimmy's there to save his teammate. Works out, cancels out the showstopper 2. And that's no ultimates here for USA. At least the strong ones for the retakes into the last round of the half.
Yeah. I would have
looking good.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them keeping that showstopper for this last round, this last chance that they have. Knowing how much they've been struggling to get back that momentum that Team Canada stole from them. After those pistol rounds belong to Team USA, but one last chance here. Team Canada with a tour de force. Then entry as well for the defense. They want to play aggressive again. It hasn't worked out. Has been red as well.
And we're just trying to use the utility to clear the space, but we're doing the same thing on the attack. Aftershock off angle being played though by Darkus with the Spectre. It's not being cleared yet. Now it is.
They're ready for anything.
Continues to be clean indeed. All of USA, people watching the lurk. Ali falls. Omen dead from Mar. As Benji has nothing but a headhunter and a Bucky. The headhunter's good enough. Does its job. A dink onto Nabil, a 4 versus 1.
Spike planted.
One more, and he activates the tour de force. And he's not gonna get it. A 9-3 half. A solid half for Team Canada on this map. The strongest one from Team USA at this event here of the Red Bull Campus Clutch.
The strongest map for Team USA, and they're down 3-9 against Team Canada on the Grand Finals. And Canada has been looking clean. You can see how well they're reading into Team USA. And, you know, we talked about how many times Team USA has played this map. They've won 16 out of 17 times that they played it in the past month. But also, and we start to see it, right? What is the disadvantage of that? How many votes, how much information Team Canada has on how Team USA likes to play. One advantage, though, is that Team USA, they have been winning most of those pistol rounds.
Yeah.
And it's a 3-9.
That is true. The silver lining for Team USA is that they've been pristine in these pistols. And another pistol to add to the tally will definitely make this once again a very tough game for Team Canada to close the map. You definitely have players in this roster that could get it done here for USA on the attack. As they're scaling up towards this B site, Ferbsa and Dip opening up, breaking a trademark, and Canada reacts by giving up the A site.
Are we digging into a round like this one? Could be a statement for Team Canada. Those paint shows are going to miss. Actually going to put a little bit of damage into Shimi, but it's all right. The Team USA attempting to plant the spike towards this B site. Oof. There's only a couple trades. Having to be so aware of these angles too. But Canada, the damage, it seems like has been done. Only 2 alive.
And that's a good part here for Team USA. Played the patient game despite losing a spike early.
One enemy remaining.
They still want to hold their angles and flank watchers. As that a 2 shots of the headhunter gets heard. The off angle being played now by Ferbsa. Out towards the spawn. Impossible task here for, oh my god.
I got scared for a second.
I mean, I knew it wasn't going to happen, but that was just a ridiculous kill.
I got scared for a second when he saw that jump.
Yeah.
But things go back to normal for Team USA, winning those pistol rounds once again and coming up with that entry towards B. We don't see very often into this round, into the stage. They knew it was going to work out. Canada, they have to be careful about it. Team USA, this is their stronger side, especially. This is when they take the most advantage of every single one of the enemies that they had to face here in Haven.
On spots the position of Shimi, who's still trying to hold his ground with the Sheriff. Lots of defenders already being set up to try to play the flood over towards the site, but none of the utility blinds the positioning of Team USA. Looking to be a flawless as Mar is going to be the last player standing at top of heaven. And that's what we needed. Clean pistol, clean second round, a full flawless, and a good bonus and a composition to allow that aggression to happen. The trademark, at least for USA, that we've seen in the other matches from how fast and quick they've been playing.
And then Team USA is able to play with that aggression, able to play fast. It is scary territory to be in for Team Canada, especially for what could happen on this next round. Team Canada, they have to answer back, have to fight it back. And the Fade is going to get that early contact, that early information as well towards A long, where Team USA is attempting to go once again.
Oh. Mar plays the distance, doesn't care about the boombot, gets the first headshot, was hoping to line up more. Shimi gets hit by a Prowler as the C's comes in. That has been now given up towards the A site. An opportunity for Team USA to once again turn a bonus in their favor, but a C's nade, that you won't escape. Okay, you do. This Darkest will be able to get the plant after all. And Ali even watches the angle from Graffiti. Picked up by the Omen from the kill that he got earlier on from Mar. Now the crossfire is being set up after shot to delay. It's up to Ali and Benji once again. At the front line of this defense, fault line comes in. The trade is perfect, and Ali makes a fourth into the round. Wants to swing out for the ace, and he's gonna get it.
Look, if Ali has a million fans, I'm one of them. He has one fan, that's me. That's how I feel right now. Now I'm getting to understand Jazz more and more.
I was gonna say, you're gonna have to fight Jess for that single fan if there's only one fan left for Ali.
No, I think I'm gonna have to take that spot, Jess. I'm sorry. Because after what we just saw, Team USA had a feeling that something was gonna go down this round, but for Ali, that is one of the biggest characteristics. That is one of the biggest differences that this Omen player has. Out of nowhere, he's fragging and he's taking down so many players. Those multi-kills shine so bright for Team USA to get to 6. And Team Canada, this is when the desperation can come through. Get red. You know where Mar is. Can run away from the bill.
Spike down.
2 shots with the Sheriff. Couldn't get the third, and Ferbsa stops the bleeding. Kane, though, in position. Hit by the paranoid. Doesn't want to shoot yet. Sees the gun. Still lands the shot, but it gets traded off by Ferbsa. Up to Witter. Headhunter. Will every Sheriff work out for this team? Body shot onto Ali first. A swing then coming in. And it was close. But no cigar here for Team Canada as USA wins another round and are only 2 away of tying things up.
The eliminations for Nabil, the eliminations for the Sheriffs that we saw were really, really good. But for Team USA that is always trading and making sure the damage is not that big, it is impossible to close out a round like that one. USA slowly but surely getting back into this game, trying to tie up the score that Team Canada has right now, trying to get to 9 as well, with 3 ultimates available. And a potential opening as well, having that Rolling Thunder. This is what made the difference, but the Showstopper will be coming in first.
And once again, a full gun round for Team Canada, so an opportune moment to come out with the Showstopper and hurt the economy. But no entry comes in. Open sight at least. As Darkest is lurking down towards the doors of Garage, timing the smoke away to hide it to safety. Counter, Showstopper out onto the defense, and the numbers are now in favor of Team Canada. Ali trying to run out to the smoke. It's a battle in the smoke too. Benji, solo play in a 4 versus 1. Good luck, my friend. There's that first one, but then too much going on for Team Canada. A round coming in, and they get the first one on defense.
First round of defense here for Team Canada, with Team USA going for a little bit of a different approach towards having that entry from Garage towards Seaside. Very often we see that entry towards A that has been working out for them, and it is the same conditioning that we saw on that last map. Team USA, they had that comfort entry and they were attempting it over and over again. It could be the same case for this Haven, where they almost took the dominance, but now Team Canada, they get to double digits.
And ready to attack early if they want to. Fault line Rolling Thunder trying to answer back. This will allow Team Canada to move forward, but you're wasting out these paint shells early. Ferguson now pinned into a corner. Can he do enough damage by sacrificing his life here? Wasting both of the Prowlers at least from the fade. Sight is now open for the C site at least to allow USA to move in and to have good positions now on a post plan.
Now that you get to back up a little bit more for Team USA, Spike planted towards C and enabling them to play towards the C long that they attempted to do so before. And it was a little too late. Team Canada, all 5 members alive though, and this is something to be concerned about.
Satchel's in from the flash, sees into the ground. Ali fully blinded, Benji playing forward position up as he picks up his frag into the C site. Paranoia then coming in towards the back of the site. These smokes, yes, are good for now, but we still can't get the positioning in. Kane finally fights back, but you can see that timer is about to go off onto the spike. All of Team Canada remaining falling back and looking to do some exit damage. Round, no matter what, is going to go to Team USA. It's going to be 8-10, and it's still a very close game.
It is still very close, and especially because now on the side of Canada, they were able to keep that operator alive, able to stand a chance and even try to hold that C side a little bit stronger. They have to back up so early. The trades as well that come through, they do not allow any chance for Canada to fight back in time. But Team USA, they want to go back to what we've seen from them in the early rounds. That A hit, a good combination. That could be everything that raised, that fade, prepare for it. But the paint shells, they do not get thrown.
For USA, they're just setting up for early aggression, control towards Juan, trying to ult in with the Rolling Thunder. It won't work out because they lose Darkest, but at least Ferbsa is there for the trades. So despite having the numbers, despite getting the read for Team Canada, they can't hold the initial push. And this might be an early situation where you just want to save. I mean, look at the minimap. Witter's already moving back towards C. Mar only has a Sheriff to work with. So he's going to be the one that's going to look for the damage. Nade coming in after a C sword spawn.
Where are you?
But the round's definitely going to still come in for USA, so this is going to make it 9-10, Dan. This is the closest we could get here in this series so far. It's been one-sided for so many of these maps, but we finally have a game in our hands where the series is now Flames.
One more round here for Team USA. And one more to tie things up with Team Canada, 10-10. They definitely stand a chance. And the read, like you said, was good for Team Canada on this defense. They had that seize thrown, but they couldn't go in with the pain shows, the aggression. It was just too much to deal with coming in for Team USA. They had to back up, and at that point, the damage had been done. It is just two entries as well that are so scary. And a Rolling Thunder that Team USA has been holding for the longest time. They know how strong that win condition is for a point like this one.
And especially when they need to use it for Team USA on that previous round, they have it in their pockets available for this round here. So a crucial round needed for Team Canada to figure out the play style of Team USA. This is why they're calling out this timeout. It looked at the beginning that Canada really had the grasp of their attack side, but they don't have the grasp of the defensive side where USA is really getting these early picks, these early entries. So what's the winning condition now for Canada to stop all of this? How do you stop this Rolling Thunder that could devastate their aggressive pushes?
And it's a rough ride for that C side. We haven't seen it being contested too many times, but the 2 times, you always hope there's a champion who's going to be able to answer back. But the same thing can happen that Canada was able to do to Team USA. And it was using that from the shadows, knowing where the chamber was, and then finally being able to back up. Speaking of, that's exactly what's going to happen, right? Team Canada having that chamber towards C, where Team USA was attempting to contest with all 5 players too.
Rolling Thunder and a shot out to Ferbsa. A nice TP. Yes, he gets damage, but you get the player's advantage. But USA has been very good in these post plans so far on the C site. Will they get it done this time? 3 players now inched up, and a Nightfall ready for the retake for the defenders. Here's that call. We'll want to flash and fight towards the spawn. All the sprays are missing, but finally the trade comes out. Counter Nightfall out. They're jumping through, and a Stim stay alive. The bill falls. Counter Flash coming out, and it's still gonna be USA to tie the game 10-10.
And look at the confidence once again. Things are tied up 10-10 in one of the craziest rounds that we've seen so far, especially here in Haven. Everything, that utility going back and forth. The eliminations as well coming through for Team USA, not even able to back up. That's why I got worried for a second, because last time that we saw it towards C, it just didn't work out for this attacking team. But it is a different story. It's a different Team USA that we're looking at right now. As long as they have confidence back, a potential tour de force available. And Team Canada as well having to play so reactionary to what Team USA wants to do here.
Ooh. I didn't think I was going to hear this out here, chat. But I'm loving what I'm seeing.
And that is the energy needed for Canada to get the first 3 into the round. Only one answered back for Team USA. As 2 players remain working together into the garage. Canada playing the power of numbers. 3 players inside this B site. And an off angle being played by Kane with this stinger.
The approach as well for Team USA there was interesting, right? You know that Canada doesn't have the best weapons to work with, and still they go for the B contest. They try to peek it, they get taken down. And now there's only 2 players alive, Ali and Benji. The hopes of this round are in their hands. The operator's gonna connect though, Benji. Good for 1, but still so much more to do.
Oh no. 2 more to go to save the round for Team USA.
There's no way.
Tour de Fausto still available for Witter. A couple of rings are available. Ali playing outside, gets the headshot onto Witter. 1 versus 1. Ob versus Vandal. The jiggle coming out! And they salvage the round for Team USA. That shouldn't have happened, but that silences the crowd here in Sao Paulo.
A 2v4 for Team USA to get away with the advantage here. And it seems like it was going to belong to Team Canada. Team USA, they made some mistakes early on. Some of them got taken down, but they make up for it. Ali as well playing it so well with that Omen, so patient. Such a skilled player as well, 23 eliminations so far.
Yeah. And Benji, right? That flick that he got onto Kane.
Yeah.
You'd think that that close with the stinger should have been a round coming in for the defenders. But we brush it off. We fight another round. And we fight for trades. Double showstopper. 1 stunned by a fault line on the attack. And that's Nabil in the back. It's a quick game. But it's still Nabil at 7 HP. Surviving from the showstopper shot by Ferbs, but he does no damage of his own. Jump peeking for some info, and it's an op waiting on the other end. Benji, who's been a clutch player on that previous round, is looking to get the pick here. USA inching in. Rotation coming out. Contact off the Haunt coming in, and that's Kane. Nabil in the back of hell, traded off. Kane still trying to stay alive. 2 players pushing through. Support from Mar. Up to Darkest on a 3 versus 1. Aftershock available, 45 HP, stunned by a fault line, and wall banged by an operator. And we're back, 11-11, into this map of Haven.
The closest score that Team USA had to deal with on this map in this tournament was a 13-8. Nobody got this close to taking Haven away from Team USA. And Canada, they're absolutely making history. But still, they need to close it out. 2 rounds in a row, the dream for both of them, for Team USA, for Team Canada. And having that tour de force as well, information as well, that has to be everything for Team Canada, wanting to play aggressive towards mid.
So you mentioned a dream for these teams, but a wish needed at this 11-11 scoreline, and it's answered for Canada. The advantage. The dreams quickly is faced by the reality of the disadvantage that Canada now has to face. Witter on the top of the C site. From the shadows, now his position given away. Satchel in, but Shimmy gets the kill. Despite the upshot missing. 3 versus 3. From the shadows looking back. But it's still USA once again trying to move into the C site for a plant.
Darkest has to play on the spike here. He would have that Rolling Thunder as well to work with. It would be a massive win condition they absolutely need for it to happen. But 42 HP, it's so risky. Hoping Canada is not going to cross that smoke. That's not going to be the case. Rolling Thunder available now.
Dangerous play to play the 2 players towards long, though, for the post plan for USA, as we still have Mar alive, available with the smoke, a paranoia. But we walk peak for both of these kills. Benji continues to shine into the late rounds of Haven and putting Witter away for a save into the last round of regulation.
And a save that hurts so much as well for Team Canada.
Teleport's ready.
Having to keep this operator, knowing it's going to be that map point as well for Team USA. Cannot even save the operator. Benji will take it in his hands.
Match point.
And it was played so well. Benji, such a good player. I've talked about him the entire tournament. So clutch every single time, every tournament, every match. Able to do things like this one. Allowing now that Rolling Thunder to be saved for the last round of regulation.
But where was that utility? We talked about a paranoia would have been huge to allow the players of Canada to move back into the site. Maybe you're not trying to give your position away, but at this point, with the spike being planted, you have to make some noise. You want to try to move back in quickly, but it all comes down to this. Into this round to save regulation for Canada. A broken buy coming in from a Spectre and a Stinger onto Shimmy and Kane respectively. Mar pushing forward, gets a little bit of damage. Smoke onto the ground, support in the end. Aftershock to push him out, and he's not going to make it alive. Wheeler in the back of the site. The next point of contact evens it up with a nice shot.
That pressure as well. The Omen pushing forward towards C cannot escape. And as always, USA knowing exactly what was going to take place. Always so reactionary to this defensive side. They don't want to break that perfect score that they have on Haven. And they're closer and closer to making it happen. 4v4 though. And Canada so aware of this position.
The big winning condition, too, is hoping that we get a plant without having to use a Rolling Thunder on attack.
Yeah.
Because the defenders have it, too. And it works out well for that. An entry from Ferbsa and a forward position into the B site. But Shimmy closes in. Upgrades into a weapon. Goes for a prowling to main. And that may be the call to force out a Rolling Thunder on the attack, where Canada has their own for the retake.
They're waiting for the right time as well, but it's not going to be necessary. They're going to keep this Rolling Thunder just for a little bit longer. Though on the other side is invested.
10 seconds running out. Winner pushing forward. Only one left to go, and that's Ali picking up the Vandal. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. The first headshot, the flash. Just hide, my friend. We're going into overtime.
Into a 1v1, there's no way. We go to overtime. Canada answers back. On this B side, Team USA running out of time and knowing exactly how to play it out on the other side. They got so close, but so far. And now 2 in a row. It can go any way. Canada showing what they were able to do on this map.
And what I'm liking, at least from this series here, Dan, is that we've mentioned into the third map now. Clean slate, a new BO3 pretty much in this best of 5.
Yeah.
We want to know who's slipping. I don't see too many mistakes going in from both of these teams. It's some pretty solid aggression, good trades.
Yeah.
They're meant for the stage.
Such a good Grand Finals map as well. For the third one, the one that's going to give you the biggest advantage. The best mentality as well to go into the next one, but now being a little more careful. This is what Canada did before, throwing that utility, investing it early on. Shimmy gets the opening too.
And that utility is perfect to give the player advantage of 2 ahead for Team Canada. But a big flank ensues here from Darkest. A battle into Garage. Darkest gets that first flank and a second kill. This big battle in the Garage is needed for Team Canada, but it does not work. Mars stuck on a 2 versus 1. Isolating it with the smoke first. Hiding into the smoke, fault line out. He gets stunned by it, and Dip and Darkest. Another disadvantage for Team USA that still turns into their favor.
Team USA turning these rounds around. And then one that could potentially matter the most here, playing it so well all together. And a number disadvantage to turn to their favor. And a retake that finally takes place for this Team USA.
Yes.
We were waiting for it for so long. And if you're going to have it at some point, it's got to be this first overtime. 1 more to go in the comfort side for Team USA.
100% agreed on that. The pressure is on for Team Canada. They have a struggle for a bit by losing that pistol round, but one thing that's good for Team Canada is once they have even strength, they definitely stand a better chance. Having to play the comeback for a very long time. A Hunt pinging out the defender, being Witter forced to fall back. Utility then pushing forward, forcing Shimmy to fall back as well. Lots of that utility from both initiators on both teams getting utilized. as it seems as though the hit is still looking to be committed towards the A side for USA.
And there's 4 players on the defense waiting for this push. They know this is the comfort entry for Team USA, that they're always able to rotate back to that C that have given so many round victories.
You see the TP positions. If something happens, he could TP right away. This is Witter back towards Garage. We have to anchor hard here for the 2 Canadian players towards this A site. Support as well from the build that has paint shells ready once this hit happens. Clear out one side. Focus on the next. Counter utility back on the attack, but still a stalemate. Now finally, back to the fundies. Dip with a triple. And a nightfall comes out and things might be a done deal in the end. 1 more to go for Team Canada. And it's more having to win a 5 versus 1. The positions are perfect for Team USA. The first kill comes out, but that's gonna be it as well. Dark is cleaning up that kill, and it's USA once again quieting down the crowd here in Pacaembu.
Absolutely insane to see. Recognizing that this was the grand finals, that it was not easy. Nobody else took Team USA to overtime on Haven, but Canada fought until they could not do anything else anymore. So 2-1 in the grand finals of the Red Bull Campus Clutch. Looking good for Team USA. And I think this is still what I wanted to see, right? We talked about it. I was expecting Team USA to close out a map like this one, but I wanted it to be close. Make sure that there's always a chance for Canada to fight back into what comes next, and I feel like we have that.
Oh, we definitely had that. And I think we also had some great utility usage from both of these initiators on both sides. This was such a beautiful match of Valor. I mean, even Keo, when we were on the analyst floor, talked about it before we presented this match, that this is regular Valorant that we should be comfortable in seeing now. Being able to see Haven, this is going to be a map where Canada could be comfortable in. Despite having that one-sided defeat that they had against Poland earlier on today, we definitely saw that they are still very comfortable to play this very map. And almost defeating USA, a very strong team on this map, and bringing them to overtime, couple of slips, and I think that's the caster's curse right there. I talked about these slips where the pressure is on, you might make some small mistakes, and that's what happens.
It was just a 3-9. That's all I have to say. That is all I have to say. One of the takeaways there is a 3-9, and then things change around a little bit. But we're going to hear once again from the floor, from the analyst floor. So let's go to them.
Flames.
Absolutely. Welcome back once again to the analyst floor. My name's Ian, joined by the one and only Jessica and Kia, as we have a series on our hands. USA coming into this one off the back of their first map loss throughout this entire tournament. We said, do they have what it takes to bounce back? Do they have that bounce back ability? They didn't just show that they can do it. They went behind on this map, and it looked like Canada were going to close it out. USA showed the tenacity needed to put themselves on series point here.
You make it sound very fantastic, but also attacking sidedness might come into play a little bit there, and the US was able to just jump on a preferred side. But I'm going to go with the dramatic version, Ian's dramatic version of they had the mental, tenacity to be able to push through it. And you do need it, even if it is a favored side and you're down rounds, you're down on that last map as well. The momentum was absolutely in Canada's favor. And throughout this map, I was convinced Canada would win. I thought that first half was definitely enough for them to be able to push it over the line and to get to overtime like that, and for overtime to be that dominant. That was what really convinced me.
Tournament. Then going down 9-3 in the first half, being able to bring that all the way back just shows how strong these players' mental game is. Staying in it, playing the game they know how to play, and bringing it all the way back to win in OT.
It had the ingredients of a very tasty and entertaining map for every single person in this crowd. The atmosphere here in the Pacaembu Stadium in Sao Paulo, Brazil, was higher than it's ever been. Obviously, the stakes are higher on top of that. But an overtime map like that is exactly what the doctor ordered here.
Yeah, and I think especially when you're going to move on to sort of the last 2 maps in a series, you want it to be close. You don't want to be able to tell at this part of a series who is going to be the one to take it, especially when it's a 1-1 scoreline at that time. I like the fact, though, that it was close because I was convinced that this was the best map of the US. I was like, if this is your best map, this is your premier map, you come onto it and you have to push it to overtime, that actually, for all of the Canadian fans, a lot of people in-house at the moment who are clapping for Canada, don't be too worried. If you can push a team whose best map is Haven to overtime, there is a lot of hope on the future maps. So I'm actually not that convinced by US, even though they did manage to snag it out. It does put them on series point. That is not the most convincing win on your best map.
We focused on mental fortitude with the USA, having to show that they can come back from a loss here. You know, you never want to get yourself in a situation as a team where you take it right to the wire, you go deep into overtime, and you don't manage to get the dub. That is a hard thing to come back from mentally, Keo. Do you think that these Canadians can dust themselves off and get right back at it?
I think so. I've seen their mental game before, and I've played with a lot of these guys and ranked on my side, and we've had some crazy, crazy comebacks, so I know they are capable. It's just about putting your head down and say, okay, that was a tough loss to bear, but it's okay. We can power through. We can get it, come back to the next game here.
What if, though, what if on the other side you have a guy that does things like this? Bring up the clip, because there's a man that I'm the president of the fan club of, and that's known as Ali. And let's just pretend you're Canada and you have to go up against not a duelist, not even an initiator. You've got a controller player who is popping the heck off. And this is what I'm talking about. Ali is farming 1, 2, make it 3. I like to eat up.
Wow.
That's all right, Ali. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
The thing with Ali is, right, you've been singing his praises for so long.
Someone pick him up.
Yeah, you may as... Hey, say it again. Tell him.
Pick him up.
Pick him up.
I vouch. Do you vouch?
I'll vouch for Ali any day.
Yeah, I'll vouch for Ali. You vouching?
I'm vouching.
Okay.
You may as well have rolled the red carpet out for him at this event because the thing is, you were bang on. And the fact that he's managing to deliver again on such a...
And again.
And again and,
And
again.
again.
And this time in a final just shows what this guy is built from. And there you go.
Oh my goodness.
Look at him there, Ali.
It's an unbelievable stat. The only other player I can think that has really been able to top charts consistently is Marv. We're talking about one of the best, players in the world at a tier 1 level. So it's nice to be able to come into this tier level event and get the same kind of vibes, getting Marv-esque vibes from Ali at the moment. That's really cool.
One of the most exciting things about this tournament, isn't it, Keo, that we see players coming up and coming through and making a statement.
Absolutely. One quick shout out to Nabil here because he has
God.
been match MVP for Team Canada all 3 of these games. That is insanely impressive to be able to be that consistently entering into sites, but not only entering into sites, fragging out and top fragging for the team.
I like that Canada has, the fade raise combo, and they time it really well. You know that is picture perfect every time. Every time, the C's comes out, the paint shells are right next to it. There's been a few really good C's grabs coming out from the side of Canada. It's a shame that their utility usage is really good, but that mid to late round is not catching up with them to be able to capitalize on it. You can have as many utility hit as you want, but if you're not capitalizing on the end round or your post plans and you're letting it slip away, the round count is what matters at the end of the day.
Touched on the bill there, and we want to talk about Shimmy as well. Let's bring up a bit of statistics here.
Oh, a little bit of stats.
So
you want to bring up? Yeah, why not? They're the duo, the dynamic duo from Canada.
I think it makes complete sense to put them up against each other and just sort of see how they're working things out going into what will be our next map. Here it comes, just like magic. Thank you, Red Bull.
I mean, just to remind you, it's a head-to-head, but these two are, dynamic duos. So we don't want to compare them. We want to put them into a nice little duo and say, this is what these two are doing together. We're obviously talking about, fade, raise nades and the combos that they're having across that map. I like what they do, but I like how they move around the map together as well, sectioning it.
Yeah, seriously. And they're able to just pull off some really, really high-level coordinated plays. And on top of that, the fade raise, they're also throwing in the breach in there as well.
I like that.
Can't forget that. But they're absolutely one of the best duos we've seen in the entire tournament.
The Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals have been ongoing for quite some time now. We had, of course, our nationals. We had our group stages, round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals. You know how these tournaments go. Could this be our last final map this year? It could be. I think Canada are going to kick back, though. That's what I think.
You think?
I think
we're
going to be here one more time.
Oh, well, yep. I'm going to mark it on the spot.
Lock
and then
yourself
we'll
in.
make sure,
We are
locked
not
in.
moving a muscle. We are now heading over to Bind with our amazing, illustrious casters.
Thank you so much, our beautiful friends on the floor. And indeed, I'm hoping that it's not going to be the last final map because I mentioned to you, Dan, I want this to go this series, but I'm walking into this game now fully blinded. I don't know what's going on. We haven't had too much tape on these teams on Bind.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know what's going to go down in Bind. We know a little bit of the composition comforts that come through for Team USA. They like to play with a double controller. For the other side of Team Canada, they like to play with a double initiator. But even then, things can change. They haven't played it throughout this tournament, and it will be potentially once again that race duel that catches my attention the most.
Well, you know what? Actually, there's been one of these games during the Red Bull Campus Clutch Nationals for Team Canada where they actually won by bringing out a Yoru. But it's not going to happen, unfortunately, this time. I thought I was going to see some crazy PRX shenanigans, but
I'm kind of glad.
I don't know, man.
To see a Yoru.
We talked about versatility. I would love to see that a little bit more. I mean, now you're playing pretty much the standards. But I think here from Team USA, this is new bringing out this guy.
And they like to, it is, they like to play with this double controller, so at least in that area it's going to look the same. But the big change is, right, having that sky, having those flashes that they didn't have before, playing only with a Fang.
And those guys are definitely going to be crucial to take control here of the long baseline. The Rays could be very versatile in a lot of these angles around the map. But looking at this head-to-head, I'm sure this is going to be one of those maps that's going to be another banger, just like we saw here on Haven. But Canada needs the support right now to try to bring this into a fifth map. But USA also needs the support to get their first championship here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch Grand Finals. So let's get it started here. USA on the defense, Canada on the attack. Kane, Mar, Nabil, Witter, and Shimmy working for some B control.
And a quick one as well with the information, thanks to the guiding light, that a couple of these players are going to be pushing towards this B. Long going to go for it again. Witter going to deny any chance for this defense of Team USA to get the opening this time around.
TP's right away though towards this A site. It also has been given up for Team USA after losing those two players towards the octagon. So an open site for now, but the race is still even. From the spawn side we push out. Dark is spotted at U-Haul, and they're going to try to hunt him down. Even maybe try to push towards the spawn, but this could be dangerous. You have Benji on the top of Heaven, Ferbsa rotating towards the spawn, and it's a Hunt Hunter ADS. First kill coming in, and they're walking straight into a trap. The Bermuda Triangle for the defenders, as they are losing their numbers for Team Canada, and they get stopped in their tracks.
And right when it looks like Team Canada will get away with a pistol round, Benji answers back. They played together, they played the cross, and that trap to make sure there's no chance onto this round for Team Canada. USA up 1. And that confidence they get to show it again.
But that's the thing. The player advantage for Team Canada, a 5 versus 3, trying to play the surprise attack. But once committed, not using utility, going for the body peaks instead, and just getting crossfired. The jitters may be coming down now, finally for Team Canada. As Darkest is about to win, his battles with the support from Ferbs are right behind him. A pinch coming in from B through the teleporter. A 1v1 close range at long B. But this is going to be a very easy hold for now for Team USA on this map of Bind.
Remaining. Out of charges.
And the last player alive here for Team Canada into what could be a flawless here. It will be a flawless for Team USA. Now, out of all the pistol rounds that we've seen on the side of Team USA during these Grand Finals, 3 of them have also converted into a flawless for that second. It just shows how well they're able to play together, to read Canada and what they like to do, because it's so, it changes so much, right? When we get to see these rounds for Team USA, they like to play aggressive. Canada, they contested maybe 2 players only towards showers like we got to see, but still lacking that firepower that they needed to close out, at least with 1 elimination.
I just realized that could have been an opportunity for Canada to get the first pistol in their series.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, had to fight back against the bonus of Team USA. 2-0 on the scoreline for Bind. Canada moving forward up for Sands. The battle here against Darkest, who's just using the Viper utility to anchor up both sides of Octagon and of Hookah. Canada with a default, trying to see if any pushes is coming in from short A. But with the low weaponry that we have for Team USA, you want to play the close range battle at Octagon and at Hookah, but potentially maybe go for these trap plays as well off these post plants on each site.
In Canada, they knew about this from that first round. They know that Sky is going to be positioned towards that B long, getting that information, going for those jump peaks as well. But Team Canada, as always, reactionary, going for that rotation, going for that mid control. Where Benji's waiting, communicating with his team. It's a 5v5 still, 30 seconds remaining.
One-on-one tag onto Nabil, but we still make it inside the site. The pain shells is definitely going to push Benji away from his position now. Trap broken, site open. As USA are trying to hold towards you. What a combination, though, to cancel the plant. And it's all over Snake, but with 15 seconds left. And they could do the damage with the vulnerabilities. And Ferbza is trying to get a timing. Headshot onto Witter. Paint shells once again as Kane has to hold towards you. Showstopper was available in the paint shells to get the last one. What a hold there for Team USA.
And Ferbza, what did you do? Once again, Showstopper so early on. By the way, paint shells too. And a push that was coming too. It got scary. There was one guiding light, but Ferbza doesn't need it. Oh, that reaction as well into the Raze v Raze duel. So you wanted to see here on Bind being able to convert that bonus round for Team USA. And looking like we got to see on the map number 1, it was the exact same score for the first 3 rounds. And it didn't look too good for Canada. They have to change that narrative now.
Ferbza definitely giving me some sick vibes from Sentinels back in 2020 on this map.
Some sick vibes. You can just leave it there and that works as well.
True. But using some great utility, making it very difficult for Canada to actually get any plants going down, forced in a position to go for an eco.
Scout destroyed.
Just fighting to create some space, trying to get something, at least a plant, to bring the economy back up, or try to fight these orbs so that Shimmy and Witter could get their ults up a lot faster.
President of Canada, they tried to contest in this before, didn't work out. It seems like it's going to be the exact same scenario. Ferbza on the other side, absolutely on fire. 6 eliminations now in 2 rounds only that we've seen for this player. Finally gets taken down, but there it is, Team USA able to back him up, to support him, make sure that there's revenge as well for the 4-0 on the side of Team USA.
This is definitely crazy. A showstopper that came out early. Now you also have an operator that came out early. So this is going to be a very steep uphill battle for Team Canada in the rounds moving forward. We talked about the orb control at the beginning of the round from both Witter and both that Fade. So that might be that winning condition in the next 2 rounds if you want to try to bring this back very quickly for Team Canada, Dryad.
Ferbza 12-2 as well already. Absolutely insane performance. Always seems to be in the right place at the right time. This time is going to be that A side where Benji's pushing forward, gets the opening. Ferbza there to support as well.
Wow.
There's no chance Canada. All those guns that they had, all those rifles shot down, now on the floor. Witter and Shimmy, the last ones here.
That was played with so much confidence for Team USA.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that rings it back. I mean, we talked about that confidence on that first map of Pearl here, Dan. Then you go into Icebox where that aggression maybe was their demise on that second map, but winning that third on OT, on Haven, when Canada had the lead, you definitely know that the confidence is coming back here for Team USA in this very map with the way that Ferbza is currently playing.
And when you have your duelist, your race, your aggressive player performing to this level, it's just a dream scenario for Team USA. They already won 2 maps.
this is the map where they needed to leave a scheme and make it clean, and so far they're making that story happen. It is all those confident plays that we get to see for Benji, for Furbsa, working together, making sure there's no chance for Canada to get comfortable. Furbsa could get that showstopper next round, and that's going to be 2 showstoppers in 5 rounds.
And we are hunting. Pushing in, holding W towards the spawn. Shimmy and Witter trying to get the crossfire as they hear the footsteps of Furbsa. And Furbsa is just feeling it this round. Nothing seems to want to stop him here.
That is so scary to deal with. I mean, Furbsa has more eliminations than the entirety of Team Canada on this map right now.
Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that.
I mean,
it's facts, yes, but it's also very sad.
We're gonna see it, right? What the answer is gonna look like for Canada, but they definitely look like they're struggling. And we talked about it. We went into this map not really knowing what was gonna go down. We didn't see this bind being played by any of the 2 teams on this specific tournament, maybe for the qualifiers, but this is a different story. And even though those compositions look pretty much the same, I think maybe we got it all mixed up, you know? Haven was not actually the strongest map, but it was bind all the way.
Yeah. Timeout being called by Team Canada very early on this map of bind. All I'm thinking here in this timeout is how do you calm the nerves? That Team Canada currently shows on this 4th map of bind, facing elimination, and this would allow USA to be crowned the Red Bull Campus Clutch Global Champions. That said, they have these ultimates to work with here for Team Canada. Yep. I also want to see them just fight back. Furbsa's so aggressive in his pushes, just fight back against them.
Just fight back.
I mean, like, bring those duels. Don't try to go there clear with utility. Just
we need to see where Nabil is, right? Because we've seen what this player is capable of doing on Raze, but right now with this duel, it is completely one-sided towards USA and towards Furbsa. So like you said, Canada, they have to fight back, but the opening once again for the side of Team USA, Shimi goes down, one of those initiators goes down, and Canada, they also don't have the best economy to work with for this one.
That is true. Here, as you can see, through the X-ray and now in the POV of Witter, he does have the dual defaults to work with. Nice entry, at least from the Bill. Doesn't mind to get stopped here by a trademark. Gets the headshot entry, hit by a couple of nades. But what do we do at this point? The heal coming out, another tap just to see more utilities coming out. Counter Seeker is coming out too, and we're baiting out the showstopper, and Furbsa gets stopped by it. This is great here for Team Canada, but not until Dip gets 2 of his own. Dual defaults from Wit makes it a 2 versus 2. And it's just Witter and Mar. Mar only with a Sheriff.
That's a good start.
2 Phantoms available for both defenders of Team USA.
30 seconds left.
And it's just going to be 2 individual duels that will happen as soon as the smoke dissipates. 23 seconds left on the clock. Mar peeking out, loses his. And Ali gets his. And that's 6 unanswered now for Team USA.
6-0 on what could potentially be the last map of the Red Bull Campus Clutch Grand Finals if Team USA keeps up with this absolutely insane performance. Now with the 3K from Dip. Playing so well towards that side, making sure that Canada never gets the opening.
We definitely do see that in the crowd. The fans, they want to see Canada wake up. We want to see that Team Canada from map 2 and 3.
And this is where we usually see things change up a little bit, right? When one team is being so dominant after that 6th round in a row, that is when the other team starts to fight back, adapting a little bit better, having those rifles as well to work with. Can Canada do it, though?
Agreed. Learning a little bit the pressure that comes out from Team USA. They have ults to work with as well. Showstopper and Nightfall to potentially open up the A site. Showers control being stopped by smoke, let down by Ali. So we're just waiting for that smoke once again to dissipate to try to re-clear the action. Trailblazer looking out. Will actually... Ooh, wait. I think Witter might have made a cross, but does not get the first blood. Ali still fights back and gets a re-heal now from Dip. That forces now Canada to rotate towards the B site. But where Darkus is currently holding, players are fully flashed. Nabil gets the entry, but we still fight back for a bit. Player disadvantage for Team Canada, as the Nightfall potentially could come out to get some information here. There you go, it's gonna ping onto 2 towards the spawn. Not sure if it actually hit Ali. And this might give the opportunity for Ali to sweep up here towards the elbow.
And the 2 players here for Canada, they have to play this to perfection on this post lane. Team USA, they haven't had to deal with this before, besides the early pistol round. They're contested again, but they're so good at getting trades. They're so good at playing this together.
Oh, but Shimmy overextended. We're trying to watch the angle for Kane, but Shimmy really wanted to focus on elbow and walks out in the open, gets picked off, and they cannot win the disadvantage. And that's USA once again with another round, and they're hearing it from the crowd.
They absolutely are. 7-0 so far for Team USA here on Bind, and it just looks so good. It looks so clean for the opening duels that they have to take. We see it towards Showers multiple times, and Team Canada is still going to contest it once again. Now Darkus has an ultimate available to even slow Canada even more. They already don't have any entries, but the double satchel is coming through. They want to avoid for that extremity.
And we see the orbital strike just to try to get Showers control, but it forces out the Viper's Pit towards the A site, so that might slow things down for Canada to try to retake or push at least early into the A site for now. Potentially try to take control of U-Haul might be the first point. The first check mark to be able to win this round, but you hear a showstopper. It's coming out on the attack. It does land onto Darkus, so the pit will fall, and we also take control of you for 2 kills compared. Coming out from Mar. Ali trying to fight back. It's him and Benji, and they have their own orbital strike to work with until now. Finally, we might, and we will actually get our first answer as Benji decides to fall back and save his weapon. Canada is up with the first against 7 of Team USA.
First round here for Team Canada. A good chance to change things around as Benji keeps the operator, goes to the other side, waits for what is able to come next, but even then, a single round is not going to stop Team USA, is not going to stop the confidence. Perps has been a little bit more chill for the last couple rounds after what we saw from him early on, but a lot more is going to be needed if you really want to cool down a team that is up 6 rounds in such a clean fashion, in such a clean way. The Team USA is feeling confident. This is exactly what you see. And the crowd, so many of them supporting Team Canada here, wanting to see that change, wanting to see that comeback. Let's see if the team is able to deliver that result. One more round, a fast one here towards Showers. Fighting for those extremities with an operator on the other side, having to back up for Benji.
Hit by a bit of utility and falls back into sight. Canada looking to scale up very slowly into B control. But Ferbsa, look at all of that map control. Already into the spawn from Showers.
Poison's off.
He's afraid that there's some pressure happening towards short A, so we're still keeping one player inside the A site.
Twitter is aware of this push potentially coming through, expecting it to be from mid. But Ferbs is not going to find anything else for now. As Canada's quiet, getting that information now, wanting to push towards B. 3 players there though to contest it. It's going to be so difficult. Darkus though gets taken down.
Big opener from Nabil, off shot missed by Benji. An opportunity to move into the B side, but a collateral from Benji. Orbital strike on top of that, and Mari gets the wall bang to make it a 1 versus 1. 30 seconds left on the clock as we're still trying to find where Ferbsa is. Trying to re-clear now back down towards lower B. Might be an opportunity now with the timing. If he has the game sense, might want to try to go for a TP, but Ferbsa is just going to play the time into his favor. 13 seconds left. You now have to commit into this B site. 4 seconds left. It's going to be planted safely into the tin, but the paint shells are there, but it's not going to be thrown. Ferbsa still wants the element of surprise. Mar continues to look left and right. The drop is not heard as Ferbsa creeps in to get the kill. A nice attempt, but what a hole by Team USA to make it now 8-1. Dominating this map here on Bind.
The drop there had to be everything, that sound cue, to allow that 1v1 to play a little bit more on the side of this attacking team of Mar. And it just wasn't the case. Ferbsa with so many eliminations, round after round, now with a clutch to get to 8 so fast. And they were already pretty happy, pretty confident, but it seems like they're feeling it even more now for Team USA. 18 eliminations for Ferbsa. A new attempt now to play fast. 3 players towards long, and it's good to be working out.
A fire range from both ends. It's a trade-off. It's a spam-off. And it's an advantage for Team Canada as Ferbsa gets heavily damaged, manages to get away. But the good news is also Canada has ultimates to work with. And time on their side, at least for now, to try to see if USA wants to come up with another mistake. But USA decides otherwise. They turtle back, they play passively, and the Seekers will definitely help them make a decision now to push towards this A site.
Benji's not moving though. Benji's still holding this position, still holding strong.
Oh my.
Knows exactly what is going on now.
It was a jump spot, the flash, now he's pushed away. Could re-peek maybe. There's no smokes on heaven, but there's no timing. We've already made it inside the site for Team Canada. Oh, the hat, the beret of the Brimmy. As we make it out safely into showers, off angle being played. We're trying to run away so we can use the orbital strike. Dark is chasing after him. Manages to fall back, the re-hill, both of them rotating back towards short A. Ali clearing out towards the U-Haul. Benji also moving forward from the defenders as USA tries to retake the round. Orbital strike then off the tap, wasting out the orbital strike, but bringing it in their favor. It's done at half, but we fight back on a 3v1, and the lineup is going to be perfect for Canada to finally get another round.
And he took 2 of those ultimates as well, that orbital strike towards the end. And also the Seekers early on going towards Hookah to guarantee that second round for Team Canada. And it has been going so one-sided for Team USA, but these are the plays that can change everything. The audience is hoping for it. Team Canada is hoping for a change in momentum, for a change in the air. As Dib now is the one having those Seekers, and they're gonna keep going for this teammate push with 3 players now towards showers once again. Benji waiting on the other side. Such a good strategy for Benji now. Opening up Raider, backing up to numbers once again for Team USA.
We're not letting up, we're not giving up. Despite losing a player, we're trying to push quickly into the B site. A battle from Shimmy, a wide swing, and Shimmy wins that. Rotators coming back from the defender spawn for Team USA. As now the site has been fully cleared, we can now go in for a plant for Team Canada.
Not ready yet.
Flash to clear out towards elbow. Control being gained as we're baiting out the Seekers and also trying to bait out the Showstopper. And here it comes now for Team USA. We regain control of the site as Shimmy gets the pick and the punish. Ali's already inside the site though. Spike is down out in the open. Individual duels as it's now up to a 2v2. Dip and Benji, Winner and Kane. Mirror matchup with a Spike down towards long B with only 28 seconds left on the clock. You have to make some noise now. You're trying to bait out these shots, but it's an operator raining around the corner. No flashes available. The wide swing and the win, but we aim towards the back. The 180. Dip thought that he had the kill.
Yeah. He moved the crosshair because he thought that elimination was his, but it was one missing. And both of them alive. It is actually the first 2v2 that Team Canada is able to get away with, and 8, you take it. And any way you can, any way it comes for Team Canada to be able to close that one out. it looks like he got the elimination.
It definitely did. Because I saw that dink.
Yeah, exactly.
And one of those nice moments with the Bulldogs sometimes. Not getting the full shot. And look at that. Finally an opportunity for Team Canada as USA's economy is broken for the last round of the half. 2 Stingers, a Spectre, and 2 Vandals. Far away from the ults are we for Team USA, as this allows Canada to gain early map control. No aggression coming out for Team USA after all, and it's going to be a Trailblazer to allow Nabil to get the opener, but answered back by Ferbza. A battle back towards long, a dig but no kills. Because of the lower weaponry here on the defense, Canada now has a 1-player advantage.
And it was Dib getting that information, hoping to get an elimination as well towards long. Ferbza trying to go support, but it was a little too late, just by 1 second maybe, where Canada was about to peek that angle. And that 1 number advantage can be everything. And a 4v3 as well.
Ooh. Make that a 4v1. Canada is not going to allow USA to play the curse. They don't care about the 9-3 scoreline. They just want the rounds. Benji on a rotate on the 4 versus 1. It's not going to be an easy task at all here. First contact being Shimmy, and the last point of contact being Shimmy. Canada fight back in the late half of the first half, as they take the defender's side, where they might finally see some comfort on defense.
And it was the other patient that we saw right after for Canada to allow them to get those 4 rounds that they have on this first half. It was a little bit of back and forth, but the early domination the Team USA had felt a little lost towards the end. Canada getting away with those straights just a little bit easier towards the end. Still, USA, they haven't, and they don't lose those pistols. That can be everything, guaranteeing double digits so early on into this 4th map of the Red Bull Campus Clutch Grand Finals, getting closer and closer to being able to lift that trophy.
But this could be far from over here. The most important pistol round for Team Canada in this series would be this one right here.
Absolutely.
Will be the first one to say, hey, we could finally win a pistol, and 2, gain the momentum to bring this back on the 4th map, facing a once again elimination against Team USA. And it starts off with this crossfire that we have here towards Long B, while USA slowly moving forward, and that crossfire is perfect. That's 3 kills for 1.
There's 2 players there on the defense, 2 angles as well to take care of. For Canada, everything is going well, but this is what happened. This was the numbers that the teams had into the first pistol round of this map. It was a 4v2. USA, you can never count them out, especially when you're going against Ferbza and Darkest. What can they do here? They don't want to lose that streak.
But I've seen these moments before as well, Dan, at disadvantages for Team USA. Ferbza wants to give his position away by pulling out this boombot.
30 seconds
Meanwhile,
left.
the trademark has been broken too. So we know that it's individual pushes coming out on the attack. And things are looking good finally to seal the deal for Team Canada. Dark is picking up a ghost. 16 seconds left on the clock. And he's going to spike it down. With a wave for the rotate. Seas comes out. The swing out for 2 kills. No way. Last one looking for it. And finally, winner allows Team Canada to get the first pistol round in this series.
And it turned into a 1v1. Darkest was about to make it happen once again. But this is what we wanted to see. Witter answering back. Being able to make sure that Canada has a chance to fight back. 5 rounds now for this team. And 1 more that can be guaranteed. USA, after they got the confidence,
that's a good spot.
They know some mistakes can be made. For this one though, it's gonna be saving, waiting, playing for that longer game, for the longer game that they can on this map. Going for that showers control as well.
Yeah, and it's a flash on the right side to take early control. Meanwhile, 2 players holding out towards short. Easy opportunity to pick up an orb here on the attack. But we want to play the contact. See if we can get an opening kill. Nabil playing the anti-flash. First contact being marred. We swing out, and Nabil turns back. Not blinding at all, but gets punished as he drops down towards bench. Still an advantage for the defenders. Got a weapon being picked up by Darkus as a plant is coming in, attempted by Ali. It's just a tap to bait out utility once again. We're playing the mind game for both of these teams. Regrowth out from Kane. Healing back up towards Shimmy as they're looking for the information out of this haunt. It's gonna pay up for 2, but it's still Darkus to get the pick with this Bulldog. TB's then coming out, shots being missed, and there's nobody to help out, nobody to greet them on the attack as we have one waiting with the right click inside the teleporter. Somehow, this turns back into the favor of Team USA, and we have a poison, a Viper's Pit into the spawn. We're already walking in, more answers back, but Moore has to try to clutch a 2 versus 1. No more decay, back up at 96. Making a lot of noise because he has no utility to work with. He hears the footsteps on the jump spot from Benji, and he wants to fight him right away. Benji just runs to play the clock, and look at the readjustment coming out from Ali. The ADS doesn't work out, and one of those moments, yet again, that should have been Team Canada's round, shattered by Team USA.
Rounds that hurt so much for Team Canada as well. When you finally are able to take away that pistol round for Team USA and they get that next round right away. They didn't even force. They were able to pick up those Spectres from the floor. They were able to pick up a Bulldog as well. Use that Viper's Pit. Use those win conditions that they're so good at recognizing for Team USA to potentially now get to double digits.
It's time for Team Canada to do a little bit of aggression on their own. Pain shells, Shimmy hears the footsteps, the mill gets picked off, but the Sheriff is being cleared by Benji. So no shenanigans coming out, no highlight reel like Ali did on Haven. It's a clean take now for Team USA into the A site.
And the Team Canada that can't really do too much into this round. Pretty much guaranteeing Team USA
1 enemy remaining.
10 rounds on this map of Bind. Have been playing it so well. They're just committed to it. They do not want to let anybody run away from this damage. And a flawless once again. So many flawless rounds that we've seen for Team USA. I think only one we've seen from Canada. For Team USA, it's been at least 5 throughout this Grand Finals.
Still not too sure about this play. I know that we want to show that we have the confidence for Kane, but keeping the free weapon to get right-click classics, build up your ultimate orbs, make it expensive against your opponents. It could be a deciding elimination that could pay off in the later runs. But at least for this time, we have that weaponry available for Team Canada. Seeker's also available for Kane. As USA is looking to work it very slowly once again towards the showers and short A. A peek out, Nabil gets damaged for a bit. Dip flashing around the corner, but we're giving it up. Defenders pulling back towards the A site, as now it's time for the attackers to take short A.
There's 3 players there towards A short. Gonna see if they can find an answer into this one. Team Canada on the defense playing so far back as well. All the information the Team USA has will allow them to fight for this site. But they're not gonna be able to connect. Nabil fights back. 3 eliminations towards the end. Ali gets shot down and Canada answers when they needed to. They needed to keep those rifles. They're able to do so. They're able to stay in this game for a little bit longer.
That was great discipline for Team Canada, identifying that aggressive push into showers and decide to fall back and play the numbers, the stack into the site. Taking control of the important areas, keeping your faith, keeping your sky alive so you could actually get this utility to help fight back towards U-Haul and showers. 10-6 now on the scoreline. Another round available for USA where they have full weaponry. And as for Team Canada, they wanted to try to go for the early push into Long B, off the Brimmy slope, and now we rotate all the way back.
those 4 players of this defense towards that B side now having to get to that rotation, making it all the way to the A side, but the spike is already being planted. It might be a little too late. That retake is the only chance that they have, and Dip is going to put up a fight. Has to back up, though. Shimmy goes down.
They did not expect Dip to be playing so far back into the spawn at triple. Ferbsa Ashley is able to satchel back into Showers, and the Trailblazer is going to spot 2 just by the APC. But Showstopper's still available on defense. Dip flashing and looking for a kill, but it's going to be Winner that punishes him. Nabil now stuck on a 3 versus 1. All of his teammates has fallen around the A site.
The utility.
Too much.
So much to deal with. It's not going to be possible for this round as the time is running out. Ooh. Nice flick towards the end for Nabil. But unfortunately, he's not going to get the round on the side of Team Canada. Team USA, they push forward, they take the advantage, and they fight it back. Canada, we see the adaptation, but still always lacking just a little bit more for the aggression the Team USA likes to bring to them. With the flashes as well, the Sky utility has been so on point as well to cross that Viper wall that we saw to guarantee a trade is always taking place for them.
And a very expensive buy now for Team Canada. Small shields invested for 3 of our players. Showstopper still available into this round, as USA wants to play this round very quickly. Showstopper entry into the B site. Now cleared. A lineup set up to play the one-way towards defender spawn. As it all comes down to this round right here, where Team Canada needs to do a clean retake. If not, it's only going to be a matter of time. Indeed, orbital strike available for the pulse plant. Showstopper then coming out. Snake bite onto the spike as the Showstopper does connect on the Dip at least. K now trying to fight back into the octagon, but they lose their fight, they lose their battles, and that orbital strike is still available for Ali. And it gets hit. Mar wins that one, and then Benji rips the dreams away from Team Canada to try to come back for that retake. And we now have map and series points for Team USA.
One more round to be crowned the champions of the Red Bull Campus Clutch. So close to making it happen. Team USA, they have been fighting, have only lost 1 map so far in this entire tournament, and it was during this grand finals. But Canada, they have so much work to do. They don't want to deny that dream from Team USA. They're so close to making it happen.
And through the pressure, we still push forward. First elimination now for Team Canada, staying alive for now. Spike already down early, running through the smoke, punished by Nabil, who gets 2. Dip and Ferbsa trying to fight back, already falling back towards Palm Tree. And Canada then also falls back to play the 2-player advantage, make that even 3. But at this point, I don't want to forfeit too much of the map control if I'm Team Canada. I've seen what's happened before.
We've seen some things for sure, especially during these grand finals. But it's just Team USA for this round. You can tell they're just trying to close it out. They're trying to close out the map. They're trying to close out the series. And that aggression that they like to play with so much, this time is going to get directly countered because Canada is not done fighting just yet. They're going to keep giving everything that they have. And for Ferbsa here in a 1v5, not even 1 elimination will take place. Canada, they get to 7.
So winning that one on a much lower buy. Could almost call it a thrifty at this point.
Yeah.
But a thrifty converts into a flawless. And still, once again, we want to see this back from Team Canada, but those type of plays where they're facing, where the Team USA is facing championship point, I'm loving these plays. Confidence is still out here for Team Canada to try to fight back. And also, thankfully for now, the economy has been broken for Team USA. An opportunity for Team Canada to close the gap. And in round number 20.
And that is exactly what we're trying to do, right? Try to close that gap in a round like this one, where we've seen those eco rounds going the side of Team USA, but this one would be the worst out of them all if you're on the side of Team Canada. Having to be so careful, so respectful of that potential aggression.
Oh! But Nabil.
And the tour de force.
The pointy elbow coming out, and the tour de force stops him. And a player advantage coming out for Team USA early into the round. 1 minute left on the clock. And we're scrambling now for Team Canada. Stacking up towards the A site. A solo hold for Kane here on B. As Dip is looking for the jiggle peak. Support from 2 more. As USA is looking for the mid to B split. Flash is going to give the info that the hit is coming forward. Nice ADS, looking for a second one, and he gets it onto a key player for Veto. Viper Veto still comes out on the attack. As Mar, Witter, and Shimmy now rotating back towards spawn. No sprays available from the haunt being thrown by Shimmy. So the retake ensues, and there's no utility from the initiators to try to retake for Team Canada. You have to be on point now with your shots. Dip trying to move forward. Head-to-head against Witter.
Both.
As he moves out with the Sheriff, cannot connect onto the kill, but at least we spotted 2 players on the elbow for Team Canada. Darkest inside the pit. But a clear as light gets the drop onto Shimmy. And indeed, 1 more to go. It's up to Witter. Gets stopped by Benji. And there you go. Team USA are crowned the Red Bull Campus Clutch World Champions.
Over 235 players, 47 teams, but only one gets crowned the World Champions, and that is going to be Team USA, going undefeated. Group stage is looking perfect, only dropping 1 map in the Grand Finals, but it's still the dominance that we got to see for them from beginning to end, making it to 5 Grand Finals, 5 Grand Final tournaments in a month. This is a team that cannot be stopped.
A team that cannot be stopped, Team USA, but at least for Team Canada, they definitely put up a fight. We saw some moments of brilliance, some moments of glory for Team Canada in that map number 2 and 3 on Icebox and on Haven. But that slip, losing that overtime, definitely was difficult. A difficult bite to chew for Team Canada to try to come back. And exerting the dominance for Team USA continuously throughout the open qualifiers until now, as you mentioned, Dan. What a run here for Team USA.
Absolutely. In Canada, like you said, they absolutely made history. This is what they wanted to do the entire time. They wanted to leave a statement of how good this team is, how good they've always been. They took down the champions from last year, and they got so close to taking down Team USA. But it's Team USA the ones that get to celebrate today. And it was undefeated the entire time. We know how dominant they were, but they were able to show it even more today on a map like Bind as well to close it out that we never got to see.
And especially on a map like Bind that we never saw, it was definitely Ferbsa for me, a player that really popped off here throughout this whole series.
Absolutely.
Or not the whole series, but Bind at least. The utility that he had early in these rounds, showstopper already, in the 3rd round or 4th round, that just allowed the USA team to build so much momentum onto their defense when you're playing a map like Bind, having so many rounds on defense that early and being able to add that pressure that early, you're definitely able to translate that confidence going into the attack half. So I gotta say, man, my player, at least for that map, is Ferbsa.
Absolutely. He got so many eliminations over and over again in the early rounds as well. When you want to get that confidence, especially when you haven't played Bind throughout this entire tournament, you need that duelist, that race player to step it up, and Ferbsa absolutely did it from beginning to end. In 3 of the early rounds that we saw from him, he had 9 eliminations, and it just a dream scenario if you're just supporting that player, if you're playing with that Sky, playing that support as well to make sure that your race is set up for success and for USA to be set up for success and for the Grand Final victory here.
Yeah, you talk about that dream. That dream is definitely a dream that Team USA is currently living right now.
Yeah.
I don't think I was expecting a North American final. I do love it, by the way, a North American final. But
We do love it.
We've seen defending champions, Egypt, coming in from last year. We've seen so many teams coming in and so many matches, even in the group stages, that went into overtime that this game is only new by, like, what, 2 years now, going into the third year.
Yeah.
And we already see that from all of these regions, from all around the world, they bring that competition. I don't think there's one strong region, once again, not only in the VCTs for Valorant, but also right here for a circuit that we have for the Red Bull Campus Clutch. Very well done here from all of these teams are able to participate in this stage right now, the final stage in Sao Paulo.
It's just a dream scenario, right? Even for the teams that got taken down in the group stages, in the playoffs as well, even in this grand finals for Canada. Being here in Sao Paulo in the biggest Valorant event there's ever been, it's absolutely a dream come true. And so many players were talking about this, right? That it was not only, you know, making it to the finals, getting that #1 spot, but the entire experience of being here, being in Brazil, and being able to not only compete against your opponent, play some Valorant, but also make friends, also being stage, celebrate, and support everybody else that's here.
At least for the silver lining. I still have to give it up for my friends, my players here of Team Canada. They came here with 2 teams as well. And the defending team for Canada actually got eliminated early in groups. It was one of the players being Toasty Unicorn, I think getting 4th place into the Red Bull Campus Clutch last year in Madrid. Got eliminated early, and thankfully, at least for Team Canada, the Team 07, representing Canada, avenging their teammates, beating Egypt, and then making it into grand finals. I got to tip my hat to them as well. Or tip my toque. My toque?
Okay.
It's cold out there.
Okay.
but also, I also have to give a shout out to Nabil. Nabil has been a top fragger for this team round after round, and you talked about it. They always had this raise in all of their compositions in all of these maps, but we definitely do see why. Very comfortable in that agent. Could play some other agents if needed be, and I'm definitely vouching with the rest of the analyst desk or the analyst floor when they were mentioning he should be picked up. And I definitely believe in that as well.
I mean, all the players here in this grand final especially, they prove such a high level of gameplay and also of the competition, getting used to what it is like to play in LAN. Not everybody gets a chance to do that, playing in front of an audience, support, and be able to represent your country. For this one, it was all North America, but everybody, you saw them walking around with their jerseys, you saw them talking about their countries, the competition that they had, what they had to do to get here, and it's just so beautiful to see.
Yeah, well, we're still setting up the stage right now for an opportunity for Team USA to lift that trophy. So before we get to that, let's head on over to the floor with Keo and Kremer to talk about the Steel Series Moment of Glory.
Absolutely. There were many plays throughout this tournament, but for the Steel Series Moment of Glory, it took quite a bit of deliberation, didn't it, Keo?
There was a lot of very good plays to go through. And throughout the entire tournament, there were so many clutch moments, and it was really hard to just pick one play because there were so many shining moments and great plays to pick from.
Yep, absolutely. However, the one we did settle for was, of course, on that final map on Bind by, of course, the one and only, the MVP of our casters is, of course, Ferbza. And the reason we picked this is because this shows true mastery of your utility belts. And we'll see this in just a moment. We see a kill not only from the Showstopper, not only from the paint shells, but then also through pure, unadulterated quality of aim. You see it there, Showstopper for the first, followed up by the paint shells. Absolutely perfect. And with a frag earlier in the round, it really shows. That man knows what he's doing, especially on Raze, the agent who he had been dominating on throughout the tournament.
Absolutely. Ferbza is one of the best Bind players. I saw it in the national finals. We saw it here in the world finals. So congratulations again to Team USA. And there you go.
Absolutely. Let's hand it back to our very talented Vansili and Dryad.
Thank you so much, lovely gentlemen. And yes, indeed, I do agree with that. I mean, Ferbza had a great play for that Steel Series Moment of Glory. There were so many to choose from. I mean, I had the chat open, and I'm looking at Keo and Kremer being like, make this the play of the game. Make this the moment of glory.
Every single one was just so good.
I mean, this player right here, Ali, was another one right there that with that 3K that he had on Haven really changed that momentum around to allow USA to actually bring that and force the lead. And then we had to play the overtime. We had to play the catch-up game after there for Team Canada. By the way, ketchup. I miss Canada with ketchup chips. I had to be random. I know I'm random like that, Dan, but go ahead.
I've never had those, first of all.
What?
But yeah, I'd never had those. But second of all,
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway here is that on the side of USA,
Yes.
they're such a powerhouse, right?
Yes.
Every single one of those players, and I think it connects to exactly what you were saying. There were so many good plays from every single one of them.
Yep.
The decision making for the controllers, for that Viper, of when the Viper Speed was going to get invested, when Perpsat was going to go in with a double satchel and be able to take down a couple players. It is those small things that really make or break a player, and for them, they just made them the champions.
Yeah, well, without further ado, looks like the players are ready with a belly down at the floor. So let's toss it down here for the trophy ceremony. Congratulations to Team USA.
All right, Sao Paulo, let's go ahead and give Team USA some noise. There you have it. We came into this thing with a worldwide international event, and Team USA entered the gauntlet with nothing but hopes and pride. And at the end of the day, it all came out with them hoisting the trophy at the end of the day. Okay. All right, so Team USA, I know you guys been waiting for this for a long time. Fellas, let's go ahead and raise the trophy. Circle around. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your Red Bull Campus Clutch 2022 World Champions, Team USA. Go ahead and show them some love. All right. There we go. All right, fellas, bring it on in one by one. I'm going to pass the mic around. Let's talk about it. Here you are on the main stage in Sao Paulo, Brazil. What's going through your body right now?
Man, I don't know a lot. I'm just ecstatic. I'm thankful for my teammates, my family watching at home, everyone I've met here, man. It's been an awesome opportunity. I'm glad to be crowned the champs.
Talk to the Sao Paulo fan.
Say that again?
Talk to the Sao Paulo fan.
I love you guys! Yeah!
With you hoisting this trophy, what does this mean to you and your team?
Honestly, we put so much effort into this. We spent so much time playing together, and it feels great. It absolutely feels wonderful.
There we go. All right. Now, come on over. Don't be shy. Come on over. Come on over. All right. So, anything you want to say, friends and family out there, and even the audience?
I just want to say thank you for watching and supporting us.
There we go.
I just want to appreciate. I know we weren't the favorite team here, but I'm glad we could represent the USA in this tournament.
At the end of the day, we support all the teams. It was fun competition. Oh, I got something to say to you. Ali, the pop-offs, the entertainment you gave us on that main stage, you were having the time of your life, weren't you?
I definitely was, that's for sure.
Right. How was this experience to you?
It was honestly great. The locals, they were very nice to us, all the staff. Everybody in Sao Paulo was very nice. I appreciate you all. Thank you guys all for coming out. It means a lot. Thank you, guys.
Last but not least, this is somebody I've known for about 10 years, Gears of War, all the way to VALORANT, Evolve, the coach of Team USA. I know you are very proud of your boys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just along for the ride with these guys. They're so talented. So the couple thank yous, the university for supporting us. We're all from the same school. My beautiful wife for watching our kids while I'm in Brazil for 9 days. And just everybody that's here supporting it, Red Bull. You know, we definitely couldn't have won without the sugar-free Red Bull. So there we go.
All right. Wait. Over the entirety of the event, we've kept on saying Red Bull has been spoiling us along with the sponsors. So, Team USA, you didn't just get a major chunk of that $20,000 prize pool, but each and every single one of you will receive one Intel NUC, one ALC monitor, and also SteelSeries peripherals. Congratulations, gentlemen. But wait, there's more. That's not all. For the second place team, Team Canada, can we go ahead and give it up for them as well for putting on a dang good performance? Now, for Team Canada, you will all receive one ALC monitor and also SteelSeries peripherals. I would like to give a big thank you to SteelSeries, ALC, and also Intel for chipping in. All right, now, last but not least, we have one more award to give away, the SteelSeries MVP. Let's go ahead and give him a hand. Would you like to say a few words?
Super appreciative. You guys killed it. Thank you so much to the crowd. Thank you to everyone. Super grateful to be a part of this.
Would you like to hand it off?
Ferb.
Once again, let's go ahead and give it up for Team USA. Raise it up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to Team USA. Let's send this over to the analyst desk.
I can hear myself.
It's almost a little bit emotional, if I'm being honest, up here, watching the culmination of what has been an incredible journey, not just for, of course, the fans here, for everybody behind the scenes to put on an event like this, but for these players, for these teams, the journey that they went on to get to this point was monumental. And to see it all come to a head like that, to culminate in such a fashion, was a beautiful thing. Team USA are, of course, our Red Bull Campus Clutch World Champions.
It's a beautiful sentence to say. I'm not going to lie. And I think everyone who wins something, especially something as grand as this, walks away unsure how to feel.
Yeah.
I think when you ask someone, how do you feel from winning this?
Yeah.
It's such a loaded question because you don't know how you feel in that moment. You're excited, you're relieved, you're exhausted. You've got all of these mixed emotions. When they probably after tonight, probably a bit of partying as well. Once they celebrate this tonight, go in bed and wake up in the morning, that's when I think it's really going to hit for these boys.
I think you're right. I think even when you're on like a crazy run of form, you're playing really well, you're making it through the round of 16, through each of the series ahead of you, and then you're in the final, and then you win it. Even though you're so good, I don't think you ever truly expect it's going to happen to you.
Yes.
And there it is. The final, done and dusted. United States are your winners. Now, what I want to do is I want to give a massive shout out to the Canadian team.
Yes.
They came through LCQ. They battled through adversity. They made it, and they gave us one hell of a final. Unfortunately, they do come second place. They get, you know, the silver medal, if you will. And yeah, I want to give a massive thank you to all of the teams who took part. Every single one of them should be incredibly proud of themselves to make it to Sao Paulo. I mean, what an experience it's been for every single one of you. All of you should be massively proud of yourself. And speaking of a man who should be proud of himself, Veli joins us on the desk right now. This man's voice is wearing thin.
It's gone.
But he battled through. Veli.
Put your mic closer, we can hear you.
I got you.
Oh, he's there. He's raspy, but he's there.
My voice is gone. When you commentate with Jess Goat, you just go all out. And I had the time of my life. I looked at her and said, Jess, listen, I don't care anymore. But what I would like to say, it has been an absolute pleasure doing this event with every single one of you. Ian, you've been phenomenal so far.
Thank you.
Gus, Upmine, all the commentators from all different regions. I've loved meeting them and also meeting all of the students for this event.
Hey.
Wow. I'm not going to try and one-up that. I think he's done excellently with that.
I do want to ask you, Veli, because you were there front and center for that trophy raise. You saw,
that was great.
Because there's one thing like, you know, watching it from here, but being right next to them as they put that trophy in the air. What did it feel like to be in that atmosphere?
Oh, it was electric.
Yeah.
Well, first things first, their Team USA, those are my people. They weren't shocked at all. One of them said, Belly, we told you it was going to win this for you, baby. I said, okay, all right. And they did exactly that. But at the end of the day, I'm just glad we had a great grand finals.
And I thought it might be a little bit of a blowout after map 1. I mean, Pearl was the sneaky red herring of it all. It came in and I was like, oh no, it's going to be a blowout. And Canada was like, nah, it ain't. And I think the fact that this has been so competitive, not just now, but you had the top 16. They had to grind to get here. We had LCQ for the second place team as well, as you've already pointed out. I think every year that we hold this, it's going to be way more competitive than people realize. I think people are starting to take this way seriously. Like, they're coming in, they're like, if I win this, I could get picked up pro like Shalaby. Not only that, but I come in and I become the world champion, the Red Bull Campus Scotch world champion. I fly around the world for this. I get treated like a VIP.
Well, Jess,
come on.
At the end of the day, we were all in Madrid last year, and we know that Red Bull one-upped it this year in Sao Paulo.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why this event was better than ever.
Absolutely, and having a crowd back was just sensational
Oh my
as
goodness.
well.
We had the first ever crowd in Madrid that existed in Valorant.
And
after the pandemic.
You're right.
And then to do it full throttle like this and give these students a full LAN experience that they will never forget is truly awesome. And let's not forget, yes, Canada lost, but they did deal USA a bit of a mighty blow by giving them their first match defeat in a very long time.
I think that's something, at the very least, if you want a consolidation prize, that now you're Canada. You sit there and you go, you know what? We weren't pushed over. We weren't bullied into losing. We weren't, given that opportunity to walk away as complete and utter dominated in that matchup, which we thought that series was going after that first map. So I will say, it's a consolidation prize. It's a silver lining of it. But I think the Canadian boys will be very happy that they were able to push it as far as they did.
I mean, this is where we get into, I think this is the final map. And the thing is, we're all sitting there, and we're behind the scenes watching on the screen. And you can just feel the rumblings out here of the stage. And the fans are buying into these players as they would going to a professional event because each and every single one of them delivered to a high standard.
You had to. In order to win this series, at one point, the US players, even though they said, oh, we told you Valley we're going to win, they started to realize after map 2, they're like, oh, this is not a cakewalk. They're like, well, I'm going to have to start pulling out all the stops. I do a third. Like, after seeing, like, Dip and the others, like, pull a multi-kills left, right, and center, which they were doing throughout the playoffs thus far, Ferb just looked like he was like, I'm done with this. I am ending this right now, and the man turned on sicko mode. And I have never seen a duelist player go from, like second, third gear to sixth in one foul sweep.
And that's where stars step up, baby. It's on that main stage, and their backs are against the wall.
Let's not forget, this team also bagged themselves a cool 20,000 euros, which you don't sniff at, do you? That's a good
You know
bit
what I
of moolah to
preferred?
take
You know
on.
what I preferred?
Go on.
The Intel Nooks.
The Intel
They
Nooks.
all got an
They
Intel
all
Nook.
I do want to give a massive thanks to all of our sponsors that make this event possible. A huge thanks to Red Bull for having me, Veli, and of course Jess and the rest of our team be a part of something so special. It really did feel like a monumental occasion. And to every single one, I've already said it already, to the players that made the trip out here, you all competed. You made this event what it is. You're all superstars. So us three are going to give you a round of applause right now to every single one of our players. And from us here on the desk, here's what we want to say. Stay safe. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. And we hope to see you here next year for the third ever Red Bull Campus Clutch World Finals. Stay safe. Merry Christmas, everybody!
Woo!
And we're going.
Are we out of
Fight.